Chapter 1. As long as I shoot a film, can I extract items? Host, Lou by Task. Film Iron Man Startup Capital, 100 million Blue Star coins. Originating from the stock and bond market, legal and traceable, the host need not worry. Reward. Randomly extract items from the film. Note, the level of rewards will be determined based on revenue and audience attention. Lou by gazed at the transparent subtitles, aware that the benefits of a time traveler had arrived. He couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, only those of handsome visage are qualified for such a journey. At present, his identity was that of a senior student at the Blue Star Film Academy, with a year remaining until graduation. Ding dong. In the group chat, the counselor sent a notification. There are only a few online courses left for seniors. You have ample time, so focus on filming to hone your skills. Those with opportunities may seek advancement in the industry. This semester's assignment is to produce a film with a duration of no less than 30 minutes, to be submitted to my email before the winter break. There will be special arrangements next semester. Lou Bai smiled at the message. The script is ready, and the startup capital is secured. This assignment should pose no difficulty. From what Lou Bai gathered, Blue Star boasted advanced technology, and the film production industry was highly developed, particularly in post-production visual effects, allowing for swift completion of films. First, I shall confirm the lead actors. I can enlist the help of graduated seniors. Not wishing to squander time, Lou Bai rose from his bed and proceeded to freshen up. Iron Man is a popcorn film, with a tightly woven plot and exceptional narrative. Though viewed through a contemporary lens, its storyline may seem somewhat clicked, yet upon its release in 2008, it was nothing short of groundbreaking. Ultimately, it was produced with a budget of $135 million and grossed $585 million. While that may not seem vast, it is crucial to understand that Marvel was on the brink of bankruptcy at that time. Had it not been for the immense success of Iron Man, there would have been no subsequent Marvel Cinematic Universe or the Avengers. This film undeniably laid the foundation for Marvel and stands as an exemplary commercial film of Earth. The prospect of extracting items is thrilling. Might I be fortunate enough to obtain a mech? Lou Bai brimmed with anticipation. After completing his morning routine, he headed to the cafeteria for breakfast while simultaneously searching online for actors. He aspired to remain as faithful to the original as possible, making the search for suitable roles quite a challenge. As Lou Bai perused the actors' profiles, the class group chat buzzed with excitement. Finally, it's senior year. No more classes. I can sleep well now. Have you all chosen your film topics? I wish to create a film about familial bonds, one that will surely move the audience to tears. Is anyone interested in collaborating? How about a romance? It's a safe bet. The counselor mentioned in the group that there will be special arrangements next semester. What does that entail, class leader? Lin Ming, unexpectedly tagged, realized he had an opportunity to showcase his knowledge. He replied, I do know a bit. The special arrangement entails selecting a few outstanding works next semester to be screened at the school, with notable industry professionals invited to attend. That if the film is well received, it may catch the eye of influential figures, possibly leading to opportunities within major productions. If a piece is exceptionally brilliant, there could even be a chance for theatrical release. This sensational news immediately ignited a flurry of reactions in the group. Wow, the school is going all out this time, inviting prominent industry figures for screenings. Truly, the class leader is well informed. I've heard that other classes have genuine genius directors whose works have garnered hundreds of thousands of views online. The school has great confidence in them, believing this is an excellent opportunity to gain recognition, hence the plan for next semester. That's an incredible chance to gain fame if a renowned director or actor takes notice. One could soar to great heights. A sycophant continued to tag Lin Ming. Class leader, knowing so much, you must have prepared something, right? Share your insights with us. Surely your family has provided substantial support? Lin Ming, filled with vanity, yet striving for modesty, replied, not much support, just $5 million for production, as I intend to adapt a short story. Wow, rich guy. Take me with you. Class leader is so handsome, truly affluent this time. The top spot in class is assured. Funds have been transferred. 100 million at LU. Bai paid no attention to the group messages. He regarded the incoming transfer with satisfaction, emboldening him to seek high-profile actors with renewed vigor. As luck would have it, he indeed found some. Chapter 2. Donnie's encounter with the Iron Man script director. I want to act, but the way I found was a bit surprising for Lou Bai. He discovered it through a social news article. Once a genius actor, now a background performer. Can he find himself again? Lou Bai clicked in and confirmed several key pieces of information. A resident of a certain region. Donnie, 40 years old. He had been acting since childhood and rose to fame, with his highest achievement being a nomination for Best Actor. However, due to a chaotic personal life, he faced criticism and boycotts from netizens, and was also sued for a huge compensation by a collaborating brand. leading to a decade of silence. Recently, he was spotted in a minor role, triggering many childhood memories for the public, but it didn't generate much of a response. As Liu Bai looked at Donnie's information, he was intrigued. This person not only resembled the prototype of Iron Man, but also matched the playboy persona associated with the character. According to Liu Bai's investigation, he learned that Donnie had been married with children for many years, enjoying a harmonious family life. To support his family, he was willing to take on any role. Having completely changed his previous style, it might be worth reaching out. He continued to search for suitable candidates. After a long search, Liu Bai still couldn't find an appropriate actor. In terms of overall value, Donnie seemed to be the best fit. Just as Liu Bai was contemplating how to contact Donnie, someone messaged him privately. Liu Bai, have you thought about what film to shoot? Why not join my team? I have new ideas, and we can collaborate again. The sender was named Han Mo-ing, with fair and smooth skin, tall stature, and a delicate face. Liu Bai recalled giving her an overall score of 93 for her appearance. Han Mo-ing was very capable and had a talent for screenwriting. Though her skills were mainly in outlining the story, fleshing out the plot was her weakness. The original Liu Bai had helped write scripts before, and their collaboration had been quite pleasant, so he wasn't surprised she would reach out. I've decided to shoot a heroism-themed film. Liu Bai replied while sitting in the cafeteria, sipping soy milk. Han Mo-ing was sitting in her dorm chair, her silhouette softly outlined beneath a sheer nightgown, her long legs casually resting on her knees. Upon seeing the message, she wasn't surprised. Her slender fingers gently tapped on the phone screen. I'm not surprised you want to shoot your own film. Your screenwriting skills are strong. You've been writing scripts for me, and I feel a bit embarrassed. I wish you success, and send it to me when you're done. Han Mo-ing felt a sense of regret. She knew her weakness was her screenwriting level. Bringing Liu Bai on board was indeed the best choice. However, she was also a confident person. She had been working on improving her writing skills, and now she felt her screenwriting ability had significantly improved. She believed her script this time would be on par with anyone else's. All right, definitely. Liu Bai knew she was sincerely inviting him, so he was quite grateful. If you need anything, feel free to ask. I can help you. I hope we can collaborate again next time. After expressing his gratitude in response to Han Mo-ing's goodwill, Liu Bai left the cafeteria. It felt great to have someone help him right after his arrival in this new world. However, now that he has a system, he naturally wants to shoot a script about Earth to maximize benefits. That night, Liu Bai contacted Donnie. He sent a private message on social media, inviting Donnie to audition for the male lead, not expecting a response. Are you sure you want me to play the male lead? That night, Donnie, who had just finished portraying a lifeless character, looked at the message in surprise. He wasn't overly excited, just bewildered. At 40 years old, with idols and trainees dominating the scene, where was his market? He expressed his doubts immediately. Yes, I think you are very suitable for this role. It has glory lows and self-realization. It can be said to be tailor-made for you. I believe you need this opportunity. Liu Bai perked up and sent the message. He didn't think Donnie would refuse. Indeed, Donnie couldn't refuse, but he suppressed his impulse. He feared this was a joke. He had stepped onto the acting path at 4, was nominated for an award at 20, and even after a decade of silence, how could the desire to perform on the big screen die? He didn't want to be just a background character in a TV show. But was this dream really possible? I want to see the script, Donnie typed, his hands trembling. His heart raced with anxiety and conflict. He hoped this was real, not just a financial transaction. Soon, he received a document in his private messages titled Iron Man. Donnie would forever remember that night. He encountered a film that changed his life. Every time he stood on the red carpet or in front of a microphone, he would gratefully mention Liu Bai's name. But tonight, he was still filled with apprehension. Are they really going to let me play the male lead? Even if it was a dream, he didn't want to wake up. Donnie nervously opened the document, feeling the character word by word as he read the script. He experienced the protagonist's early success, inheriting a family business that dealt in arms, only to be captured by terrorists and, in a bid for survival, creating the first generation of Iron Man himself. Not only did he emerge from the cave, but it was as if he was reborn, especially at the end, when he faced the reporter's questions and declared himself Iron Man. The emotion in Donnie's heart turned into a flood of tears. After he exited the document, he realized he had been so engrossed in the script that he hadn't replied to his boss yet. Fearing he might come off as rude, Donnie became even more anxious and quickly replied, "Give me a chance. I want to act." Chapter 3. Donnie's excitement. But Liu Bai is the biggest investor? The Blue Star has 3 major regions: Qin State, a certain region, and Seven Island State. Donnie took the earliest flight and arrived in Qin State just as dawn was breaking. He wore a well-fitted suit and carried a black leather bag, looking very formal. Clearly valuing this first meeting. With sunglasses covering his dark circles from staying up late, he couldn't forget the emotion from the previous night. Seeing the protagonist in the script felt like facing himself. When he finished his minor role and returned home, he immediately told his wife about this opportunity. They embraced and cried, both believing it was a great chance. Tony also felt the same way and was determined to secure this role. However, the more he anticipated it, the more afraid he became. Having experienced both the peak and the trough over a decade, he knew every opportunity was hard-won. He spent sleepless nights repeatedly memorizing the script. God, may everything go smoothly. He strode out of the airport, not daring to waste a single minute. Tony hailed a taxi and hurried to the agreed location. It was a mid-range cafe situated by the lakeside. As he stood at the entrance, adjusting his suit, he noticed some young people filming by the lake. Realizing that the nearby film academy explained the activity, taking a deep breath, Tony put on a confident smile and bravely pushed open the cafe door, immediately spotting a handsome young man waving at him. "Is this the director who sent me the script last night?" Tony was slightly taken aback, unable to believe it. He looked so young. Even by their standards, he was exceptionally handsome. Could he really not be a big star? "Hello, are you Mr. Liu Bai?" Tony asked uncertainly. "Yes, that's me. Please, have a seat," Liu Bai replied politely. Tony was shocked to sit down, not expecting such an outstanding script to come from a university student. It made him feel a bit awkward. However, he understood he had to seize the opportunity. So he took out the printed script from his black leather bag and began to share his understanding of the character, his insights, and his thoughts on certain plot points. Striving to express his views in hopes of successfully landing the role, he wanted so badly to return to the big screen. More than that, he wanted to provide a beautiful home for his wife, who had accompanied him through tough times, which was a promise he made when he proposed. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. His weathered eyes were filled with longing and urgency, afraid to see any dissatisfaction or impatience in Liu Bai's gaze. Liu Bai was surprised. He hadn't expected Tony to be so well prepared. He even provided excellent suggestions regarding filming angles and special effects. However, when he saw the tall, mature man before him, he knew that this role could only belong to Tony. Iron Man could only be played by him. But Tony spoke so well that Liu Bai couldn't bear to interrupt him. Listening to his explanation gave Liu Bai a deeper understanding. "This is my overall view of the character, and while it may be somewhat immature, I hope to receive your guidance, Mr. Liu Bai," Tony concluded, slowly placing the script down, still feeling nervous, worried that he hadn't performed well enough. He quickly added, "You don't need to worry about my salary. I'm very affordable. I just hope to participate in this film. I could even act for free." Beneath the table, his fists resting on his knees tightened quietly. He needed this opportunity too much and hoped for affirmation. Liu Bai's next words struck a chord with him. "Mr. Tony, you spoke wonderfully. And what you expressed is also what I was thinking. I want to let you act for free. Although most of the budget will go into the scenes and post-production, your salary will not be low." Liu Bai smiled warmly, stood up seriously, and extended his right hand. "I hope we can work together happily." Donnie's heart trembled slightly, and his pupils were still a bit red. After he paused for a moment, he hurriedly stood up, humbly and excitedly grasping Liu Bai's hand, expressing heartfelt gratitude, pleasant cooperation. These 4 words completely eased the anxiety that had been hanging over him all night. A hint of bittersweetness surged in his heart. Liu Bai returned to his seat and began to introduce his situation. "Mr. Donnie, we discussed my situation last night. The production team is still being built, and we need locations, a crew, and prop production, so the preparation period will take some time. We will be primarily using actors from the region, as set by the script. I aim to stay true to the original work, and the scenes in the story are set in this region." Donnie nodded, feeling both anxious and excited. He never expected to play the lead role again after waiting for 10 years. The two discussed the script for a long time. Donnie was surprised by how familiar Liu Bai was with the script. Every description was vivid, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This reassured Donnie. No wonder such a mature script could be produced. Only Liu Bai could bring the scenes from the script to life. However, he couldn't help but ask, "Can I inquire about the filming budget? Or are you still looking for financial support?" Donnie finally voiced his concern. From Liu Bai's descriptions, he could tell that the film would not be a small production. Such grand visuals and special effects would require a significant budget. Of course, he didn't dare to ask for too much given the opportunity to play the lead role, but he didn't want it to be poorly made either. He valued this film greatly. Yet, the harsh reality made him understand that even if the special effects were a mess, he wouldn't back out of the role. After all, he had accepted even minor roles, so he had no grounds to refuse. His expression was quite complex. He asked this question just to get a sense of the situation. After all, Liu Bai was still quite young, casually dressed, and still a student, making it hard for him to come up with a large budget. "Do you think this is enough?" Liu Bai, sensing the other's concerns, smiled and pulled out his phone, opened his online banking app, and pushed the phone forward. Donnie picked up the phone in confusion, and his pupils widened in an instant. He looked at the long string of numbers, feeling dazed and shocked. He saw 9 digits, and his heart raced, doubting for a moment whether his eyesight was failing him. "Let me count. It really is 9 digits. Is this over 100 million? Suddenly, Donnie was completely thrilled. He even tried to click on the numbers and found that it could be transferred, This wasn't tea, just a screenshot. This was real liquid capital. 100 million blue star currency. This was definitely a big production. Boss Lou, when can we sign the contract? I can't wait any longer. Donnie excitedly returned the phone, filled with enthusiasm and respect. He knew that this shoot wouldn't lack funds, as Liu Bai was the biggest investor. Could this be Donnie's chance to turn things around? Chapter 4. Han and Mo was confused. What kind of hero-themed film was Liu Bai planning to shoot with actors from this region? Liu Bai took back his phone, and the two discussed the remuneration. Tony sees the opportunity this film brings, allowing him to return to the film industry and take on the leading role. And he only dares to ask for 100,000 in fees. Just as he initially said, when he encounters a good film, he is willing to participate, even for no pay. This shows his sincerity. Although most of the funds will be invested in post-production, 100,000 is still too little. How about 500,000? What do you think? Liu Bai naturally wouldn't really do this. After all, the other party had been nominated for Best Actor and could also serve as a promotional tool. Moreover, there is a high chance of collaborating again in the future. So he can't really squeeze the other person dry. It's good to make friends as well. During the previous period, the fees offered by a certain franchise were also 500,000, so Liu Bai has already gotten a great deal. All right, thank you. Tony's eyes trembled, and he did not refuse. He is currently in a difficult situation, and this money is undoubtedly a timely help for him. He just buried his gratitude deep in his heart. The two signed a contract, which Liu Bai had prepared in advance, including the director's role, shooting schedule, cast arrangements, and other contractual details. Liu Bai immediately provided the 500,000 fee as per the contract. The currency is universally accepted across regions, and the price differences are minimal. Tony just needs to wait for the shooting news and join the crew until the wrap. The cooperation was pleasant. After finalizing the details, both had no more concerns. Liu Bai solved the male lead issue in an extremely cost-effective manner. Tony was very grateful, signed on for the lead role, and even received a commission in advance. While they were having a simple meal, Liu Bai mentioned, "You should have quite a few connections in the region. Can you help me find a female lead?" Tony felt relaxed, and his expression was no longer so serious as he asked with a smile, "Do you have any requirements?" Liu Bai replied, "This is the secretary of Iron Man. Age doesn't need to be too young, but she must look very competent." Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes flickered, and he proactively recommended, "I happen to have a candidate." "Who is it?" Liu Bai had just arrived in this region and wasn't familiar enough with the local stars. Currently, he was the only one in the crew, and many things regarding the actors needed to be reacquainted. He was quite busy, and having someone help with ideas could save a lot of trouble. Tony said seriously, "My wife, Gwyneth." Liu Bai? Seeing Liu Bai's puzzled expression, Tony introduced. "She is also an actress, and her acting skills are good. She just needs an opportunity." According to Tony, the two met in the film crew. He wanted to develop further with Gwyneth, so he needed to completely quit his previous dissolute lifestyle. Tony changed since then, turning over a new leaf. Ultimately, they both stepped into the hall of marriage. Now, Tony has several roles, playing minor characters, which his wife helped him secure through her connections in the industry. It indeed sounds fitting for the role of Pepper Potts. Liu Bai thought to himself as he picked up his phone to search for information about Gwyneth. Now 35. She still looks good and has a stunning figure. She had a brief period of popularity and is indeed a good actress. It wasn't until she got married and had children that she gradually became less active. There were even reports online about her experiencing some postpartum depression. However, Liu Bai felt it was not appropriate to inquire further. That was a personal matter, but he was sure Gwyneth fit the role of Pepper Potts. "If possible, I would go back to be a mediator for Winnie, and I believe she won't refuse," Donnie assured. He also looked forward to the couple taking on the lead roles in a play together. There is nothing more romantic than this. "All right," Liu Bai smiled and agreed. This confirmed the crucial role issue. After dinner, Liu Bai walked Donnie out of the cafe. They saw someone filming outside, with the scene shifting to the outdoor dining area of the cafe. Under the sunshade, a man and a woman were holding a script and rehearsing their lines, seemingly during a break. However, Liu Bai recognized the female lead. "Liu Bai, what are you doing here?" The female lead also smiled and spoke as she saw Liu Bai walking out of the cafe. She was none other than the star student of their film class, Han Moing. She was special in class, not only talented in directing, but also in acting. She often took on roles in her own films and had a strong grasp of dialogue, making her a favorite among many male classmates who all wanted to collaborate with her. Her popularity and talent were proven by her hundreds of thousands of followers on short video platforms. "I'm just here having a meal with friends," Liu Bai replied with a smile. He had a good impression of this star student, who was beautiful yet approachable, talented without being arrogant. Who said crossing over means showing off? Han Moing put down her script, removed her sunglasses that covered most of her face, and walked over with a smile. "Having a meal here seems to be quite a move," Han Moing teased, her clear eyes looking at the Western man beside Liu Bai. However, from their standing positions, she noticed something unusual. She saw Donnie standing behind Liu Bai, holding a leather bag with a respectful demeanor. This action caught her attention. And who might this be? She asked curiously. Han Moing was fond of American dramas and seemed to have some impression of this Western man, but couldn't recall at the moment. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Donnie, a small actor under director Liu Bai. Donnie politely nodded. Han Moing was somewhat taken aback. Liu Bai mentioned yesterday that he wanted to shoot a heroic-themed film. Would he have Americans act? What kind of plot was this? She was a bit confused about what kind of film Liu Bai was planning to shoot. Chapter 5. The Iron Man script shocks Han Moing. Donnie was ecstatic. And the female lead was also confirmed. Liu Bai and Han Moing chatted briefly. Han Moing proudly took out her script for Liu Bai to see. Although you can't be my screenwriter, I'm not bad myself. Liu Bai looked at it and found the plot quite good. Upon receiving his affirmation, Han Moing smiled with satisfaction. Although my screenwriting skills aren't as good as yours, they're still quite strong. Among her classmates, she valued Liu Bai's screenwriting skills the most, as they were full of inspiration. Even if she couldn't become a major director in the future, she could very well become a renowned screenwriter. Their collaboration would be a powerful combination. Indeed strong. Even if you wanted me to help revise it, I wouldn't know where to start, Liu Bai agreed. Han Moing was even more delighted to hear this. She was very happy to receive Liu Bai's recognition. Have you finished writing the script? Let me have a look too, Han Moing said with a smile, extending her delicate hand to ask for it. Their relationship seemed natural and harmonious. I don't have a printed script on hand, but I can send you the electronic document. I replied. Liu Bai didn't refuse and took out his phone to prepare for sending it. At that moment, Tang and I, who was standing nearby, immediately understood and said, I have a printed script here. After a brief chat, Liu Bai left as he had to deal with the crew. Han Moing watched them leave. Holding the script in her hand, a relaxed smile on her face. Moing, are we continuing to shoot now? Asked the filming team. Her group consisted of students, including juniors who all had their strengths. Let's take a break and have lunch first, Han Moing replied as she sat back under the sunshade, still holding the script that Tang and I had handed her. Iron Man. She softly read the title on the cover, her brows furrowing slightly. The name seemed a bit strange to her, completely incomprehensible. Curiosity took over, and she flipped to the first page. Once she started, she couldn't stop. Even when the crew urged her to eat, she remained unfazed, completely absorbed in the ups and downs of the script story. When she finished the last part, where Tony Stark admitted he was Iron Man at the press conference, her excitement reached an all-time high. She slowly closed the script, her eyes wide with shock. Each plot twist left her tingling. Wow, what kind of script did Liu Bai write? It's even better than I imagined. The commercial aspect is simply unbeatable. I want to film his movie. Her emotions surged, and she couldn't help but let out a rare curse. Finally, she bit her lip and sighed in resignation, realizing he has been writing and revising scripts for me. It's really underestimating his talent. The outline I provided has limited his boundless creativity. Han Moing felt a sense of urgency and tightly grasped the Iron Man script. Looking at the urban struggle plot she had written on the table, it now seemed utterly dull. Director Liu Bai, I'm waiting for your filming news. After bidding farewell to Liu Bai, Tang and I boarded the plane home. In fact, although Qinzhou and Meizhou are vast regions, their proximity makes them the quickest to achieve unification. The 7 islands are far from the mainland and occasionally experience small-scale armed conflicts, making them far less safe. When Tang and I returned home, he was still filled with excitement, as if he were dreaming. If it weren't for receiving the transfer, he would have doubted whether he was awake. Dear, I did it, Tang and I exclaimed, choking with emotion as he embraced his wife. He now had the chance to reach the pinnacle again without needing to beg others for a minor role. I knew you could do it, his wife, Winnie, said, her eyes sparkling with excitement and encouragement. Even though she didn't say it outright, this embrace proved everything. She knew Tang and I would no longer be just a background character. The two calmed down, and Donnie began to recount the situation to his wife, especially the fact that Liu Bai had prepared over $100 million for the filming, which left Winnie's covering her mouth in surprise. Even in the film industry, that is considered a huge investment. Dear Donnie, you must seize this opportunity. That Mr. Liu Bai is your benefactor. You absolutely must not let him down. Winnie said earnestly. She understood that this could potentially change Donnie's future, helping him rise from the depths of despair. I know, I value it highly. Donnie's eyes sparkled. At 40, he seemed to see a bright path ahead, no longer filled with thorns. He placed his hand on his wife's shoulder, smiling widely, of course. He is not only my benefactor, but will also be your lucky star. Winnie's looked at him in confusion. Donnie explained. He agreed to let you play the female lead in the film. Although you never mentioned it, I fought for this opportunity. Winnie's confusion turned into shock. It was clearly her husband who was vying for the male lead, and now she was also becoming the female lead? Was Mr. Liu Bai so casual about casting? Did he have no preferred candidates? Moreover, female leads in films usually have potential deals. How could it be that Donnie just mentioned it, and it was approved? Was the entertainment industry in Qinzhou really that clean? It's true. Donnie said joyfully, pulling a contract from his bag, which included not only his, but also one for his wife. Her salary was $200,000, which was just right for Winnie's, who had been away from the film industry for a long time. But what pleased her most was that they were both appearing together, playing the two most important roles. This was a very precious opportunity. Winnie's had seriously thought about it. She had been feeling a bit depressed after giving birth and really needed a film to help her through it. Okay, I agree. Winnie's, with affection in her eyes, picked up a pen and signed her name. There were 2 copies, one of which needed to be sent back. Then let's go send the mail together, Donnie said, holding his wife's hand, feeling elated. Chapter 6. Securing the struggling film crew. The seniors were directly shocked. This is the real deal. Brother Chin, how is your team? Are you busy? Lubai returned to his dorm and contacted the connections of the original owner. It was a group created by several seniors from previous cohorts. Lubai had helped with logistics and participated in script development during his sophomore year and kept in touch regularly. Han Ming also had her own group. But the professionalism was lacking. It was made up of students with coursework, which would certainly delay the filming progress and wouldn't allow Lubai to relax. So he chose not to join. However, Han Ming's earnest invitation made Lubai quite grateful. She loved acting, and perhaps he could leave a role for her in the future? On the phone, Chun Rinchuan's relaxed voice came through. Is that you, Junior Lubai? Not busy. Just bored out of my mind. The crew is almost out of food. What is up? Looking for me for something? Lubai smiled. I do have something. Shall we meet to talk? In the end, Lubai arranged to meet with a few seniors. He needed the team's help in an employment capacity. Setting up a team personally takes too much time. It's easier to find my seniors. They are not only professionals, but also save me trouble. In the evening, after Lubai finished dealing with other trivial matters and was about to go out for dinner, he received a call about a delivery. He left his dormitory and picked up the interstate logistics package. It was the contract sent back by Donnie. Lubai was too lazy to take it back to his dorm, and the agreed time was approaching. So he headed straight to the restaurant to meet a few seniors. Lubai is here, one of the seniors remarked. This guy is still so handsome. I'm really jealous. When we graduate, you could come to our crew. Maybe you'll have a great opportunity to be the lead. Did he call us here because he needs our struggling crew? He must be here to save us. Another joked. At the restaurant, they enjoyed beer, barbecue, and crayfish. The seniors were joking around, and it seemed they had a good relationship. Lubai smiled as he sat down, feeling a sense of familiarity with the seniors, possibly due to the memories of the original owner. I'm really here to save you, he said. I have a film project and would like your help. Hearing Lubai's words, the smiles on the seniors' faces slowly faded. They exchanged glances, and one of them hesitantly replied, shooting is definitely not an issue since we're free right now, but we might take other jobs in between. So we're worried it might delay your progress. Helping out is no problem, but most of the crew needs to eat. So there might not be many people available for you. I also have to handle advertising and business connections, so I can't help much. But I can assist with post-production. The struggling crew can barely afford to pay, and it seems like we might disband any time. It would be better to help a junior this time, another senior added. Lubai understood and felt warmth in his heart. They were also having a hard time, and maintaining the crew was quite difficult. Yet, despite these circumstances, they were willing to help him with his project, which he appreciated deeply. Don't worry, I want to let you work for free. I plan to hire your crew to help me shoot the film, Lubai said. The seniors were astonished and skeptical. They knew Lubai's financial situation, after all. I've made some money in the stock market and have already signed the male and female leads. Both are actors from the region. The male lead was even nominated for Best Actor, Lubai explained. The seniors were stunned. You signed actors from there? And one of them was nominated for Best Actor? Are you serious? Lubai smiled as he watched their jaws drop and took out the delivery package. The seniors curiously grabbed it and found the contract sent back by weenies inside. Lubai also handed over his phone, showing the transfer records. Paid Donnie 500. 000 Blue Star coins. Paid, weenies, 200, 000 Blue Star coins. In an instant, the seniors were shocked. No way. Are you serious? When did you become so wealthy? Boss, take us with you. The seniors were astounded, looking at Lubai with wide eyes, as if they had seen a stunning beauty. The financier was right beside them. Chapter 7. Preparation complete. Filming is about to begin. Lubai finalizes the first scene. As long as the money is there, things will move quickly. Not long after, Lubai signed on with their struggling film crew, agreeing to pay a monthly filming fee of 1 million. However, upon receiving the transfer, they still looked utterly bewildered. Incredible. This is really not a dream. Lubai has made it big. What do you mean this kid? Show some respect, call him boss. Oh, benefactor. Make sure to bring us along for the next filming task. We're professionals at making movies. Lubai looked at their overly eager expressions and felt speechless. He didn't expect money to have such a corrupting effect. Just a while ago, they were frowning, and now they were strutting around proudly. The filming location was chosen in a certain region, and the sooner they could film, the better. I will send you the script for you to familiarize yourselves with. The storyboard is already written. This won't be difficult for you, Liu Bai said. He believed that a monthly filming fee of 1 million was worth it. His senior brothers were quite capable, having won numerous awards at school. The commercial ads they filmed were highly praised by their benefactor. And even the short films gained widespread recognition in society. Conversely, Liu Bai thought he was the one making a profit. This was already a favor. His senior brothers were pure-hearted individuals, fully devoted to pursuing their dreams in the film industry, though unfortunately, they hadn't made much of a splash. However, after years of struggle, they were very familiar with the industry and had formed their own small team of 6. Each member took on multiple roles, including cinematography, editing, post-production, business liaison, sound recording, special effects, lighting, and art direction, making it quite normal for one person to wear many hats. Their cost-effectiveness was quite high. Of course, with just their small crew, filming wouldn't be an issue. However, the real costs came from special effects production, extensive post-editing, and promotion. They needed to be mindful of expenses. Liu Bai had already decided that after completing this filming, he would bring them on as partners for future projects. He wouldn't shortchange his own people. No problem. We've got this. We will definitely make you satisfied. If Wang Go's editing isn't up to par, I'll make sure to give him a hard time. His senior brothers eagerly agreed, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. After finishing their barbecue, they insisted on treating him, full of enthusiasm. Liu Bai didn't refuse. And after sending the script, he headed back to school. The dormitory at school was a 4-person room, clean and tidy. Class leader Lin Ming was quite impressive. A true second-generation rich kid. He actually brought out 5 million for filming. It seems he wants to go in the direction of online movies. The novel rights he purchased were for a recently popular urban theme. It feels like it's going to be a hit. That sycophant has already confirmed his role in the filming. He really knows how to flatter. When Liu Bai returned to the dormitory, he heard his roommates exclaiming. He greeted them, set down the contract, and sat in front of the computer to browse through actor information. As soon as his roommates saw Liu Bai, their curiosity was piqued. Liu Bai, tell us honestly, what is going on between you and Han Moing, the class flower? Yeah. Everyone knows you're close with Han Moing. You've collaborated a few times before. Liu Bai is talented in scriptwriting. It's normal for him to join Han Moying's crew. They should have started filming by now, right? Liu Bai glanced at his roommate's thumbs up and replied nonchalantly. We're just friends. I didn't join her crew. I wanted to try it out myself. The roommates were quite surprised. You're going to shoot it yourself? What's the theme? I think that's not a good idea. It's too much trouble. We're in a directing major. There's no need to do it alone. Collaborative works are also part of our assignments. Yeah, it would be great to join Han Mo's team. You could definitely leverage your strengths there. How about we reach out to class leader Lin Ming? He's more reliable, has projects and funding. We just need to contribute our efforts, and it'll be simple to get a work done. Liu Bai didn't respond to all of that. He only picked one question to answer. Heroic theme. The roommates were taken aback. Is this going to be a historical film about Kideazu? Like those anti-Japanese hero stories? They're all over the TV. They quickly lost interest in pursuing it. Heroic themes are the most boring. A week later, during this time, Liu Bai was continuously searching for suitable actors. With the help of his seniors, he had met the conditions to start filming. The art and props teams were working on the mechas, which already had initial models. The drawings you provided greatly facilitated their work, and they believed they could be completed soon. Personnel had already been assigned to the Qingzhou Scenic Tech area, and they would follow up with modeling, rendering, and set construction. The 20 million invested was well worth it. They believed they could now shoot the dramatic parts. Liu Bai received a message from his seniors, and his eyes lit up. Is it finally time to start filming? Chapter 8. The actors are so strong. Will it be a one-take shoot? The corresponding filming locations had also been confirmed. They just needed the actors to be in place. We're already in the region. We can shoot at any time. Liu Bai, when are you coming over? Liu Bai looked at his seniors' replies, feeling very pleased. Having a professional team is reassuring. I'll come right over. After replying, he immediately notified all the actors that filming would start the next day. The actors were also excited, studying the script and waiting for the gathering notice. The most thrilled was Donnie, who had waited for a week. It's finally time to shoot. Donnie saw the notification and excitedly hugged his wife, Vanessa. Although he had only waited a week, it felt like years to him. He was extremely worried about potential setbacks, such as delays in shooting or funding issues. Now, the big stone in his heart had finally been lifted. He desperately needed an opportunity to prove himself. Even after a decade of silence, and despite not being young anymore, he could still return to the screen and reclaim his past glory. Yes, Donnie, I believe you can do it. Vanessa put down her script and encouraged him. I won't let you down. Donnie took a deep breath to calm his excited heart and smiled broadly, saying, let us continue rehearsing and aim for a one-take shoot on set. The couple had many scenes together, so they wouldn't be idle at home. Whenever they had free time, they would rehearse and work on their lines. Okay. Vanessa admired her husband's serious work attitude and supported him unconditionally. As Donnie's wife, Vanessa had witnessed his glory and also his suffering during hard times. They stood by each other and entered a marriage that others didn't believe in. She was very worried that Donnie might become lost and sink into despair, which also exacerbated her own postpartum depression. Winnes felt a surge of hope seeing that Donnie had been reborn, as if she had gained infinite strength herself. Lubai met several senior members of the crew at a large venue in the region. This was a place where major press conferences, important meetings, and news releases were held. Senior Chun Rinchuan mentioned, "We can rent it for a day for filming." They first confirmed the location for the press conference shoot. In the film, Tony Stark had attended several press conferences, and Colonel Rhodes also announced the Extremis Award in the early minutes of the film. Due to time constraints, from establishing the crew to outsourcing the art department, there was only a week of preparation time, so some sets were still under construction, and the armor was still being manufactured. Additionally, the crew needed to coordinate with the local military to rent armored vehicles, which added to the complications. Therefore, it was most suitable to shoot the dialogue scenes now. Alright, let's make the payment and start shooting tomorrow. After contacting the venue manager, Lubai felt a pang of regret when he completed the payment. Renting for a day cost 600,000, and the money seemed to flow away like water. However, being able to shoot on location here was worth it. The grand architecture and luxurious style would enhance the film's quality. As night fell, Lubai followed the core team and invited the actors with shared scenes to meet at the hotel to finalize the shooting content for tomorrow. The shooting schedule was tight, and to save costs, the dialogue scenes had to be completed in one day. The pressure was significant from all sides, especially for Donnie, who took the initiative to rehearse with the actor playing Colonel Rhodes. Under the tense preparations, the next day arrived quickly. The camera crew was in position. The lighting was set. The sound team was ready. The actors were in place. Iron Man, Scene 1, Take 1, Action. The camera moved in from a crowd of well-dressed individuals. A bald man with a white beard, dressed in a suit, was holding onto the podium with a smile and a hint of awkwardness, scanning the room until he finally spotted Donnie sitting on the floor, leaning against the podium. "Can everyone please take a seat?" Donnie, portraying Tony Stark, had makeup showing post-injury scars on his face, and his right arm was dislocated and hanging in front of him. The scene depicted him escaping from terrorists and holding a press conference upon his return. Donnie pulled out a hamburger from his suit and waved his hand, saying, "You all sit down, this way you can see me, and it won't feel so formal." The actors playing the reporters looked confused, glancing at each other before taking their seats. Donnie naturally took a bite of his hamburger, settling into the emotions, and looked at the bald man beside him, saying, "It's great to see you." The man smiled and patted Donnie's shoulder, replying, "Same here." The two delivered their performances excellently, with the dialogue feeling very familiar, and they completed the long take in one go. One of the extras also performed well. When it was his turn, he looked eager to know and raised his pen, asking Mr. Stark, "What did you experience there?" Donnie looked at the reporters and stood up with a serious expression, "I've opened my eyes. I realize I can do more for this world than just create explosions." Standing in front of the microphone, Donnie said earnestly, "Therefore, effective immediately, I will shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark International." The crowd of reporters immediately stood up, and the atmosphere became lively. They all raised their hands, eager to ask questions, as if they sensed a big news story. The actor playing the villain anxiously patted Donnie's shoulder, urging him not to say anything reckless. Donnie disregarded him. "Until I decide the future of the company. Now everyone can stop worrying. There will be no newspapers to sell, and it aligns with the best interests of the region." Amidst the commotion of the reporters, Donnie left. The bald villain wanted to redirect the reporters' attention and added, "What we should remember is that Tony is back, and he is in great health. We will conduct internal discussions and then brief everyone." Below, the voice of Assistant Director Chun Rinchuan excitedly rang out. Not only was he thrilled, but many behind-the-scenes staff were also exceptionally excited. Even the director, Lu Bai, was surprised by the completeness of the storyline. The long take was successful in one go. The dialogue was impressive. Donnie's portrayal of the playful Tony Stark was profound. The bald villain's character was even more complex. The performances of the crowd actors were also exceptionally delightful. Lu Bai knew he had struck gold. Chapter 9. Director Chun was shocked. "Lu Bai, where did you find these actors? Their acting is explosive." The first shot ended. The lead actors, hearing the stop signal, curiously gathered around the main camera. Donnie still wore a serious expression, but he felt much more relaxed inside. For him, this was his first leading role in 10 years, and he was satisfied. "Dear Donnie, you are amazing." Weenies had been watching her husband from off-camera, cheering him on in her heart. When she saw the successful take, she felt immense pride. Donnie patted his wife's head, his face full of affection. "Your turn is coming up. Make sure to perform well." In front of the main camera, Lu Bai chatted with a few senior colleagues. "Junior, I think this shot is fine and can be used directly," Chun Rinchuan said with a smile. He didn't expect the first filming of a major production to go so smoothly, which boosted his confidence. As the investor, director, and producer, Liu Bai, who had seen several drafts of the script, was also extremely satisfied with Donnie's performance. I agree. We can shoot the scene of Donnie coming in from outside now, Liu Bai said with a smile. Everything was going much more smoothly than expected. The shots were not strictly filmed according to the storyline, but were considered from a convenient angle. The same scene would be shot multiple times, and the final editing would complete the correct playback sequence. Donnie still had 2 more shots to film. One was him and the bald villain walking in from the corridor, waving to the reporters, with weenies following behind, holding a handbag. Look who's here. The villain clapped and congratulated. Together, they walked into the crowd of reporters. This set of shots was simple and passed in one take. The speed was so fast that Liu Bai was quite surprised. Perhaps it wouldn't take 3 months to finish? Liu Bai harbored expectations, feeling even more eager about drawing the marked suit, if judged by attention and revenue. It was hard to say which generation of the suit it was. Liu Bai hadn't forgotten the system's requirements. Although items could be drawn, there were limitations. Moreover, in the first Iron Man, 3 generations of marked suits appeared. The first was a clunky, rough iron gadget made in a cave that could shoot fire. The second was unpainted, purely silver in color, capable of flying but lacked an anti-icing device, making it prone to freezing at high altitudes. The third was the version most familiar to the public, in red and yellow, designed based on a classic car and considered the most iconic. Only in the third generation were various weapon systems added, such as bullets from the shoulders, flares from the ankles, and energy blasts from the palms. Of course, the art team was still working on the props, and those shots hadn't been filmed yet. Winners, get ready. It's your turn, Chen Rinchuan reminded. Soon, the actors were prepared. As the clapperboard snapped, Winners' official shot began. The scene she was performing involved walking into a reception with Tony Stark, where a short man approached her as soon as she stood still. He was from the precursor of a certain agency. With a polite smile, he greeted Miss Potts. Winners replied, "Yes. Can I have a word with you? I'm not participating in the QA, but the press conference is about to start." "I'm not a reporter," the man introduced himself. "I'm Agent Phil Coulson, and I belong to the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Winners looked at the business card he handed over and commented, "That's quite a mouthful." "Yeah, we're still working on that," the man said, expressing interest in learning more about Tony Stark's specific escape. Winners replied that it would be added to the agenda, and the agent nodded in thanks before leaving the shot. This set of filming was also completed in one take, leaving the crew in disbelief. "Old Lou, where did you find these actors? Their delivery and acting skills are incredible." "Yeah, my goodness. Even if they aren't super famous, their performances are explosive." Hearing the praise from his seniors, Liu Bai couldn't help but smile. The actors he sought were not those who prioritized fame, but rather those who were strong in all aspects. Additionally, they valued the script, having read and memorized it thoroughly. Completing simple scenes in one take was nothing remarkable. Assistant director Chen Rinchuan was also very excited, holding a megaphone and saying, "Props team, get ready. Some actors will change costumes. Now the main cast will leave the set to film the scene of Tony Stark getting out of the car. And we aim to do it in one take." The crowd quickly dispersed. Most of the extras playing reporters headed to the dressing room to change. Meanwhile, Downey Winnis and Jeff, playing the main antagonist, exited the venue to film the scene of getting out of the car. As for the props team, they were setting up chairs to prepare for the final segment of the shoot. It was the moment when Tony Stark, under the questioning of reporters, personally admitted that he is Iron Man. The 2 sets of shots were filmed in the same location, making it more convenient to shoot them together. After all, renting this place costs hundreds of thousands a day, so saving wherever possible is essential. The following scenes weren't all smooth sailing. There were some outtakes, with some forgetting their lines and others requiring reshoots due to poor performances. However, these instances were minimal, which is a normal occurrence. Soon, evening arrived. Downey had little time to rest and was fully immersed in the filming. That night, he had one last scene to complete at the venue. A luxury sports car drove into the frame from the fountain area. Downey handed the car to the valet and then walked into the bustling red carpet event. "Hey, Tony. Do you remember me?" A beautiful actress approached him. Downey calmly replied, "Not at all," and then walked over to the villain who was being interviewed, asking, "What's going on in this world? I wasn't even invited to my own party." The bald villain awkwardly chuckled. "It's quite a surprise to see you." Downey responded, "See you inside." The villain caught Downey's arm and whispered, "Listen, take it easy. I think I've calmed the board down." Downey casually replied, "Sure. I just need to let off some steam for a bit." The bald character's gaze held a deeper meaning. Cut. Director Chen looked at the main screen and shouted, "This set of shots is good. Actors, please exit the frame," leaving only the actor playing the reporter as we prepare to shoot the confrontation scene with Stark. The crowd orderly left the scene, and the actor in reporter attire stepped in. Downey picked up a few prepared photos from the props team, showcasing Stark Industries' weapons and equipment. Positions. With a loud call, the actors moved to their designated spots. Downey stood on the steps, tapping into an angry emotion as he looked at the bald character, Jeff. A clapperboard entered the frame, and with a snap, filming began. Please step back. Jeff instantly got into character, blocking the reporter's long camera with his hand, refusing to be photographed. Downey, hiding his anger, calmly asked, "Have you seen these photos?" Jeff also entered his role, staring coldly at Downey, finally smirking. "Let's take a picture, come on." With their arms around each other's shoulders, Jeff leaned in to reveal the truth. "Tony, do you know who pushed you out? It was me who proposed the ban against you." Facing the clicking cameras, he smiled. "Only this way can I protect you." After patting Downey on the shoulder, Jeff coldly exited, leaving a bewildered Downey watching his back. This set of shots quickly passed. The difficulty of this filming was nothing for the two of them, and they didn't even need a rehearsal. Naturally, the plot of Downey attending the ball wouldn't be filmed here, as the rental fee for the venue was about to expire. They would find a cheaper location, set it up, and shoot the necessary scenes to splice in later. Cut. Great job, everyone. The filming task for tonight has concluded. It's time to go back and take a nice hot shower. The assistant director, Chun, stood up and smiled while clapping his hands in acknowledgement. The extras exited the scene, returned their costumes and equipment, and left, waiting for the crew's next shooting notification. Donnie approached the main console and couldn't help but enthusiastically hug Liu Bai, saying, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Liu Bai snapped back to reality from his surprise, smiled helplessly, and patted Donnie's back. "Inviting you to be the lead actor is my best decision." Donnie's eyes were filled with gratitude, and his smile was uplifting. "Your recognition means a lot to me. I will work hard to make this film great." "All right, go wash up and rest. We have more filming tasks tomorrow." Donnie left. Liu Bai also helped to pack up the equipment. Although he was the director, he entrusted all filming matters to Chun and his team. Not only did they have strong filming skills, but they were also professional directors. With these exceptionally talented actors, collaborating was incredibly enjoyable. Liu Bai felt that spending the whole day with the crew was somewhat unnecessary. Everything was achieving the effects he desired. "What are the arrangements for the next filming?" Liu Bai asked. "The sports car has been rented, and we will definitely be shooting some driving scenes. The professional driver is already in place." Chen explained while holding the schedule. "Tomorrow's filming will take place at a casino. I've already discussed with the person in charge. We'll rent a private room to film scenes of Tony Stark playing dice, as well as shoot some footage in the corridor. In the evening, we'll film the dialogue with the female reporter on the street." Liu Bai nodded, satisfied. Everything was well arranged. There weren't many scenes left to shoot in this region. The majority of the storyline would be filmed in an artificially constructed cave, which the art team was currently building in a nearby location. Once that was completed, they would return to continue filming there. The Iron Man's workshop would also be constructed and filmed in the same area. "I feel confident with you here. I will head back first to check on the props team and personally oversee the production," Liu Bai said. For the crucial mech props, even if Liu Bai provided the blueprints, he would ensure strict quality control. He was concerned about potential issues that could affect the filming schedule. After all, no matter how well the images were drawn, the model makers still had to answer to the artists. "All right, we'll take care of things here. There aren't many shots left. Most of the scenes can be filmed back in the other location. Additionally, we also have desert and Gobi scenes available there," Chen replied. Liu Bai nodded and took a late flight back. It was too late to do much, so he just sent messages to the art and props teams to inform them that he would check in tomorrow. To save costs, Liu Bai didn't stay at a hotel and went straight back to school. "Liu Bai, where have you been for the past few days?" As soon as he returned to his dorm, his roommate curiously asked. Then excitedly inviting him, "I finished writing my script tonight. I plan for a few of us in the dorm to shoot it together. Are you coming?" Liu Bai shook his head. "I won't go. I'm already filming." His roommate exclaimed in surprise. "Is it that superhero theme of yours?" The other two roommates also leaned in, looking curious. They subconsciously thought it was a film like Anti-Japanese Hero. Indeed, Liu Bai nodded. Was the filming going smoothly? Quite smoothly. Liu Bai was very impressed with those actors. Tony, as a professional actor, could handle the big moments even after nearly a decade without acting. The filming tasks were rather light. However, a few roommates exchanged glances. Unsure of what to say, they could only bring up what they had heard. "Liu Bai, you weren't here today, and you missed a big news." Han Mo Ying's self-directed and self-acted film reportedly had its script changed again. She even invited a senior from the performing arts program for a cameo, who is quite a popular star now, at least at the third-tier level, and doing a cameo is a huge deal. We originally thought that class leader Lin Ming was the strongest, considering the terrifying budget of 5 million and the support of an online novel script. No one expected Han Mo Ying to have such a burst of creativity. "You really don't know what you missed out on, Liu Bai?" The roommates chattered, feeling sorry for Liu Bai. Hearing this, Liu Bai was taken aback. What had prompted Han Mo Ying to change the script? Wasn't the original script good? P.S. To the handsome men and beautiful women reading this, please spare a 5-star review. The new author really needs your encouragement. It only takes 3 seconds to ignite the author's passion for writing. Please. Chapter 11. Lin Ming's confidence. Would you like to join my crew? Lu Bai couldn't understand what had motivated Han Moang. Why would she change a well-crafted script? And inviting a senior star? It seemed she was not satisfied with just releasing short videos. She probably wanted to go for the online movie route. It shouldn't be because of the script for Iron Man, right? Lu Bai wondered. In the end, he felt there was indeed a possibility of that. He didn't want to think about it anymore. He had plenty of things to do. He decided to ask her when they met later and went to sleep. The next day, the sun rose, and the air was pleasant. Lu Bai washed up early and left the dormitory. While buying breakfast at the cafeteria, he saw a few cameras filming a scene. Just you few. Do you want to trouble me? A man with a charming gaze faced several young delinquents, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. Hey, kid, today is your last day. The group laughed, just as they were about to make a move. However, they heard heavy footsteps approaching from outside. Stop. A group of well-dressed individuals rushed in, and then knelt on one knee. We greet the Dragon King. Their powerful aura intimidated the delinquents. Lu Bai stood by, watching with great amusement. This absurd plot was awkwardly funny, truly entertaining. His laughter caught the attention of the director. That was Lin Ming. He was a classmate of Lu Bai and served as the class leader. Upon seeing Lu Bai, Lin Ming squinted his eyes slightly, revealing some hostility. After a moment of hesitation, he greeted, "Oh, it's Lu Bai, here for breakfast?" He knew Lu Bai was close to Han Moang, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, especially since Lu Bai looked so fair-skinned, increasing his sense of vigilance. Everyone in the class knows that Lin Ming is openly pursuing the class beauty, and he's quite the show-off about it. However, Han Moang completely ignores him. This also makes him quite displeased with Lu Bai, but he doesn't show it, as he wants to maintain his image. Yeah, Lu Bai nodded. I happen to be filming right now. Do you want to join my crew? The production budget is quite substantial. Lin Ming approached, flanked by a few classmates who were trying to get in his good graces. With a smug smile, Lin Ming invited. I bought the rights to a novel that's currently quite popular. There's a chance we could find a distribution company and get it directly into theaters. Working with me would also add a nice entry to your resume. Lu Bai calmly shook his head. No thanks. I'm already filming. Although the offer seemed kind, the way Lin Ming looked down at him with an air of superiority made him uncomfortable. His refusal left a few sycophants puzzled. Lu Bai, what are you doing? The class monitor is giving you a chance to join the crew. You should cherish it. Yeah, what future does your film have? You've seen our strength, right? The actors are all quite capable, also from our school as performing arts program. This is a rare opportunity. Just join us. The class monitor is nice and willing to help you. Forget it, Lu Bai thought, feeling that he was above a crew with just a 5 million budget. The comments from the sycophants made the atmosphere feel off to outsiders. They weren't particularly skilled. They just got into the crew by flattering others. And they could tell when to read the room. They were deliberately trying to provoke a reaction. Lin Ming, although feeling that it wasn't dignified, actually felt quite pleased. So, he didn't stop them but instead smiled and said, I wish you a smooth shoot. Lu Bai's gaze remained calm, not taking it to heart at all. He bought some buns and soy milk and left the cafeteria. He had informed the props and art department the night before that he would come today to check on the progress of the prop manufacturing. Taking a taxi, Lu Bai arrived at the props manufacturing company. The props for the film were outsourced to this company. Although the place wasn't too large, it had all the necessary equipment and sufficient manpower. Inside the studio, green curtains surrounded the area. There were 2 locations being rushed for rendering and manufacturing. One was the office environment of Iron Man, and the other was a cave setup. Both were significant scenes in the film. The reason for setting up in this city was not only due to lower labor costs, but also because the construction speed would be fast. They could start filming here directly. Director Lu, what you see now is the Mark I armor, restored according to the drawings you provided. A manager said while showing Lu Bai around the production area. It's strictly made according to the proportions of the lead actor. Most of the parts have been completed. It just needs assembly now. As they toured the production area, Lu Bai saw various steel components, imagining how they would look when put together. How long will assembly take? Lu Bai asked as he picked up a mask with rectangular eye sockets and breathing slots below. He held it up to his face, peering through the eye holes of the armor to satisfy his curiosity about the outside world. He used to dream of having his own mech while watching movies. And the thought of wearing it, invincible and unstoppable, excited him. Now, Lu Bai is even more eager. Once the filming is done, perhaps his dream will come true. What's more important is that what he gains is not just the mech, but the abilities defined within the film, capable of flying, charging, emitting waves, and being bulletproof. It's so perfect that Lu Bai can hardly contain his excitement. With it, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine, even as an ordinary person. Today, he can try assembling it, and if everything goes well, he should be able to move and perform actions while wearing it, as the manager explained. Lu Bai nodded and set down the mask. Then, the 2 moved to another manufacturing room. Liu Bai saw that Mark II and III were being produced. Utilizing 3D printing technology to mix metal powder with PLA, polylactic acid, significantly shortening the manufacturing time. The mechs produced are also lighter, fitting the human body better, with a stronger metallic feel. Of course, it's unrealistic to expect the props team to create high-tech mechs. The main reliance is still on post-production special effects rendering. If I could get my hands on the red-yellow Mark III, or even the silver Mark II, maybe I could participate directly in the next film? Liu Bai couldn't help but wonder, would it be too overwhelming if the Mark mech actually flew on set? Chapter 12. Filming wraps up. Iron Man is about to premiere. Thinking of this, Liu Bai felt joyful. But soon, he became frustrated. In the first Iron Man, whether it was the second or third generation mech, putting it on or taking it off was not easy. It required mechanical assistance for assembly and couldn't be switched out independently. This felt a bit less cool. On the bright side, this was already the best outcome in Iron Man 1. Although it was cumbersome to wear, having mechanical assistance gave it a more cyberpunk feel, making it even more hardcore. Liu Bai was determined. He absolutely had to film the subsequent Iron Man series and must secure a nano-level Iron Man mech. However, for now, Liu Bai had more important things to do. He picked up his phone and carefully filmed the production process of Mark II. In his footage, each metallic part was being processed in the lathe, under the guidance of professionals. Liu Bai personally assembled it and paired it with an AI smart chip that allowed the mech to answer simple questions. He believed these filming materials would soon come in handy. Half a month later, filming progressed smoothly. They first shot scenes from Tony Stark's workshop, and now they were about to film the cave sequence. This plot point was crucial, marking Tony Stark's complete transformation. The scientist, played by Ian's son, picks up a gun and charges alone to buy time for Stark to power the mech, ultimately getting shot multiple times and collapsing on a sack, barely alive. Ian's son, this is my plan, Stark. Donnie, wearing the heavy steel armor, felt the weight of the moment. After lifting his helmet, he feigned ease and said, "You still need to see your family, get up." Ianson shook his head in pain, portraying a sense of weakness and helplessness. "My family is gone. I have to go see them." "Stark, it's fine, I want this. Tony let out a heavy sigh and forced a strained smile. He looked at Ianson with a serious expression, his words carrying a weight. "Thank you for saving me." Ianson opened his eyes weakly. Looking at the genius man he often saw in the news, the heir to a military-industrial empire, who was always immersed in tabloid headlines, he couldn't help but advise, "Don't waste your life." With a sharp gasp, Ianson completely closed his eyes. Tony's eyes were filled with pain and anger as he turned his gaze toward the cave entrance. The sound of machinery grinding echoed. Yes, this one is good. The emotions were perfectly controlled. The filming inside the cave was complete. Now we need to shoot the scenes outside. The location has been chosen in the Kinzu Desert area, announced his senior, Chen Renchuan. He explained that the main actors would take a half-day break before heading to the filming site. Everything was proceeding according to the schedule, and time was tight. Soon, over a month passed. Liu Bai placed great importance on the first film, as it was related to the rewards for extracting items. So he stayed with the crew throughout the process. He learned a lot of professional knowledge and became increasingly adept at managing the production. However, with the intense filming and various expenses, the costs were rising quickly. Surprisingly, due to the smooth filming, many areas managed to save costs, resulting in over 20 million saved. When all the content was filmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Cut. Thank you all for your hard work. Go back and rest well. Tonight, we celebrate the wrap. Liu Bai, sitting in the director's chair, called out cut skillfully, feeling relaxed. The shots he planned to film were all vetted versions suitable for theaters, which eliminated many unnecessary takes. Additionally, with a familiar team, there was no pressure on props, and the actors performed excellently, significantly reducing filming time. Liu Bai was very satisfied with this. Finally finished. I'm going to be a real director. Chen Renchuan exclaimed excitedly, feeling a surge of pride. This was his first true feature film as a director. Previously, they had only made niche short films with no big investments. Now, this shoot fulfilled a dream he had for years. Although the process was tough, it was exhilarating. For the past 2 months, he felt energized, staying with the crew, eagerly anticipating what the final film would look like. Another senior cheerfully remarked, "The filming is officially complete. Now it's time for post-production and special effects. We can also take a break for a while." Hearing this, Chen Renchuan restrained his smile and shifted his gaze from the actors who had shed their roles, curiously asking, "Liu Bai, the promotion for the film is crucial. Have you thought of a promotional plan?" Another senior feigned anger, saying, "If you keep calling me your financial backer, I'll have to deal with you right here." Chen Renchuan apologized humbly, saying, "I was wrong." Liu Bai watched his senior brothers having fun and couldn't help but smile. Their good relationship allowed for such jokes, which made Liu Bai feel very warm. He replied, "There's still some funding left. We can allocate part of it for promotion. I already have a rough idea of the promotional methods." Chen Renchuan nodded, "That's good. We're not familiar with this area, Otherwise, the films I shot before wouldn't have had high quality but low viewership. He mentioned that short videos have a wide range of promotion channels, and Lubai could give it a try. Lubai nodded in agreement, as he also had similar thoughts. The task given by the system was based on box office and social attention, which determined the level of rewards. The short video promotion trend definitely required significant effort. As evening approached, a hotel lobby hosted several large tables filled with people. The number wasn't many. Chen Rinchuan's team only had 6 members, and those outsourced crew members who had been paid had already left. Most attendees were people from the film industry in the region. Compared to the large film crews online, the scene felt a bit quieter. However, everyone appeared excited rather than despondent, discussing the significance of the film while enjoying drinks in a cheerful atmosphere. Donnie, dressed in a neat suit, sat at the main table. As the lead actor, he respectfully toasted Lu Bai and Chen Rinchuan, expressing gratitude for their support and trust during this period. He raised his glass, stating, "The local liquor is quite strong. I drink this to show my respect." The filming experience had been enjoyable, allowing him to fully immerse himself in his role. The thrill of acting alongside his peers had gradually returned after 10 years, leaving him both nostalgic and melancholic every night. Yet, he knew everything would turn out well. On this land, he would eventually return to his home and reclaim his place in the industry. He believed in himself and in Lu Bai. Lu Bai had previously mentioned that there would be a sequel to a popular superhero film, and he would still invite him to be the lead, which left Donnie feeling both honored and anxious. The film had not yet premiered, and it had not been tested in the market, but the very promise made had deeply touched him. Lu Bai represented a mentor in his life, someone who had pulled him from the abyss, leaving him filled with gratitude that he couldn't express. I also toast to both directors and the talented young individuals here. Donnie's wife, Vanessa, elegantly dressed in a long gown, stood up and said, "If it weren't for you, Donnie would still be lost, and I would be in postpartum depression. It is your excellent film and unique character portrayals that helped me emerge from my depression and discover a new self. I salute you." Lu Bai stood and raised his glass, joined by the others. The wrap party ended in a warm and joyful atmosphere. Lu Bai stayed at the hotel. After taking a hot shower, he felt much clearer-headed. Wrapped in a white towel, he sat at the table, contemplating the upcoming plans. Chapter 13, Shock. Iron Man made his first appearance on Blue Planet, and Lin Ming was shocked. After returning to the hotel from the wrap party, Lu Bai leaned back in his chair, contemplating the upcoming promotional strategy. The system had mentioned that the rewards for item extraction are based on revenue and attention. Therefore, box office performance and public interest must not fall short. This is also crucial in determining what kind of items I will extract. Lu Bai was confident about the box office. The quality of Iron Man had been validated on Earth, making it a successful model for commercial films. He had observed that science fiction films on Blue Planet mostly featured heroic figures with strong moral righteousness, often leading to severe homogenization. Not only did the audience experience aesthetic fatigue, but Lu Bai found it hard to continue watching after a few films, as they all seemed to come from the same mold. This also contributed to the generally low box office performance of science fiction films on Blue Planet. After understanding these factors, Lu Bai was not worried. Iron Man was different from traditional sci-fi hero themes. It was a story of a playboy's self-redemption, with a lighthearted overall tone and surprising plot twists. This would definitely stir some response in the stagnant sci-fi film scene on Blue Planet. What remained was the promotion. Promotion was a crucial step that directly related to revenue and attention. Lu Bai's expression became serious as he searched through short videos on his laptop. These were materials he had filmed at the prop-making company months ago. Each video featured either himself or someone he hired, along with records of him assembling the props. Spending money on promotion was one way, but he could also operate his own social media. After a sleepless night, Lu Bai quickly edited the videos. As a film school student, he was quite skilled with editing software. Soon, he typed a title in the Creation Center. After 2 months, a step-by-step guide to assembling a smart mech. Lu Bai clicked send, stretched, and then collapsed into bed to sleep. Lin Ming was the class leader of the film department and had been fascinated with mecha films since childhood, which led him to pursue filmmaking. However, the mecha figurines he once treasured had now been relegated to storage, gathering dust. He wondered if he was simply disappointed with the current mecha themes. The films released recently had become increasingly dull, with none capturing his interest. Lin Ming closed the film One-Eyed Little Treasure and aimlessly browsed the platform. His own film was nearing completion and would soon be ready for editing and submission, so he wasn't worried. The only team that posed a threat to him was Han Muying's. However, he couldn't figure out why she had suddenly changed the script and invited a senior star to help out. Thinking of Han Muying made Lin Ming feel somewhat withdrawn. It was well known that he liked her, but she had always been indifferent towards him, which was distressing. If there was anyone who posed a real threat to him, it was Lu Bai. He was not only handsome, but also close to Han Muying. However, he had to admit that Lu Bai's writing skills were impressive. This change in the script by Han Muying might have something to do with him. Lu Bai claimed to be making a film, but he had no idea what he was up to. His roommate mentioned that they hadn't seen much of him in recent months. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. If he didn't see Han Meng at school every day, he would worry that he was wearing a green hat. He was tall and sturdy, but his appearance was ordinary. Fortunately, his parents worked hard to make him a rich second generation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to pursue the goddess of his class. The goddess, who had never been in a relationship, was indeed very attractive. Lin Ming swallowed, setting aside his romantic thoughts, and began to assess his current situation. He knew that his career was the most important thing right now. Once he became a great director, how many goddesses would be out of reach? Moreover, the Academy would soon hold a film selection event, with professional film industry personnel attending. There would be well-known directors and first-line actors from outside the school. If he could gain their recognition, he could definitely soar to great heights. This opportunity was crucial for him. However, there were 3 classes in the film major, each filled with talent, and the pressure was significant. But with his confidence and the quality of his film, it was not impossible to compete. Just as Lin Ming was about to close the video platform, a title caught his eye. Learn to assemble a smart mech in 2 months, step by step. More importantly, the mech's red and yellow color scheme, smooth lines, and rigid contours made it look like a work of art. It struck him like a heavy punch. At that moment, he was completely captivated. Chapter 14. Iron Man video shocks the video platform. Trending already? Wow, that's kind of cool. Lin Ming stared at the mech on the cover, unable to look away. The bold red and yellow color scheme struck his eyes with great impact, causing his heart to flutter. Step by step to create a smart mech? Seeing the title, Lin Ming couldn't help but smile. With today's technological advancements, smart furniture was already common, and high-tech mechanical exoskeletons had long been popular in the military, just not yet up to civilian standards. Thinking this way, he realized the video's hype outweighed its actual significance. It was likely made by a player. Just looking at the design and color scheme was indeed appealing. Lin Ming was quite tolerant of this and didn't have strict expectations. After all, it was designed by the public, meant for enjoyment. If certain aspects stood out, he could easily give it a thumbs up. He no longer hesitated and clicked on the video. The video opened with a lathe at work, laser printing the mech's sharp lines. Soon, a rigid silver-white mask was born, accented by technology. Such a simple scene sparked a lot of discussion in the comments. The person who designed this mask is talented. Yeah, it doesn't look handsome, but the metallic texture is so strong. Is this the romance that belongs to men? So cool. I was attracted by the red and yellow color scheme on the cover, but didn't expect the silver-white to look so good. This design is indeed awesome. Lin Ming felt a tremor in his heart as he saw the unpainted silver-white mask. His face filled with admiration. The pure metallic steel texture really struck his chord. This was the mech he had always dreamed of. Lin Ming exclaimed in awe. His gaze remained fixed on the video, where he saw the polished mask, appearing even shinier under the flow of coolant. Then a figure appeared in the frame, wearing a mask to shield against the dust from the machining process. The figure meticulously assembled various cooled parts one by one in front of the camera, thoroughly satisfying the curiosity of all viewers. Wow, this is truly a hands-on tutorial. How thoughtful. Did the content creator forget the most important point? It's not that we lack hands, it's that we lack brains. Someone up there is speaking the truth. I must say, the content creator is incredibly skilled. Every step is interconnected, with no unnecessary fluff. Definitely not a novice. Could they be a big name in the hobby community? I checked the creator's profile, and this account was just registered today, with only this first video posted. They must be a pro's alternate account. That's impressive. Lin Ming was also engrossed. Although he wasn't a professional, he had encountered quite a few mecha figures and knew a bit about the craft. From his perspective, while the mecha's design was striking and its metallic lines smooth, other aspects were rather simplistic. However, that didn't hinder his appreciation. As long as it looked cool, that was all that mattered. The video was short, only 3 minutes long. The camera detailed every assembly step. Each screw was perfectly placed. And after an automatic spray paint treatment, it transformed into a bold red and yellow color scheme with striking visual impact, especially in front of the pitch-black backdrop. The faint blue glow emanating from the mecha's eyes made countless hearts race. The comments section exploded at that moment. Wow, this design is really cool. Big name. I'm following you. Is this mecha for sale? It's a large figure. I love it. I need this for my collection. Stop talking and drop the link. Comments surged. Likes skyrocketed, and many viewers went straight for a triple click, causing the video's popularity to soar, quickly reaching 2,000 simultaneous viewers. Lin Ming was also exhilarated, especially by the glowing mecha eyes in the darkness. They were exactly to his taste. So cool, I really like it. He was even considering buying it for his collection. Just based on the design alone, it would be worth it. But before he could message the creator, he saw at the end of the video a black screen with white text. I want to film a movie for this mecha. See you before the new year. As soon as the subtitles faded, the comments went wild. Lin Ming felt a sense of connection. Chapter 15. Lin Ming sent a message in the chat window. What is he up to? Amazing, he's going to make a video too? Support. Creator, you must really love this mecha. It's definitely cool. I will definitely contribute. I'll wait for your updates on the platform. I'm following you. The atmosphere on the platform was still very friendly. Seeing the final subtitle, most comments were encouraging and supportive. After all, they loved watching creators chase their dreams. Even junior high school students posting videos about how many likes they received can attract a crowd of supporters for every ridiculous dream. This time, they similarly embraced the spirit of fun. However, they thought it would be released in the form of short videos, without anyone considering a cinematic approach, including Lin Ming, the class leader from the film department. He wants to make a video? Lin Ming's eyes lit up at the thought. He didn't expect the uploader to be a film enthusiast. As a film major, I can offer some advice. After all, I am a professional. Finally, I thought about whether I could buy that mech. It really appealed to me. With that in mind, he sent a private message. However, the uploader's ID, named Lu Bai, seemed to be quite common. With so many people sharing the same name, it couldn't be that coincidental, right? The next day, it was sunny. Lu Bai woke up in the hotel, feeling a bit disoriented. After a few months of tight filming schedules, he found it a bit strange to have free time now. With no classes at school, he just needed to submit a film before the winter break to complete his assignments. The film was in the editing and post-production stage, and given the technological standards, it could be rendered in a month at the slowest. Then he could apply for a release number, find a cinema chain or distributor, and after negotiating the profit share, it would be ready for the big screen. He even had Senior Chin apply for the appearance patent of Iron Man. And now he really had nothing much to do. Lu Bai shook his still groggy head and picked up his phone to check the video response. To his surprise, there were a lot of private messages in the background, and his fan count had skyrocketed to over 10,000 overnight. The likes he received exceeded 50,000. The platform even sent a notification that his video made it to the trending list. This discovery thrilled Lu Bai. His previous efforts were not in vain. He didn't expect this video to gain such traction. Filled with joy, Lu Bai immediately registered multiple accounts on various platforms, such as Douyin and Kuaishou, all under the name Lu Bai. However, some platforms had restrictions for newcomers on video length, so Lu Bai, ignoring his hunger, created a 15-second version of the video to post on the short video platform, aiming to attract even more attention. After all, the value of the items drawn depended on social interest. Interest could also be converted into box office revenue. This was tangible profit. Although the video was gaining popularity, he couldn't skimp on promotional expenses. With that in mind, Lu Bai spent 5 yuan on personal promotion for his Douyin video. Even though the video was just a few seconds long, re-editing it with music and adjusting frame by frame was indeed time-consuming. An hour later, after finishing his morning routine, Lu Bai checked out of the hotel. As he took a taxi back to school, he finally had time to look at the private messages from the platform users. Many people were asking if the mech was for sale, some requested design blueprints outright, and most were encouraging. However, what surprised Lu Bai was an invitation from someone claiming to be a staff member of a tech exhibition. Hello, I am a representative from the Qingzhou Technology Exhibition. We primarily lead the annual technology trends, inviting not only tech companies, but also outstanding tech talents from the community. I noticed that your mecha design is exceptional and meets our collaboration standards, so I sincerely invite you to participate in the technology exhibition during the Spring Festival. There will also be segments introducing technology and design to other guests, and the entire event will be live-streamed. If you prefer, you can choose not to appear on stage. Lu Bai understood this as well. The other party likely recognized the popularity of his videos, and with the design being truly remarkable, it gained market approval. Leading to this invitation, Lu Bai is not opposed to it. For him, the technology exhibition could also promote the film, although he is unsure if the timing will work out. Alright, I will participate. The ability to extract items is limited. As far as Lu Bai knows, the revenue from extraction must be settled after the film is no longer showing. Therefore, if the technology exhibition starts while the film is still running, he can only bring the 3D, crafted film props to maintain appearances. After responding to the exhibition promoter, Lu Bai continued browsing private messages on a video sharing platform. To his disappointment, there were no inquiries from advertisers, which dashed his hopes of recovering financially. With too few fans, he lacks industry influence. Perhaps one day I could become a prominent creator too? Lu Bai briefly fantasized and scrolled through the private message interface, soon noticing an ID that caught his attention. The person messaging him had the ID, Film Industry Lin Ming. Chapter 16. Hidden Talents in the Film Academy. Han Mo Ing actually follows Iron Man? What a coincidence. Seeing the familiar name, Lu Bai smiled lightly. He knew that Lin Ming did not have a favorable impression of him, seemingly annoyed by the friendly collaboration between him and Han Mo Ing. Naturally, he felt the same way about Lin Ming. After crossing over, facing inexplicable hostility made it hard for him to remain unconcerned. Additionally, the incident in the cafeteria, where Lin Ming looked down on him as if bestowing the opportunity to collaborate was indeed off-putting. Liu Bai was unsure if the person who sent the private message was the same individual and curiously opened it. Upon reading the message, he confirmed it was indeed the class monitor he remembered. Film industry Lin Ming. Hello, Up Master. I was greatly surprised to see your mecha design. This is exactly the type of mecha I've always dreamed of. It's so cool. At the end of your video, I noticed you plan to shoot a video for the mecha. Coincidentally, I am a student majoring in film and am currently shooting my own online movie with an investment of 5 million. I have some insights on filming, so feel free to ask me any questions. Although Lin Ming was interested in the mecha, directly stating he wanted to buy it for his collection would be somewhat embarrassing. After all, he would become a prominent director in the future and needed to maintain some prestige. Once they got familiar, he could casually ask if he could buy it for under 100,000. This price might be expensive for an average person, but for interested wealthy individuals, it would be quite worthwhile. Many fans of the anime culture buy figurines, with a single wall worth as much as a house in a big city. The figurines are only palm-sized, made of resin and clay, which are inexpensive materials. Yet some people are willing to spend tens of thousands on them. This is a kind of fervor that ordinary people cannot understand. Lin Ming is no exception. Even if it costs 100,000, to him, it's like spending just 10 yuan, and he feels no pain at all. What matters to him is the design, color scheme, and appearance of the mecha, especially since the current first set has more collectible value. Liu Bai looked at the private message and was surprised by the other party's unexpected politeness. No need, just taking some fun photos with friends. He didn't want to come off as overly friendly and simply replied. To his surprise, Lin Ming responded immediately, okay, I've followed you, waiting for your updates. Can we follow each other back? Liu Bai was taken aback. Was it really that humble? What kind of expression would he have if he knew I was Liu Bai? With this thought, Liu Bai, feeling a bit mischievous, decided to fulfill Lin Ming's request. Sure. Thanks for following back. Looking forward to your subsequent videos. Lin Ming replied happily. Liu Bai chuckled and put away his phone. Still young, huh? The taxi took Liu Bai back to school quickly. The campus was bustling with activity. Many film crews were still shooting, and students were curiously gathering to watch. There were also vocal music students setting up stalls to sing and perform. The air was filled with youthful energy. At first, Liu Bai found this very novel, but after witnessing it almost every day, he became indifferent to it. Back in the dormitory, his roommates were surprised to see him. Liu Bai, where have you been all this time? We haven't seen you around. The smiles on his roommates' faces were full of joy, as if they had something to share. Liu Bai responded, I've been shooting with a film crew. So I wasn't in the dorm. His 3 roommates gathered around, saying, you've missed out on a lot of big news. Have you heard? The film shot by Han Mo-ing got approved for release a few days ago. It said that a senior star helped connect with the distributor, and the film is scheduled to be released at the end of this month. Even our advisor has high hopes for it. Another roommate excitedly continued, yes, our film class is doing great. Lin Ming's film will also be streamed on a major platform, and the profit-sharing ratio is good. Everyone says the chances of breaking even are high, and we might even make a small profit. Of course, classes 2 and 3 are also impressive. It's rumored that some submitted films are being showcased in the region and have even been nominated for film festivals, like the Oscars. Simply incredible. As his roommates chatted animatedly, Liu Bai nodded inwardly. He had never underestimated his fellow students. Anyone who could get into this university had great talent, just needing a good spark of inspiration. And perhaps a brilliant film could emerge. However, Liu Bai didn't have such lofty ideals. He was just a mundane person wanting to make money. Box office performance and social attention directly influenced the rewards in terms of items drawn and could even lead to better scripts. Commercial films were his first choice. After being poor in his past life, now that he was on this new planet, shouldn't he enjoy himself? As Liu Bai looked forward to the early rendering of Iron Man, a phone call came through. Liu Bai picked up his phone and was surprised to see a message from Han Mo-ing. I saw that you're back. I wanted to ask, has Iron Man finished filming? Liu Bai was taken aback. He didn't expect the class beauty to be so interested in Iron Man Chapter 17. Iron Man officially promotes. Shocking netizens. What a divine creator. Hearing the question from the phone, Liu Bai replied, it's finished filming, and we're currently working on the special effects. Han Mo-ing responded with a sound of acknowledgement, her voice sounding quite eager. Is the release date confirmed? Not yet, but it should be soon, Liu Bai said honestly. After the special effects are rendered, they still need to apply for a distribution license. Fortunately, the approval process is quick, usually completed in about 3 days, which saves a lot of time. This period is just right for promotion. Han Mo-ing nodded. I really like your script, and I'll keep my expectations high for the finished product. There were some things she didn't say. Given the scenes she had seen in the script, the required special effects would definitely be a significant expense. Even with a reduction in large-scale scenes, the filming cost would still need to be around 10 million. At the very least, it would have to be 5 million. But could Liu Bai secure such a large investment? Liu Bai didn't know what Han Moing was concerned about and asked, I heard your movie is set to be released at the end of this month, and it's not far off. Is there enough time for promotion? Han Moing put away her regrets and smiled as she replied, not enough time. It's too rushed. Luckily, I have several 100,000 followers on Douyin, so this promotion window is just barely enough. 2 weeks later, during this time, Han Moing's low-budget film was released, and it reportedly received good reactions and made a decent profit. Liu Bai was genuinely happy for her. Meanwhile, he was also busy. Promotion meant box office revenue and social attention, and he didn't hold back. He invested 15 million for the promotional efforts. Not only did he hire a professional marketing team, but he also had his senior brother Chen Rinchuan contact film distributors to reach a cooperation agreement for targeted advertising. He bought numerous promotional articles and placed a large number of ads in Qinzhou, Meizhou, and Kidezhou. In no time, Iron Man became an undeniable presence in the eyes of countless people, especially with its novel design and bold color scheme. It caught the attention of Blue Star citizens. Moreover, Iron Man registered an official Weibo account and, once verified, released an official promotional trailer. The exhilarating music, intricate special effects, smooth visuals, and stunning effects immediately sparked excitement among many. While people were marveling, some users on a particular platform were already shocked. Wait, isn't that the creator we know? This discovery sent chills down their spines. They had witnessed the creator designing the mech and rendering the colors. But now, what was with all this overwhelming advertising? In an instant, countless fans who recognized the creator rushed into the platform, excited and stunned. Creator, come out and speak. Isn't this your design mech? Why is there an official Weibo for Iron Man? This has to be a major project. I thought the content creator was just casually making short videos. But this feels like a blockbuster. This must be an incredible creator. Guys, quickly check it out. The creator has released a new video. As soon as the viewers saw the announcement, they immediately clicked on Liu Bai's profile and caught the new video release. And this is the same type of video as the one released by the famous Iron Man. Is this an official announcement? Am I dreaming? There's really going to be an addictive movie? That mech is called Iron Man. I didn't expect to be following a true big shot. Not only the viewers are in disbelief, but so is Lin Ming from the film crew. He was surfing the internet and didn't expect the overwhelming advertisements to hit him right in the face. An award-winning actor is participating, and it's a project 10 years in the making. A sci-fi masterpiece, making its grand debut. A couple is playing the leading roles. What a divine movie this is. Numerous powerful veteran actors are involved, making it the most anticipated sci-fi film of the year. Lin Ming was stunned, especially by the red and yellow mech, which shook him to his core. Isn't this designed by that creator? This promotional effort must have cost at least 50 million, right? I wanted to give him some pointers, but who am I? Turns out he has a hidden big shot? It seems we're mutual followers? Oh my gosh, I'm riding on a big shot's coattails. Chapter 18. Hanamo was shocked. This movie has no investors. Are you serious? Lin Ming was overly excited. He didn't expect the creator he was mutual with to be a hidden big shot. He immediately sent a private message, expressing his support after the release. At this point, Lin Ming also dismissed any negative thoughts. After all, the ID named Liu Bai did indeed make him feel uneasy. However, such a grand promotional effort is not something an ordinary person can afford. Luckily, it's just a name coincidence, and they aren't acquaintances. Liu Bai didn't expect him to be so enthusiastic and replied, thanks for your support. I hope by the time you find out I made it, you can still keep that friendly demeanor. Lin Ming was ecstatic to receive the reply. He didn't know how the quality of the film would be, but he knew the promotional cost was definitely for a big production. If he could build a good relationship, it would be a valuable connection. Truly, a hidden gem. Lin Ming put down his phone, feeling quite emotional. He speculated that the movie Iron Man must have been completed a long time ago, but only now is it being promoted. The creator's first released mech video should have been a reflection of the initial idea, and it's surprising that it actually got made. Moreover, the cover on the platform is all about promoting the Iron Man movie. The advertising costs left him in awe. This is what a true wealthy second generation looks like. Lin Ming looked around, and Liu Bai's video was topping the trending list. Likes and comments skyrocketed. Oh my gosh. It's just a short video. Is it really necessary to put out such a formal promotional trailer? I can't believe it. The editing style, special effects, and smoothness of the visuals are simply incredible. I can't believe there's such a grand sci-fi film in Qinzhou. It's astonishing. Did you really shoot this? This must be from a big director. It looks like it's the winter break season. I hope it's not yet another film that is all about righteousness and hating evil. Indeed, there's a reason for the decline of sci-fi films in Qinzhou. Most of them just have a sci-fi veneer, telling the same old, tired stories. Such excellent mecha designs shouldn't be wasted. Fans are astonished, and the discussions are heating up. After all, they've been loyal followers since the first video released by Liu Bai. But Han Moing, seeing the overwhelming promotion, feels a mix of emotions. Is this really the script I read? Han Mo-ing gazes at her phone, her pupils rippling with disbelief. Her slender fingers swipe across the screen, her face filled with incredulity. The official announcement is Iron Man, with a renowned actor participating, costing over $100 million. The script Lu Bai showed me is called Iron Man, but something feels off. Her heart races, enveloped by shock, rendering her momentarily unable to think. After a long while, she snaps back to reality. This is truly a movie directed by Lu Bai. It's about to be released, and the promotional campaign is overwhelming. Han Mo-ing sits dazed in her chair at home, unable to fathom such a drastic change. Just half a month ago, she was worried that Lu Bai wouldn't have enough funds to present the script authentically. But now, this grand spectacle doesn't seem like a situation where money is lacking. She doesn't let her thoughts run wild and makes a call to directly inquire. Lu Bai, I've seen the promotion for Iron Man. It's impressive. I want to know, did you find a financier? Han Mo-ing is well acquainted with the process of finding investors for films. The previous film she released also had investors, and in the end, everyone benefited and made a decent profit. As the director, lead actor, and screenwriter, she earned quite a lot. However, the major share still goes to the investors and the cinema chains, which is what concerns her. But looking on the bright side, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Her film had a low cost and a high return, so the next time she makes a film, she can negotiate a higher share and have more say. With the success of her previous film, she could attract even more investment, creating a positive cycle. Of course, Han Mo-ing knows that Lu Bai indeed found a financier. With such a promotional lineup, the profit-sharing ratio is likely to be quite low. It's impossible to make a film without investors to hedge the risks, and Lu Bai probably doesn't have enough funds to support such a large promotional effort, right? Ultimately, Lu Bai will profit, but the share of the box office might not be as ideal. Thinking of this, Han Mo-ing pauses, believing that since it's Lu Bai's first time directing a movie and collaborating with investors, his interests must be significantly squeezed, and anyone would be unhappy in that situation. She sighs softly and comforts him. I don't know what you think of investors. They undeniably tend to exploit, often demanding exorbitant shares, and your profit-sharing ratio must be disheartening, right? Let me share my experience. I shot a short film in high school, and as you know, I was the publicity officer, so seeking sponsorship was something I was used to. This is a normal distribution of interests, so you don't need to worry too much. You may be dissatisfied with how the funding is divided, but on the bright side, you will have more resources to showcase your talents. I believe in you. In the future, you will definitely have your own team to operate your projects independently. Han Mo-ing was still considering how to comfort the other person when Lu Bai's next statement left her completely stunned. What are you talking about? I have no investors. Han Mo-ing frowned. How could there be no investors? Should I say I am the only investor? Lu Bai added. Han Mo-ing, are you speaking human language? Chapter 19. Approval for Iron Man. Screening aloud. Making mecha. Here I come. Lu Bai's honesty left Han Mo-ing speechless. With a beep, the call was abruptly ended. Han Mo-ing still couldn't believe the fact she had just heard. The clown is actually me? This promotional campaign was powerful, with ads for Iron Man even in the region. Although Downey had finished filming for a while, he had not been idle, returning to take on roles. This time he was filming an urban drama, playing a security personnel with some scenes and appearances. If it were before coming to this region, he would have felt satisfied, at least having lines again instead of playing a corpse. However, after working with that esteemed director and enjoying the thrill of starring in a big movie, he still felt a bit unfulfilled. But for the sake of family, he had to keep working hard to earn money. Alright, today's filming is done. Everyone can wrap up. Hey Downey, I heard you shot a movie in this region? The assistant director called out as the crew was finishing up, smiling as he saw Downey approach. His tone somewhat insincere. Downey calmly took off his security uniform and replied, "This is my freedom." It seemed to be yet another boring swordplay scene. Downey, let me give you some advice. Stay away from this region. Otherwise, you might lose your chance at the Best Actor nomination, he added, though that was 10 years ago. Many in the crew laughed. Downey remained unfazed, grabbed his meal box, and headed home. For him, Lu Bai was the true benefactor. What do these short-sighted small crews understand? The assistant director who had mocked him earlier watched Downey's back, silently sneering. Years ago, he had wanted to invite the popular Downey to star in his TV series, but the latter had completely ignored him. Now, seeing him running errands in his own crew provided a sense of superiority and immense satisfaction. Even when the actor made mistakes, his temper had mellowed significantly. At that moment, a crew member hesitated to speak. The assistant director stood up from his chair, casting a questioning look. What's the matter? The person had a complex expression and handed over a tablet. Does this person look like Downey? The assistant director took the tablet without much thought and saw a promotional cover. Downey, dressed in a suit, had scars on his face and was staring resolutely ahead. The assistant played by Win stood with a file bag, looking poised and dignified. Behind them is a mecha in a golden red color scheme, exuding a cool tone. The sci-fi Passionate atmosphere immediately bursts forth, captivating even the assistant director, who can't help but take a few extra glances. The former film emperor makes a powerful comeback, co-starring with his wife in a sci-fi blockbuster. With a budget of $100 million, it creates a new trend in science fiction. A decade-long marriage expresses its love in the most romantic way. Clickbait headlines bombard the scene, instantly piquing everyone's curiosity. Even the assistant director, who had directed the promotions, couldn't suppress a twinge of interest. But when he realized it, he furrowed his brow. He could only let out a sour huff. The promotion seems quite substantial. Can he really turn his fortunes around with just one movie? Even if there is some improvement, he still has to stay in my crew for a month. He might as well continue working as a security guard. When Donnie returned home and sank into the soft sofa, he finally shed his exhaustion. However, to his surprise, Winnes was not at home. It wasn't until the afternoon that he saw his wife push open the door. Donnie set aside the script and stood up to greet her. "Darling, where have you been?" Winnes wore a smile, seemingly rejuvenated and in an incredibly relaxed mood. "I went out for an interview." Donnie was taken aback. "Why didn't I know about this?" Winnes explained. "It was sudden, right? I was informed today at the last minute." "Darling, listen, there's a TV show that wants to invite you to participate in the recording." Donnie was even more confused. Given his current standing, which television station would even consider him? But he wasn't foolish. He quickly connected the dots. Besides the Iron Man script, what else could spark a revival in his career? To readjust to being a leading actor, he often practiced lines with his wife, refining the script. Now, estimating the time, it seemed about time for promotion and release. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited, though he still suppressed his emotions and asked uncertainly, "Has the promotion started?" That $100 million investment cost, if partially allocated for promotion, could yield terrifying effects. "Yes, darling. The promotional campaign is quite grand. All major platforms are promoting the film. Your photo is right in the center of the cover, attracting countless curious eyes. I borrowed your light. I was invited for an interview today, and the show wants to invite you to participate in the recording." Upon hearing this, Donnie's expression froze. He had guessed this possibility, but when reality struck, his heart tightened. He had longed to return to the big screen and appear in the public eye. This day had been a decade in the making. Now that it had truly arrived, he didn't burst into tears or laugh wildly. He simply stood there, a bit dazed. He wasn't sure if he was recalling past hardships or looking forward to a bright future after the rain. Winnes saw her beloved standing there in a daze and felt a pang in her nose. With affectionate eyes, she stepped forward and gently embraced him. "Congratulations, Donnie." Half a month passed. The movie's special effects were finally completed, and at this crucial moment, Liu Bai would never miss out. He personally attended the screening, and overall, the viewing experience was exceptional. The special effects were impressive, creating a strong sense of pressure. Under the rendering of Blue Star technology, it was far more magnificent and atmospheric than the Earth version, filled with details. After watching the film, Liu Bai couldn't find any flaws. With the winter break approaching, he had Chen Renxuan take the film key to the relevant department for approval. Soon, they received a positive response. It could be screened. Liu Bai clenched his fists, his blood boiling with excitement. After promoting for so long, the mecha film was finally here. Chapter 20. The premiere is near. Liu Bai's final promotion method. Upon receiving the screening news, Liu Bai happened to be in his dormitory. He received a call from Chen Renxuan. "Liu, how is the movie arranged?" Liu Bai understood what he meant and went to the balcony to respond. "Scheduled for December 12th, global simultaneous release." Chen Renxuan was taken aback. Although he was confident in the quality of the film, he wondered if a global release was too ambitious. He didn't know that Liu Bai needed box office revenue and attention, but he didn't question Liu Bai's decision, as he was merely an employee while Liu Bai was the producer and the big boss. He just expressed his concern. "I have no objections to the global release, but we'll need to find a major distributor." Liu Bai understood his point. For a movie to be released, cooperation from a distributor was essential. After all, getting approval for the film was just the beginning. It also needed to be released in theaters, which was the distributor's job. Essentially, the distributor acted as an intermediary, responsible not only for promotion and publicity, but also for scheduling and sending copies of the film to theaters. Liu Bai replied that although contacting a major distributor would mean sharing a significant portion of the profits, around 10%, he reminded himself that he also had rewards from the system based on box office revenue and attention. If he were to get Mark II, the value would be immeasurable, not to mention Mark III. Chen Renxuan nodded. "All right, I'll take care of it right away. Let's wait for our good news." After hanging up, Chen Renxuan's worries gradually dissipated, and he became excited. Although they would face competition from films produced by major directors on December 12th, he was not afraid of comparisons. If the film was released globally, with the quality of Iron Man, his name would be remembered by more people. This time, they would crush all the films released simultaneously. Everything was progressing rapidly. The major distributor that Chunrinshuan contacted was also working diligently. Their staff had watched the film and were astonished by its quality, deeming it the most valuable commercial film of the year. The higher-ups were very attentive, quickly finalizing the collaboration and providing unwavering support. The higher the box office, the greater the commission they could earn. The distributor did not dare to be lazy and immediately arranged for personnel to promote in various cinemas, organize events, secure advertising positions, and even oversee ticketing and monitoring, making everything bustling and lively. The promotional efforts across various regions were ramping up, and the changes that Downey felt were even more pronounced. In the small production team, where he plays a security guard, people are looking at him with very complex expressions, and some even take the initiative to build good relationships. Even the assistant director has toned down his arrogance and is being friendly. This time, it's obvious to everyone that he is really about to take off. The promotional efforts are so impressive that anyone who sees them would be astonished, even if the box office turns out to be disappointing. The fact that he has found financial backers is undeniable. Otherwise, why would such a large production hire him? An actor who has been down on his luck for 10 years, as the lead? Thank you for your hard work today, and there's more shooting tomorrow. So no need to rush in too early, the assistant director said with a smile as he got up from the director's chair. In response to the assistant director's goodwill, he felt no exhilaration from his turnaround. Instead, he politely replied, "Sure, director, but I will still arrive on time at the set tomorrow to finish my scenes early." If it were 10 years ago, he would have certainly mocked the assistant director's flattery, but now he is no longer the arrogant young man he once was. Faced with this olive branch, he knows he must start to cultivate the hard-won connections he has. Haha, that's great, the assistant director chuckled, sensing that he had won over the actor. "I heard you have an event to attend tomorrow night?" "Yes, tomorrow night is the premiere of Iron Man. And as a member of the cast, I need to be there," he replied honestly. "However, it definitely won't delay your shooting schedule." The assistant director sensed the respect in his tone, which made him feel comfortable and led him to appreciate the actor more. He decided to give him more scenes, knowing that even if the film's reception and box office were poor, it would be a nice favor to return. He patted the actor on the shoulder and nodded, saying, "Wishing you all the best. The premiere is tomorrow night." Liu Bai was also making his final efforts. He posted a new update, encouraging comments, likes, and shares, promising to randomly give away 100 movie tickets. He released a grid of promotional images and typed a line of text before hitting send. From his observations, the current promotional efforts on Blue Star had not yet included likes and shares, so he borrowed a method that had once been popular on Earth. 3 consecutive supports already. Wishing for a big box office. Liu Bai didn't expect the first comment to come from a familiar ID, film industry Lin Ming. Chapter 21. The Terrifying Promotional Effectiveness. Selected as this year's best marketing case. Seeing Lin Ming's active engagement, Liu Bai casually liked his comment. Lin Ming was thrilled to receive the like notification. This is already familiar, right? He couldn't help but laugh. He had noticed the increasing buzz around the movie's promotion and knew just how powerful this content creator was. Being able to hitch a ride on such a big name was truly a stroke of luck. Is anyone still awake? This is a movie shot by my friend. A big production. Please help me by liking, sharing, and commenting. He shared the update across various groups and sent out a large red envelope, going all out. Soon, he received numerous replies. It seems I still have some influence. Lin Ming was very satisfied. He took a screenshot of the congratulatory messages and sent it via private message on the platform. Strong support. In the class group, Liu Bai naturally saw the repost and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Are you sure we're friends now? When you find out my identity, how will you feel? His ID on a certain platform is Liu Bai, and he never deceived anyone. Liu Bai smiled, but he felt a bit gratified by the other party's enthusiastic promotion. Thank you. Meanwhile, Han Moing from the class group was taken aback by Lin Ming's active reposting and promotion. Have they become this close? However, she didn't bother to ask and instead messaged Liu Bai. Is the premiere tomorrow night? Liu Bai replied, yes. Can you send me a few movie tickets? No problem. As the producer of the film, Liu Bai naturally had extra tickets for the premiere tomorrow night, so it was easy to reserve a few seats. Han Moing put down her phone, feeling a bit dazed. She had read the script before and loved the story at first sight. Later, she worried that Liu Bai wouldn't have the financial support to produce the special effects well, but now that everything was resolved, she felt as if she was in a different world. Oh dear, winter hasn't even passed, and our talented girl is already daydreaming about spring? Her roommate teased as she saw Han Moing lost in thought. Shut up. Han Moing rolled her eyes at her. I'm going to see the movie tomorrow. I got a few tickets. Late at night, Liu Bai fell into a deep sleep, filled with hope for the premiere the next day, unaware that his casual post had gone viral. His latest update received over 300,000 likes, 400,000 comments, and 300,000 shares. It was undoubtedly a huge hit. Lubai didn't expect that the most mindless way of promotion would cause such a sensation on this platform. What kind of promotion is this? The comments, likes, and shares are quite interesting. Is this how you enter the lottery? After I reposted, many others did too. It's just ridiculous. I'm in the promotion industry, and you guys only see the benefits shared by the original poster, but you have no idea how terrifying this promotion method really is. Yeah, it's so simple yet so effective. How did I not think of it? Wow, 100 movie tickets, and it has this kind of terrifying effect? I'm taking notes. The platform was in an uproar. The operation company rented by Lubai, which was in charge of managing the account for a certain superhero film, also noticed this terrifying promotional effect. Quick, immediately replicate the likes, comments, and shares. The operations team leader ordered a follow-up. And this wave of excitement quickly swept across the entire platform. By morning, the likes and comments exceeded 1 million, and this terrifying effect left everyone astonished. This is too exaggerated. The team leader received the news and had mixed feelings. He had been in the promotion industry for over 10 years, and his operational skills could be described as above average. But he never imagined that such a simple and effective promotion method could exist. It actually sparked such massive public engagement. He had a group of peers in the industry, all of whom were experts in promotion. The group had always been lifeless, occasionally posting ads, but now it seemed like everyone was alive. Terrifying, truly terrifying. I also saw it. It's just like a virus. My son's social circle is filled with comments and shares. Yes, it seems they aren't very concerned about the movie ticket rewards. They just find it novel and join in. This promotional method has completely broken my conventional thinking. I never imagined such a simple and straightforward approach could create such a huge response. Indeed, what's even more astonishing is that it almost costs nothing. The milk project I'm in charge of has also jumped on the bandwagon with a like and share campaign. And I didn't expect it to work so well. Haha, the same goes for me. This promotional tactic could be considered the best marketing case of the year. The group members are all quite emotional about it. Some even tagged the original creator. Oldly, I owe you one this time. I've borrowed your idea. Why not come out and say a few words? Yeah, don't just lurk in the shadows. P.S. probably hiding behind his phone, secretly laughing. Oldly, where are you? Oldly is the team leader responsible for the account of a certain superhero film. When he saw others tagging him, he realized what was happening in the group and felt both amused and exasperated. Of course, he wished this case had been his own discovery. It was a great opportunity for fame, potentially doubling his worth, and it could even be used by universities as a successful marketing case. But he was just following the trend too. It wasn't his idea, it was his boss's. He didn't dare to take credit for it. After all, the content had already gone viral on various platforms, and a quick search would reveal everything. Lubai was woken up by a call from Chun, who was extremely excited on the other end. It's gone viral. Completely gone viral. Movie bookings are already full for the next 5 days. This film is going to be a huge hit. Lubai, still half asleep, barely registered the words gone viral, and suddenly woke up. What exploded? Chapter 22. Are there so many imitators in promotion? The premiere has finally arrived. It's the movie pre-sales that have exploded. Chen explained excitedly. Lubai finally understood the situation once he woke up properly. He opened his computer and saw that the likes on the platform had surpassed 500,000. The speed of this spread far exceeded his expectations. He merely thought that such a simple and effortless promotional method hadn't appeared in his own country. So he decided to give it a try, never expecting the results to be so astonishing. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, he continued browsing the platform and even checked out the social media site. He noticed many imitators popping up. Motley Milk's new product launch, likes, comments, and shares will win 100 boxes. The biggest benefit, like, share, and comment, and we will give away 3 laptops. Follow me, leave a comment. And 10 of the latest model pair smartphones will be given away. In no time, countless people's updates were filled with messages of shares and comments. Netizens were celebrating as if it were a festival, and whenever they saw a comment or share, they participated without hesitation, all fantasizing about being the lucky winner. Pick me. I've wanted a computer for a long time, hoping to win. I'm here to lower the winning odds. This phone isn't good looking, the stakes are too high. You all can't handle it, let me take a shot. Lubai watched the bustling scene on social media, and not only were the netizens excited, but the companies were also quite pleased. As long as a few products are sent out, immense attention can be garnered. This incredibly low-cost promotional method is simply too appealing to them. Even offers claiming to give away expensive electronic products can be manipulated behind the scenes. Who knows if they are really giving them away? It can be said that the online world is currently chaotic, with countless giveaways and reposts happening everywhere. Lubai was also taken aback. He seemed to recall his days back on Earth, where he had participated in such activities without missing a single one, yet never won. At least as the first to take the plunge, I garnered the most attention. Lubai smiled. He looked at the official Weibo of Iron Man, where the fan count had already reached 500,000. The number of people aware that the movie was premiering tonight was countless. Liu Bai felt reassured that his efforts during this time had not been in vain. Just as he was about to freshen up, a private message popped up from a staff member at the Science Museum. "Hello, Mr. Liu Bai, do you remember me? We were in contact a month ago. The registration for the Qingzhou Science Expo has officially opened. Do you have time to fill out a form online? Don't worry, we want to collect personal identity information. Just a general description of the exhibition project." This person had messaged Liu Bai when he sent out his first video, inviting him to participate in the exhibition. Aiming to ride the coattails of the hype, and the design of Iron Man was indeed eye-catching. Liu Bai didn't mind. This was an opportunity for mutual achievement, and he naturally agreed to participate. However, so much time had passed that Liu Bai almost forgot about it, not expecting the registration to just be starting now. "Okay, I will fill out the form," Liu Bai replied, quickly completing the registration form. He randomly selected 100 lucky winners in the comments section and then went to freshen up. That evening, Liu Bai, dressed appropriately, entered the cinema with his creative team. His mood was anything but calm. After waiting so long, the day had finally arrived. The premiere ceremony would determine the starting point of the box office. Although he was confident in the film, a sense of anxiety was inevitable. Now, Iron Man was about to meet the inhabitants of the Blue Planet, and Liu Bai was very much looking forward to this moment. It would determine whether he could secure the mark mech. Chapter 23. Lin Ming's overwhelming sense of superiority. Liu Bai, how did he get into the premiere hall? The cinema was bustling with noise. Countless film critics took their seats. The 100 lucky audience members selected by Liu Bai also entered the premiere hall, eagerly waiting for the film to start. They might not be interested in the movie. After all, the sci-fi genre had become overly homogeneous, with preachy tones making it uncomfortable, and the heavy themes had led to poor box office performance for sci-fi films. But participating in such a premiere event was all about satisfying their vanity, as they eagerly boasted on social media. "I won. I'm not dreaming. I really get to see the premiere. This is the screening room for Iron Man. Even more luxurious than I imagined. I've seen the actors. It's my first time meeting a star. I'll go take a photo with them." People were excitedly discussing and celebrating. Han Mo-ing was also among them, sitting with her roommate. This grand premiere ceremony is something she has never experienced before. Although the movies she shot previously had decent box office results, the premieres and promotions were rather modest. "Is this the movie you brought us to see, Han Meng? I can't believe it's this film. The promotion has been so extensive lately, it's hard not to notice. You actually managed to get premiere tickets, and they're pretty good seats too. Impressive. Come on, tell me. Do you have some secret connection with the production team?" To be honest, science fiction isn't really my cup of tea. But since it's organized by Sister Han, I will definitely watch it attentively. Han Meng's roommate sat down next to her, chatting about the upcoming film. Han Meng just listened to their conversation without saying much, instead focusing on the crew members entering the venue. Soon, she spotted Liu Bai in a suit among the directors and main actors. They took their seats in the best viewing area, and she merely smiled faintly, without any desire to reach out. No wonder it's a big production. The scale is truly enviable. However, being able to sit here already feels like a huge win for me. Lin Ming sat in the back row, filled with excitement. He kept taking out his phone to take pictures, sharing them on social media and various group chats. With a hint of showing off in his words, attended the premiere of a major film. The scale is impressive. In the class group chat, he included a panoramic shot, which garnered a lot of flattery from his classmates. "The class monitor is amazing. I can't believe you got to go. I'm so envious. The film's promotion has gone viral, piquing my curiosity, and I've already booked my ticket. Big shots are taking me along." There were many compliments in the group, and when Han Meng saw the photos, she noticed that the shooting position was quite far back, not as good as her own prime viewing spot. She casually replied, "Congratulations." Receiving a response from the class beauty made Lin Ming feel quite pleased. He couldn't help but boast a little. "What a pity, this ticket is quite precious. I had to pull a lot of strings to get one. Next premiere, I'll try to get a couple more tickets. I hope Han Meng can join me." Then, the class group erupted in excitement, as if they had caught wind of some big news. Han Meng let out a cold laugh and then ignored it. Liu Bai, sitting at the front, also saw the messages in the group, looking surprised. How did Lin Ming get here? In the end, he fell silent, too lazy to think about it. As for Lin Ming, he was feeling ecstatic. The envious glances from the group filled him with a sense of superiority, especially since Han Meng even congratulated him. It made his imagination run wild. Being able to attend the premiere of a big production film is truly something. It feels great. Lin Ming couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. He had won a ticket to the screening through a lucky draw held by Liu Bai. And although his seat was not great, second to last row, just being able to enter such a large venue and see the big directors and stars was already very satisfying. Of course, his seat was still too far away, and even when the crew entered, he couldn't see their faces clearly. Although he gained a lot of face in class, he still hoped this film would surprise him, as he had been looking forward to it for quite some time. As the crew members took their seats, The distributor came out to host the ceremony, asking the audience to turn off their phones and prohibiting any photography or video recording. The attendees, embodying a strong sense of commitment, complied without hesitation. Lin Ming's focus intensified as he had waited too long for this moment. Soon, the noise in the cinema quieted down. The hall was plunged into darkness, and subtitles appeared on the big screen, signaling the official start of the movie Iron Man. Chapter 24, Everyone Shocked. Director, Liu Bai. Screenwriter, Liu Bai. Producer, Liu Bai. Such a straightforward opening excited those who had won tickets to the screening. Here it comes. I was drawn in by the appearance of Iron Man. The promotional campaign has been so aggressive, even more so than a certain big-budget film released at the same time. I couldn't resist coming to watch. I spent thousands to swap tickets just to attend the premiere. I hope the film quality doesn't disappoint. Not only were the online viewers excited, but the critics, who were accustomed to premiere ceremonies, were also taken aback. Starting directly? Isn't the crew going to come up and say a few words? This is quite generous. Indeed, in my previous experiences at other premieres, the directors and actors would drone on endlessly, almost sticking their need for positive reviews to our foreheads. This crew didn't engage in such nonsense, which is refreshing. Most directors love to give speeches at premieres, followed by the lead actors sharing their filming experiences, which can really detract from the viewing experience. Yes, it's nice to start the movie right away, without any fuss. Just for that, I have to say a few good words about it. Critics were pleasantly surprised by such an unpretentious opening, and their internal ratings silently rose. However, there were also viewers with different mindsets. In the best viewing position, a middle-aged man wearing a mask frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding. His identity was that of a well-known director, whose films had investments of over 100 million. The newly released film, with a massive investment of 400 million and an unprecedentedly strong cast, had attracted countless media attention. Logically, Iron Man wouldn't catch his eye, especially after hearing about the director team and cast being from the lower tier of the industry, which made him scoff. However, the promotional campaign for this film was so intimidating that he couldn't ignore it. Thus, he requested tickets from the distributor, wanting to see what was behind this facade. Director Lee, I don't think it's necessary to pay so much attention. This film will likely just use some gimmicks, and its quality can't possibly match our monster-themed projects. There's really no need to take time out of your busy schedule to watch this film. It's not even on the same level, a companion beside the renowned director remarked, with a hint of flattery in his tone. Director Lee snorted coldly. Not worth mentioning? Their promotional tactics are right in our faces. What about our own promotional team? Just sitting idle? The young companion forced a smile, not daring to argue. He knew well that the promotion for Iron Man was indeed bizarre, especially the likes, shares, and comments that sparked a wave of trends across the internet. Even he was surprised by such a promotional approach. Director Lee sat still in his seat, unable to suppress his emotions. It seemed the production team was truly confident. They really weren't planning to give a speech and just started the show directly. This reduced many promotional opportunities. The young person accompanying him quickly seized the chance to flatter. Yeah, I don't know what the director team is thinking to pass up such a good promotional opportunity. It's customary to give a speech at the premiere, primarily to gain exposure and provide critics or media with more promotional material. I think they just haven't experienced a premiere before. They don't even know this. Director Lee didn't respond. He felt an increasing sense of unease inside him, especially since the movie he directed was also premiering around the same time, creating an inexplicable sense of crisis. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the production team really had immense confidence in the film's quality? That they looked down on giving a speech to raise people's expectations? Just as he was contemplating this, the big screen displayed subtitles that caught everyone's attention. Director Liu Bai? Screenwriter Liu Bai? Producer Liu Bai? In an instant, everyone faced this triple revelation, their hearts skipping a beat. Everyone was shocked. For those who have read this far, please give a 5-star rating to this new author. It really means a lot to us, and it doesn't cost anything, please. Chapter 25. How is this protagonist different from what we imagined? Wasn't it said that he was righteous and hated evil? Such luxurious credits instantly stimulated countless nerves, causing quite a stir. Wow, I can't be seeing this wrong. Surely this isn't a monster. To write, direct, and even produce. A producer is an investor. Could he really be a wealthy tycoon? That means this Liu Bai owns all the rights to Iron Man. My goodness, I had underestimated the creator. Poverty limited my imagination. Even though Han Mo had long known the truth, seeing this scene now made her eyes tremble, her lips pressed tight. He really brought what was in the script to life, and he truly is an investor. What other talents does he have that I don't know about? Lin Ming was also extremely excited as the movie started. He had been looking forward to seeing the film with his own eyes, hoping to fulfill his dream of mecha sci-fi. But when he saw the director's name on the screen, his face twitched. That name was too eye-catching. However, after a moment's thought, he felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, it was just a name match, not the person he knew, right? Surely not. He wouldn't have that much funding. Lin Ming reaffirmed his belief. I had already verified this before. There's no need to be suspicious. The screening room was buzzing. In contrast to the amazement of the online commenters, those invited to review the film knew just how challenging this was. It was unimaginable that this film was directed by the producer. Who exactly is this Liu Bai? How come I've never heard of this name before? Not only responsible for shooting, but also for writing the script, such talent is actually not uncommon. But what surprised me the most is that this person is also an investor. I can't imagine what the movie will look like. To be honest, I've become somewhat interested. Director Lee, listening to the discussions around him, could sense the irritation in his expression even with a mask on. As a seasoned director, he naturally understands the difficulties involved. Yet, just the title of producer left him puzzled. Wow, this young person. His assistant also had a strange expression. Clearly stunned by the opening, and after a moment, dared to comment sarcastically. I guess the title sounds impressive, but the film will probably be bland. Director Lee did not respond, feeling increasingly uncertain. He watched as the main cast appeared on the big screen, and then the scene shifted to the Lust Plateau. Making him pay closer attention. Everyone, stop talking, the movie is starting. On the big screen. The first thing that came into view was the desolate Gobi Desert under the snowy plains, with the cold color palette creating a sense of profound desolation. In the distance, 5 military vehicles kicked up dust as they drove into the center of the frame. Then, intense electronic music began to play, making people feel restless. The camera focused on the Bluetooth speaker in the military vehicle, where an officer in the front seat kept glancing back, seemingly wanting to say something. Tony Stark, played by Downey, held a soda and, observing the silent atmosphere, spoke up. This atmosphere feels like you're sending me to a military tribunal. Seriously, what have I done? It feels like you're going to stop the car and take me out. What? You're not allowed to talk. A soldier escorting them replied, we can talk, sir. Great. So you have some opinions about me? After some idle chatter, the conversation finally opened up, with the curious officer in the front seat asking, did you really date all 12 cover girls from that Men's magazine? Stark removed his glasses and casually replied, good question, yes and no. The March cover girls had scheduling conflicts, but fortunately, the Christmas issue featured twins. This line elicited laughter from the audience. The protagonist seems a bit off. He.S. not what I imagined, right? I also thought he would be a righteous character. But turns out he is quite the jerk. Ha ha ha, I'm already looking forward to what happens next. In just 2 minutes into the film, it instantly captivated countless viewers. Even director Lee's expression stiffened, recognizing the skill in this opening. Many directors prefer a gradual build-up, leading to a confusing start where the protagonist's character isn't clearly defined. But this Iron Man is different. It managed to establish the protagonist's image in such a short time. So striking. He is definitely not a brooding hero, but a playboy? This script and filming technique don't seem like those of a newcomer at all. Did Liu Bai really bring such risque humor to the screen? In the audience, Han Moying felt her fair face flush a bit as she watched the scene unfold. Having read the script, she thought the main character was somewhat of a jerk, and that it was not a beauty interview, leading to differing opinions. However, she didn't expect Liu Bai to actually pull it off. The visual effect seemed quite good, but the next scene left all the viewers in shock. The military vehicle driving ahead suddenly erupted with a deafening explosion. Flames from the gasoline seeming to break free from the screen, radiating intense heat. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 26. What the heck? Are they really using real explosives for a movie? The first explosive plot point has arrived. The military vehicle exploded, flames shooting up everywhere. The roar was deafening, providing an incredibly realistic experience. In an instant, the audience was left bewildered. What? Aren't explosions in movies usually done with special effects? Why does this explosion feel so real? It's really happening. Are they crazy? For films that usually rely on special effects, real explosions were simply exhilarating. It should be special effects, right? No one on Blue Star has ever made a movie with real explosions. I think so too. War films and military movies on Blue Star always use special effects because no one dares to take that risk. But the dust flying everywhere. That level of detail can't be achieved with special effects, right? If this film really used explosives, I would give it a perfect score. Not only were the netizens stunned, but the professional audience members were also excited, with their adrenaline surging. They knew the typical nature of Blue Star films, where shooting is always done with special effects due to high quality and low production costs. More importantly, it's about safety. There has never been a film that used real explosions. Filming in such a reckless manner always brings intense visual impact. Doni Venice, dressed in evening wear and sitting among the creative team, felt her heart leap as she watched the military vehicle explode, almost smelling the gunpowder in the air. She looked at her husband beside her, filled with blame and worry. Having acted for many years, she knew this explosion was not done with special effects. The burn marks were far too real, far beyond the quality of special effects. It's fine, dear. Doni took his wife's hand, smiling to reassure her, without explaining. He hadn't mentioned this scene to her during the shoot and had even prepared a will. Using explosives directly was unprecedented in the filming history of Blue Star. The expression of terror on his face after witnessing the explosion was not an act. He was genuinely frightened. Fortunately, this scene was shot in one take. Otherwise, I would have nightmares too, Donnie sighed. This was also his first time watching the completed film. Like watching a child grow up, he felt nervous, excited, and proud, as if experiencing a rebirth. In the audience, Director Lee had a serious expression, silent as ever. His companion, however, looked bewildered. Which special effects company did this? It's so realistic. We should collaborate next time. Director Lee snorted softly. This can't possibly be special effects. The companions were even more bewildered, staring blankly for a moment before snapping back to reality. They wouldn't really use explosives, would they? Is this production team insane? They must not care about their lives. Lin Ming was incredibly shocked, his face filled with excitement. Although they hadn't reached the sci-fi scenes he was most eager to see, this opening had already captivated him. Liu Bai was truly daring. Even Han Mo Ying's heart raced, hoping Liu Bai could genuinely recreate the script she had once seen. On the big screen, the plot was unfolding. Gunfire erupted, soldiers fell, and Tony Stark was frantically hiding, only to see a missile emblazoned with Stark Industries crashing nearby, followed by an explosion that knocked him out. This segment was tightly packed, without any dragging, leaving the audience exhilarated. The next scene showed the protagonist tied to a chair, surrounded by armed thugs, with an angry voiceover denouncing something, leaving a suspenseful cliffhanger. Then, the scene shifted to 36 hours earlier. Stark received the Pinnacle Award but didn't attend the ceremony. Instead, he was playing board games with a beautiful woman. After leaving the casino, he was questioned by a female reporter, leading to a chaotic evening. This introduced the female lead, Pepper Potts, as they conversed in a mechanical workshop. Potts, you need to sign this before heading to the airport. Stark, why are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? Do you have plans? In fact, she did. I don't like you having plans. I can have plans on my birthday. Is today your birthday? Yes, how strange, it's the same day as last year. Use my money to buy something nice for yourself. I did. How is it? Very tasteful. Thank you, Mr. Stark. You're welcome, Miss Potts. Their dialogue was somewhat absurd, yet it elicited knowing smiles from the audience. The male lead's typical playboy persona was somehow endearing. In the audience, people couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This is the first time seeing such a protagonist. Is he really that much of a jerk? Is this even a sci-fi film? Secretary Potts seemed more like Stark's personal possession, exhibiting a strange possessiveness. It had to be said, it was quite interesting. The subsequent plot flowed smoothly, never dull. Stark arrived in Seven Islands, showcasing the latest weapons to the military, also tying back to the initial setup. It turned out the protagonist was kidnapped by a warlord on his way back, who demanded he create powerful weapons. Stark refused, shocked that the warlord possessed many weapons made by his company, leaving him with a mystery. However, under the persuasion of another scientist, he decided to work covertly. Soon, the plot reached its first climax, as Stark raced against time with armed militants, using scrap metal to create the first Iron Man suit, ultimately escaping from a cave. The tense and thrilling storyline left the audience exhilarated. Instantly, the entire venue erupted. Chapter 27 Han Mo Ing, so powerful. Am I going to be unable to afford Liu Bai to write scripts for me in the future? The crowd erupted in excitement, an uncontrollable passion overwhelming their minds. Incredible. The quality of this plot is outstanding. There's no dull moment. The pacing is tight, and the battle of wits is simply brilliant. Extracting palladium from missiles to create a mini-arc and charging machinery is such an exhilarating idea. Although the armored mech isn't very sci-fi, it's still a major highlight. The only downside is the character Ensign. His death leads to a transformation in the protagonist, a twist that was unexpected yet fitting. The audience was filled with excitement. Lin Ming couldn't help but shout in delight. At just 22 years old, he is at the prime of his youth, and it's hard to contain his excitement with such developments. It's amazing, completely exceeding my expectations. I'm raving about this movie. After the premiere, I'll buy tickets for my classmates to watch. Han Mo Ing was so thrilled, she felt like jumping up. She was already quite excited when reading this scene in the script, but seeing it on screen was even more surprising. It was filmed brilliantly, rivaling any commercial blockbuster out there. The plot was tight, with no filler whatsoever. Han Mo Ying's face was flushed with enthusiasm, and she didn't hold back her praise. At the same time, she admired the classmate who wrote the script for her, feeling happy for him. But soon, she was torn between joy and disappointment. He has a talent for directing, which makes her happy, but will he have time to write scripts for her in the future? Even if he does, she might not be able to afford him anymore. The story didn't pause for the audience's excitement. Stark, witnessing so many lives lost, returned to headquarters and immediately held a press conference, unilaterally announcing the halt of weapon production, which caused a huge stir. The bald antagonist Jeff struggled to calm public opinion, chasing Stark back to the company, furious about the impending stock drop. Stark calmly replied, "I don't want us to be remembered only for the number of casualties. We can do better. We need to do something else." Jeff retorted, "What else? Do you want us to make baby bottles?" Stark replied, "I think we should reconsider the arc reactor technology." Jeff was helpless. The arc reactor was just a gimmick, a way to silence the public, which was the board's consensus. Moreover, it wasn't effective or profitable. They had known this before construction and that there wouldn't be any breakthroughs for 30 years. It would only serve to power the factory. But when Stark opened his shirt to reveal the mini arc reactor core on his chest, Jeff's expression turned from disbelief to a broad smile as he affectionately adjusted Stark's collar, as if worried that others would see such a massive secret. "Listen to me, Stark. We are a team, understand? As long as we work together, there's nothing we can't achieve, just like when I worked with your father." Stark returned to the studio, utilizing more modern tools to create an improved mini-arc reactor core, while the rough initial version, which had little energy, was left for his secretary Potts to destroy. In the desert, his original Mark I armor was still buried, and as the scene shifted, warlords were seen digging it up, leaving a potential threat for Stark. Stark was unaware and focused on developing the second-generation Mark suit. He gradually started to see if a 10% increase in energy could be achieved. In the studio, Stark donned the newly developed leg components, and with the help of an intelligent mechanical arm, he suddenly soared into the air, crashing into the ceiling with tremendous force. This dramatic scene brought laughter from the audience. "Ha ha ha, such a serious place always makes me smile." The dialogues were also brilliant. Although only a pair of mechanical legs had been designed, my excitement was through the roof. The plot was so tight and engaging. Before I knew it, nearly an hour had passed, and it definitely deserves a 5-star rating. In the next scene, a bald man named Jeff arrived at the villa area. He attempted to extract the parameters and blueprints of the suit by using the board's opposition, but Stark refused. Left with no choice, Jeff turned his attention to armed factions, thinking that even a rudimentary model could provide some design ideas. On the 11th day, during the 37th test, the camera spun around, revealing that several days had passed. Stark arrived at a much larger private garage, with both hands and feet covered in mechanical components, ready to conduct flight experiments. This time, he found the most suitable energy propulsion ratio, allowing him to fly steadily, accompanied by an exhilarating background music that made one's blood race. "Great, I can fly now." When Stark said this with a calm expression despite his earlier shock, the audience erupted in cheers. "Incredible." Lin Ming couldn't help but stand up and cheer loudly. This kind of sci-fi theme was something he had never imagined previously. In other sci-fi stories, the protagonist would start at their peak and fight with guns despite having impressive equipment. What attracted him most about this Iron Man was the design process from scratch, greatly enhancing the sense of participation. This is what sci-fi movies should be. This is the mech I want. I now understand the first video released by the creator. Looking back, the title was spot on. True mech enthusiasts should create their own mechs. In the film, it perfectly hit the mark and was so inspiring. Director Lee was also on edge. He couldn't imagine such a natural narrative perspective in this film. Starting with a jerk, designing a fire-spewing barrel for self-rescue, witnessing many perish due to his weapons, and deciding to stop weapon production to focus on developing new mechs made the characters incredibly rich and coherent. This didn't seem like the work of a first-time filmmaker. Is this Liu Bai playing me? But he couldn't deny how much he loved the pacing of the film. The story unfolded bit by bit. Yet the plot never dragged. Instead, it built emotions like waves, flowing seamlessly. Even his sidekick was left speechless. He was now completely panicked. "It's over." I had thought that the film directed by Lee would dominate during the Double 12 shopping festival and even the winter break, given its hefty investment of $400 million and numerous A-list stars. Now I can no longer ignore this film. It is definitely the biggest dark horse of the year. It could even have a significant impact on our monster-themed project. Could it be that we're really going to lose? Han Meng and her roommates were all beaming with excitement, completely in sync with the thrilling pace of the plot. Laughter and animated discussions echoed from the audience. "Meng, this movie is amazing. I never thought I would enjoy science fiction, but I was wrong. The special effects are so realistic. I feel like I haven't had enough. I want to watch it again. Oh no, I think I'm starting to fall for the bad guy. Haha, you flirt." In the dimly lit theater, Han Meng remained silent, her pupils sparkling in the light emitted by the screen. The following plot twist shocked everyone even more, stirring up the emotions of the audience to a boiling point. Chapter 28. The premiere ended with a bang. Director Lee, am I failing? The next scenes were even more exhilarating. In the studio, a smart robotic arm was fitted with alloy steel, perfectly aligning with Stark's body. The camera rotated 180 degrees, showcasing the mech's hardcore coolness from every angle. Even more surprisingly, To the upbeat electronic music, the mech seemed to move in sync with the audience watching on screen. Just this scene alone sent the crowd into a frenzy. Wow, this scene is incredible. I want to buy a ticket to watch it again, just for this part. The promotion is no exaggeration, it's really impressive. How can it be even cooler than the promotion? The enthusiasm in the room was ignited. Especially when Stark flew out of the underground garage into the night. The background music intensified, stimulating everyone's nerves. Tony, sitting in the audience, couldn't he help but tear up at this moment. The cheers from the crowd made him realize he had truly succeeded. Tony, well done. Pepper reached out, gently holding her husband's broad hand, her eyes filled with pride and encouragement for him. Tony looked at his wife, his face beaming with a smile born from hardship and joy. Watching it on the big screen was even more impressive. Junior brother Lu Bai? I'm more confident this time. We'll crush all the competition during the double 12. Senior brother Chen Renchuan couldn't contain his excitement either. He struggled to suppress his thrilled voice. He was extremely optimistic about the film's box office. He had always dreamed of becoming a big director, and now that he had a chance to be involved, it was hard not to feel exhilarated. After all, his name was right after Lu Bai's, listed under assistant director. Of course, he was clear about his position. Although he followed the filming closely, Lu Bai occasionally took a back seat. He knew that without Lu Bai's script and storyboard, the shooting wouldn't have gone so quickly and smoothly. Being a strict executor was not only profitable, but also brought him fame, making things easier and less stressful. Such conditions were previously unimaginable. Now, he was eager to tell Lu Bai, I can be your assistant director again for the next project. He was also very optimistic. Lu Bai, listening to his senior brother's excited words, couldn't help but smile. He has watched countless films on Earth, and now watching them again on this blue planet gives him a surreal, dreamlike feeling. In the end, it's all about nostalgia. The movie scenes are still moving. In the night, the silver-white Mark II soars into the sky, leaving a comet-like tail behind. The dazzling Ferris wheel and the massive commercial city become the backdrop for this bright light. Just this scene alone is already incredibly exhilarating. Alright, let's see what this guy can do. What is the record for the strongest reconnaissance aircraft in that region? Stark is enveloped in the Mark II, with a virtual tech panel in front of him, and he asks the intelligent AI, JARVIS. The fixed-wing flight altitude record is 850,000 feet. JARVIS responds in a calm male voice. It is the intelligent AI butler of the Stark household, now connected to the Mark suit, assisting Stark in piloting, analyzing data, and possessing a certain degree of autonomy. Records are meant to be broken. Let's go. As soon as he finishes speaking, the silver flash shoots up into the sky, quickly enveloped by the frigid cold air, causing deadly ice to form on the suit, freezing its joints, and even causing the AI butler to crash. Stark plummets towards the ground, tugging at the audience's heartstrings. In the end, Stark manually activates the emergency flaps, slowing his descent and giving JARVIS time to reboot, thus resolving the crisis. This segment earns applause from the audience. Back in the studio, Stark is still reminiscing about the thrilling moments. He notices a package on the table, labeled from Potts. Upon opening it, he discovers it's the core of the mini-arc reactor that helped him escape, beautifully encased in glass, and not destroyed by his secretary, Potts. There's also an added note, a heartfelt token from Tony Stark. This transition from suspense to warmth is masterfully paced, drawing all the audience into it. How romantic. I guess they end up together. No need to guess. The poster clearly shows the male and female leads. Haha, don't you know? The male and female leads are actually a couple. No way, really? This movie has been promoting them as a couple for a long time, but their market potential has been greatly underestimated. This couple is definitely going to be a hit. After the screening, we must contact the leads to get first-hand reporting material. What impressed me the most was the line, records are meant to be broken. So inspiring. The following plot is even more thrilling, as Stark redesigns the suit, adds weapon systems, and incorporates an anti-ice mechanism that can shoot arc reactor energy from his palms. Lin Ming is already stunned, his pupils dilated at these scenes. Especially in the film, when Stark, with the help of the intelligent arm, dons the golden Mark III, it leaves him in awe. Every detail of that suit exudes an infinite sense of technological beauty. It fulfills all his scientific fantasies, especially when he saw the protagonist driving the Mark III, defeating the desert militants, and even facing off against military reconnaissance aircraft. He was almost too excited to breathe. Later, the bald Jeff arrived at the militants' headquarters, taking away the makeshift iron bucket, revealing his ambitions as the main antagonist. Many sensitive viewers had already sensed Jeff's complexity through the visual language and details of the film. However, Jeff's appearance genuinely surprised the audience. He turned out to be the villain? The previously formidable militant adversaries were easily eliminated by Jeff and his group. The contrast was striking, especially with his gentlemanly image in a suit. Did he want the Mark I to replicate Stark's armor? It seemed he was preparing for the 16th district under the arc reactor and intended to recruit the best engineers. Was this for a prototype? At this point, the plot was nearing its conclusion, and Stark had begun to suspect Jeff's betrayal, prompting Potts to use her position to gather evidence from Jeff's office. Seeing that his plans were falling apart, Jeff angrily stormed into the arc testing area. An anxious engineer said, "Your request seems to have encountered a small obstacle. The technology to power the armor doesn't exist yet." Jeff, suppressing his anger, pointed at the large arc reactor. "William, this is technology. I just need you to make it smaller." The engineer, lacking confidence, replied, "We are trying, but to be honest, it's impossible." Hearing this, Jeff exploded at William. "Tony Stark made it in a cave using a pile of scrap." The engineer fell silent. "I'm sorry, I'm not Tony Stark." Upon hearing this, Jeff had already lost hope in the engineering team and shifted his focus to Stark. Late at night, he gained access and lurked in Stark's home. While Stark was on the phone, Jeff used a technology-based sound wave to induce temporary paralysis, rendering Stark immobile. When Bald Jeff took the mini-arc reactor, he casually informed the other party that he had hired someone to kill Stark. In his view, without the arc reactor sustaining his life, Stark wouldn't survive. This was also a common flaw in previous films. To continue the plot, they confidently avoided delivering the final blow. Luby felt this was logically flawed. He hesitated about making minor adjustments, but ultimately decided against it, adhering to his original intention. Otherwise, he wouldn't have boldly cast actors from the region. Then came the payoff of the plot's foreshadowing. As the film approached its conclusion, Stark, thanks to the initial mini-arc reactor preserved by Potts, continued to live. He fought against Jeff, who was piloting a large mech, in a high-speed battle with stunning special effects. He lured Jeff into high altitudes, causing Jeff's mech to face icing issues, outsmarting him. The plot reached a crescendo, with explosions and action that dazzled the audience, making their emotions rise and fall with the story. No one was not thrilled by this fight. It was truly ironic for Tony, who wanted to eliminate weapons from the world, yet invented the greatest weapon. "Now, I'm going to take it and kill you." In the end, it was Stark's knowledge of the factory that allowed Secretary Potts to trigger the explosion of the large arc reactor, which resolved the issue with Jeff. The scene shifts to the official press conference the next day. Colonel Rhodes explained to the public that there were unverified reports of a malfunction in a prototype robot, which caused the arc reactor to fail. Stark was sitting in front of the television, looking at today's newspaper, the headline reading, "Who is Iron Man?" Iron Man sounds catchy and loud, though not entirely accurate, as the suit is made of a titanium alloy, yet the implication is clear. Then, Stark arrived at the press conference venue, facing a large audience, looking somewhat unnatural or perhaps embarrassed. "I obviously am not cut out to be a hero. I have a lot of character flaws, made many mistakes, and I've done so publicly." Colonel Rhodes couldn't take it anymore and whispered, "Just read the script." "Okay." Stark took a deep breath and picked up the text in his hand. The fact is he then fell silent, shifting his gaze from the paper to the reporters sitting below. He seemed to regain his composure and calmness. "I am Iron Man, boom." The reporters were in an uproar. Everyone excitedly began to ask questions. The movie ended here. The excitement from the film even carried over to the viewing audience. At that moment, everyone erupted into cheers. Indeed, the audience was also in a frenzy. Chapter 29. Is it really necessary to be this excited over a movie? Are you getting paid for this? The film concluded, but the audience was filled with applause. Everyone could no longer contain their excitement. Their faces flushed, shouting out loud. The overwhelming noise even drew the attention of the anxious cinema managers, fearing something might happen. What was going on with them? The managers looked at the audience raising their arms and applauding, utterly confused. They weren't quite sure. It seemed like the movie really stirred them up. The ticketing staff expressed their inability to comprehend. Was it necessary to be this excited over a movie? They couldn't understand the audience's fervor. Even though the big screen had already shown the credits and was playing the ending theme, yet no one was leaving. The audience was still caught up in the fervent emotions, their minds echoing with the thrilling plot, leading them to engage in animated discussions, the atmosphere grand. I can't even remember how many times I shouted amazing. This film was incredible, so good that I forgot I was a film critic. I thought Iron Man's identity would be revealed in a later sequel, but to have it explode at the end was simply brilliant. Director team, did you hear that? Hurry up and arrange for the next one. I was just about to buy a ticket to watch it again, only to find that the pre-sale was for 7 days later. Damn, the whole place was vibrating, and not a single person was not cheering for this spectacular performance. Overflowing with pride. I want to watch it again. I want to rent the whole theater for a private screening. Lin Ming's voice was hoarse from shouting. This was the sci-fi movie he had always dreamed of. It turns out that it wasn't that he grew up and no longer liked mechas, but rather that he hadn't seen a refreshing film. After watching it, he realized he had found the passion and joy of his childhood. Lubai directed it so well. Han Moing clutched her pounding chest, sitting in her seat, stunned. The good friends she brought along all stood up, waving their arms and cheering. They had originally insisted they weren't interested in sci-fi films, but now they were all completely captivated, as if they were at a disco party. The script was perfectly restored, and the special effects exceeded expectations. It was wonderful. Han Moing bit her lip, her ears burning, watching those around her stand up and cheer. She still maintained her composure. After all, it was made by someone she knew, and it would be a bit embarrassing if he saw her like this. Director Lee's pupils widened, dumbfounded, especially in the midst of the cheering crowd, which shocked him immensely. It was just a movie. Was it really necessary to be so excited? Come on. Are you all hired by the production team as shills? Yelling and screaming, what a spectacle. He had been in the film industry for many years, with several successful films that garnered both critical and commercial acclaim. However, he had never witnessed such an exaggerated scene at any premiere. Usually, there would just be applause, which was nice enough. But this time, it completely shattered his understanding. Was it really necessary to be so worked up over a movie? Were you all paid to react like this? His companions were also swept up in the excitement. He went from disdain at first to a dazed expression now, and his feelings had undergone a tremendous change. Though he didn't want to admit it, he knew this film was incredible. It was simply a model of a commercial film. Director Lee's Great Monster was completely overshadowed this time. It became cannon fodder for the Double 12 event. If anyone had the most emotional ups and downs, it was the Donnie couple. They had been in the depths for too long. Now, the noise surrounding them felt like heavenly music, beautiful enough to break their hearts. Winnie silently sobbed, gripping her husband's hand tightly, afraid to let herself cry out loud. Donnie's pupils were dazed as he looked at the excited crowd around him, thinking he was dreaming. Only when a warm tear rolled down his face could he not help but silently laugh. I did it. As the curtain fell and the lights came up, the crowd slowly dispersed, but the aftershocks of the viewing continued to grow, ultimately fermenting online. Without a doubt, the premiere effect of Iron Man had exploded. Chapter 30, Ticket Inspector. Watching a movie on a winter morning? Are you all crazy? After the premiere ended, the critics, filled with excitement, rushed to write their reviews in the car, eager to seize the traffic high ground. Film base. It's no exaggeration to say that Iron Man is the most successful commercial film of the year. Movie guide. The effect is astounding. This will definitely become a milestone in sci-fi films on Blue Star. Shinjo Film Report. It can be anticipated that next year will be the peak of sci-fi. All of this stems from the success of Iron Man's premiere. Movie box office public account. Bold prediction. Iron Man will crush the 400 million film Great Monster in the same period, with a guaranteed billion at the box office. Unlike the media's reserve, the lucky 100 who got premiere tickets are still exhilarated after watching the movie, eager to push their friends to see it. Everyone, go watch Iron Man, the best movie of the year. You don't know, they actually used real explosives in the film. I was completely stunned. I can only say it's amazing. Even if I went to the premiere just to show off on social media, I am now a full-fledged movie fan. The protagonist is so cool. I love it. Lin Ming was even more direct. As he walked out of the cinema, he was already going wild in various group chats. Class group. Iron Man is amazing. I'll treat the whole class to a movie. The class leader will book tickets for everyone, and I'll reimburse it. Game group. Admin. Organize the members to watch the movie tomorrow. Each person gets a ticket and a cola. He even sent out several big red envelopes to attract players to participate. Big shot. So impressive. This is true wealth. Successfully latched onto the big shot. Thanks for the red envelope, boss. The admin snatched a red envelope and surprisingly got dozens of dollars, immediately asking, what movie? Lin Ming, Iron Man. Everyone, go watch it. Damn, I'm hooked. Admin, I've already pre-booked the afternoon and evening shows for the next week. Now only morning shows are left. Other group members chimed in, looking incredulous. No way. I can't believe I have to wait 5 days too. The evening shows are all sold out. Yeah, same here, only garbage seats left for the morning. Is this movie really that hot? Is this just hype? Don't you know, the ads have been hitting me in the face lately. I've been following this movie for quite a while. Didn't he expect it to actually premiere? I've booked my tickets, thanks to the rich guy treating. Trash movie. Even dogs won't watch it. Lin Ming, damn. Admin, kick him out. Send exclusive red envelope. Li Dahua has been kicked out of the group chat. Everyone who watched the movie is spontaneously promoting it, stirring the hearts of netizens. As people discuss, the next day slowly arrives, and Iron Man officially begins screening. The morning show is usually quite awkward at this time. Especially in winter, no one wants to get up, let alone watch a movie. But now with the popularity of Iron Man, only the morning show is left, and tickets are selling out incredibly fast. A refresh might mean no seats left. The morning show is gradually becoming a hot commodity. This phenomenon is simply jaw-dropping. Wow, there are no tickets left in the morning? I only have the 8 a.m. show left, and I can't even grab that? Is it really that exaggerated? My goodness. The morning show is already booked out for the next day? Brothers, hurry and grab tickets, or there will be none left for the next morning. The morning shows in major cinemas are filled with curious spectators. The cinema manager, seeing this spectacle, couldn't be happier. Who would have thought there's money to be made, even during the day? The staff responsible for ticket checking are extremely busy. There are so few people during the day, yet so many are coming to watch the movie. Are you all crazy? Do you want to drive me to exhaustion? Wow, this is amazing. The online comments didn't lie. If you don't watch it, you're not human. Everyone should go see it. I won't allow anyone to miss this film. It's a true romantic experience for real men. I'm a fan of that amazing content creator. My boyfriend and I watched the morning show, and now he has completely lost it, talking nonstop in the room and even refuses to touch me. I wonder if he can be saved? I want to watch it again. Viewers entered the cinema with innocence and came out excited and thrilled, all praising it. This word-of-mouth effect is terrifying, sparking curiosity in countless people. As a result, the morning show tickets were completely sold out. Of course, this powerful wave naturally triggered backlash from online users. A massive argument began to spread across the internet, unprecedentedly intense. Chapter 31. The Iron Hero crushes the competition. And Chun Rinchuan cried, "Let me drink freely." On social media, many people rushed to the battlefield. I'm convinced Iron Hero hired a bunch of fake reviewers. You must not have seen real blockbusters. How can it compare to The Great Monster? The Great Monster is filled with handsome men and beautiful women, top-tier stars, and big-name directors and investments. What does The One Next Door have to compare? I was initially curious about Iron Hero, but with so many ads and fake reviews, I decided not to watch it. The fake reviews led many to follow blindly. Yeah, I'm so annoyed with Iron Hero. A 40-year-old man as the lead. And you still like it? I want to see The Great Monster starring Ice Faye. Why is it all Americans? Although the Blue Star is unified, I still want to know if the director's team is overly westernized. Not only are the fake reviewers slandering Iron Hero, but director Lee personally led a team of stars for promotional activities to salvage the situation. Ever since he watched the movie, his confidence has dwindled, filled with a sense of crisis. If there's no action soon, this winter holiday box office might be taken over. Online, the verbal battle continues to spread. After watching The Great Monster, Lee Dahua happily helped promote it. Although the plot didn't surprise much, with so many stars, it was worth the ticket price. Can't even criticize a bad movie now? Kicking people out? I can't stand such behavior. Lee Dahua was filled with indignation. He recklessly belittled Iron Hero online. However, his side clearly lacked strength and quickly retreated. He flushed with anger and sent a message. Are you a fake reviewer? Just here to curse at people? Can't even say Iron Hero is trash? Online users were also furious. Have you even watched it to say that? I've seen all the films released on the 12th, and Iron Hero is awesome. I posted my movie ticket as proof. What about you, buddy? Lee Dahua clicked on the other party's profile and indeed saw the movie ticket stub they posted, which included both Iron Hero and The Great Monster. I just can't believe it could be that good. Damn. He was unreasonable and, in a fit of anger, bought a ticket online. He found that the tickets for early, noon, and evening shows were all sold out, with only a midnight showing still available. It wasn't far from where he lived. So he gritted his teeth and purchased the ticket, angrily stating, "Just you wait, I bought a ticket too. Whether you're a shill or not, I admit you won. After I watch the movie, I'll come back and scold you all." In the early morning, he sat in a packed cinema, still feeling a bit unconvinced. There were quite a few people, and he thought, I don't believe it can be that good. I'll just watch for a few minutes and leave. 2 hours later, Lee Dahua rushed out of the cinema, overwhelmed by the movie's impact. The plot twists were thrilling, and the special effects were lavish. So what if there were no big stars? The acting was top-notch. The Great Monster was a masterpiece. Can you believe it? At that moment, netizens seemed to have timed it perfectly and sent him private messages. Upon seeing them, Lee Dahua's face turned red as he quickly deleted his earlier post. He was completely convinced. There were countless examples of such embarrassing moments. Initially, The Great Monster crushed Iron Man at the box office, thanks to the presence of major stars. But starting the next day, Iron Man made a strong comeback. Then it soared ahead, widening the gap. Haha, Lubai, we are taking off. Late at night, senior brother Chun Rinchuan called, laughing heartily. Congratulations, Director Chun. Lubai was also following the box office trend and felt very satisfied, responding with a smile. Huh? Stop flattering me. Without your script and your designs, I'm nothing. Chun Rinchuan understood his position well. He was just a tool, simply following the designs to shoot. And anyone could do it. He knew he wasn't irreplaceable. He had just benefited from the situation and gained a good reputation. Lubai was the true core of the crew. Don't say that. I sought your collaboration because I believe in your abilities. Without your strong support, this movie wouldn't have been released so quickly. The two of them had a pleasant conversation about their commercial partnership. Listening to his senior's reflections on finally making a name for himself after so many years, Lubai felt it was time to speak up. Senior Chun, I appreciate all the support you gave me during college. I'm not ungrateful, so I want to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line before Chun cautiously asked, Lu Shitty, what do you mean by that? Lu Bai sincerely invited him. I want to start a film and television company. I'll provide the funding, scripts, and resources. You all can contribute your technical expertise as shareholders, and we will all enjoy the profits. Let's build our own base together. In the future, if you have any films you want to shoot, I'll provide the financial support. This was Lu Bai's idea. When he initially sought help from his seniors, even when they were struggling and willing to let their small production team fold, they still wanted to assist him, their junior. That kindness was invaluable. Now that he had the capability, he naturally didn't want to shortchange his own people. Chun Rinchuan remained silent, unsure of his current state of mind. There was even a hint of bitterness. He knew he had struck a great deal. Technically speaking, it was a form of investment, but it felt more like giving away money. Their small production team was not irreplaceable. He thought that by attaching his name to a blockbuster film, his future would be smoother, yet he never imagined that Lu Bai would go this far. Chen Rinchuan opened his mouth but didn't know how to speak. Lu Bai kindly said, I really need your help. I don't have many people I can trust in this region anymore. Of course, you don't need to rush your response. I'm not in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, Chen Rinchuan processed his complex feelings. He immediately went downstairs to buy a case of beer and cheerfully said, Kids, let us drink to our heart's content tonight. The hard days are over. From now on, we are all bosses. Chapter 32. Is Donnie going to sign on as the first actor? The success of Iron Man has finally made way for mecha films. The box office for Iron Man surged dramatically, surpassing $1 billion within a week, shocking all netizens. Not only that, but it also caused a significant stir in the film industry. Major film companies seem to be on high alert, hastily promoting their own sci-fi films and starting new projects. Mecha Overlord has officially been greenlit and will invite big-name actors to join. Stay tuned. With an investment of $200 million, Battle Armor Maniac will premiere next summer. Heavenly Dominance has officially started production. Get ready for a sci-fi battle. The new project from the Emperor Film Company is here, with top-notch screenwriters and directors on board. It's the most anticipated sci-fi film of next year. Across various networks, a trend of imitation emerged. No one could ignore the success of Iron Man. Especially the terrifying rise in box office revenue made them extremely envious, all eager to get a piece of the pie. The media's prediction of a sci-fi boom had indeed arrived. Wow, so many major companies are launching sci-fi films. The competition next year is bound to be fierce. With my favorite stars participating, I can't wait. This is bound to be a dramatic showdown. What I'm looking forward to even more is Iron Man 2. After Stark revealed his identity, I'm curious about what happens next. Investments are getting bolder. There will be great shows to watch next year. Not only is the scene in Qingzhou promising, but the box office in the region is also exploding. The most direct beneficiary is, of course, Donnie himself. Continuous interviews from television stations and endless script invitations. Suddenly, he became the darling of all film companies. Donnie, that suit looks great on you. Once you're on TV, you'll look amazing. At home, Vinny's face was beaming as she lovingly tied her husband's tie and praised him. Her man had completely emerged from the low point of his career, reclaiming headlines in the media, even more fiercely than before. She felt fulfilled and proud of Donnie. I'll soon be able to get you a bigger house. Donnie looked at his wife, who was adjusting his suit, with tenderness in his eyes, smiling as he replied. The house isn't just mine, it belongs to our family. Winnie gave him a disdainful glance. Donnie smiled brightly and confidently walked out of his house, getting into the shuttle van from the television station. Donnie, this is Mamba, good morning. You have your last scene this afternoon, and the crew has prepared a wrap party for you. We hope you can attend. Donnie, sitting comfortably in the van, received a call from the assistant director, Mamba. It was a small to medium-sized production, where Donnie played a minor security role. Although it was just a small part, people treated him with great respect. Even better than the lead actors. Sure, Director Mamba, I will definitely be there. At noon, after finishing an interview, Donnie stepped out of the television station and was approached by several directors and producers, all hoping he would star in their next film. The overwhelming attention made Donnie feel a bit dazed, as if he had returned to his most popular days. If you don't mind, please hand me the scripts. I'll read them carefully when I get back, and I'll get back to you if anything suits me. Donnie accepted the scripts and business cards, feeling a bit sentimental. On the way to the wrap party, he hesitated for a moment and made an international call. Director Liu, good afternoon, this is Donnie. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Donnie explained his purpose. He wanted to know the start date for the second Iron Man film. If it's starting soon, I will turn down all other offers. I want to forget that all the honors I have today are thanks to you. Donnie was very humble, clearly grateful to Director Liu. Director Liu chuckled silently and said, to be honest, the second film is still uncertain. I have only received one assignment, and I don't know how the second script will be released, so I can't make any promises. However, he estimated that there would likely be some follow-up actions after Iron Man finished its run. If you have a script you're interested in, go ahead and take it. I understand what you mean. It's rare to be in demand like this, and you can't just wait for the new script. He knew the chances of an actor becoming popular again were slim, and if they didn't seize the opportunity, they might have to wait a long time. Director Liu reassured him, if I finish the script, I will notify you in advance. If there is a scheduling conflict, I will delay the shooting to accommodate you. Iron Man will become your trademark. The crew can't do without you. This warmed Donnie's heart again. Such true friendship in tough times was priceless. Director Liu, I have nothing to repay you with. Director Chen Rinchuan called me last night, and I could tell he was drunk, clearly boasting. But he also revealed that you were planning to start a film company, and I hope to sign with you as the first actor under your future company. A month later, the film ended its run, grossing $3 billion at the box office and becoming the annual box office champion. Such terrifying returns drove all film companies crazy and sparked widespread discussion in society. Of course, the most excited person was Liu Bai, because he could finally claim his reward. Chapter 33, Ecstasy. He drew the Mark III suit. With the new script, the Transformers movie had finished its run, and with a successful box office. Liu Bai held a celebration banquet. After listening to his seniors bragging all night, he finally returned to the hotel contentedly. After taking a hot shower, that long-missed enchanting female voice finally sounded. The filming of the movie Iron Man is complete. Total box office, $34 billion. Social attention, excellent. Would you like to draw items from the movie? Liu Bai's heart raced. He had waited too long for this day. Draw. Item drawing in progress. Ding. Draw successful. Reward, Mark III. Liu Bai's heart raced. Did he really draw the Mark III? Everything happened so suddenly that he was momentarily at a loss. He breathed heavily. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. This was the armor he had longed for. With a mortal body, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. At this moment, had he completely crushed the mechanical technology of the blue planet. Would you like to receive the reward now? Liu Bai hadn't yet recovered from the immense shock when he heard the system's inquiry, which made him a bit annoyed. Couldn't it let him digest this a little more? Not receiving it for now. Liu Bai seriously thought to himself. What a joke. Receiving it in the hotel would lack privacy. Who knows what might go wrong? He had no choice but to rent a place now. Liu Bai sighed. Just as this thought surfaced, he almost scolded himself for being unambitious. The box office revenue was about to be divided, yet he was still considering renting a place. He should just buy a big house to house the Mark mech. Liu Bai was overly excited and took a long time to calm down and restore his peaceful mindset. Given the current situation, he certainly wasn't short on money. With a total box office of $3 billion after deducting taxes. Although he had to share 57 with the theaters, Liu Bai would still get 43 of the share. Of course, he also had to pay a 10 agency fee to the major global distributors, leaving him with only 33 in hand. Converted into cash, that would be $1 billion. Some might feel disgruntled about this revenue sharing, thinking it was too little. However, theaters always take the larger share. That's the advantage of market dominance. If you don't give theaters a high percentage, no matter how good your film is, you won't have as many channels and audiences. And you might end up with an even lower box office share. This revenue-sharing method can be likened to renting a storefront in a prime location in a big city. Although the rent is high, the potential for earning fame, profit, and exposure increases significantly. If you're unwilling to pay high rent and instead open a shop in a remote corner, even if the products are affordable, the customer flow will greatly diminish. Unless you have your own cinema, you can't keep all the profits. With the film archive on Earth backing him up, Liu Bai naturally had the content to support theaters, but his current funds were still far from sufficient. These will be considered later. It's still unclear what movie to shoot next. Liu Bai was determined in his heart and asked the system, when can I customize a movie myself? The host must shoot 3 specified films before the content mall will be opened. The themes in the mall need to be purchased with money. Liu Bai understood that it meant he had to shoot 2 more films selected by the system before he could have the right to customize. And customization would require him to spend money. By the way, system, what do you need the money for? This was Liu Bai's question. Humanitarian care, education, and healthcare. The host's funds will be used to build charitable organizations. Liu Bai understood and fully supported this action. Even if the system deducted funds, he wouldn't mind. At least the money could be left for those in need. To put it simply, he was just riding on the system's coattails. What movie to shoot next? Liu Bai pondered. Ding. Task. Shoot the movie Transformers. Starting funds. No further funding will be provided. The host is responsible for it. You can attract investments or pay upfront. Reward. Random props will be drawn from the movie. Note. The level of rewards will be determined based on revenue and attention. The result left Liu Bai momentarily dazed, followed by ecstatic joy. This was alien life. The technological aspect was far beyond what the Mark III could compare to. Unless he could get his hands on nano-level mechas, anything else wouldn't even be close. Moreover, there were many aliens inside. It could be said that drawing any of them would be a win. Unlike Iron Man 1, where only the Mark III had high-cost performance. Whether it was Bumblebee, Optimus Prime, Spider-Man, or Decepticons, drawing any of them would be a huge profit. And such a guaranteed profitable movie naturally couldn't attract investments or let other capital participate. This time he earned $1 billion, which he could fully bear on his own. The script is being distributed. It has been stored in your computer's cloud drive. Liu Bai was thrilled. When he opened the computer, not only was there the script, but also illustrations, storyboards, and mecha designs, all thoughtfully organized. Moreover, the memories of Transformers that had faded in his mind suddenly became incredibly clear, as if he had watched it countless times in an instant. Liu Bai, are you resting? I just received news that the business license has been approved, and the company is officially established. Liu Bai was flipping through the script materials when he received a call from Chen Renxuan. In this month, Liu Bai and his senior brothers had set up the company with a registered capital of $1 million. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Liu Bai said. It's not hard, just running errands, Chen Renxuan replied with a smile. It was clear he was in high spirits with the good news. You and the other senior brothers should get ready. It's almost time to start shooting the new movie. Liu Bai spoke softly, leaving Chen Renxuan completely stunned. New movie? Did you finish writing it so quickly? Liu Bai nodded. Yes, it's still a sci-fi theme. Transformers, transforming. What? What are you talking about? What Transformers? I don't understand at all. Chapter 34. Submit your winter homework. Liu Bai from Film Class 1, Work, Iron Man. After sending the script, Liu Bai hung up the phone. Next, there was much to do. With eager anticipation, Liu Bai lay back in his hotel bed. Unable to sleep, he started scrolling through his phone and saw a private message come in. Lin Ming, congratulations on the box office success. Looking forward to your second film. My friends and I have watched it 4 times. We are your die-hard fans now. Liu Bai smiled silently. They still haven't figured it out? Or perhaps they know but are too embarrassed to bring it up. Liu Bai couldn't be bothered to guess and simply replied, okay. Look, the big shot replied to me. In a lavish hotel, Lin Ming excitedly held his phone, flaunting it to his friends around him. Beside him were the wealthy second-generation members of his circle. All fans of Iron Man. Wow, old Lin, you're impressive. Is it really the same content creator? Did he reveal any news about the second film? I really want a set of Iron Man armor to wear. It would definitely attract attention on social media. His friends showed envious expressions, making Lin Ming feel quite proud. Liu Bai, have you submitted your homework? Han Ming sent a private message asking. What homework? Liu Bai was momentarily stunned. He seemed to realize he had forgotten something, but couldn't recall what it was. The counselor mentioned that this semester we need to submit a film. You didn't forget, did you? Han Ming reminded him. I would have forgotten if you hadn't said anything. You saved my life. Thank you so much. Liu Bai slapped his forehead, remembering. He had just crossed over and recalled the assignment from the counselor. It was to shoot a film with a duration of no less than 30 minutes and submit it via email. Lin Ming had also mentioned in the group that next semester there would be special arrangements, as the college would invite industry professionals to watch the films, which would help pave the way for outstanding graduates. Submitting now would still be acceptable. Otherwise, he would have to face the counselor's private messages. Hearing Liu Bai's exaggerated remarks, Han Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. Of course, I'll submit it right away, Liu Bai said. Since he had just arrived in this world, few were willing to help him, making him cherish this friendship greatly. Do you have time next time? Can you help me look at the script? I'll pay you. Han Ming hesitated to speak. Her feelings were complex. Liu Bai was both a friend and a screenwriter she admired. However, Liu Bai's achievements had far surpassed her understanding, and she even didn't know how to face him anymore. Can I still? You're so polite. I'm not used to it. And you even want to pay me? It feels like giving alms to a beggar. Hurry and send me the script. I'll critique it right away. Liu Bai pretended to be angry. Han Ming looked at him and smiled happily. How nice, he is still the same as before. He hasn't become aloof due to his higher achievements. He remains steady and is willing to lend a hand to friends. All right, then I'll trouble the great screenwriter for some pointers. Please don't hold back. Liu Bai received an electronic document, and the script described 2 pairs of urban couples facing emotional issues, making different choices based on their personalities. Liu Bai furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of déjà vu. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly slapped his thigh and realized the source of the familiarity. Isn't this just like the film he had watched before? It was only a brief script, just an outline, but Liu Bai could still see its embryonic form. I looked at this outline, and it's not bad. If I were to suggest changes, I think the overall tone of your script is too tragic and dark, which is not good. It loses its tension. I believe the earlier parts should be more cheerful, Liu Bai stated seriously. This left Han Mo-ing feeling alarmed. Not reconciling? And the female lead is having a child? And it's not even the male leads? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Won't we get hate mail for this? Okay, I'll revise it according to your thoughts. I'm taking notes. Anything else? Han Mo-ing didn't oppose Liu Bai's ideas. Instead, she felt that such changes would be bolder and even thrilling. leaving the audience with a sense of despair while they were enjoying themselves. Wouldn't that create quite a shock? That's all I have for now. I can't think of much more. I need some time, Liu Bai said, deep in thought. He really couldn't recall much. It had been too long, and combined with the memories of this world, he could only remember roughly. If it weren't for the system's help, he wouldn't have remembered much about films like Iron Man and Transformers. All right, no rush. Let's set a time. As a thank you, I'll treat you to a meal. Han Mo Ying's voice was filled with happiness, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. When there were difficulties with the script, consulting Liu Bai always led to solutions. Their previous collaborations had been incredibly pleasant, which made her reflect on how things had changed. During university, the short films they shot were merely to gain experience, yielding little income, relying entirely on passion. Now she could lead a team to earn money and help fulfill everyone's dreams, but someone had already moved ahead. She didn't know how to repay that. The two exchanged simple updates before closing the chat window. After submitting the assignment, Liu Bai pulled off the blanket, opened his laptop, and selected the completed film Iron Man. The next day, Counselor Sun Xingyu cheerfully opened his computer. Who would be in trouble today? He hoped it wouldn't be too painful to watch. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 35 Counselor. Why is there a 2-hour film? Is this an assignment? Qinzhou University of Arts had several colleges, including the film school, dance school, art school, and others. Sun Xingyu was a teacher at the film school, 40 years old, with thinning hair and black-rimmed glasses. The film school was divided into different majors, such as acting, cinematography, directing for film and television, sound art, animation, and broadcasting and television directing, each with a different focus. As for the drama and film directing major, it's simply referred to as the film major. Sun Xingyu, as the counselor, is responsible for reviewing films from 3 classes. Yesterday, he spent the entire day watching, and many students produced impressive works with great themes and effort, which are quite precious among the emotional films. However, even though I only asked for a 30-minute film, some students still approached it carelessly, too distracted by their romantic relationships. This thought made him quite angry. Most people shot love stories, which are seriously homogeneous, and they focused on the interactions between couples. Showing off their affection in front of me, right? I asked for assignments, and you send me wedding videos, I hope today's works won't be too painful to watch. He opened Lin Ming's work in order of submission. The Return of the Dragon King. Subway, elderly people, mobile phones. Sun Xingyu watched it with a frown. He had never felt an hour could drag on so long. Even when he fast-forwarded or adjusted the playback speed, it still felt like torture, his uncomfortable toes skillfully tapping on the keyboard. Finally, after finishing the film, he felt a sense of relief. After some consideration, he gave an overall evaluation. From an aesthetic perspective, it was unqualified. From a professional perspective, it passed. The shots were smooth, and the characters were distinct without dragging on. He could only say that as a middle-aged man, he was not the target audience for this type of film. Moreover, Lin Ming had uploaded this film as an online feature to a video platform and made a small profit, which was a plus. Sun Xingyu nodded to himself. This indicated that Lin Ming's commercialization and marketability skills were outstanding, making him a role model for many students. Even back in his school days, he couldn't earn money for equipment through filming. However, this kid was somewhat unscrupulous. Although he claimed the filming budget was $5 million, he learned that the actual filming cost was less than $2 million, pocketing a $3 million kickback from his father. Sun Xingyu clicked his tongue in disapproval. He continued to open the next film. Upon seeing that the work was by Han Meng, his eyes lit up. This was the film he had the highest hopes for. Whether in terms of reputation, response, or box office, it was remarkably impressive. He could even give an excellent review without watching it. Such a work, tested by theaters and the market, deserved high scores. But he still responsibly clicked to watch the video. Considering his own thoughts, let us take a look first. Perhaps this film could be screened at the school next semester. At that time, they would invite outstanding graduates, well-known figures from society, top directors, and leading actors. If Han Meng's talent was recognized, her future path would be smoother. So it was best to check the quality first. The film was an hour long, with a tight plot, and Sun Xingyu rarely adjusted the playback speed. After watching, he gave a good overall evaluation. This was an urban workplace film that portrayed the hardships of workers. From accompanying drinks, persuading to drink, overtime, to unfair treatment, the young woman played by Han Meng, who was just entering society, fought back vigorously against various injustices. In simple terms, this is a story about workplace reform. Although the plot logic is straightforward, it is well-paced, with appealing visuals and performances, and the storyline has no loopholes. In the end, Han Meng won the lawsuit using legal means, received her deserved compensation, and the story concluded satisfactorily. According to Sun Xingyu, the film grossed $30 million at the box office within half a month, showcasing an astonishing return on investment. The intention behind it is commendable, and the effort put in is among the best among students. What's more remarkable is that with this successful experience, Han Moing will likely attract significant investments in the future, with limitless prospects ahead. Sun Xingyu gave it a high rating, stating that the viewing experience was good and washed away the negative impact of Lin Ming's films. However, the following few films were rather conventional, lacking any highlights, making him feel drowsy. After one more film, he planned to have lunch and take a walk. Sun Xingyu noticed it was almost noon, and today's approvals were nearly finished. He then clicked on the next film, but soon he sensed something was off. What is going on? Is this an assignment? Why is it 2 hours long? He opened the video and habitually glanced at the progress bar, but upon seeing it, he realized there was a problem. This was beyond carelessness. It was downright terrible. Who would send me a downloaded blockbuster from the internet? Such negligence. Even if it was sent by mistake. There was plenty of time to retract or resend it. Yet an entire night passed without any updates, clearly disregarding his words and the assignment. Furious, agitated, frustrated. This was simply not taking his words seriously. With only one semester left until graduation, how could they be so careless? Who had the audacity? Unable to hide his anger, Sun Xingyu looked at the sender and was shocked to find it was Lu Bai. Well, this kid, whom he usually thought highly of for being polite and having strong writing skills, dared to deceive the teacher. This was beyond mere negligence. He closed the video, his eyes filled with rage, and began to gather information on Lu Bai. Upon checking, he saw the title, Lu Bai from Film Class, Work, Iron Man. At first glance, he felt a bit dazed, wondering if he was seeing things. On the second look, his pupils widened in shock and disbelief. Finally, he cleaned his glasses and looked closely, his expression turning solemn. It was indeed Lu Bai, and his impression of him improved even more. But how could this be possible? He still couldn't believe it. Yet his heart raced violently, refusing to calm down. Chapter 36. The box office revenue is here. Finally, the mech can be retrieved, and Iron Man appears on Blue Star. No way. Sun Xingyu was utterly shocked, his mind blank. Even though he held on to a glimmer of hope, he still found it hard to connect this chaotic film from the winter break to his student. With mixed emotions, he clicked on the film again. His mind gradually recalled information about this movie. To be honest, he had never seen this film. He had a lot on his plate, dealing with approval tasks and communicating with leadership on various matters. As for this previously acclaimed sci-fi film, it only existed in hearsay, and he wasn't even sure when it would stop screening. In the beginning, he browsed websites looking for information and naturally saw advertisements popping up. At that time, he noticed that the director's name was Lu Bai, but how could he dare to think it was his student? There were so many people with the same name. Even if Lu Bai threw Iron Man in front of him now, he would still find it hard to believe. He had to admit that the beginning of the movie was very interesting. Sun Xingyu watched the film's opening, nodding silently. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. He simply couldn't stop. There was no dull moment throughout. From a more professional cinematography perspective, he assessed that the filming techniques were extremely sophisticated, with no unnecessary shots at all. Such a high-quality commercial film was truly breathtaking. Is this really a student I taught? He couldn't dare to think further and simply picked up his phone, found Lu Bai's number in the class records, and called eagerly. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, who is this? It was Lu Bai's voice. Sun Xingyu couldn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. This is Counselor Sun Xingyu. Did you really send me that project? He even wanted to ask, are you sure this is called an assignment? Yes, teacher. Is there any guidance you would like to offer? Guidance. How could he dare to give any? No, I just wanted to confirm, Lu Bai. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Thank you. Teacher Sunday goodbye. Looking forward to the day you return to class after the winter break. All right. Teacher. Beep, beep, beep. Sun Xingyu hung up the phone, still in a daze. Even though he hadn't seen the movie in theaters, he had heard all the buzz. With a budget of 100 million, it earned a total box office of 3 billion in just 30 days. It broke even in a day? The rest was pure profit. How could this not be a masterwork? Why not come and teach me instead? After the days wore off, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who should be calling whom now? With this achievement, Lu Bai could become an external teacher at the school. And he was so young. If he could maintain such high box office standards, he might even apply for an assistant professor or associate professor position. Wow, a leader has emerged from my students? Sun Xingyu couldn't help but feel increasingly satisfied. This truly was a student I taught. What a pride. After Lu Bai hung up, he felt a bit perplexed. But then he thought, maybe it was because of the project he sent last night. He didn't dwell on it too much, finished breakfast, and was just thinking about going out for a stroll when he received a text notification. Bank transaction alert. Your account has received 1.07 billion. Lu Bai's breath quickened. The film revenue had also come in. After taxes, there was still 1.07 billion left. Now he could buy a house and retrieve Mark III. He had been looking forward to this day for so long. Iron Man is about to officially appear on Blue Star. Chapter 37. Lu Bai becomes the real Iron Man. With a mortal body, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Lu Bai bought a house without spending too much time. He had already chosen the location, a villa area far from the market. As soon as the box office revenue arrived, he purchased it in full. A standalone large yard, over 600 square meters, costing 80 million. The entire process was quick and simple, and the extravagant purchase made the beautiful saleswoman daydream about becoming the owner of this villa. Mr. Liu, now that the contract is signed, would you like to celebrate with a drink? Lu Bai refused, saying, no need, I want to rest now. The saleswoman's eyes lit up, her face blushing. Was he this direct? Moreover, Lu Bai was so young and handsome. Surely he wouldn't refuse. She sweetly suggested, then let me give you a massage. I learned it before. I prefer to rest quietly alone. You can leave. Lu Bai felt a bit annoyed. He was eager to try on the Iron Man suit. There was no time for drinks. Please leave quickly. The saleswoman ultimately left in frustration, seemingly regretting the missed opportunity. Lu Bai locked the doors and windows, closed the curtains, and cautiously checked for any surveillance devices nearby. After ensuring everything was clear, he finally sat on the sofa, feeling satisfied. Accessing Mark III mech. Lu Bai calmed down for a moment before thinking. Mark III mech is being distributed. Detected villa size. Equipment has been transferred to the storage. Ding. Distribution successful. Please sign for it. The voice that appeared in his mind was like music from heaven. Lu Bai excitedly stood up, searching the villa for a long time until he finally found the long-awaited mech in the spacious storage of the large yard. In that several dozen square meter storage, countless intelligent mechanical arms were placed. Upon seeing Lu Bai, they respectfully lowered their arms, as if bowing to their master. In the center of their gathering was a black floor with a strong metallic texture, seemingly able to be opened at will. Lu Bai took one look and knew that the Mark III armor was quietly waiting beneath the black iron block for its rightful owner. Seeing this scene, Lu Bai's heart raced even faster. This meant that all the supporting facilities from the first Iron Man had arrived. With this equipment, Lu Bai could put on or take off the suit. Even Lu Bai couldn't help but praise the quality. But he still controlled his impulse. First turning on the indoor lights, closing the storage door, and then confidently walking towards the mechanical arms. As he got closer to the armor, an idea struck him, and he couldn't help but say, Jarvis? The Mark mech has a highly intelligent AI system, which in the original story is Stark's butler, linked with the Mark mech, serving as Stark's assistant. It not only provides alerts and detection, but also has a degree of autonomy to help Stark better control the mech. My master, I am here. As soon as Lu Bai's words fell, a magnetic male voice echoed around him. Lu Bai understood that this was Jarvis responding to him. Help me put on the Mark mech. Lu Bai stepped onto the black steel floor, speaking with anticipation. Okay, master. After Jarvis responded, the mechanical hands around him began to move with a clattering sound. In an instant, the floor cracked open, revealing hidden components beneath. Each piece shimmered with a golden-red luster, making Lu Bai's heart race. Then, he saw the mechanical hand grabbing the armor components, assembling them onto his body. The cold mechanical hand was gentler than he had imagined, causing no discomfort at all. The first part to be assembled was the torso. This was beyond Lu Bai's expectations. He had thought they would install a mini-arc reactor. But the actual situation was that the mech's torso came with its own energy device. When it made contact with Lu Bai's body, a special connection was established. In an instant, Lu Bai's mind was clear, and he understood his physical condition perfectly. It was a wondrous experience he had never had before. It felt as though a continuous source of energy was interwoven with his flesh and bones, making his soul feel incredibly full. He seemed to be brimming with boundless energy. His limbs were also equipped with titanium alloy materials, looking exceptionally sturdy. Especially at the head, when that solid skull cap was perfectly fitted, Lu Bai's vision transformed. Everything around him turned into visualized data. As if with a single punch, he could destroy anything. The weapon systems on the armor also became commands that he could manipulate at will, especially after the arc reactor connected with his nerves. He could control it with his thoughts, as if his body had become one with the armor. In that moment, Lu Bai's pupils revealed immense excitement. He finally understood what it meant to experience physical pain and mechanical ascension. And in that instant, Lu Bai became the true Iron Man, with a mortal body. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine. P.S. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Also, I kindly ask all viewers for a 5-star review. As a new author, I really need this, and it won't take much of your time. Chapter 38. The Tech Expo is here. 3 days later, the real Iron Man will appear before the world. When Lu Bai merged with the Mark suit, his entire state changed. He felt incredibly energized, and his limbs were filled with strength. Everything before him turned into visualized data. It seemed that with a casual punch, he could pierce through steel. Energy propulsion was at 25. Lu Bai recalled the film's plot. Stark had found the most suitable ascent energy through multiple experiments. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to try it out. He issued a command, and the centers of his hands and feet, wrapped in the armor, immediately generated a powerful thrust, swiftly and smoothly propelling Liu Bai's body upward. Even though Liu Bai was mentally prepared, this sudden experience of being airborne still made him anxious. It felt like the first time ice skating. His limbs were incredibly clumsy, unable to control his center of gravity, and after a long struggle, he fell down. With a loud thud, he landed solidly. Would it hurt? Liu Bai got up from the ground, somewhat surprised. According to the height he just soared from, falling down would definitely be unpleasant. However, he felt no pain at all. Soon, he believed that the Mark III had a very strong shock absorption capability. The energy flowed between his body and the suit, protecting him. This discovery made Liu Bai bolder. He completely let go of his psychological burden and clumsily piloted the mech in the empty warehouse. From noon until night, his maneuvering skills greatly improved. Such intense training left him physically and mentally exhausted, drenched in sweat. I can fly too. The suit's mask opened, revealing Liu Bai's handsome face and hair soaked in sweat. An afternoon of training transformed him from a wobbly infant into a running child. The growth rate was astonishing. Liu Bai was very satisfied. At this moment, the intelligent AI, Jarvis, spoke up. Dear Master, I have detected many unread messages on your phone. You are currently in a resting phase. Would you like me to read them for you? Liu Bai was surprised. He didn't expect the AI that came with the system could connect to his phone. Did it have my permission? However, Liu Bai quickly reassured himself. The system coexists with his consciousness, inseparable. Perhaps this Jarvis was just an external manifestation of the system, equivalent to an additional lifestyle permission. Read it. Liu Bai said. The message content came from a messaging app. The sender was Senior Brother Chen Renchuan. Boss, we have selected a few locations for the company, and the photos have been sent to you. They can be rented at any time now. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai put on his helmet again, and the LCD display in front of him instantly showed several photos. They all appeared to be in office buildings with good lighting, and the prices varied. Jarvis, call Senior Brother Chen Renchuan. Soon, the call connected. Chen Renchuan's cheerful voice came through. Boss Liu Bai, we just have some updates to report. No need to be so polite, Senior Brother. What is it? Liu Bai was wrapped in the mech, and the call volume was just right, clear and comfortable. As if they were communicating face to face. We finished reading the new script Transformers. The creativity is unbeatable, and the imagination is incredibly high. Cars, planes, animals, all can transform. It's amazing. This film is definitely going to be a hit. Chen Renchuan's voice was full of excitement and indescribable amazement. We have a blockbuster like Iron Man, and for the next film, we can directly seek investment. We can have major car manufacturers bid for advertising. And we could even save on filming costs. Plus, the box office will be ours to enjoy. This idea is simply genius. Listening to the flattery, Liu Bai couldn't help but chuckle and interrupted. You haven't told me what you wanted to report yet. Chen Renchuan collected his thoughts and began to summarize the situation. In short, Chen Renchuan and the others had discovered the business opportunity in the new script and could definitely talk to car companies about sponsorship. The car manufacturers, recognizing the popularity of Iron Man, had already expressed interest in cooperation. The dividends of Iron Man are far from over. Many toy manufacturers and rubber factories are eyeing the Iron Man IP, looking to collaborate on producing Iron Man toys or figurines. Although the cinemas have taken Iron Man off the screens, major streaming platforms are eager to secure exclusive rights, offering top-notch conditions. All right, I understand. Let's send someone to continue the negotiations. Liu Bai expressed his satisfaction. He picked a pleasing address for the company, hung up the phone, and let Chen Shixiang get back to work. Chen Renchuan, as a shareholder with technical investment, possesses excellent management skills. The new company has a small team, and Chen Renchuan serves as the CEO throughout the process. Let us go have a meal first. After a day of training, Liu Bai felt tired and hungry. Watching the mechanical arm take off his battle suit and place it on the metal floor, he contentedly left the storage room. While waiting for the food at the restaurant, he received a private message from a contact at the Qingzhou Technology Expo. Boss, long time no see. Congratulations on your Iron Man movie's success. Our exhibition will take place in 3 days, and we are now open for submissions. Here is the schedule. The staff sent a poster with details. Registration for submissions is from January 20th to January 23rd. The exhibition will run from January 24th morning to February 24th evening, lasting for 1 month. Location, Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. On the night of the exhibition, there will be speeches about technological design concepts, and recordings will be made. The poster was straightforward, and Liu Bai immediately understood that it was time for registration. Okay, I will be there in the next couple of days. Liu Bai replied, and the steaming dishes were served at the table. His taste buds were tantalized, but his heart was even more exhilarated. The real Mark suit, the true Iron Man, is set to make a grand entrance on Blue Star in just 3 days. It will definitely astonish the people of Blue Star. Chapter 39, Returning Home. No restricted flight zones, directly to Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. There's still ample time for the exhibition registration, so Liu Bai didn't rush to sign up. Over the next few days, he would go to the company during the day to acquire supplies. Earth Studios. Looking at the company plaque on the wall, Liu Bai softly murmured. A warm sense of nostalgia flowed through him. This name could serve as proof of the Earth people. This name sounds quite grand, Earth. Is that another way to refer to Blue Star? Chen Renchuan, standing beside Liu Bai, curiously asked. Now he held multiple positions, not only as the chief director of the company, but also as the CEO. Although the title of president sounds impressive, to put it plainly, it just means he is a manager. Once the company grows larger and the staff increases, he would definitely need someone specifically to manage operations. At that time, he could be a non-operational shareholder focusing on filmmaking. Exactly. Liu Bai nodded in response. Earth Studios is located on the outskirts of the city in a technology park. The rent is low, and the space is large. The building has 2 floors, surrounded by UV-resistant insulated glass, giving it a modern and outstanding design. There is a subway outside that connects to the city center and the university nearby. It's not far from the newly purchased villa. Liu Bai rented this place with careful consideration. His team often goes out for film shoots and might not return for months. So there's no need to waste money in the expensive city center. Besides, it's crowded and noisy, and the space is small, making it impractical. The crew agrees with this viewpoint as they also dislike working in the city. The fast-paced lifestyle makes people anxious, which is not conducive to creativity. The current office location is excellent, with fresh air and good greenery, allowing them to take drives around the mountains and waters, which is like paradise for this group of artistic youths. Brother, here are the selected filming location photos. These are the car companies that have agreed to collaborate. What do you think? In the chairman's office, Chen Renchuan handed over the photos and documents, filled with anticipation for the future. Is the filming location settled? When do we start? Liu Bai looked at the photos and was pleasantly surprised to find that one of the filming locations was near the company and would serve as the main character's home. Within a week, we also need to discuss sponsorship with several sports car brands. They can be quite proud and disdainful about using films for promotion, but we are still negotiating. At the same time, we are looking for suitable actors, Chen Renchuan said seriously. The difficulty of this shoot is far greater than that of previous projects. It's a challenge not only for the director, but also for the actors. At least in previous works, there were 3D printed suits to assist the actors and shorten filming time. However, for this project, there will be no physical props at all. The mechs are too large. Even if we could create them, they wouldn't be useful for filming as they are impossible to control. But that was his struggle as a director. There was no need to burden Liu Bai with complaints. If every challenge needed the chairman's intervention, then what kind of director would he be? Thank you for your hard work. With your help, I feel at ease. Liu Bai smiled at Chen's determined expression. Having such partners meant that once tasks were delegated, results would follow, making it a relief to manage. After some lighthearted conversation about work, they also discussed Tony. Now Tony is the first signed actor at the company, and with his distinct acting skills and the success of previous projects, he has been receiving constant offers and skyrocketing pay, which has also made the company more well-known. Liu Bai granted him a great deal of autonomy, arranging for a personal assistant and not taking a single cent from his earnings. This surprised and touched Tony, who felt a warmth akin to home in Chizhou. He even flew in to celebrate the company's opening. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During the day, Liu Bai occasionally attended classes and explored the company, looking for actors with the directing team. At night, he would return to the warehouse to operate the mech. Becoming increasingly skilled, he also discovered a more convenient way to control it. He found that even without speaking, the AI could understand his thoughts and provide performance feedback. This discovery further confirmed to Liu Bai that this Jarvis is the external manifestation of the system. The communication at the consciousness level made Liu Bai increasingly adept, akin to using chopsticks, which was becoming muscle memory, as if it were an extension of his arm and fingers. Master, please note that today is January 23rd at 9 p.m. You have 1 hour left to register and attend the Qingzhou Technology Exhibition. Will you participate? Liu Bai, filled with excitement, rushed through the storage room, only to hear Jarvis's reminder, realizing that 3 days had passed. Time flies. He had been so busy lately that he almost forgot. After coming back to his senses, Liu Bai was not too anxious but instead thought to himself, provide the route to the Qingzhou Science Museum. Route has been planned. There are checkpoints for DUI detection along the way, which may delay your journey. Upon hearing this, a smile of anticipation appeared on Liu Bai's face. With the mark mech, do I still need to drive? Jarvis, check if there are any no-fly zones nearby. Response, no no-fly zones detected. You can go directly to the Qingzhou Science Museum. Chapter 40. What Iron Man sees, Liu Bai sees. Developing new capabilities for the system, technological marvels. No no-fly zones. You can go directly to the Qingzhou Science Museum. Route has been planned, straight line distance of 96 kilometers. Expected to arrive within 10 minutes. Will you depart now? Listening to Jarvis's report, Lu Bai let out a bitter smile. I won't be going after all. It was truly unavoidable. He wanted to show off to everyone in person, but rationally thinking. The Mark III still had a fatal flaw. It couldn't be worn or removed at will. Moreover, the mechanical arm lacked mobility. He couldn't just carry the storage room outside. Could he? Ideally, it would still be the upgraded suit from Stark later on. Even the second version had abandoned the assistance of the mechanical arm, offering a more convenient way to put it on and take it off. Otherwise, using the restroom would be a hassle. The system had mentioned that to have the ability to choose films independently, certain prerequisites must be met. One had to complete 3 film tasks set by the system to unlock the self-selection feature in the marketplace. Now that he had received the task for Transformers, and actors were being sought, filming would likely start soon. Lu Bai felt a bit melancholic. He really liked Transformers, but optimistically estimating. By the time he gained the ability for independent selection, he would have graduated from university. After removing the battle suit, Lu Bai stepped onto the dark floor, and the mechanical arm took off the Mark mech for him, reassembling it at Lu Bai's command. Controlling Iron Man remotely, early Stark probably couldn't do that, right? Standing in front of the Mark mech, a proud smile crossed Lu Bai's face. Over the past few days, he had discovered a unique ability. He could connect with the system. Furthermore, Jarvis was an external representation of the system. In other words, Lu Bai could communicate with the system within his consciousness to control Iron Man. Moreover, Lu Bai had another ability that was perfectly developed. The visualization of the panel. Host, Lu Bai. Task, film Transformers. Progress, actors are being sought. Yes, this is the ability. The system can project images and sounds into Lu Bai's mind. This means that what Iron Man sees, Lu Bai also sees. He has perfectly adapted to the remote control capability. This also means that Lu Bai can experience anywhere Iron Man goes from the comfort of his home. There will be no danger at all. Lu Bai has been excitedly pondering this ability for the past few days. This is truly a war weapon. With the standards of the first Iron Man, he has grasped the Iron Legion from the second movie. Just in time for the entry registration at the Science and Technology Museum, he is eager to try it out. System, pilot Iron Man to the Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. Ding. In an instant, the golden red mech in front of Lu Bai lit up with brilliant blue light in its eyes and chest. Lu Bai seemed to feel that this armor had come to life. Yes, master, responded Jarvis in a friendly voice. Iron Man soared into the sky, opened the storage door, and leaped into the air like a shooting star. Lu Bai watched the meteor streak away, feeling a mix of emotions. It felt like a pet that could now cook, clean, and use the toilet. He felt immensely proud. Can the technology on Blue Star create such mechs? Lu Bai knew that mechanical exoskeletons were widely used by the military on Blue Star, and even civilian tech companies were developing them. But Iron Man, paired with the system's intelligence, was a complete technological marvel, a true game-changer for Blue Star. A meteor streaked across the sky, catching people's attention. On the park lawn, someone looked up at the starry sky and suddenly exclaimed, "Is that a shooting star?" Curiosity piqued. People looked up and saw a white light gliding across the night sky, exclaiming, "It really is. So bright. Is it going to crash down? Quick, take a picture. Is a meteorite worth anything? So cool. Make a wish." As for Lu Bai, he had already snuggled back into bed, closing his eyes. Yet in his mind, he could clearly perceive Iron Man's perspective and the howling wind. It was as if he were experiencing it firsthand. Indescribably wonderful. Master, Jarvis reporting. We have arrived over the Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. Requesting next command. Chapter 41. Iron Man officially enters the Science Museum. Netizens are on edge. Hearing Jarvis's words, Lu Bai began to issue commands in his mind. He envisioned shutting down Iron Man's flight energy, and this action caused the mech to plummet from the sky. Just before hitting the ground, he instantly activated the energy, and the limbs erupted with powerful energy to cushion the fall, landing smoothly in a small grove without attracting any attention in the night. To put it metaphorically, this operation was like controlling a character in a game, jumping from a height and only opening the wind wings just before reaching the ground to achieve a quick landing. Safe landing. Would you like to contact the staff? Lu Bai responded, "Yes, contact them." The next moment, Jarvis made the call. Soon, a voice came through. "Hello, is this Director Lu Bai?" The tone was respectful, reaching Lu Bai's mind. "It's me. The exhibit has arrived outside the Science Museum." This call was somewhat special, a new experience for Lu Bai. Ultimately, it was the system and the advanced suit acting as intermediaries, serving as a bridge for remote communication, with high security and no possibility of eavesdropping. All right. My name is Li Pingyan, just call me Xiao Li. I'll be there shortly." Li Pingyan touched the phone and walked briskly towards the entrance. However, he found the area outside empty. The street was desolate at night. "Director Lu, I've arrived at the entrance. Did you come personally?" Li Pingyan asked respectfully. "I didn't go," Lu Bai replied. "The film industry is definitely busy, I understand. But who is handing it over to me? I need to register it conveniently." Li Pingyan looked towards the road but saw no transport vehicle as he had expected, so he politely inquired, "Look to your right." Upon hearing this, Li Pingyan instinctively glanced to his right. The moment he did, his hand trembled, and he almost couldn't hold his phone steady. Before his eyes stood a tall, cold mech. Looking incredibly sturdy, it walked silently. Having worked at the Science Museum for many years, Li Pingyan naturally had an eye for detail. He found it hard to imagine how such a heavy mech could be so well-tuned for shock absorption. With just one glance, Li Pingyan was stunned. His voice trembled slightly. "Director Liu, I see it." Liu Bai responded, "Then please take it to register." "Not a problem," Li Pingyan said, walking ahead. Surprised that the mech followed him. He didn't find it strange. He just guessed it could be controlled remotely, like a drone. However, the design was indeed impressive. It had sharp angles, smooth lines, and a commanding presence. It was simply stunning. Any man would find it hard to resist the romance of a mech. He initially became interested in the advanced suit after watching a design video posted by Liu Bai. At that time, he noticed the suit trending and found its design striking. So he intended to seize the opportunity for exposure without giving it too much thought. Claiming to present design ideas on stage was just a way of making a grand statement. What truly made the Science Museum unable to ignore it was the immense success of the advanced suit film. The focus on it skyrocketed, and the intent to ride the wave of popularity was clear. The exhibition organizers explicitly expressed their hope for director Liu Bai to present on stage. The press release would surely hype it up, and the traffic would be astonishing. Tickets would definitely sell for a high price, and the social recognition would surely rise to another level. Director Liu Bai, the registration is complete, Li Pingyan said respectfully. "Thank you for your hard work." Liu Bai watched as Li Pingyan led the advanced suit into the hall. The location was quite good. Upon entering the hall, one could see the advanced suit right away. Colorful ribbons surrounded it, and a sign stood to prohibit touching. Without needing to say much, Liu Bai directly controlled the advanced suit to step onto the exhibition platform. After controlling it to face the exhibition entrance, the registration for entry was also completed. This control is impressive. Li Pingyan was taken aback for a moment. Feeling a bit dazed, unsure whether it was Liu Bai's skillful manipulation or the powerful design of the Iron Man. The knee-high ribbons could actually leap over like a person. This is something many major tech companies cannot achieve. Overcoming terrain has always been a challenging breakthrough, let alone in humanoid form. Thanks to director Liu Bai for the support. After a brief exchange, Li Pingyan hung up the phone and communicated with the exhibition manager. Soon, the tech exhibition purchased a large number of press releases, featuring photos of Iron Man, to start generating buzz. Shock! Iron Man officially joins the Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum, with a perfect design. Big news. The movie Iron Man has really been brought to life. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., the museum will officially open, and there will actually be Iron Man. How cool is that? Iron Man represents a man's romance. Right here in the Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. A large number of articles were spread through official accounts, attracting countless eyes, causing a stir among netizens. Chapter 42. Is this a science museum? It looks more like a market. The actors are in place, and filming is about to begin. Online. The popularity of Iron Man has waned since the film's release. However, the news of this tech exhibition has reignited public interest and hit the trending topics. Iron Man can actually appear at a tech exhibition? That's quite impressive. Is the museum trying to ride the coattails of the hype? Honestly, I'm not surprised. Iron Man's design is indeed eye-catching. A film that reignites the stagnant sci-fi genre and even inspires tech companies proves Iron Man's success. In the heated discussions, there are those who are delighted, those who view it rationally, and those who belittle it. The latter group believes Iron Man has nothing to do with the tech field. Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Everyone knows that humanoid machines aren't favored on the battlefield, so is that really a design highlight? It's more of an experiment. I used to really like Iron Man. It definitely meets the standards for sci-fi films. But it shouldn't be trying to make a scene at a genuine tech exhibition. It feels quite disgusting now. Is this just inviting a mascot? The tech circle should be a little purer. Not everything should be invited. I've already been annoyed by Iron Man ads, but I'll still watch for fun this time. There are praises and criticisms, with arguments going back and forth. For the museum, no matter the type of dispute, it's valuable traffic. Director. The news about the tech exhibition has already reached the top of the trending topics. Tickets for pre-sale have already sold out for several days ahead. Director, well done. In the museum, someone excitedly reported. Hearing this, the director was also beaming with joy. However, he refrained from commenting on the matter and instead said, "There will be many people tomorrow, so we must be cautious and avoid any mishaps. I've invited quite a few news media outlets to come. As the manager, you need to be sharp. Take care of all aspects and details." The manager assured, that is certainly a priority. The Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum, which belongs to a semi-official organization, has been operating for several years but has not garnered much attention and remains lukewarm. Coupled with the lack of strong support from higher authorities, various aspects appear strained. The recent turning point was entirely due to an employee discovering something interesting while browsing a video platform after work. The manager felt skeptical about this invitation, thinking it was unreliable. Although the event could invite amateur inventors, what was the significance of making videos? Little did he know. That content creator turned short videos into a blockbuster, generating incredible box office success and overwhelming popularity. Consequently, he decided to take it seriously and instructed Li Pingyan to make sure to take good care of Liu Bai, ideally bringing Iron Man to the exhibition. Now that Iron Man has been brought in and with the press release, it has instantly exploded online, drawing a surge of attention from any angle. This is a successful promotional strategy. Not only does the museum gain a great reputation, but the participating companies also receive higher visibility, potentially attracting a wave of investment. The manager is filled with confidence. The increased recognition from breaking through the usual boundaries can be effectively converted into revenue. In the future, there might even be more funding for events. Just like now, the ticket sales have been completely sold out. It is a stark contrast to a few years ago when the place was desolate and quiet. Although the atmosphere of academic exchange has somewhat changed, I believe most companies should be clear-headed about this. Without attention, there are no investments, and where would the subsequent research funding come from? The manager feels helpless and melancholic. This is a clear challenge discussed internally. The director is also somewhat troubled. After all, some companies focus solely on research, are rigid in their thinking, and have a deep aversion to capital. However, overall, the outcome is undoubtedly highly profitable, not only attracting investment, but also raising the visibility of social enterprises. The manager now just hopes that the criticisms from various companies will be minimal. Time passes slowly. At 9:50 a.m., the Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum is about to open. Outside, a restless crowd has gathered. The exhibition is about to begin. They have come specifically for Iron Man. Indeed, the photos of Iron Man online are so cool, towering like a person. I hope it won't be disappointing. If I hadn't seen my ticket stub, I would have thought I was attending a comic convention instead of a science exhibition. There are indeed too many people. Everyone is giving face to the major companies, all coming to support, leaving me alone to take a photo with Iron Man. Dream on. The scene is bustling and crowded. Although the heads of various companies entered early, seeing the throngs outside still made them feel overwhelmed. Despite prior communication from the exhibition organizers, the sheer number of people left them utterly astonished. Is this still a science museum? Where's the promised prestige? Where's the elite circle? This looks like a marketplace. Am I selling fish now? Where did you hide my fishing rod? Exhibition organizers. As for Liu Bai, he is completely oblivious to the situation here, carrying a bag and leaving home early after freshening up. Senior Chen Renchuan sent a notice last night that the actors are already in position, and they can start selecting the leads. Transformers. Filming is about to begin. Chapter 43. The appearance of the Lamborghini Blue Star. Will it become the main character of Transformers? The film production company is a two-story bungalow with a very modern design. In the spacious room, Liu Bai met several senior brothers. Liu Shitty, good morning. Have you eaten? Chen Renchuan greeted him with a smile. I had some soy milk and fried dough sticks on the way. Liu Bai responded briefly and started discussing the current situation. They have already reached agreements with major automotive companies, all willing to sponsor the project. As for the main character's vehicle, it was secured from a well-known local automotive brand for $8 million, which is a key promotional spot. The other automotive companies combined have sponsored over $10 million. Don't underestimate this money. It's pure profit before anything has even started. Moreover, there is no need to share the revenue with them. As long as the contract is followed and sufficient screen time is given in the movie, the advertising fees will be pocketed entirely, unlike those investments that require sharing a significant portion of the profits. The sponsorship process is going smoothly, and some less popular automotive brands are optimistic about this opportunity. The only ones unwilling to cooperate are the sports car manufacturers. Chen Renchuan sighed. These racing car companies are too proud. They miss out on potential benefits. This was not surprising. Liu Bai merely nodded, clearly having anticipated this. In the script, Bumblebee transforming into a sports car is a highlight. However, the local brand does not have a sports car model, and its designs are relatively conservative in today's market. So, they clearly stated in the contract that their model would only appear in the early part of the film, and there were no objections from the other side. Chen Renchuan explained. Since the sports car manufacturers are not interested in collaborating, let's not force it. Hearing Liu Bai's words, Chen Renchuan nodded. During the last Iron Man shoot, the car Stark drove to the party was quite nice. They could rent it again. However, before he could speak, Chen Renchuan saw Liu Bai take out several blueprints from his bag. He curiously took them, and, upon glancing at them, felt his mind go blank. In his hands were car blueprints. The low, sleek body resembled a subdued beast, with sharp, flowing lines and a fierce shark-like mouth exuding a menacing aura. Just one glance left Chen Renchuan stunned. He was certain that this model did not exist in the local market. He stared at Liu Bai with wide eyes, hoping for an explanation. What on earth is this? Does such a car really exist? This is a new model design. Since the sports car manufacturers are not cooperating, we won't use theirs, Liu Bai said with a smile. Exactly. In Chun Rinchuan's hands was unmistakably the Lamborghini from Earth. Even if it's not the fastest sports car on Earth, it is undoubtedly the one that captures men's hearts the most. That design is irresistible to anyone who sees it. Since Chun Rinchuan reported on the sports car manufacturers, Liu Bai had been considering it. He had browsed through the original Iron Man film in his mind, and unexpectedly discovered the existence of Lamborghini in Stark's garage. At that time, he had the system help him sketch out the car model, hoping it could be used for a transformation project. What surprised him was that the system generously provided the design blueprints for a luxury sports car. That's right. He now had access to the core design plan of this prestigious brand. He could completely replicate the vehicle here on Blue Star. Time to apply for a design patent and register the trademark, as it would be useful in the future. He smiled, looking very pleased. This was an unexpected gain. He kept the core details hidden, only providing the exterior blueprints, and even the chassis design was not included, all to keep a trump card up his sleeve. Who knows? Maybe the film company might also pivot to selling cars, or collaborate with existing car manufacturers to create something similar. That would be incredibly cool. Could it really be designed? I really want to get one. Chun Rinchuan came back to his senses, instantly gritting his teeth. The striking car model made his heart race. He couldn't pinpoint what was so great about it, but it was just so cool. It felt like Iron Man, striking right at his excitement. The other senior brothers also looked at the exterior blueprints, their faces filled with shock. Wow, this is too stunning. Where did you get this, Boss Liu? It's simply amazing. Even someone like me, who can't drive, can't help but want to get a driver's license after seeing this. Boss Liu is a genius. The blueprints were passed around among several senior brothers, eager to own one immediately. But work still had to be done. So one of the senior brothers made a backup of the exterior blueprint to proceed with the patent registration. After chatting for a while, the female receptionist came in to announce, "Gentlemen, the actors are ready. Shall we start the auditions now? Actors have arrived?" Liu Bai looked at his senior brothers and said, "Then let's begin." With the receptionist's notification, the actors stepped forward one by one to audition. Each actor came with hope and ambition, wishing to land their desired role. With the company's growth, there were more candidates, but that also meant that the time spent on this process had increased. "Thank you for your performance. Please call the next actor in, and you can go wait for the notification," Chun Rinchuan said gently. "Okay, director." The young actor left. Only then did Chun Rinchuan furrow his brows and quietly say, "They all seem pretty average." Liu Bai nodded calmly in agreement. After sitting through the morning, they had auditioned 7 or 8 candidates for the lead role, none of whom were satisfactory. Either they didn't understand the character well enough, or their performances felt forced, or they lacked a sense of realism. Some were just too handsome and didn't fit the character profile. How was the audition arranged? Liu Bai picked up the list and casually asked. They're auditioning for the lead roles in the morning, with a staggered schedule of 1.5 hours. In the afternoon, we will audition for the supporting roles, Chun Rinchuan replied. Liu Bai nodded, briefly scanning through the actor information sheet. It was no longer limited to actors from a specific region. There were many more from various backgrounds. Yes, this time, Liu Bai has relaxed the requirements for the actors' appearances quite a bit. It's no longer as strict as when casting for the original script. Like with a certain iconic character. The last time, many actors were chosen from a specific region mainly due to a lack of confidence and the absence of trial and error costs. Now, they are even bolder, directly opting for younger actors, showing no intention of seeking out high-profile celebrities. Of course, while the company isn't looking for them, many star agencies are still eager to collaborate, with countless willing to invest in the production just to make an appearance in this film and even revive their careers. Since the establishment of a certain film company, the recruitment announcement for actors has immediately created a buzz in the entertainment industry. Now, who doesn't know that this newly established company recently pulled down a blockbuster sci-fi film? It has been performing exceptionally well on streaming platforms, with extremely high viewership. Not long after, they are set to start shooting a new movie. Which actor can resist such an opportunity? As the lead in the blockbuster, the actor and his co-star have skyrocketed in popularity, constantly receiving invitations for red carpet events. Who wouldn't be envious? If it weren't for the recent release of that blockbuster, missing out on award season would have been a shame. Otherwise, they would definitely be in the running for major awards. Such a hit is rarely seen even at prestigious film festivals. Therefore, young actors are vying for a chance to be part of it. Even without the movie title being announced, they are already excited. They wouldn't mind taking on small roles, as long as they can gain fame and make money. Investing in the production is no big deal anymore. Some actresses even go as far as sending audition resumes with inappropriate content. This kind of behavior is completely frowned upon by the artistic youth like Chun Rinchuan, who don't give them any audition opportunities. The current candidates for auditions have already been filtered down significantly. Otherwise, the numbers would be even more exaggerated. Hello, directors. At this moment, a young man walked in. My name is Shiya, from Chinzhou Film Academy, majoring in acting, and I'm about to graduate. I would like to audition for the role of Sam. Please give me a chance. He appeared shy, standing straight, not daring to glance around. However, he tried to speak as relaxed as possible. He is currently in his 4th year, about to graduate. He has taken on some roles at school, but they were all minor parts. He understands that he doesn't have the looks to become a leading man in films. However, after seeing the recruitment online, he didn't want to miss the opportunity. Yet, he was also aware of his average conditions and spent a restless night filled with regret before finally submitting his resume with a tried-out attitude. To his surprise, he passed the initial audition and got to meet the director team. He had watched that blockbuster multiple times, so cool. But these people all looked so young, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. As he caught a glimpse of Liu Bai, he almost felt disheartened. This guy is way too handsome. A perfect fit for a leading man. But he is actually sitting in the director's seat. Relax, don't be nervous. Chen Renchuan looked at Shiya's resume with a warm smile. He is actually a junior. The sense of familiarity in his heart surged significantly. The script is on the table, and you pick one to perform. You have only 5 minutes to prepare. Liu Bai speaks up, with some anticipation towards him. Shiya is not very tall and has a darker complexion. His face shows signs of neglect, indicating he doesn't take care of himself. However, this adds a lot of life to his presence. He possesses a certain charm that is not overtly handsome, yet he bears an 80% resemblance to actors from another place. This is what intrigues Liu Bai the most. Alright, Shiya, not daring to waste any time, picks up the script and begins to memorize it. Perhaps due to nervousness and eagerness, his brain becomes very active. He seems to enter a certain state, reading the lines much faster than usual. Soon, he has memorized the lines, but since the directors haven't called time yet, he reads through them 1 or 2 more times to reinforce his memory. His physical state is unprecedentedly good. You can start your performance now. Chen Renchuan glances at his watch and announces, Okay. Shiya puts down the script and earnestly feels the protagonist's state at that moment. From the text in the scene, it is clear that the protagonist, Sam, is in a classroom, presenting his great-great-grandfather's legacy to his classmates. The character is introverted and not very articulate, almost invisible in the school. He carries a bit of nervousness while giving his speech. Before long, Shiya gets into character. He rubs his hands and looks at the directors, as if he's looking at his classmates, and awkwardly begins. For this report on family history, I plan to talk about my great-great-grandfather, the legendary Captain Archibald Vedovich, a famous explorer. The lines are brief, merely introducing the background and timeline of the film. Shiya's performance flows very naturally. Even Chen Renchuan cannot detect any signs of acting. It makes director Chen wonder if Shiya is just being himself. But is it a bad thing to perfectly fit the role? You can step down now, Chen Renchuan says with appreciation and kindness in his eyes. After bowing, Shiya leaves the office, gently closing the door behind him. What do you all think? Chen Renchuan asks with a smile. Liu Bai nods with a smile. He asks the male lead. Chapter 45. Han Mo Ing is auditioning for the female lead? This must be a joke. The selection of the male lead went relatively smoothly. At least the important role has been resolved today. In another 20 minutes, it will be time for the female actress's auditions. Brother Chen, let us sign Shiya under the company's name. Watching Shiya leave, Liu Bai considers. On his resume, Shiya does not have an acting agency yet, so it would be good to sign such a promising talent. Plus, there might be a sequel in the future, which would make it easier to arrange his roles. Sure. Chen Renchuan nods. Taking care of his junior is naturally a positive thing. Of course, this must be based on ability. If he has no skills, he wouldn't agree to it either. Liu Bai stands up to go to the restroom and get some fresh air. He notices that female actresses are gradually arriving outside the door. Liu Bai, have you had lunch? At this moment, Liu Bai receives a message. It was a familiar contact. Han Moing, who sent the message. She got straight to the point. I would like to invite you to dinner. Not sure if you're free today. The script you mentioned last time, I've started writing it based on your suggestions. I'd also like you to take a look at it. Liu Bai read the message and recalled his previous promise to help, though he had delayed for quite some time. It was about time to fulfill that promise. I'm free this afternoon, but I have a meeting to attend tonight. Are you available? Liu Bai remembered that he had promised the Science Museum that he would give a speech tonight, along with a preview of the upcoming Transformers film, to garner social attention and hopefully secure the beloved Bumblebee later on. Of course, it would be an honor to have dinner with a great director, she replied confidently. You seem to not have a driver's license. Send me your location, and I'll come pick you up. Liu Bai chuckled softly and didn't refuse. After so many years of collaboration, one as a screenwriter and the other directing and acting, they were quite familiar with each other, so there was no need for formality. He sent his location and returned to the audition room to start interviewing the female lead. Liu Bai's residence and company were both located on the outskirts, and it took Han Moying nearly an hour to drive to the film company. Is this the place? Quite impressive, she thought. But he never mentioned it to me. Is he afraid I decelerate? She observed the modern and beautifully decorated two-story building. She didn't take it to heart, knowing that Liu Bai wasn't one for crowds or extravagance. He probably hadn't even held a celebration. After shutting the car door, Han Moying took off her sunglasses and walked confidently into the company. Upon entering, she was greeted by a youthful and attractive female receptionist. The receptionist was momentarily stunned by Han Moying's presence. Though wearing light makeup, her exquisite features and radiant skin were evident, coupled with her tall stature and slender waist. The receptionist couldn't help but feel envious. Even though she was dressed in a winter down jacket, it was easy to guess that she had a well-proportioned figure. This level of beauty was comparable to first-tier female stars. The receptionist politely inquired, "Miss, are you here for an audition?" Han Moying was slightly taken aback by the question. After pausing for 2 seconds, she flashed a bright smile. "Yes, I'm sorry for being late." "No problem. You still have a few ladies ahead of you waiting for their auditions," the receptionist replied with a sweet smile and a serious tone. "Please show me your resume. I need to verify the information." Han Moying couldn't help but smile wryly. "Oh no, I can't continue acting." "Just kidding. I have an appointment with your boss." She hesitated and asked uncertainly, "Liu Bai is your boss, right?" The receptionist respectfully replied, "Yes, he is our chairman. May I ask if you are Miss Han?" Han Moying nodded with a smile. "Yes, I'm Han Moying, a classmate of your boss. The chairman has briefed me. Let me show you the way." The receptionist said understandingly, leading Han Moying to the audition room. "He is inside. You can go right in." After thanking her, Han Moying lightly knocked on the door. Soon, she heard a voice saying, "Please come in." She recognized that it was Liu Bai's voice. Without hesitation, she gently pushed the door open and peeked inside. She then saw a long table and a long sofa. A female actor stood behind the long table, nervously reciting lines from a script. As the director, she naturally understood this was the preparation stage. It was just that her small crew was not this formal. "Hello, senior brothers. Hello, Liu classmate. Hope we're not interrupting you?" Han Moying greeted. No, welcome, Han Jr." The senior brothers warmly welcomed her. They had heard of Han Moying, a top talent in the academy. With exceptional talent and outstanding abilities, she not only wrote, directed, and acted in her own works, but her level made Chun Rinchuan and the others feel ashamed. Moreover, Han Moying had proven her market potential. The workplace film that was released not long ago had earned $30 million at the box office in just half a month, with an astonishing return on investment. Her future looked bright, and she hadn't even graduated yet. It was hard to imagine how much she had surpassed her senior brothers and sisters. If it weren't for Liu Bai, we would probably still be taking small commercial gigs, even forgetting our ideals, reduced to filming mundane short videos. How could we dare to call such a future big shot junior sister? Chun Rinchuan and the others sighed, feeling embarrassed. "Come in and sit for a while. It might take a bit longer," Liu Bai invited. Han Moying nodded happily. She also wanted to see the standards they used for selecting actors. However, the senior brothers were not pleased. The talented woman had come such a long way. Shouldn't they accompany her right away? Chun Rinchuan felt anxious. At this time, still thinking about work. "You'll end up single for life like me." The senior brothers quickly advised, "You guys go ahead and handle your matters. We're enough here." "Yes, if you're worried about the roles, Liu Jr., we can start recording and send you the footage later via WeChat. Don't keep her waiting after she's done up her makeup." "Exactly. Besides, with all you handsome men and beautiful women here, it would put pressure on the actress." The senior brothers chimed in. Liu Bai felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. They must have misunderstood their relationship. Han Moying maintained a polite smile without any change in expression. "All right, send me the footage later." Liu Bai hesitated for a moment and nodded. There was indeed no need to just sit here. Meanwhile, the actress held the script, looking a bit lost. "Should I leave then?" Chapter 46. Their afternoon tea time. Liu Bai, "Do you need investors?" Liu Bai got into Han Moying's car, and they found a Western restaurant. While enjoying coffee and desserts, he noted that there were only half a month left until school started. Time really flew by. Han Moying lounged with her slender long legs crossed, leaning slightly forward, her elbow resting on the glass table, her chin supported by her palm, propping up half her body in a comfortable and relaxed manner. Her gaze was calm and dreamy, staring blankly out at the lawn and trees beyond the glass window. Her eyes lacking any focus, just feeling comfortable. Meanwhile, her other hand held a spoon, gently stirring the rich coffee, occasionally tapping against the cup, producing a dull sound. Indeed, Liu Bai reclined against the chair, relaxing his entire body. Since arriving on this planet, he has been busy, except for the time during the post-production of the superhero film. When his body could take a break, his mind was still occupied with thoughts on how to promote it. He always felt that either his mind or body was never truly at rest. With the start of the new semester, It was already the second semester of his senior year, and there weren't many courses left, mostly just online classes. So, are you planning to stay at the company to start your own business in the future? Han Mo-ing asked lightly, her gaze on Lu Bai. This casual chatting with a good friend felt quite relaxing. I suppose so. It seems like this is all I can do now. Lu Bai replied after pondering for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. Han Mo-ing smiled gently, lifting her cup and taking a sip of the rich coffee, which had a slight bitterness. After tasting it, she teased, but what you can do has already surpassed most people in the world. I wonder if I will have a chance to catch up with you in the future. Lu Bai laughed as well. Why do you want to make me your target? I have a system. The planet serves as my artistic reservoir. Who dares to compete with the resources of a whole planet? Han Mo-ing listened, but remained silent. Instead, she took out a notebook from her bag and eagerly handed it to him. Master screenwriter, please take a look. Lu Bai took it skeptically, while Han Mo-ing introduced. After our last conversation, I rewrote the outline and plot. Lu Bai quietly examined the script. The description showed that the male and female leads were ordinary company employees who met during work. Later, the male lead learned a lot and, with his abilities, teamed up with a good friend to start a business, transforming from a poor guy to a boss. Lu Bai saw more than a trace of the X-File 3 in it and felt gratified. Smart people truly understand things quickly. He hadn't forgotten that the X-File 3 grossed over $20 billion at the box office, becoming the champion for that period. Although people criticized the plot for being unrealistic, claiming the male lead's hedonism after a breakup was too trivial, everyone has their own way of living, and yet the pain of emotional collapse is universal. Especially when two people who care about each other miss the chance due to misunderstandings or emotions. The anguish of forever missing each other lurks in the hearts of those who have experienced heartbreak. This film merely brought that to the surface, which is why so many people cried in theaters. Were they really crying for the movie characters? No, the audience was crying for themselves, for their regrets and remorse. This version of the script is well written. However, I believe the emotions of the leads don't need to be overly dramatic. For most people, the tone of a breakup is calm, a torment within. Misunderstandings run throughout, with both leads in a state of regret, hoping to reconcile. But in the end, the misunderstandings become reality, completely shattering the fantasy of reconciliation. Such emotions would be even more intense. Lu Bai recalled the vague plot, which was generally what he had in mind. However, there were still two sentences that resonated deeply with him and left a lasting impression. One thought they wouldn't leave, and the other thought they would hold on. The first stage a woman goes through after a breakup is collapse, followed by rebirth. After a man experiences a breakup, he goes through the first stage of letting go and the second stage of reminiscing. Lu Bai, detached from his memories, subconsciously looks up and sees Han Mo-ing cupping her face with her hands, elbows resting on the table, her eyes sparkling with joy, leaning forward and staring at him without blinking. Lu Bai feels a bit guilty under her gaze. He feigns calmness and says, I was just joking. The specifics depend on your arrangements. Han Mo-ing smiles silently, her smile bright and comforting. These suggestions have opened her mind, making her feel incredibly useful. They would definitely be amazing in the film. No wonder I discovered such a talented screenwriter in my freshman year. I'm really impressive. However, she is also curious about how Lu Bai came up with such ideas. She teasingly asks, how many relationships have you had? You seem to understand a lot. None. Lu Bai replies, feeling embarrassed. It's a pity that in 2 lifetimes, he has never held a girl's hand. But he has plenty of two-dimensional wives. Unfortunately, he has been too busy in this world to find a paper wife. But you seem to know a lot. Han Mo-ing smiles even sweeter. However, Lu Bai seems to notice that her smile appears quite satisfied. Han Mo-ing ignores Lu Bai's suspicious gaze and eagerly takes out a lightweight foldable keyboard from her bag. After connecting it to her phone via Bluetooth, she starts writing the script. Naturally, Lu Bai has nothing to remind her of. After all, he only vaguely remembers the movie scenes, and it's unrealistic for him to write down the lines. However, he does recall a melody and hums it out loud, picking up his phone to record it and sending it to Han Mo-ing. What is this? Han Mo-ing looks at the recording, quite curious. You should find a professional music creator to see if they can write it down. Lu Bai, with an unwavering expression, lies, I can provide a few lines of lyrics. All right. Han Mo-ing doesn't press further, readily agreeing, which shows her trust in Lu Bai. After that, the two fall into silence. After a while, the keyboard is still clicking away. Lu Bai, what do you think the script should be called? Han Mo-ing asks without looking up, her lips pressed together, focusing on her phone screen. How about Goodbye X? Okay. Han Mo-ing's eyes shine with satisfaction. That name is perfect. Seeing her so serious, Lu Bai casually asks, have you found an investor yet? This question causes Han Mo-ing to pause her typing. Given the high returns from her previous film, there would surely be plenty of capital willing to invest in a new script. But she squints her eyes, raises an eyebrow at Lu Bai, and playfully replies, not yet. Mr. Lu, are you going to support a good student working hard for her dreams? But the next moment, she realizes that her eyebrow-raising gesture makes her face flush instantly. She feels she has let herself go too much. How inappropriate. However, Liu Bai doesn't notice and seriously nods, no problem. Han Moing steals a glance at Liu Bai, finding him focused on the script, and secretly breathes a sigh of relief. But soon, an inexplicable feeling of discomfort begins to stir within her. Her keystrokes had become much crisper. She didn't know why she was feeling sulky. Meanwhile, Liu Bai put down the script and pondered what to say at tonight's technology exhibition. After all, the true Iron Man was about to be revealed to the world tonight. Chapter 47. Li Pingyan was bewildered. Iron Man came back to life. What a joke. While Liu Bai and Han Moing were at the cafe, a frenzy had already erupted online. I saw Iron Man. Wow, the visual experience. It's amazing. I thought it would be made of plastic or foam, but it's actually metal. So many people came just for Iron Man. It's so intense. It's a one-to-one replica. It feels more real than in the movies. Inside the Kinzu Science and Technology Museum, the crowd was bustling. There were many booths displaying various technological products. There were exoskeletons, spider-shaped intelligent machines, and even upside-down shampoo machines. It could be said that it gathered top talents, grassroots inventors, and student teams. However, the most eye-catching was still the towering mech in the center of the exhibition. It exuded a cold luster, surrounded by colorful ribbons that kept people at bay. Even so, it was still surrounded by enthusiastic onlookers. Everyone was taking pictures and selfies with their cameras and phones, posting them on social media, garnering countless likes and envy. Some even live-streamed, attracting quite a bit of attention. In contrast, the other booths looked rather shabby. This stark contrast naturally drew the dissatisfaction of technology companies. In the tech group chat, voices of impatience had already emerged. Honestly, I'm quite disappointed with this situation. Using Iron Man to drive traffic is something they could come up with. This was supposed to be a pure technology exhibition. Yet they used a figurine to steal the spotlight. It's a bit laughable. I anticipated this situation when I received the news last night. Science is supposed to be rigorous and serious, but now it feels like a fan culture, which is quite off. This mascot is fine, but it would be better without it. There were dismissive comments in the group, but some engaged in serious discussions. I have to say, the design of Iron Man is indeed impressive. I haven't seen the movie, but the mech in the hall, its smooth lines and design sense, completely overturns my imagination, right? I carefully observed the joints of the mech, and there wasn't even a tiny gap. I can't understand it. My feelings are different from yours. I've seen the movie in theaters. I have always believed that humanoid intelligent machines have significant limitations, and Iron Man would only exist in fantasy. The discussions in the group intensified. However, they could not deny that the number of visitors to their booths had multiplied exponentially compared to before. With the exhibition generating such a buzz, news media had come to report on it. The exposure was indeed extremely high. Several investors had already called, expressing their interest in further engagement. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion, yet the companies still felt uncomfortable, as if they had swallowed a fly. It certainly didn't reflect their image as business elites. It was like being in a noisy slaughterhouse, extremely bothersome, yet they couldn't leave. Traffic was a pressing concern for the company, and if they left, there would be no share left for them. The dilemma of wanting to leave but also wanting to stay was what made it truly unbearable. Sorry, we have reached closing time. Please exit in an orderly manner, announced the staff. The excitement lasted from morning until evening, finally culminating in the closing announcement. The visitors quickly cleared out, leaving the entire science museum eerily quiet, which felt quite unusual. However, on the second floor, many people remained seated. These were representatives from various tech companies, grassroots inventors, and student teams. This was the much-anticipated segment, where innovative technologies would dazzle the audience from the podium. Some even had the potential to lead the future of technological development. Everyone felt a sense of anticipation. It was a celebration of the scientific realm. After bidding farewell to Han Moing, Liu Bai received a call from the Science Museum. Director Liu, this is staff member Xiao Li. Our manager is a big fan of your Iron Man and would like you to represent grassroots inventors and give a speech about the creation of Iron Man. Would it be convenient for you to come over? Upon hearing this, Liu Bai looked at the dim night sky, wrapped his collar tighter, and exhaled a puff of warm air. I want to go. Iron Man will convey my message. After hanging up, Li Pingyan felt perplexed. What was he talking about? He put away his phone and instinctively glanced at the mech in the center of the exhibition. To his shock, he saw the rectangular eye sockets glowing with a cold blue-white light. It seemed as if countless intense energies were boiling beneath its chest. In that moment, Li Pingyan felt dazed, as if he truly believed Iron Man had come to life. Chapter 48. The designer didn't show up, but no worries. We have the real Iron Man. That evening, the speech event took place as scheduled. This format was mainly designed to facilitate discussions among companies regarding new technologies and ideas for their products. For grassroots scientists or student teams, it was an opportunity to broaden their horizons. As a semi-official exhibition, the entire event was recorded. Only relevant personnel were allowed to take seats. The successful hosting of this year's science exhibition was thanks to everyone's joint efforts. It was because of you all that the exhibition could continue to improve and have a more positive impact on more young people. The curator stood on stage with a beaming smile, delivering the usual formalities. Manager Wong, dressed in a suit, wore a proud expression, waiting to take over from the curator as the event host. But just then, an inappropriate voice interrupted beside Manager Wong. "Manager, we have encountered a sudden situation," Li Pinggan said in a dazed manner, his voice low. Manager Wong frowned. "What's the matter? At this critical moment, is something going wrong?" Li Pinggan calmly said. "Director Liu isn't coming." Manager Wong nodded quietly. This wasn't surprising. There hadn't been much expectation to begin with. Believing that a rising star director would involve himself in the tech scene, it would have been great if he could make it. To kick things off and ride the wave of attention. If he didn't come, they could just skip that part without wasting a few minutes. Got it. Manager Wong pushed this matter aside in his mind, straightened his suit collar, adjusted his smile, and prepared to take the stage for the handover. However, Li Pinggan hesitated and was conflicted. This annoyed Manager Wong. "Just say what you need to say all at once. Are you looking for a scolding?" Manager Wong glared, turning back to scold him. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. Behind Li Pinggan stood a tall figure radiating a chilling aura. What frightened Manager Wong even more was that Iron Man was looking down at him. At that moment, he was startled and felt like fleeing. But years of composure prevented him from moving. He stood there feigning calmness. "What is going on?" he asked sternly. Li Pinggan sensed the manager's dissatisfaction and felt extremely guilty. Director Liu said he couldn't make it, but he also said to let Iron Man take his place and speak on stage. Manager Wong had a bewildered expression. He was on the verge of cursing. What is this nonsense? Letting a metal suit speak? Who are you trying to fool? And with AI, even if it can talk, it doesn't have any real thought. Are you going to let it go up there and ramble? But soon, Manager Wong came to a realization. Yes, although Liu Bai was a director and not a tech company employee, he could create large machines. He could even make Iron Man walk and talk, which was simply revolutionary. It's worth noting that discussions about Iron Man online had only been theoretical. Once Iron Man took the stage to speak, it would definitely break everyone's imagination. Such a spectacle. So why not let Iron Man speak for a few minutes? Plus, this was just a recorded event. Even if he said something inappropriate, it could be cut out. Leaving behind a few good phrases could be edited into a short video to post online, attracting a wave of attention. "I'm on board." With this thought, Manager Wong's face lit up, and he readily agreed. Li Pinggan breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to call Liu Bai to report this situation, a deep male voice came from behind. "Thank you, sir." Li Pinggan. Manager Wong. Before Manager Wong could ponder this for even a second, the curator on stage had finished speaking, and he had no choice but to go up for the handover. Manager Wong took the microphone, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "We have always hoped to understand the design philosophy behind Iron Man. Unfortunately, we couldn't invite the creator of Iron Man. However, we have invited the real Iron Man." Below the stage, a sea of bewildered faces. An uproar ensued. Chapter 49. The creator of Iron Man is the hidden tech mogul of this event? Everyone sitting in the audience, upon hearing that Iron Man was coming on stage, initially reacted with disbelief. Soon, everyone reacted and lost interest. They thought to themselves, "I initially thought it was Iron Man from a movie, but it turned out to be a large figurine downstairs. It's probably just a promotional gimmick. I was mistaken." The host's speech was quite good. The concept was confusing, which indeed surprised me a bit. What is going on today? Every time I hear Iron Man, I have a reflex reaction. Asking the mascot to speak on stage? It's probably just a recording. The crowd quickly calmed down, and there was no whispering, showing a high level of decorum. Although tech company personnel are quite averse to flashy things like Iron Man, they wouldn't express it openly. After all, they had just experienced the hustle and bustle of the day. Each team had reaped the benefits of the foot traffic. The exhibition booths were much more vibrant than before, which had been empty, gaining both reputation and investment interest, thereby increasing their social influence. In truth, everyone secretly recognized the design of Iron Man. Moreover, Iron Man also aligned with the purpose of inviting grassroots inventors at the tech exhibition. They just didn't expect the hype to be so high. They must have felt somewhat unbalanced. The curator stepped down from the podium, full of pride. He had figured out the psychology of those tech elites. But at that moment, a giant mech approached him. Strangely, despite being so heavy and covered in metallic sheen, it moved silently. He was astonished and couldn't help but doubt whether there was something wrong with his hearing. This is impossible. The curator was stunned. Even with his years of experience and social insight, he had never heard of any technology that could weld mech joints so seamlessly. Even more exaggerated was the terrifying shock absorption effect that allowed it to walk silently. The curator, over 50, with graying hair, was not deaf. The manager on stage was still speaking. Yet, he just watched as Iron Man walked past him and then stepped onto the podium. At that moment, he didn't even know if he should leave. "Let us welcome Iron Man to the stage with a round of applause," the well-dressed manager exclaimed. Then, Iron Man walked up to the podium with an ordinary demeanor. Whether it was the manager's illusion or not, he felt like the stage seemed to sink a bit. The audience began to clap politely, just to fill the space, but everyone wore confident smiles, as if they could see through everything. Oh, it actually walked up by itself. Did they invite staff? I guess that Director Lou is inside, doing a little fan service. How boring. I was somewhat disappointed. I originally thought it would be carried up, and then a recording would play. But some keen-eyed individuals leaned forward and sensed something was off. I found it hard to comprehend how this mech could fit the human form so closely. This battle suit resembled an adult male, but how would a person get inside? Could it be remote-controlled? Remote-controlled? What a joke. I'm not sure about the military, but currently, civilian companies on this planet simply cannot achieve this. Everyone present is a talent related to science and technology. Even if they are civilian inventors, they are experts in craftsmanship and creativity. They naturally understand that humanoid machines are the most difficult to maintain self-balance. Among various types of machinery, achieving this is the most challenging. Therefore, some mechanical companies design their robots primarily in animal forms, such as spiders, cats, dogs, or reptiles. Some even have wheels installed to facilitate movement across complex terrains. Currently, humanoid machines are still limited to simple actions like walking, squatting, and turning. This demonstrates how great the difficulty of humanoid machines is. However, the Iron Man in front of them walks up the elevator with ease and grace. Just this alone raises their suspicions that someone might be inside the suit. But that doesn't explain the metallic texture of the armor. Can an average adult really wear it? Even more shocking is that Iron Man actually took the microphone from the host's hand. This small detail blew some people's minds. To achieve such agile movements, the coordination of the wrist, fingers, and limbs must be incredibly refined, since it's not being controlled and is difficult to wear. What kind of technology could enable such a situation? Several tech experts are filled with intense questions. But what drives them crazy is that no one can answer their queries. This feeling of being stuck in their throats makes them restless and anxious. I'm really curious. Maybe we were wrong. The creator of Iron Man is the real, hidden genius. This level of coordination is unheard of. What are you talking about? Didn't you say this was just a mascot? Someone muttered, puzzled. Get lost. Can your so-called mascot have technology like that of aliens? Others looked around and saw only mocking expressions on the faces of the people. Finally, they closed their eyes in despair. Unfortunately, not many noticed this detail. Most people are just here for entertainment. Arrogance is the biggest enemy of scientific understanding. It's over. We're going to be just a backdrop. As some tech experts lamented. Over 100 miles away in a villa area, Liu Bai was already sitting on the sofa, controlling Iron Man to pick up the microphone. He was about to give this planet a little shock. Chapter 50. You think everyone is foolish just because you're treating movie plots as reality? Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. The second floor is packed with tech talents. They gathered here because they are very interested in tonight's technical exchange. Every year at this time, they get to learn about new technological breakthroughs from other competitors. It also serves as an early investment in the future. However, the first guest to take the stage is a large figurine, which leaves people feeling disinterested. I think 2 minutes is enough. Don't waste everyone's time. We've already reached the academic exchange session, and yet this thing is still on stage? Can't we let scientific discussions return to their pure form? The event organizers have a problem. Some people are dissatisfied. Moreover, this is the thought of the majority. Although mechs look cool, they are flashy but impractical. Let's not waste everyone's time. Good evening, everyone. A young male voice comes through the microphone. Yes, it's the voice of Liu Bai. This is also his first time using the Iron Man suit to project his voice. Just a simple greeting. Yet it causes some to frown slightly. This doesn't sound like a pre-recorded message, does it? The voice is very real. Someone must be inside the mech. But wait. I still lean towards the idea of a recording. I can't imagine that this seemingly airtight mech can actually be worn by someone. There's quite a buzz of discussion in the audience. Some are uncertain about the situation. However, there are sharp-eyed individuals who have seen part of the truth. The voice is completely undistorted. Is this a remote call? Could it be that this metal lump serves as a large signal receiver? A comparison to a mobile phone seems more appropriate. The sound quality is amazing. I'm even more curious if the creator is behind this voice. I can no longer comprehend the technological content involved. Several big shots feel excited and curious. This answer is too important and too enticing. If we don't get an answer, we probably won't sleep well tonight. I know everyone dislikes listening to nonsense, and I do too. So I'll keep it brief. The Iron Man suit emits Liu Bai's voice, standing at the forefront of the stage, bridging the gap with the audience. The metallic sheen emanating from it looks incredibly smooth, making people want to touch it. First, the design concept. Iron Man raises a finger, indicating A streamlined design is adopted to reduce wind resistance during flight. At this moment, a few suppressed laughs arise from the audience. It seems something amused them. One young man even chuckles continuously. However, he is shot a glare by a company big shot. If you don't want to listen, get out. The young man then stops laughing, but he feels unconvinced. It is indeed quite funny. Bringing up movie situations here, isn't that a bit ridiculous? But considering the big shot might think it's impolite and embarrassing for the company, he has to stay silent and comply. Little does he know, the bald big shot is frustrated, internally cursing, "You're disturbing my lecture. You know nothing about technology. I'll fire you when I get back." Liu Bai ignores the small commotion below and raises a second finger. Second, the materials of the mech. The entire body is made of a titanium alloy used in tactical satellites, incredibly strong, with gill patterns designed for more ergonomic movements. However, to prevent friction between the human body and the mech, lubrication and cushioning will be introduced. Which brings us to the third point, mini-arc energy. As Liu Bai speaks confidently, someone in the audience has completely tuned out. A man wearing glasses slams the table and speaks out. "Enough. Stop talking. You treat movies as reality, thinking everyone is foolish. Stop wasting our time and step down." One remark stirred up a wave of reactions, instantly garnering applause from the audience. There were plenty of boos. Happy Valentine's Day on February 14th. Today, there are 7 updates. Chapter 51, Recreating Iron Man in Reality? This is the romance that tech enthusiasts pursue for a lifetime. People stopped being polite and started booing, shouting, "Yeah, step down. Stop with the nonsense. If you just want to talk about design inspiration, I could listen for a bit, but if you're going to ramble on about irrelevant topics, don't blame us for being rude. I used to like Iron Man, but discussing such sci-fi content on this scientific exchange stage feels disrespectful. Do you not understand the difference between reality and movies? Do you expect all of us to play along with your performance? If you want to supplement the movie's setting, I suggest you post on social media." The crowd was restless, clearly dissatisfied. Some had mocking expressions, waiting for the spectacle. This time, they didn't even pretend. They directly spoke out. Discussing movies elsewhere is fine, but coming to this academic space and fabricating stories? Do you expect us to give you face? At this moment, most people present believed they were exposing falsehoods and speaking out for justice. The comments became increasingly harsh. Meanwhile, the real big shots remained composed, their expressions serious and focused. They were indifferent to the commotion and had no intention of clearing up the rumors. On the contrary, they were pleased to see people questioning Iron Man, as it would help uncover the real secrets. In contrast to the calmness of the tech giants, Manager Wong felt a sense of unease, as if sitting on pins and needles. What is going on? How did it come to this? The raucous crowd made him feel embarrassed and somewhat at a loss. Just as he was about to step in to save the situation, Iron Man on stage finally broke the silence. However, upon hearing the words, Manager Wong shook his head and sighed. His steps toward the stage hesitated and retreated. With everyone so worked up, saying these things could really lead to trouble. Liu Bai, sitting at home, watched the audience's reactions through Iron Man's perspective, remaining unfazed. He casually said, "Third, arc energy. It not only provides comprehensive protection for the human body, but also serves as the power source for the mech suit, such as for flying." Haha, this is hilarious. Now, people could no longer hide their disdain, their eyes full of mockery, as if watching a clown. Some even laughed out loud. "So boring. I'm leaving. This is pointless. Academic exchanges have turned into a spectacle. I won't be coming back. I'm afraid I'll mistake it for a comic convention." Some shook their heads in resignation, getting up to leave. But as soon as they got up from their seats, the next moment, they heard an uproar erupting throughout the venue. What the heck? What is happening? Am I seeing things? No way. I don't believe it. What is going on? Is someone flying with wires? Those who wanted to leave were just about to get up from their seats when they heard a commotion erupt behind them. They were instantly filled with confusion. Did we really need such a big reaction to our departure? It felt overly dramatic. When they turned back to look, they were taken aback. Their expressions melted in an instant. At that moment, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Who could believe this? On that stage, Iron Man was bursting with energy, lifting the entire suit into the air. It completely overturned everyone's understanding. Their legs, which were meant to take them away, were now rooted to the spot. For example, flying into the air. After saying this, Liu Bai knew that he needed to do something to dispel their doubts. So he controlled Iron Man to take off slightly, showcasing a brief demonstration. But just that little display completely silenced everyone in the audience. It was quiet. Dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, unable to comprehend the shock that was unfolding. Only those true experts had already sensed something and were somewhat prepared. But when they actually saw Iron Man take off right before their eyes, their hearts raced, and their faces showed disbelief. What is happening? Can it really fly? The stable ascent alone was enough to surpass all existing technology. The tech experts were brainstorming. With their knowledge, The only thing capable of stable flight in civilian use was a drone. But this Iron Man was humanoid. Moreover, the weight difference was staggering, making the difficulty unimaginable. They couldn't help but wonder if the genius behind Iron Man truly intended to replicate it in reality. This radical thought struck at their core. This was the romance that tech enthusiasts had pursued their entire lives. The creator of Iron Man is Liu Bai, right? He is the true tech genius. I'm blown away. Chapter 52. The question from the tech genius left everyone stunned. We don't understand this question. The audience was silent. This situation left Liu Bai bewildered. He hadn't anticipated that a simple liftoff would provoke such an extreme reaction. This gave him a deeper understanding of the technology in Blue Star. Perhaps in terms of technology, it was only 1 or 2 levels above Earth. As for core fields like controlled nuclear fusion, they still hadn't been explored. This realization made Liu Bai more cautious about his future capabilities. The weapon system was something that absolutely couldn't be exposed. He thought to himself, this automation, precise concealment, and high lethality were terrifying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a humanoid weapon. Once exposed, it could definitely lead to many complications. It was also possible to attract the attention of the military in Blue Star. So, there didn't seem to be much left to discuss. Fourth, the ice-breaking ability. Liu Bai hesitated for a moment, landed on the ground, and spoke up. As we all know, the original intention behind Iron Man's design was to recreate the scenes from the movies. Therefore, we have added an anti-icing effect so that one can move freely even in cold environments. Then, Iron Man spread his right hand and said, that's it. Liu Bai felt that he had said enough at this point. The ability to hover is also easy to explain. Many tech companies have equipped themselves with such capabilities. However, the technology for maintaining the flight stability of large objects in the civilian sector is still not mature enough. Otherwise, people wouldn't be so surprised. As for Iron Man's smooth ascent, the power source is not so easy to explain and doesn't quite add up. Of course, this belongs to the company's core secrets. Why must it be explained? Just play dead and that's it. Nevertheless, Liu Bai learned a lesson. Next time there's such an event, he needs to be more cautious. Sharing joy is a good thing, but being too high profile can lead to trouble. He still needs to establish a tech company. Otherwise, the current Iron Man and future Transformers will be difficult to explain. It's fine as long as no one investigates, but he fears that if something goes wrong, it could be problematic. It's better to be prepared. Liu Bai sighed inwardly, realizing that he must establish a tech company and engage in research in a proper manner. At least he would have a reason to fall back on in the future. Otherwise, it would be easy to slip up. Even the initial funding for Liu Bai's movie project came from bonds and the stock market, which is legitimate and traceable. He needs to be more careful. Hello, I have a question. Just as Iron Man, Liu Bai, was lost in thought, someone in the audience raised their hand and stood up. Their face was flushed, seemingly suppressing their excitement. As soon as they stood up, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. A stir arose in the crowd, with whispers. Oh my. Isn't that the tech mogul from a major company? That is my idol. When I was in school, he was a guest lecturer and taught me a class. He is a true expert in unmanned flight. People were shocked to realize that he was actually present at the conference. The bald figure drew countless gazes and gasps of astonishment. However, all the attention and energy of this bald mogul was solely focused on the exquisite armor on stage. It seemed to him to be the most worthy pursuit in life, exuding a beauty as intense as that of Yilon. He even asked in a somewhat pleading tone, "Can I ask a question? Just one will do." His words redirected everyone's attention back to Iron Man. At that moment, even the slowest of the crowd sensed something was off. If such a top tech mogul was so humble, there must be many things they had overlooked. Instantly, people seemed to awaken, feeling an inexplicable self-loathing for their short-sightedness. They adjusted their mindset and directed their eager gazes to the center of the stage. Liu Bai was hesitant, even conflicted, but the bald mogul, without waiting for Liu Bai to refuse, decisively asked the question that was on his mind. At this moment, Liu Bai instantly understood how to respond. "An Iron Man, is there someone inside or not?" The bald leader asked eagerly. This was also a question on the minds of certain powerful figures, whose sharp insights failed to yield a clear answer, leaving them anxious. Now, with the opportunity to ask, they were incredibly excited and eager. However, this question left the other technicians completely dumbfounded. The big shots were so serious just to ask this? What kind of principle is this? Why can't I understand it? Waiting online, feeling quite anxious. Chapter 53. The Anxiously Pingin. Does he have his own answer? The audience was in an uproar, a wave of astonishment. It wasn't that the question was unexpected, rather, it was too ordinary. What kind of question is this? Everyone was confused, and no one grasped the underlying meaning. They began to whisper among themselves. Is this question really important? Is there someone or not? Isn't it just a binary choice? Isn't the source of flight propulsion more worthy of research? What are the big shots thinking? I really can't comprehend it. The technicians were bewildered, struggling to understand, feeling as if countless bugs were crawling on them, making them uncomfortable but unable to pinpoint the cause. It seemed that something was blocking their further understanding. This was also where the gap between them and the tech big shots lay. They couldn't grasp what this meant to the big shots. This question was well asked. It hit the nail on the head. No wonder the leader of the tech company had such keen instincts. I was also going to ask, but I didn't expect him to beat me to it. I wonder what answer will be given. I'm really looking forward to it. The big shots' hearts raced, and their breaths became shallower. They were intensely focused, afraid of missing any important answer. They understood that as long as they knew whether there was someone inside or not, the information would be sufficient. This indicated the future direction of research and development. It was a guiding light for the company, and its importance was self-evident. Perhaps they had guessed some circumstances, but still dared not draw conclusions lightly. Whether there was someone inside the suit or not was a level of advanced technology they could not comprehend. If there was someone inside, it would be impossible for Iron Man's movements to be so agile. The degree of joint flexibility was simply a fantasy, even if there had been an earlier explanation that it was due to the cushioning provided by the arc energy. But then another question arose. What exactly is arc energy? Controlled nuclear fusion? Or some incomprehensible technology? And where did it come from? If there was no one inside, then the movements made by Iron Man on stage would seem even more bizarre. They couldn't imagine how many years ahead of current technology this kind of tech was. Therefore, this was what they were eager to know, although either scenario transcended their understanding. Lu Bai nodded. It was a response to the other person's inquiry, indicating that he had heard. At this moment, he understood the significance of the question. So, he simply replied, no comment. You can guess. This way, I can buy myself more time to mislead the outside world. As long as I don't give an answer, I want to be wrong. Lu Bai smiled quietly, looking at the agitated technicians below, feeling even more pleased. In fact, for Lu Bai, this question was the least meaningful. With the system's cooperation, Iron Man could already be worn or controlled remotely. Therefore, no matter which option they guessed, they would be correct, as long as they dared to guess and act. So why should Lu Bai confine their research direction? Isn't it better for 100 flowers to bloom? Iron Man, under Lu Bai's control, put down the microphone and turned to leave. His part was over, and there was no need to occupy everyone's time any longer. Finally, under Li Pingin's anxious leadership, they returned to the empty and cold exhibition hall on the first floor. He realized this was the voice of director Lu Bai. After a few phone calls, he was sure he wouldn't mistake it, and Li Pingin had found his own answer. There was no one inside the mech. Moreover, it could be controlled remotely with wireless communication. The operator was none other than director Lu Bai. Chapter 54. The production team is fully prepared. Transformers officially starts filming. Li Pingin believed he had uncovered the truth. While feeling excited, he was also more cautious. After thinking carefully for a moment, he seriously suggested, Mr. Lu Iron Man, I think this exhibition stand is still not safe enough. Should we add a glass cover? Using ribbons to isolate it only relies on the moral quality of the viewers, while glass eliminates that concern. Lu Bai smiled at this suggestion. Having no objections, that is fine. You buy the glass cover, and I'll reimburse you. Hearing that Lu Bai didn't refute him, Li Pingin felt genuinely happy. He immediately responded, No. This is our obligation as the exhibitors. Besides, we have the budget for this, so there is no need for you to spend. The matter was quickly settled. That night, Li Pingin went to book glass from Qinzhou, and it was delivered overnight to cover Iron Man, isolating it from touch and research. Just then, the academic exchange meeting concluded, and the technicians left together. As for those big shots, they hurried back to the first floor, eager to observe Iron Man up close. But when they saw the heavy glass cover, despair filled their hearts. Li Pingin said seriously, Unfortunately, we cannot open the cover or touch Iron Man without permission. Mr. Lu Bai reserves the right to pursue legal responsibility, and we cannot assist you in this matter. This belongs to private property and is a new technological product. There are guards stationed at night to ensure the safety of the technology. Even employees from various tech companies must stay here to keep watch. Faced with this outcome, they could do nothing but express their regret. This is not right. We are also part of the exhibition and can keep watch here. A leader discovered a blind spot and suddenly realized. This statement also reminded others. They all woke up. Yes, even if I can't touch it, can I at least see it? Tonight, I will observe it up close. No one can take me away. Let's study together. Several leaders, inspired, brought chairs and decided to spend the night here. This spirit of scientific research deeply impressed Li Pingin. Their attendants exchanged glances, not daring to speak. In the early morning, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. The streets were eerily quiet. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Science Museum, intense arguments occasionally erupted. The smoothness of this body, the gaps fit so well. I speculate this battle suit is definitely not meant for a person to wear. Nonsense, if it's not meant for a person. There's no need to design it in human form. Then how do you refute that this mech has been standing in the pod since last night? Just because it's not moving now doesn't mean no one wore it last night. They just finished speaking and took off the suit to leave. What nonsense. Such dialogues erupted countless times throughout the night, just like children arguing about which superhero is stronger, endlessly debating. The technicians were left speechless, faced with such a domain. They knew it was better to remain silent. From now on, they wouldn't dare to criticize Iron Man anymore, or else they would face a barrage of scolding, leaving them with no face at all. It was as if Iron Man were their parent, unable to tolerate anyone saying anything bad about him. The next day, the exhibition was still bustling with visitors, becoming a new popular check-in spot. The exhibition organizers reaped a large amount of ticket revenue, grinning from ear to ear. As for Liu Bai, he paid no attention to Iron Man. If anyone touched the mech, Iron Man would alert himself. There was no need to worry. Meanwhile, the company confirmed all the actors, and morale was high. Junior Liu, the crew was well prepared, and Transformers could officially start filming. Hearing Chun Rinchuan's words, Liu Bai sat up in bed, smiling with relief. After waiting for so long, this day had finally arrived. Chapter 55. Shia, oh no. Even the dog acts better than me. Liu Bai received the news that filming had begun. After freshening up, he quickly rushed to the shooting location. Why so fast? Because the filming site was near Liu Bai's company. This had been confirmed long ago as the main character's residence. Each department reported their status. Chun Rinchuan sat in front of the monitor, picked up the megaphone, and announced, actors are in position. Props team is in position. Sound team is in position. Then, the scene slate appeared in front of the camera, stating Transformers, Scene 1, Take 1. With a click, the filming officially began. Liu Bai sat quietly to the side, watching the shooting progress without a word. Yes, there was no opening ceremony. Liu Bai had no intention of engaging in superficial formalities. For other film crews, the purpose of an opening ceremony was merely to seek good luck and auspiciousness. On the other side of the earth, the opening ceremony involved serious elements like a pig's head and rituals to ward off evil spirits, making it quite complex. However, for Liu Bai, it was very simple. With Iron Man around, who would fear any sneaky tricks? If deities came, they would be smashed to pieces. After all departments reported their situations, the cameras began to roll. This scene depicted the protagonist, Sam, following his father to a second-hand car market, buying a rundown vehicle, and then returning home. The plot primarily expressed the protagonist's desire to date and the difficulty of selling his great-great-grandfather's relics. It was succinct, 2 minutes packed with many details and foreshadowing. First, the camera focused on a puppy. The little dog had an injured front leg, bandaged in plaster, lying on a chair, asleep. At that moment, the voice of Shia came from off-screen. Ink, I have a car, and now I need a girlfriend. The dog woke up, got off the chair, and jumped to the ground. But this simple scene had to be retaken many times. Woof woof. The dog couldn't understand human language and wouldn't cooperate, which led to numerous retakes. Shia was responsible for the voiceover, and as the number of retakes increased, he inevitably started to feel nervous. Even though the reason for the retakes wasn't Tia's fault, he still felt the pressure mounting. Despite his attempts to self-soothe, he found it hard to shake off the anxiety. He was only a senior in college. Yet he had become the leading actor in a film with an investment of hundreds of millions. Who would believe that? Even Shia himself felt like he was dreaming. He hadn't even dared to tell anyone he knew that filming had started today. He kept worrying about whether he would perform poorly on set, leading to dissatisfaction from the investors and directors, and ultimately being replaced by another actor. Alright, the dog storyline was done. Shia was ready. It was his turn to step into the scene. Chun Rinchuan continued as the assistant director, holding a megaphone to guide the progression of the story. Liu Bai, as a junior, didn't he miss the opportunity to learn? He was also curious about when he would be fully mature and able to independently direct a film. Soon. He shook his head. He had let others take over the filming precisely to avoid such responsibilities. Why would he look for more work for himself? Just as Liu Bai was mocking himself, Shia heard his cue and stepped onto the set with a tense expression. He didn't know why he felt incredibly nervous and afraid at that moment. It was as if a balloon had inexplicably taken in too much air, becoming difficult to control. Shia's mind went blank as he awkwardly walked into the shot, forgetting what he was supposed to do. He looked at the dog on the ground and, inexplicably, petted it. Chapter 56. Is a new talent joining the Earth Film Company? Sam was stunned. Can someone really steal a second-hand car? Cut. Chun Rinchuan couldn't watch any longer and called for a stop. Actor, what are you doing? You just walked into the shot like that? This scene doesn't seem difficult, right? All you had to do was walk into the frame, put down the car keys, and sit in front of the computer to browse the pages. You didn't get a single thing right? Chun Rinchuan spoke, quite harshly. It was understandable, given the circumstances. The actor's performance was indeed outrageous. In such a simple process, not a single step was executed correctly. One couldn't help but doubt whether the other party had seriously read the script. Yes, I'm sorry. The actor felt ashamed, unable to refute the criticism. His heart raced, and he found it hard to breathe. It was a disaster. Even a dog could perform better than he could. He looked flustered and dared not meet the director's gaze. The director observed him and then spoke up. "We've been filming for half an hour. Let's take a break, everyone. Grab some water or use the restroom. Actors, take a moment to adjust your emotions." The director noticed the actor's poor state but didn't know how to effectively comfort him, nor did he have much insight into acting. It was better to give the actors some time to relax than to make futile attempts at consolation. "Thank you. I'm saved." The actor sighed in relief at those words. He bowed apologetically to everyone and hurried to the restroom to turn on the faucet and vigorously splash cold water on his face. He was extremely nervous, being his first time acting in such a major production. However, as the cold water hit his face, it seemed to rejuvenate him, shaking off the haze clouding his mind. At that moment, he regretted the mistakes he had made. Feeling utterly disappointed, he thought, "It's no big deal. Once this scene is finished, I'll sign with a major film company and soar to success. Seize the opportunity, buddy," he reassured himself while looking in the mirror. He understood that in acting, if you can't deliver, you should step aside. It was a harsh reality, but he accepted it. He forced himself to calm down, and the thought of a bright future helped alleviate his anxiety. He was grateful for his brave decision to submit his resume and earn a lead role. At that moment, he finally relaxed, finding an inner peace as he awaited the moment to start filming. "Are all the actors in place? We're ready to roll," the crew called out, and the actor responded before rushing to his position, ready to go. Transformers, Scene 1, Act 2, begins. The clapperboard snapped, and the actor walked into the frame with his back to the camera. He approached the shelf, placed the car keys down, pulled out a chair, sat at the computer desk, typed on the keyboard, and browsed a secondhand website, all in one fluid motion. With a yearning gaze, he murmured, "You need money to get a girlfriend too." But when he saw that no one was interested in the old items he had posted online, he felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. "Great, I'm declaring bankruptcy." He stood up, grabbed a toothbrush, and jokingly said to his dog, "Ink, do you want to take some painkillers?" "Woof woof." The actor lamented, "No one wants to buy anything. I'm going bankrupt." Still feeling regretful, he casually picked up a razor to trim his beard in front of the wall mirror, comforting himself, "At least I have a car." He then turned around and fed his dog a painkiller, dog food, gently patting its nose. "That's it for today. No more playing." This series of actions felt completely natural, surprisingly skilled, and relaxed, as if he were in his own home. It is completely unnoticeable that there are any deliberate signs. After Xia left the camera frame, Chen Rinchuan finally came back to his senses and smiled, shouting, "This take is good. Get ready for the next one. Long shot, one take." This was undoubtedly exhilarating. The recognition from others can be a source of confidence, and confidence can generate positive feedback. This made Xia's performance increasingly resonate with the character, becoming more effortless. During the daytime shooting, he had fewer than 10 NGs, which is quite impressive for a newcomer. All departments were ready, and the professional driver was prepared. "Actor Xia, are you ready too?" At night, after Chen Rinchuan called out, everyone mobilized. That old second-hand car, under the skilled hands of a professional driver, drove off the lawn. This scene was about a car theft. It was also the moment when the protagonist, Sam, first encountered the fact that his second-hand car had turned into an alien vehicle. As night deepened, the shooting progressed into the evening. Xia followed the director's instructions, lying in bed with his eyes closed. At that moment, the sound of barking dogs and a car engine abruptly interrupted the night. Xia awoke from his sleep, fully entering his character. No. He rushed to the balcony to check, only to see the yellow second-hand car leaving a trail of dust. "That is my car." Xia was frantic. Desperately grabbing his coat, he ran toward the stairs. Okay, cut. The crew was outside, preparing to shoot the chase scene. Lu Bai was very satisfied with this performance. Again, it was a long shot, emotions were on point, and it was completed in one go. Thanks to the daytime character immersion, his evening performance was even better, with very few mistakes. Lu Bai believed that Xia's acting was more spirited than many others. The cameraman wasted no time. Upon hearing the director's command, he shouldered the camera and headed downstairs. Soon, the crew arrived outside and set up the camera again. After the clapperboard was snapped, a new round of shooting began. "Damn car thief." Xia burst out of the door. He slipped one hand into his coat, conveying a sense of urgency, as he had no time to put on proper clothing. "Dad, call the police." Xia shouted up to the floor above and then hopped onto an electric bike to chase after the thief. In the film version set on Earth, Sam rides a bicycle. However, on Blue Star, electric bikes are the mainstream mode of transportation. Moreover, it would be unrealistic for the protagonist to catch up to a car on a bicycle, so appropriate adaptations were made. This scene was quite simple, depicting Sam discovering that his car had been stolen and rushing to pursue it. In the film, it lasted less than a minute, but the preparation for the shoot took a long time. After finishing this set of shots, Lu Bai followed the crew to the nighttime streets for a chase scene and the moment when the male lead calls the police. After 2 hours of effort, this segment was finally completed, and it was already past midnight. Lu Shitty, there's one last scene tonight, which is at an abandoned construction site. Others had already set up the scene, so we could quickly finish the shoot once we arrived. It was quite late now, and as the big boss, you really didn't need to follow us around, Chen Rinchuan said with concern while handing over a bottle of water. Lu Bai shook his head and smiled, refusing. With all of you major stakeholders on set, how could I just go back to rest? Besides, opportunities to learn from the seniors are rare. Chen Rinchuan chuckled, and didn't he stop him? They arrived together at the abandoned factory. Colleagues were already busy setting up the scene, and they could start filming right away. The driver got ready. Soon, the camera was positioned directly in front of the factory gate. A man dressed in blue, at the director's signal, jumped into the driver's seat. He then slammed the accelerator, sending gravel flying as he crashed into the factory's abandoned railing. He was a special effects actor, and his costume was designed for easy post-production removal from the footage. Obviously, it wasn't possible to have a real driverless scenario. Not only would it be too costly, but it would also be difficult to control. Once the car left the camera's view, Xia drove into the frame. The scene shifted again, this time focusing solely on Xia. He drove to a pile of discarded items, but in his rush, he failed to engage the electric car's brake properly and toppled over. Xia ignored it and hid behind some cover, staring into the distance with a shocked expression. This segment was entirely a performance without any physical objects, as there was nothing in front of him. He had to imagine that a giant car robot was ahead. At this moment, he took out his phone in shock and started recording, saying his lines. My name is Wei Shanmu. My car has come to life. He raised his phone, and outside he said, do you see this? Since this is my last message, I just want to say, Mom and Dad, I love you. If you find any inappropriate magazines under my bed, they're not mine. The tension mixed with humor was a classic style of certain films. Lu Bai made no changes and kept it as is. The shoot for the night continued until dawn, finally wrapping up. Everyone was exhausted. The complete film would run for over 2 hours and 20 minutes, featuring multiple storylines, indicating a lengthy filming period ahead. Everyone was mentally prepared for it. 2 weeks later, at the end of February, Lu Bai's on-set shooting also came to an end, and he was faced with the start of school. This would be his last time in college. However, before that, there was one matter he needed to address. Chapter 58, a late reunion, yet always short-lived. In late February, as school approached, Lu Bai felt it was time to confront something. I do have parents. Lu Bai felt a mix of emotions. He had always been unsure how to face them. There was a blood connection, yet the soul felt foreign, which made him hesitant to meet them. But he knew he couldn't avoid it any longer. With school starting soon, he decided to go back for a visit. Not having returned home for the new year now seemed a bit inappropriate. Lu Bai sighed. He bought a bunch of things, gathered his courage, and knocked on the door of his home in the small town. He thought he would feel awkward and struggle to speak. But in reality, he naturally called out to his parents. It felt as if he were a rebellious child, feeling resistance and discomfort, yet returning home, the warmth remained. Coming back is just coming back, and he brought so many things with him. Come in and sit down. Don't just stand there. His mother greeted him warmly, never forgetting to ask if Lu Bai was too busy with work, having not heard from him even during the new year. Next time, don't bring so many things, we don't need them. His father killed a chicken, and his mother went to buy vegetables, preparing a feast in the afternoon. His younger sister, who was in middle school, came home after school, drawn in by the aroma of the food, lively and cheerful. Here, little sister, this is your red envelope. After dinner, Lu Bai smiled as he handed her a red envelope, making her exceedingly happy. Thank you, brother. She snatched the envelope and ran back to her room, followed by excited squeals. Mom and Dad, you have one too. Lu Bai's eyes were filled with warmth. Spending a day here, helping out, seemed to dispel all barriers. All that remained was the warmth of family and the delicious dishes on the table. In fact, he should have known this feeling earlier. He had experienced it a few times. It was always a natural emotion. First, with Han Moying, they had maintained a friendly relationship and selflessly collaborated for several years. Second, with his senior brothers, there was no sense of distance. They had shared meals together and were now partners in running a company. These were feelings Lu Bai cherished. He understood that it was the original owner influencing him, but Lu Bai did not resist at all and accepted it gladly. Xiao Bai, is it really necessary to give so much? Lu Bai's father took the red envelope, surprised by its thickness. Upon seeing the large bills inside, he was even more reluctant to accept it. However, Lu Bai's mother was quite puzzled. Her envelope was thin and hard. When she opened it, she found a bank card with a password attached. The big boss appreciates me. I've earned a good amount of money working with the crew. Just accept it. There are plenty of expenses for your sister's schooling. Lu Bai concealed part of the truth, smiling as he said, after graduation, I went straight to the crew, and I will become a director in the future. This made his parents extremely happy. His father had drunk quite a bit, while his mother offered advice, insisting he should be sensible, give gifts when needed, and not worry about spending money. They expressed gratitude towards the big boss who accepted their son. The night passed without any further conversation. Lu Bai stayed overnight. The next morning, it was time to head back to school. Make sure to eat a good breakfast. There's more. Early in the morning, his mother was busy in the kitchen, her endless concern echoing through the house. Don't rush, and don't choke. Don't get into conflicts at school. Remember to be accommodating. If you encounter any trouble, let us know. Don't keep everything to yourself, okay? If you get sick, take your medicine. It's dusty outside, so it's best to wear a mask. You're not a kid anymore. You should start thinking about a partner. If you find someone suitable, remember to bring them home. Lu Bai calmly finished his breakfast. He didn't know how to express his mother's concern and could only reply, "Got it, Mom. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Don't worry about spending money. I've returned to school." Lu Bai, carrying his backpack, boarded the bus. "Be safe on the way. Now I need to focus on work. No need to come home often. Your dad and I are still young." His mother watched the vehicle disappear into the distance, standing there for quite a while. Lu Bai sighed. After graduation, let's all live together. Chapter 59, A Genius Student in Film Directing. The counselor called me to the office. Lu Bai returned to the dormitory, and it was already noon. He didn't expect that his 3 roommates had been living on campus. Wow, a rare guest. Old Bai is back. Welcome. Long time no see. Happy New Year. The 3 roommates greeted him enthusiastically. Lu Bai smiled and replied, "Happy New Year." He took out 3 red envelopes and handed them out. "Hello, boss. Dad is generous." "Am I dreaming? You've struck it rich." When the roommates received the red envelopes, they were surprised to find a red bill inside. They were instantly thrilled and started calling him Dad. Lu Bai was speechless. However, the amusing roommates indeed added a festive atmosphere to the dormitory. Once Lu Bai put away his luggage, his classmates curiously asked, "Where have you been these days? We haven't seen you." Lu Bai cleverly responded, "I went home and just came back from there." He skillfully shifted the topic away from himself. "By the way, aren't you guys going home for the new year?" We're busy looking for jobs. Who has time to go home?" "Yes, graduation is just around the corner. And everyone is feeling lost." "Don't say that. The big shots are still the big shots. They probably have their escape routes planned." "Please don't stab my heart like that." Lu Bai chuckled after hearing this. He also learned from them about some basic situations, all related to film directing. It was said that Han Mo-ing is preparing a new movie. Lu Bai knew about this. They had discussed the script together. This new script naturally attracted a lot of capital interest, with many wanting to invest, but Han Mo-ing had declined all offers. The roommates speculated that she must have found a strong backer. Lu Bai listened silently and did not comment. If Han Mo-ing's backer is himself, that wouldn't be wrong. At the very least, he promised to cover all funding and promotion costs. Class monitor Lin Ming had made a small profit after filming The Return of the Dragon King on a web movie platform, but he hadn't engaged in any filming since then. His roommates noted that he frequently visited tech exhibitions and posted many close-up photos of Iron Man on social media, showing how obsessed he was. Lin Ming also revealed in the class group that he had ordered an Iron Man suit, which would cost a whopping 200,000. This amazed his classmates. Lu Bai couldn't help but smile wryly. If Lin Ming knew that he was the author of Iron Man, would he feel ashamed? He simply couldn't imagine it. The topics in the film class were limited. As for the other 2 classes, they had plenty of topics. Lu Bai had heard early on that both Class 2 and Class 3 had genius directors. Some made satirical short videos and gained millions of followers online, while others focused on serious themes about farmers' lives and garnered multiple award nominations, gaining fame rapidly. Some students who work as assistants under renowned directors are directing films worth tens of millions or even over 100 million at a young age, which makes others envious. Everyone says they will definitely become major directors in the future. Each of them has a strong potential and has gained significant attention from the school. The 3 roommates speculate that by the end of the semester, the film screening organized by the school will likely be dominated by these students. There's nothing to be done about it. They're just that impressive. I've heard that some have already been booked by major investors and are currently working on their projects. Honestly, I admire them. The talents mentioned are far beyond our reach, except for our class leader Lin Ming, who is just a rich second-generation kid dabbling in it. After discussing, they noticed Lu Bai was silent. Someone curiously asked, "By the way, Lu Bai, didn't you say last semester that you were working on some hero-themed project? Did it create any buzz?" Lu Bai was still processing the information about the talented students when he heard the question, and he smiled wryly as he replied. There was a bit of buzz, but not much. The person waved his hand and comforted him. Just having some movement is good enough, unlike our 3 films, which nobody even watches online for free. We can only manage to submit them as assignments to the counselor. As graduation approached, the roommates seemed to become more sentimental, even expressing some nostalgia. People are just different. Those with real talent have already mapped out their future, while we, the ones stuck in the middle, feel the most lost. One of them said, "Let us not dwell on these things. We won't starve anyway." In our dorm, the one with the brightest future is definitely Lu Bai. What do you plan to do after graduation? The roommates looked at him curiously. But another roommate quickly interjected, don't worry about Liu Bai. With his screenwriting skills, he'll be in demand wherever he goes. Hearing this, one person exchanged frantic glances, and the other two discreetly fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, making Liu Bai sense that something was off. He found it puzzling, but didn't bother to ask. Unbeknownst to him, his roommates had misunderstood him. Or perhaps they thought mentioning Han Moi would suggest Liu Bai might have been dumped. The three had gossiped about it, believing this was a strong possibility. Han Moi had completely taken over the project, leaving no writing position for Liu Bai. Additionally, she was attractive and the type of independent woman who had solid financial backing now, making Liu Bai seem like a discarded pawn in a profit-driven market. They avoided discussing it, mainly out of concern for Liu Bai's feelings. Sigh, after 4 years of youth and emotions, providing countless inspirations and scripts, to be discarded before hitting it big. Han Moi, you have a heart of stone. Liu Bai must be having a tough time this new year. The three mourned in silence. Liu Bai, on the other hand, was pleased with the quiet. After putting away his luggage, he planned to lie down and rest. Sitting on a bus for the whole morning was tiring. At that moment, he received a call from an acquaintance. Liu Bai, have you arrived at school? The counselor said if you're here, you should stop by the office. I guess it's related to your Iron Man project. Be mentally prepared. And don't blame me for not warning you. Liu Bai smiled lightly. Thanks for the heads up, Miss Han. On the other end of the phone, a cheerful voice came through. Enough of that. Chapter 60. The list for the college film screening is confirmed. Liu Bai and Han Mo-ing are both on it. From Han Mo-ing, Liu Bai learned that the counselor was looking for him. Liu Bai wasted no time and quickly arrived at the office. To his surprise, Han Mo-ing was also there. He nodded at her as a greeting and then turned to the counselor. Mr. Sun, you were looking for me? Their counselor, named Sun Xingyu, was in his 40s, wore black-framed glasses, and had a gentle demeanor. Liu Bai, you're here. Sun Xingyu's smile stretched from ear to ear upon seeing Liu Bai, and he was in an extremely good mood. He felt like putting his arm around him and chatting away. There was no help for it. The student was too outstanding. The more he looked, the more he liked him. With a box office total of 3 billion, he had directly smashed through the winter break. Such a terrifying achievement would surely be announced throughout the school if the dean found out. Initially, he thought that the students in classes 2 and 3 were already exceptional, making it into the Blue Star Film Festival and various nomination lists. But little did he know, Liu Bai had been hiding his talents so well, achieving such high box office numbers with his first movie. It had directly entered the top 20 of Qinzhou's historical box office rankings. This was such a proud moment. If Liu Bai hadn't reminded him not to tell others just yet, he would have rushed to boast in front of the dean and principal right now. My student. 3 billion at the box office. Amazing. Please, sit down. There's no need to stand. I just wanted to chat with you. Sun Xingyu's eyes were filled with admiration as he invited Liu Bai to take a seat. Everything's going smoothly, Liu Bai replied with a smile as he sat down. Sun Xingyu poured a cup of tea. Have some tea. I was just talking to Han about you. She mentioned that you're filming a new movie? Thank you, teacher. Liu Bai took a sip and confirmed. Yes, just having some fun with it. Sun Xingyu chuckled. Other students might say they were just having fun, and he would believe them. But when Liu Bai said it, it was clearly a show of modesty. There weren't many directors in Qinzhou who could pull in billions at the box office. This semester, you'll be graduating soon, Sun Xingyu said, not digging deeper. Instead, he revealed the school's upcoming plans. As you know, this semester there will be a film screening event. We will invite outstanding alumni from our school, as well as renowned directors and stars from outside to participate. The purpose is to pave the way for students. Looking at the handsome young men and beautiful young women sitting in front of him, Sun Xingyu felt immense satisfaction. Your talents are evident to all, and I am very assured. I can let you know that your names will definitely appear on that list. But I also want to know if you two can finish your new movies before graduation. That way, I can gain some face at the evening event and bask in your glory. Upon hearing this, Han Mo-ing smiled gently and then turned to look at Liu Bai beside her. She understood that when Mr. Sun mentioned gaining glory, it was naturally about Liu Bai. Her own film was just a small project and not top tier in the directing program. My production is small in scale, the script isn't grand, and it's not complex. The filming period is quite short, and I estimate it can be released within 2 months, Han Mo-ing projected. With the financial support and strategic planning from a certain individual, along with the promotional efforts of a film company, she is filled with confidence. The previous film depicted the struggles of the workplace and achieved a box office of 30 million. With such substantial backing this time, it should reach 100 million, right? In the future, she could also be on the list of directors who have grossed over 100 million. Sun Xingyu listened to Han Meng's remarks, nodding in satisfaction, and then turned to the individual. Among the students this year, he was most looking forward to this person's work. It would premiere before graduation. After comprehensive consideration, the individual provided an answer. Although the filming cycle for the movie is long and requires a lot of special effects, The strongest aspect of the film company is indeed special effects production, which won't take too long. The three chatted briefly before the advisor told them to get back to work. This semester had hardly any classes. The first day was just for reporting, followed by a moral education class. The rest consisted mostly of online courses. The individual and Han Meng left together. The individual asked, "How did you end up here?" Han Meng found it strange. "If I weren't here, how would I know to tell you to come?" The individual thought it made sense. Just then, they received a message from the local Science and Technology Museum regarding an Iron Man event. Chapter 61. The launch of Lamborghini. The individual's true intention is to create a sports car brand? The message was from a contact. "Director, tonight at 10 o'clock, the museum will close. Thank you very much for your strong support for our technology exhibition." The individual could tell the museum was sincere. The presence of Iron Man had sold a lot of tickets, greatly increasing public interest, and the director could wake up smiling every day. The contact also mentioned that a recorded broadcast would be released tonight, and encouraged them to check it out if interested. The individual acknowledged this and declined the offer for assistance with transportation, saying, "I don't need your help with Iron Man. I'll pick it up myself." After turning off the phone, the individual bid farewell to Han Meng, as there were still matters to attend to. They called a car to head to a prop production company. Recently, the application for the Lamborghini appearance patent and design patent had been approved. The copyright for Transformers had also been transferred to their name. Hence, the individual felt secure in sending the design blueprints, signing a confidentiality agreement, and commissioning the production. "Boss, the exterior has been polished to a satisfactory level. Is there anything you're not happy with?" The prop production company was a longtime partner. They had also set up the Iron Man suit in the venue. Accompanied by the person in charge, the individual arrived at the production area. The first thing they saw was a golden beast. The impact was such that it made the individual's heart race. After inspecting, they confirmed that there were no shortcuts taken. The entire car shell exuded a strong quality and presence. "As soon as we received your order, we got right to work. The interior is designed with the most luxurious materials," the person in charge boasted. They certainly had the right to brag, as they had worked diligently to replicate the design blueprints. More importantly, the appearance of this car deeply captured his attention, making him incredibly excited every time he saw it. Such an outstanding design was something he had never seen before on this planet. It was just too wild. "Great. If there's another collaboration next time, I will reach out to you first," Liu Bai affirmed. He then took out his phone and started working. This time, he came not only for inspection, but also to prepare for promotion. Such a cool sports car making its debut here, along with the promotion for a new movie. The effect should be quite good, right? Liu Bai was quite looking forward to it. After shooting the exterior, Liu Bai also opened the exaggerated scissor doors. The doors lifted straight up, unique and extravagant. However, every time the person in charge saw this way of opening the door, they were always amazed. You have to know that cars here usually have simple and practical doors. The Lamborghini's door design was immediately recognizable as uncomfortable, even counterintuitive. But it certainly looked expensive. What a design genius. "Can the car actually drive?" Liu Bai asked as he sat in the driver's seat. The person in charge withdrew their astonished gaze and replied, "It can drive, but only a little." Liu Bai initially had two requirements: to perfectly replicate the appearance and to be able to drive. This meant that the Lamborghini Liu Bai was now sitting in, aside from being cool, had no other practical use. Its speed might not even compare to that of a fully powered electric bike. But Liu Bai didn't mind. As long as it could run in the movie and complete the filming task, it was fine. Once the movie was released, he could take the design blueprints and approach major car companies for collaboration, extract Transformers, collect box office revenue, advertise for Lamborghini, and build a sports car brand. Killing three birds with one stone. This was Liu Bai's true intention. P.S. Thanks to Excellent Sentinel and Rookie Driver for the certification. Thanks to Comrade Xiao Wang for the explosive updates. And thanks to Cool Tea Beverage for the inspiration capsule. Chapter 62. Lamborghini appears. Shocking all netizens after leaving the props company, Liu Bai returned to his dormitory and began editing the video. The redefined sports car, will you like it? Soon, Liu Bai added some fitting electronic music and uploaded the video to a popular video site. He glanced at his follower count, which had reached 180,000. He was quite satisfied with this speed. After all, considering the newly edited video, it was only his third post. This speed was nothing short of rapid. Now, he just needed to wait for the video to gain traction. First, let the Iron Man account share it. Liu Bai sent a message to the operations department, and they quickly took action. Through Iron Man's account, which had 600,000 followers, it was spread out. After Iron Man's run, Liu Bai reclaimed the account and handed it over to his own company for management. At that moment, Liu Bai received a message on his social app. It was a photo sent by Lin Ming. Curious, he clicked to open it, and to his surprise, it was a candid shot of him walking alongside Han Moing today. What is going on? Just as Liu Bai was about to inquire, Lin Ming sent a message with a harsh tone. We're all men here, so I won't beat around the bush. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're not worthy of Han Moying. I warn you, it's best to stay away from her. Liu Bai saw this and couldn't help but feel both amused and a bit irritated. Being threatened like this was quite something. However, after some calm reflection, he realized there was no need to explain himself to him. Who is he anyway? Classes are over, graduation is approaching, and soon no one will remember him. Liu Bai turned off his phone, closed his laptop, and took a nap. It had been a tiring day traveling. Meanwhile, in a high-end neighborhood, Lin Ming was still sulking. How dare he not reply to my message? A guy from an average background dares to put on airs with me. Ugh. Hello, is this Lin Ming? Your package has arrived. Upon receiving the call, Lin Ming's mood instantly brightened. The item he had been waiting for had finally arrived. I'll be right over. Soon. With the help of a few delivery workers, Lin Ming finally got to see the item he had been longing for. When he opened the package, the brilliant golden red color was dazzling. It instantly captured Lin Ming's heart. The item was none other than Iron Man, a collaboration between a film company and a resin company. The authentic Iron Man. I've been waiting for this day for so long. 200,000, totally worth it. Lin Ming exclaimed joyfully. After studying it for an afternoon, he finally figured out how to use it. This Iron Man suit was made of 3D printing and resin. It was detachable, washable, and electrically insulated. Most importantly, it could be worn. Lin Ming immediately assembled it, wrapping himself up snugly. He found it wasn't constricting at all. It was lightweight, didn't burden his body, and he could run and jump in it. There was no unpleasant odor either. What a great product. It looked absolutely stunning. Lin Ming laughed heartily. The action figures he used to play with were nothing compared to this. This is what a man should be playing with. He admired himself in the full-length mirror over and over again. His entire body gleamed, with a metallic texture that looked incredibly realistic. Especially the bright lights on the chest and eyes, which were super cool, making him feel like he had truly transformed into Iron Man. Unfortunately, although it was quite similar to the one in the movie, it didn't have the same impact as the Iron Man he had seen in the Science Museum. Lin Ming was perceptive. When he first went to the Science Museum, he could tell that the Iron Man behind the glass was something special. It seemed to harbor some immense energy that intimidated him. But thankfully, that was just an exhibit. At least I can wear this one. Lin Ming comforted himself. In that moment, he also cast aside his dissatisfaction with Liu Bai. The place he lived in cost over 100,000 per square meter. A level most people could only dream of. Getting into a spat with a poor kid was truly beneath him. With a sense of superiority, Lin Ming skillfully picked up his phone and recorded a video. Is the effect of this authentic Iron Man I bought for 200,000 good? Lin Ming sent it to a video platform, subtly showing off. If he didn't flaunt it, who would know he was wealthy? He successfully rode the wave of popularity from Iron Man, attracting quite a few likes and comments. The titles of Big Shot and Tycoon made him feel on top of the world. Having money is great. As long as my dad works hard enough, I can do whatever I want. Lin Ming sighed comfortably. At that moment, he stumbled upon a model on the trending list with an incredibly exaggerated cover. The sharp lines and sleek body instantly caught his eye. In the lower left corner, there was a label indicating followed. In that moment, his mind exploded. Chapter 63. A game-changing supercar, rich kids went wild. Did the Big Shot Liu Bai release a new video? Lin Ming was shocked and excited, especially that orange beast on the cover. It was simply irresistible. A redefined supercar, would you all like it? Upon seeing the cover title, Lin Ming's mind went blank. His mouth dropped open. He nearly exclaimed, what the heck? Is this a car? This is a freaking car? Or a supercar? No way. Can it even be driven? He was stunned, not even knowing what to say. He clicked directly on the cover and then saw the full panoramic view of the car. It completely shattered his perceptions. The air intake at the front of the car was as exaggerated as a shark's mouth. The sharp, knife-like spoiler extended back, incredibly smooth. The side wings extended like those of a bomber, seemingly cutting through the hurricane. The rear featured a larger mesh engine cover, resembling a steel beast. Just one glance, and it firmly captured Lin Ming's heart. His heart raced, filled with greed. As long as it can be produced, I will definitely buy it. He was excitedly wailing inside. This was simply too cool. He had never imagined a car could be designed like this. Even a supercar was beyond his wildest dreams. You see, on his planet, supercars looked as conservative as private cars. They just had better engines, allowing them to go faster and more powerfully. But what was presented before him completely broke the definition of a supercar, overturning all imagination and perception. He couldn't help but doubt. Does such a design even belong to a car? Can it be driven on the road? Is it legal? It felt like something out of a sci-fi movie. Countless netizens were just as shocked as he was. The comments went wild within the first second. Something's off. I don't know how many times I've replayed this. Is this really a car? I want it so badly. Poverty has limited my imagination. I never thought a car could look like this. Seriously, is it reasonable for a car to be designed in a way I can't afford? Just give me a price that will crush my hopes. The comments were crazy. And Lin Ming was extremely hyped. The entire video was just over a minute long, with no voiceover. It showcased every part of the car, body, doors, rear, in a 180-degree display. Every single part was so cool it made one's blood boil. Not only did men fall for it, but women were also unable to tear their eyes away. In just a few seconds, it gave people the illusion that a supercar should look like this. The exterior design is not only exaggerated but also outstanding. As the car doors lift up like scissors, Lin Ming can hardly contain himself. What kind of design is this? The great Liu Bai is incredible. Simply a genius. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. Whether it's Iron Man or this car, both perfectly align with his sci-fi dreams. How cool would it be to drive it on the streets? It's simply a symbol of status and taste. This door opening method is just amazing. I don't even know what to say anymore. The interior design is understated yet luxurious. I really want to get in and touch the steering wheel. If I had this car, no goddess would refuse to sit in the passenger seat, right? Lin Ming saw the barrage of comments and felt a surge of excitement. He was already imagining Han Mo-ing sitting in the passenger seat, admiring him. He couldn't help but send a message. If it comes out, I must buy it. The video isn't long, only a bit over a minute. Yet Lin Ming, wearing the Iron Man suit, watched it 5 or 6 times. This feeling of wanting but not being able to have it is the worst. Lin Ming, you're something. You managed to reserve that hard-to-get Iron Man suit. Why not come over and show it to us? At that moment, a message popped up on Lin Ming's phone. He clicked in and saw a friend had shared his video from the platform. It was him in the Iron Man suit, being incredibly smug. A group of friends expressed their envy. Indeed, this collaborative suit took me a long time to reserve, and I still haven't gotten it. There are really so many wealthy people. Can the original resin company increase production? There are only 1,000 sets in total. They can't even make a profit. Damn. If I weren't a bit shorter than Lin Ming, I would have borrowed it to wear. This group is the circle of wealthy second generation in Qinzhou. Without even mentioning assets, just cash reserves have small target numbers. Otherwise, Lin Ming's father wouldn't be able to take out 5 million in cash for him to make a movie. Only those with ample cash have such confidence. Enough said. I'm feeling overwhelmed by the big shots. When Lin Ming saw the messages in the group, he didn't feel as ecstatic as he had imagined. Nor did he have any desire to show off. There was only a deep sense of emptiness. What is going on? Is the product not as described? Is the quality bad? I watched the video you sent. It looks just like a movie. What is really going on? Let me avoid the pitfall too. The group was filled with curious voices, with some even hesitating to cancel their reservations. Lin Ming sighed and forwarded the video he was looping to the group. After a minute of silence, suddenly, the wealthy second generation erupted. Chapter 64. The frenzied rich kids turning against each other? Are you kidding me? Is this a car? No way. I don't believe it. This is definitely a concept car. It can't be mass-produced for the road. Honestly, I fell in love at first sight. This is just too cool. Just based on this design, it can't be cheap. The wealthy second-generation members, seeing the Lamborghini video, also stirred up a frenzy. But reason told them that this sports car is most likely a concept car. What a pity for this design. Indeed, daring to break the norm is truly impressive. There is a sense of regret in the group. This vehicle really strikes a chord with men. It's like a steel beast that you can't take your eyes off. For these teenagers, it's even more attractive than Iron Man's suit. After all, Iron Man's suit can only be worn for fun. Wearing it on the street would be embarrassing, and it often ends up as a collectible. But a car is different. You can take someone out. Just when the group was feeling regretful, Lin Ming couldn't hold back anymore. He sent a message reminding everyone. Didn't you notice that this is a video released by the creator of Iron Man? This stirred up a huge reaction. Instantly, the previously lamenting group came back to life. Wow, it's really from the great master Liu Bai? I'm already shouting at home. Haha, I don't know why, but I feel confident again. Some in the group were puzzled. What is going on? Didn't they say it was a concept car? Why is everyone so excited? Lin Ming boasted. If you don't follow Iron Man, you naturally wouldn't know how impressive Master Liu Bai is. The short video he posted online was about his original creative intention for Iron Man. Later, guess what? He actually made a movie. The Iron Man suit I'm wearing now is produced in collaboration with his company. I believe in his capabilities. It's definitely possible for him to realize this concept car. Even if the final result can't reproduce the video, I will definitely support it. Lin Ming was full of confidence. For someone who is connected with big names, how could he miss the chance to raise his own status? But when he thought about sharing the same name as that pretty boy, Lin Ming felt inexplicably uncomfortable. It was as if he had just lost his parents. Everyone else found it impressive, but still felt skeptical. The Iron Man in the movie can fly and wield weapons. Can the suit Lin Ming bought do that? Even if a Lamborghini can be built, it's still uncertain whether it can be driven on the road. However, someone finally spoke up. With a mysterious tone, I think you might be underestimating Master Liu Bai's capabilities. As soon as he spoke, he attracted a lot of attention. Lin Ming recognized him right away. The person's family runs a tech company that has raised several rounds of funding and is quite powerful. His words certainly sparked curiosity. Even Lin Ming was puzzled. After all, I'm the one most familiar with Master Lu Bai, right? Why is there someone else stepping in? The person didn't keep them guessing and said directly, my family makes tech products, and many of my friends should know. This year's Qingzhou Tech Expo. My company also sent representatives to attend. The academic exchange that night caught the attention of everyone in the company. It seems that a revolutionary technology has already been born. As he recalled the serious expression on his father's face, he felt a wave of confusion. Others say his father is a tech mogul, but to him, his father has never changed his expression regardless of the situation. Yet after that night, there was such a strong sense of crisis that it completely overturned his understanding. The intelligent-controlled Iron Man may have already been created. High-level discussions revealed that Master Lu Bai has developed a remotely controlled Iron Man that can take off from a standstill. This is cutting-edge technology that has not yet been realized, but someone has already made a breakthrough. The person's serious expression was mixed with a hint of enthusiasm and anticipation. In other words, the release of this sports car by the prominent figure could actually be feasible. As soon as the conclusion was announced, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one doubted the truth of his words. Moreover, there was no need to deceive anyone. Everyone present held a respectable status and didn't need to resort to tricks to attract attention. Everyone, don't rush. I'll be the first to buy the sports car when it comes out. This car looks very expensive, so everyone should save some money. I can buy it. I have plenty of cash. I know you're all eager, but hold on. Just let me be the first to buy it. That's nonsense. Lin Ming was even more excited. His eyes were filled with joy. If this really comes out, he has to buy it immediately. After all, he is connected with the prominent figure. He wants to get an internal purchase. I envy these folks so much. Chapter 65. Major car companies are dumbfounded. How desperate is this film company for money? Lin Ming shouts to buy it out. The Lamborghini video stirred excitement among viewers, but some individuals frowned in concern. Can this car really perform? At a meeting of a certain car company, a high-ranking official raised a question as the screen displayed the dazzling model. In theory, it can work. Even better than I imagined. The designer of this model clearly knows what they're doing. A senior figure from the design department said seriously. The entire body is designed based on aerodynamic structures, which is why it has such an exaggerated appearance. The benefit is that it can indeed increase speed. Akin to a bomber, designed to be very flat. The president turned to the marketing department. You analyzed the pros and cons of this model. The head of the marketing department considered for a moment and said, the appearance outweighs practicality. I have carefully observed the design, and this car has a very low chassis, which means it's cramped and inherently uncomfortable whether sitting or driving. Taller individuals would find it even more uncomfortable. In this region, the majority of vehicles are 5-seaters, with a few being 7-seaters, which are all private cars. Meanwhile, sports cars are typically 4-seaters. The 2-seater models showcased in the video existed before, but were phased out. Therefore, during this meeting, most people appeared indifferent. They are private car manufacturers, not sports car makers, and they aren't worried at all. Additionally, anyone can post short videos nowadays. Special effects can easily deceive viewers, but aside from showcasing concept cars, they cannot be released, which could harm market sentiment. Other than spending money, there are no benefits. It's simply a thankless task. Seeing that everyone was somewhat unconcerned, the head of the marketing department felt relieved and continued. There have been precedents for 2-seater sports cars, and we all know the eventual outcome. They were not recognized by the market, leading to massive investments of manpower, resources, and finances, almost resulting in bankruptcy. The president remained calm and then pointed to the head of the business department. I heard that the video publisher is a film company that has approached us for collaboration, right? The head of the business department nodded. Yes, they have sought us out for cooperation. The general idea is that we sponsor them by investing money, and in return, they promote our cars in the film, essentially acting as an advertisement. After serious research, we found that they were also collaborating with other car companies. So we ultimately declined the offer. The president nodded upon hearing this. So they have also contacted sports car companies? This film company is simply desperate for money, trying to exploit car companies everywhere, thinking that money is so easy to deceive. Yes, they had indeed made contact, but were rejected by the sports car companies. From what I understand, they did not secure sponsorship from the sports car companies and did not want to promote for free, so they designed it themselves. I even think this video is just a publicity stunt. The president found his subordinates' analysis both amusing and frustrating. However, I must say, using movies to deceive car companies is quite clever and can be quite misleading. It's like a startup using a PowerPoint presentation to fool investors. It's completely unreliable. Let's move on to the next topic. With that, the president continued the meeting. The Lamborghini video was merely added into the regular meeting agenda, indicating that it wasn't taken seriously. Regular car companies were indifferent, and the sports car companies also had a nonchalant attitude. Designing it themselves without sponsorship? That's quite arrogant. offending so many sports car companies. What good could come from that? I must admit, the design is quite nice and looks good in a home setting. Doesn't it take up space? Haha. As for the Chinjo auspicious automobile model, a special meeting was convened. The question was raised, is there potential here? Regarding this car, everyone actually had a consensus. It's not practical. Have you considered young people? For them, practicality is not the only criterion for buying a car. If the design of the model meets their expectations, more people will be willing to buy it. In fact, they are willing to pay a higher price for a better-looking car even if the configurations are the same. They are indeed serious about making a film. Doesn't that mean our investment in the protagonist vehicle could yield greater returns? Unfortunately, it only occupies the first half of the film. I asked the investment department of Earth Pictures, and this model has already applied for a design patent, which may allow for further discussion on collaboration possibilities. As the discussion heated up, everyone gradually formed a consensus. We can try to make more connections. The leader immediately made a decision. Our car company has been in operation for so many years, always in a mediocre position. I think this is an opportunity. Let us reach out first, and then wait for the market feedback on this model after the film is released. If feasible, we can purchase the design patent and take a different approach. That evening, Liu Bai took his employees to the Qinzhou Science Museum to load Iron Man onto a truck. Li Ping'an also met Liu Bai for the first time and was amazed by his youth. People can be so impressive, he thought. The Iron Man recording is about to start tonight, Li Ping'an reminded. All right, thank you for your hard work. Liu Bai nodded in appreciation and followed the truck back to the villa. He only took a brief glance at the recording for tonight. After all, he had already connected through his gaze and seen the situation on site, so there was no need to look again. However, the Technology Museum in Qinzhou had become a trending topic. Countless netizens were shocked. It made up for the regret of not being able to attend the event. Wow, Iron Man can really fly. Is Liu Bai really turning the movie into reality? How much does he love Iron Man? The netizens were excited, frantically liking and tipping. Some even started discussing in the comments. Do you think there are people inside Iron Man? There must be someone. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain how smoothly Iron Man moves. But the space isn't that big, so I think remote control is more likely. The Iron Man suit produced by a certain film company not only can be worn but also allows for movement. I believe the one on the podium is similar. The material looks completely different, right? The comments section was buzzing with activity. There were countless analytical posts that left people stunned. Lin Ming was also watching in awe, feeling extremely excited. What that guy in the group said is true. Iron Man has already been iterated and can fly. This fact made him even more eager for the Lamborghini to really come out. Instantly, he couldn't wait to message Liu Bai, respectfully asking, "Big guy? Is the Lamborghini really a supercar? Can it actually be made? Even if it can't be legally on the road, I would buy it in a heartbeat. Please give me a chance to buy it." Chapter 66. The filming scene escalates again, and the actors are panicking. Transformers has officially wrapped up. Liu Bai was about to sleep when he received Lin Ming's inquiry, which made him chuckle. Just this morning, he was threatening me. And now he is calling me big guy. It's quite amusing. Yes, it's a supercar, and it can be made. Liu Bai was sure the other party didn't know it was him. He didn't reveal his identity, just replied and went to sleep. But Lin Ming, receiving a confirmed reply, was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Guys, the exact news is here. The big guy said it can be made. Lin Ming immediately took a screenshot and sent it to the group. Instantly, the group of rich kids was excited. The big guy is amazing. Simply formidable. I'll pay 500,000. Are you kidding? Even if it's 1,000,000, I want one. Some even asked Lin Ming, can we book it now? Lin Ming saw the mentions and felt full of pride and joy. Not only did he have his idol's contact information, but he also had insider news. That's quite a face saver. I'm not sure about that. It should still be in the development stage. Now that a front photo has been released, it probably still needs some time. Lin Ming replied seriously, silently showing off. He made the group even more excited. Time flew by. A month passed. During this time, Liu Bai had been filming with the crew. He squeezed in some time to watch online courses and expanded the publicity department, specifically managing the online accounts for Iron Man and Transformers to keep the IP vibrant. Now, he and the crew were in the desert area. Boom. 2 attack planes soared through the sky and dropped 4 missiles, causing the yellow sand to fly and smoke to billow. The entire crew was exhilarated, unable to contain their cheers at that moment. Missiles are incredibly cool. In the previous film, we used bombs, real guns, and tanks. This time, we directly rented military aircraft and even used missiles. Who would believe that if we told them? Only our crew would dare to do such a thing. I couldn't help but boast a little to myself. For the crew, it was exciting and historic. But for the actors, it was filled with anxiety. This is truly insane. Is it really necessary to go this far just to shoot a movie? Using real equipment. This filming scene is unmatched. Thankfully, it was just for shooting background footage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to step forward. Several actors in military uniforms looked terrified. It was their first time experiencing such a bold filming process, directly involving aircraft and missiles, which was astonishing. In their previous films, safety was always prioritized, relying on special effects and post-production. This time, it was truly eye-opening. Some even regretted not purchasing personal insurance in advance. Did we get the footage? Shin Rinchuan asked excitedly. This filming style is exactly what he pursued. Using only special effects isn't realistic enough. All 6 cameras captured the complete scene. The crew responded loudly. Everyone was thrilled. Witnessing such a scene was truly worth it. Only Liu Bai wore a worried expression, sighing helplessly. This time, he rented 2 attack planes and 1 reconnaissance aircraft from the military, along with various missile and weaponry deployments. The spectacle was dazzling, but the expenses were equally staggering. It really hurt his wallet. However, the only consolation was that the results were indeed good. Worth it? Not really. All actors, get ready. We have 2 more scenes to shoot before wrapping up. Liu Bai collected himself and shouted. As soon as he said this, everyone looked forward to it eagerly, itching to get started. They had been filming in the desert for half a month and were fed up with the dry and water-scarce environment. They couldn't even take a proper shower. The actors playing soldiers were also ready to go, immediately entering work mode as the slate was clapped. Feg, the Special Forces team, with the support of military aircraft, repelled the enemy forces. But the surroundings were in ruins, and teammates were severely injured, barely hanging on. Quick, find a medic. Hurry. The soldiers urged the crowd to help. He still has a pulse. Save him. The soldiers began emergency rescue efforts, and the atmosphere was tense. Click. Shin Rinchuan looked at Liu Bai, and they both expressed satisfaction with this scene, calling for a stop. This scene is over. Everyone take a break. Prepare to shoot the final set of shots. This scene depicts the enemy forces led by their leader attacking the military base and sending scorpions to eliminate any survivors to prevent information from leaking. In the film, this is just the early plot, but for Liu Bai's crew, it marks the concluding phase. The important scenes have all been filmed in the city and have now entered the editing phase, with only the desert segments left to complete. Of course, that will wrap up soon. As dusk falls and the sun sets, the final scene arrives. Soldiers stand on the beach, waving to the rescue helicopter. Everyone's silhouettes turn into dark shapes in the twilight. As the camera moves in, they carry their seriously injured comrade towards the aircraft. With this, the scenes conclude, and all the footage for the Transformers project is officially finished. Chapter 67. Is the film invested by Liu Bai about to premiere? Finally back in the city. What a relief. Shin Rinchuan pushed open the car door, stepped onto the hard concrete road, and inhaled the fragrant flowers and grass of Qinzhou. This made him feel refreshed. He had suffered a lot in the past half-month, shooting in the arid desert, where the dust and sand made things unbearable. Although several senior brothers were exhausted, they felt as if they had been reborn. Someone suggested, I've only had dry rations over there. Let us have lobster and oysters tonight. I'm craving it. Upon hearing this, Shin Rinchuan's appetite was piqued, and he looked at the handsome young man. Liu Shidi, want to join? Consider it a wrap party. Due to the harsh filming conditions, there were no arrangements for a banquet. After finishing the shoot, the entire crew dispersed that evening, so the wrap party naturally did not take place. I have no objections, Liu Bai said with a smile. Once they agreed, they went to the hotel and booked a few rooms. After Liu Bai took a shower and changed clothes, he received an unread message. Call me back when convenient. It was sent by Han Moying. Liu Bai, puzzled, dialed back. Is there something urgent? Hearing this, Han Moying teased. Can't I call you if there's nothing urgent? Liu Bai chuckled. Of course, that's fine. Oh, so you're worried about me? Han Moying's tone was playful. Liu Bai fell silent, unsure of what to say. Han Moying couldn't help but laugh, naturally steering the conversation elsewhere. I won't tease you anymore. Are you done with your work over there? I finished filming this afternoon and just got back from the desert, Liu Bai replied honestly. Han Moying comfortably turned over, hugging her pillow and lying on the bed. Her long, fair legs gently swaying, sounding lazy. The script we discussed last time has been filmed last week. It's currently under review. Boss Liu, do you have any instructions? Liu Bai was taken aback. He had been busy outside lately and hadn't been keeping track of company matters, naturally overlooking the new film Han Moying was working on. Although he had instructed the publicity department to spare no effort in promotion, he had seemingly not expressed anything from his side. It seemed that Han Moying had always been the one to reach out to him. Thinking of this made him feel quite ashamed. Sorry, I got busy and forgot. That new movie. Before Liu Bai could finish, Han Moying mischievously interrupted. Why apologize? You're my investor. I'm just reporting progress to you. Let us keep our relationship purely transactional. Please invest more next time. Thank you, boss. Liu Bai laughed. She has gained a new understanding of emotional intelligence. All along, Han Moying has been indifferent in front of outsiders. She only shares laughter with familiar people, but always maintains a normal level of interaction. There is concern, but also an inexplicable sense of distance. However, Liu Bai is discovering for the first time that she has such a clever and quirky side. This is somewhat refreshing for Liu Bai's perception. So, Director Han, please continue to report on your film's progress. Liu Bai deliberately straightened his face and spoke seriously. Han Meng smiled lightly, cleared her throat, and said with a clear tone, "It's like this. The financial department of your esteemed company has offered very generous conditions for my small crew, with filming funds reaching 50 million. In her description, she mentioned that she has invited a leading male star to participate, whose acting skills are good and who also brings popularity. This will serve as a promotional point with a large investment in advertising. According to Han Meng, there are as many as 200,000 people wanting to watch this film on a certain movie app." Liu Bai nodded silently, even somewhat surprised. Wow, you really understand the fan economy and flow economy. It's estimated that the approval will be completed this week, and the distribution partner contacted by the company has also reached a cooperative relationship. Currently, it is only being screened in Qinzhou, with a 5% agency fee. Listening to Han Meng's report, Liu Bai nodded slowly. This type of romantic film is indeed not suitable for a global premiere. The advertising investment is too large, but the market is small, making it easy to incur losses. The safest approach is to observe market reactions before expanding the regions. It seems that very soon, the first premiere of my life will be held. Han Meng looked out at the night through the window, her gaze incredibly gentle, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted. This day came earlier than she imagined. She had previously thought seriously that to achieve this level of qualification, it would take at least 2 years. If it were at the cost of selling her body, it might come faster, but she would never do that. Her planned goal has always been to strive over a span of several years and ultimately hold a grand premiere. For her, this feels more like a coming-of-age ceremony, a true graduation in her directing career. She is satisfied with the current situation and knows who brought this real graduation ceremony. So, with warmth in her heart, Han Meng gently asked, "Do you want to come on the night of the premiere?" Liu Bai firmly replied, "I will be there." Han Meng felt reassured, and her tone became cheerful. "Then it's a promise. I'll let you know once the time is confirmed. Good night." After hanging up, Liu Bai went out with his seniors to have skewers. After a few drinks, he felt a bit tipsy. A few days later, Liu Bai's film entered the editing stage. While Han Meng's Goodbye X had already passed the review, her premiere ceremony is here. Chapter 68. Are you not going to call the classmates for your movie premiere? The premiere venue has been confirmed, and a lot of promotional content has erupted online. The talented girl from the Film Academy, Han Meng, has another masterpiece. The film Goodbye X is coming, featuring leading male star Han Geng. The person behind the self-written, self-directed, and self-acted project hasn't even graduated from university yet. The film, directed by Qin Xingjia, has garnered significant attention, with 250,000 people expressing interest on the platform. Goodbye X is set to premiere tonight, with promotional efforts everywhere. The participating stars are also sharing the news widely. Han Geng stated, "This film addresses the emotional issues faced by urban men and women, and it's quite profound. I will be attending the premiere tonight, and hope to see everyone there." Zheng Kai commented, "Goodbye X has both humor and sadness, and it gets straight to the point about relationships." In the comments, numerous female fans expressed their support. Han Geng, brother, I will definitely support you. Zheng Kai, little cheetah. It's been a while since I've seen you in a movie. I almost forgot you were an actor. The excitement was palpable. As for Han Moing, she remained composed upon seeing these promotional slogans, but inside, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. These headlines are a bit too shameful, aren't they? However, the promotional effect was quite good, and she chose to ignore it. Now, her Douyin account has reached 890,000 followers, which is also a great promotional window. Goodbye X will meet everyone tonight. By retweeting, commenting, and liking, 100 fans will be randomly selected to watch the film together. You might even run into your idol. This call to action, although it has been months since its launch and the novelty has worn off, still yielded pleasing results. You are my idol. I've been a fan for 10 years. I started following you when you uploaded your first short film, hoping to be selected. I wish to encounter Han Geng. Followed the blogger. So strong. Senior, keep it up. Han, I love you. Deleted. Han Moing also checks the comments section and directly deletes any nonsensical remarks. As night falls, film critics, industry professionals, news media, and lucky fans all arrive. The screening room quickly fills to capacity. Standing at the entrance, Han Moing couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the lively atmosphere inside. She had long anticipated holding her own premiere and showcasing her film to the public. Now that it has finally come to fruition, she felt a mix of emotions, complex, nervous, and excited, her eyes shining with light. Hey Liu Bai, have you arrived yet? There's only 10 minutes until the show starts, Han Moing asked, covering her phone to muffle the noise of the cinema. I'm downstairs, waiting for the elevator, Liu Bai replied, and Han Moing felt reassured. Okay. I'm in screening room 1, seat 6 in row 6. Don't get lost. After hanging up, Han Moing stood there, unsure of what to do next. She decided to find the distributor to discuss the situation and familiarize herself with the event's process. A few minutes later, she met Lu Bai. "Do you want me to show you to your seat?" Han Mo-ing asked with a smile, clearly in a good mood. "I'll be fine on my own." "You have a lot to take care of," Lu Bai politely declined, having noticed that the main actors were already in place, dressed appropriately, and ready to take the stage. "All right," Han Mo-ing replied with a radiant smile, not being overly formal. After watching Lu Bai find a seat, her phone vibrated. She picked it up to see an unknown caller. "Hello, hi," she politely inquired. "It's me. Your movie premiere, and you didn't even call your classmates?" The voice on the other end sounded somewhat displeased. "Who are you?" There was a clear pause on the other end. "Lin Ming." "How did you get my number?" Han Mo-ying's tone was unfriendly. "I thought we were classmates, so I never said anything harsh before." Han Mo-ing coldly replied, "We're all adults now. I don't want you to make it too embarrassing." She hung up and blocked the number. A representative from the distributor approached. "Director Han, the event is starting." The event was a joint opening organized by the distributor and the cinema. It mainly involved the actors and directors saying some formal remarks, such as hoping the guests would enjoy the story and their performance. They also shared some amusing anecdotes from filming to give the invited media more angles to write about. The opening was kept concise, controlled within 10 minutes, and after receiving applause from the audience, the film's premiere began. "How do you feel?" Han Mo-ing walked off the stage and, taking advantage of the dim light, sat down next to Lu Bai. She heard Lu Bai's inquiry. "A bit nervous," Han Mo-ing honestly replied, though she felt genuinely happy. "Xiaoing, you were so cool on stage." One of Han Mo-ying's roommates, who was also present, excitedly cheered for her. "Yeah, so impressive. The aura was perfect, a complete strong woman image." Another female roommate mysteriously said, "That Lin Ming even called me, asking where we were. Should we reply to him?" Han Mo-ying's expression instantly turned cold. Psychopath. At that moment, the big screen lit up. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was a simple subtitle. Producer, Earth Pictures Company Director, Han Mo-ing starring, Han Mo-ing, Han Geng, Zheng Kai, Zheng Xuanming screenwriters, Lu Bai, Han Mo-ing. A slight stir arose in the audience. She really is a talented woman. Self-written, self-directed, and self-starred. The value is too high. Wow, something's happening. However, a few of her close friends surprisingly fell silent at that moment, frantically exchanging glances, their faces filled with the excitement of gossiping. Chapter 69, Lu Bai's Regret. Why am I not a fan of Zhou Dong? And my name? Lu Bai was somewhat surprised. But thinking it through, it made sense. The script outline was set by himself, and the storyline was based on his vague impressions. Han Mo-ing putting it up showed her recognition of his work. Facing her friend's gossiping expressions, Han Mo-ing, however, stiffened her body and remained silent. The entire audience was focused, faces tense, as if they had completely ignored the gossiping expressions of her friends. Is there not a single woman in this world who feels secure? No, none of them do. They constantly need to prove, "I love you." The film began with a voiceover. The male voice in the speech is unmistakably that of Han Geng. A man fights wits and courage outside, but when he returns home, all he needs is a warm bed and a bowl of hot soup, nothing more. It shouldn't be another battlefield that requires even more mental effort. Immediately following, a female voice chimes in, her tone filled with helplessness and emotion. Lu Bai instantly recognizes it as Han Mo-ying's voice. What is the foundation of love? It is communication and understanding. It requires mutual comprehension, but it cannot be one-sided tolerance. We only meet for a few hours a day, while out there, you are full of life, yet at home, you act like a dead weight. Can't you spare a little energy for me? Therefore, whether materially or psychologically, what we care about is not the absolute value, but the percentage. How much do I occupy in your life? At the beginning of the film, the issues faced in relationships are presented from both male and female perspectives. This unique angle provides a fresh experience for the audience. The film lasts for 2 hours, with the first half being humorous. The two male protagonists indulge in romance and adventure, seemingly carefree, which starkly contrasts with the struggles of the two female protagonists, who are often nostalgic and pensive. As the story progresses, the male lead seems to awaken to the goodness of the female lead and begins to seek information about her. He often misinterprets things happening in her social circle for a long time. These plot developments leave Lu Bai quite surprised. He realizes that Han Mo-ing has genuinely followed his thought process in her writing. For men, the stages after a breakup are, first, letting go, second, reminiscing. For women, they experience, first, collapse, second, rebirth. Although the direction of the plot differs somewhat from Lu Bai's memories, the emotional resonance remains consistent. Especially in the latter part of the story, when the emotional crisis escalates and misunderstandings deepen, the impact is shocking, leaving the entire audience in a state of tremor. I didn't expect the plot to be this good. One thinks the relationship won't end, while the other believes it can be salvaged. The dialogue in the storyline encapsulates this perfectly. When the female lead, played by Han Mo-ing, encounters an old classmate. Lu Bai senses something is off. It's like taking advantage of a gap. Although the female lead's old classmate isn't handsome, the sense of security he brings might be exactly what she longs for. She genuinely prioritizes feelings over money. In the end, they can't really be separated, right? I still hope the male and female leads can reconcile. The audience, initially detached and observing coldly, gradually finds themselves immersed in the story, empathizing deeply. They become quite concerned about the outcome. Most people present have struggled in society for years and have naturally encountered their own sincere first loves. What unfolds in the movie seems to rip open their difficult-to-heal scars once again, causing them to subconsciously reject it. They can't really part ways, right? I refuse to accept that. Reality is already harsh. I didn't end up with my first love, and now the movie has to replicate this plot. I want a happy ending. If the male and female leads part ways, the plot might be better, but I just don't want to accept it. The audience is complex. They are in pain. The emotional audience was in tears, feeling an unbearable torment. Yet the plot took a turn that painfully reopened old wounds. In the storyline, the supporting female character confronted the lead female character to claim her territory. That night, Han Mo-ing cried sorrowfully, refusing to answer Han's frantic phone calls. An old classmate asked with concern, "Why aren't you picking up?" Han Mo-ing gulped down her drink, choking on her pain. "That girl is the old me. That kind of admiration for someone I like, that unwavering confidence and support, without fear of being hurt. I can't do that anymore." As her classmate covered her with a blanket while she slept, Han Mo-ing suddenly grabbed her hand, her voice trembling. "I'm scared to be alone." Ultimately, Han Mo-ying's pent-up grievances exploded, her lips brushing against her classmates. Just as Lu Bai was immersed in the storyline, Han Mo-ying's calm voice came through. "This is just a position swap. There's no real kiss. My first kiss is still intact." Lu Bai was momentarily taken aback, asking in confusion, "Why are you telling me this?" Han Mo-ing maintained her calm demeanor. "It's nothing." She clenched her fist, nearly grinding her back teeth. She didn't know why she felt the need to explain, but it seemed better to say something. At least the other person would know. Yes, conscience clear. Lu Bai noticed her forced calmness and couldn't help but smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. In the final scene, the lead characters severed their past relationship in the way they had agreed upon. "Lin Jia, I love you. Lin Jia, I love you." On the bustling street, the male lead cried out heart-wrenchingly. The audience felt an inexplicable pain, many with tears in their eyes. "If I don't want you anymore, I'll just eat mangoes until I die from an allergy." Meanwhile, Lin Jia, played by Han Mo-ing, who was allergic to mangoes, steadfastly honored her past promises. Her body was covered in rashes, itching and uncomfortable. As the audience witnessed this, their buried emotions began to boil over. Memories of a lost first love surged from deep within, threatening to spill over. But they all held back. "Big men, why are you crying? What kind of decorum is this for a movie? No crying." At that moment, a sorrowful song filled the background music, pushing the atmosphere of sadness to a climax. "Don't call it love, don't lie, just a bit of liking. Don't call it hate, don't entangle, don't pretend to sigh. Just consider me too troublesome. Constantly hurting myself. I tell myself, that's just how feelings are, how they can become too intense without realizing it." At this point, the audience could no longer contain themselves. In an instant, the theater erupted with sounds of choking sobs, both male and female. I thought winning the prize was lucky, but it turned out to be suffering here. This movie is too heart-wrenching. I shouldn't have come here right after a breakup to critique a film. Where are my tissues? I think of my first love, but I've been single since birth. The emotional outburst filled the theater. Han Mo-ying's friends were also in tears. "Han Mo-ing, I told you not to ask us about our first love feelings. I shouldn't have said anything. You made me cry. You did an amazing job. Don't make another one next time." The close friends cried together, blaming Han Mo-ing. They had all experienced a few relationships and had gone through painful separations. They thought they had moved on, but this film brought those memories back to life. "You've never been in a relationship. How impressive. You took our emotional struggles as inspiration. How noble of you. And you recreated it multiple times in the film. You have no heart." Han Mo-ing ignored their accusations and looked suspiciously at Lu Bai. "Did you deceive me? Have you actually been in many relationships?" Lu Bai felt confused. "Why do you ask that?" Han Mo-ing looked at him with suspicion. "Otherwise, how could you write such lyrics?" Lu Bai didn't know how to explain. After traversing to this world, his memories of Earth were no longer clear. But he remembered that his first job was at a movie theater, working as a ticket inspector, which allowed him to watch many films. His vague recollection of the film's plot was also thanks to this job. As for the movie's theme song, it was played repeatedly in all the screening rooms. Even someone like him, who didn't love music, remembered the catchy melody and a few lines of lyrics. Beyond that, he had no further impressions. Thinking about this made Lu Bai regret deeply. He wished he had listened to more songs in his previous life. He only loved watching TV shows and movies. He took a ticket inspection job. It didn't help him at all in this new life. He regretted not being a fan of a certain famous singer. If he had just copied a few popular songs, would they have taken the world by storm? Otherwise, I would definitely change my career now. Men fear choosing the wrong profession. Women fear marrying the wrong man. How true that is. If only I could just copy from that singer, the system wouldn't be able to stop me. Making movies is nowhere near as easy as writing songs. I'm still too young. As Lu Bai lamented, the film slowly came to an end. The lights came on, illuminating the tear-streaked faces of the audience. Yet they still applauded enthusiastically. The more they cried, the harder they clapped. This was their strong recognition of the emotional film. Would this film be a big hit? The applause was thunderous, and Lu Bai was quite surprised. Although he had some expectations, seeing this situation still made him very happy. He was also glad for his friend. This was the honor she deserved. However, the main character, Han Moying, was left in shock. Am I going to be famous? Chapter 70. Lu Bai heads to Qidao province. Want to try the weapon system? The thunderous applause was the most direct recognition of this film. Lu Bai also joined in the applause, congratulating her. Director Han, please take care of me in the future. Han Moying smiled, appreciating Lu Bai's support. But soon, she felt inexplicably sentimental. Actually, I didn't expect we would collaborate in this way. Lu Bai was astonished. What's wrong? Han Moying's melancholy expression lingered for just a second before she smiled. In the past, you wrote scripts for me, and shooting was all about interest, with no profits. Now that I can take care of the team, you've made Iron Man and become richer than I am, and you've left the crew. She thought she would never have the opportunity to collaborate again. Han Moying felt a deep sense of emotion. Now, with Lu Bai helping to write the script again, the premiere was such a hit. It was even harder to imagine that he had become her investor and producer. The speed of growth was something she could hardly keep up with. However, this result gave her great peace of mind. I really appreciate you. If you don't mind, can I join your company and have a title there? Lu Bai smiled as well. It was rare to see her in such a good mood. We can discuss this later. Lu Bai nodded and said, you should go on stage to perform now. Don't make me applaud for too long. Han Moying was taken aback. Amidst the thunderous applause, she indeed forgot the process. After the film ended, she was supposed to go on stage for activities, such as answering fans or reporters' questions, and sharing her feelings about making the film, all to create more buzz and impact for the box office. Then I'll go. Han Moying smiled brightly and stood up. Her friends, with their makeup running from tears, were still cheering her on with enthusiasm. This film was reaching its conclusion. Lu Bai watched as the lights in the theater came on and the director and actors gathered in front of the screen. He sent a message to inform them and then returned to the villa. The birth of this film owes a lot to our screenwriter. Without him, Han Moying would still be answering questions in the theater. After the screening, the staff from the distribution company would hand out red envelopes to the guests present. Inside was 666 yuan, feeling quite thick, hoping that the critics would write some good words. The distribution company, giving such generous red envelopes, naturally had great confidence in the film. They aimed to make a big profit from a small investment. As for what happened in the theater, Lu Bai no longer inquired. When he got home, the first thing he did was head to the warehouse. Jarvis, Master, I'm here. Let's go for a ride. Where to? Lu Bai's eyes sparkled. The farther, the better. Ever since he showcased Iron Man, he had been filming in various places, rotating between Qinzhou and Meizhou, with no time to pilot the mech. Understood, Master. As Lu Bai stepped onto the dark floor, the mechanical arms around him came to life, skillfully assembling various parts onto him. In an instant, Lu Bai was enveloped in metal. When the blue lights on his chest and pupils lit up, he felt invincible. Power increased to 25. His limbs burst forth with light waves, and after a brief adaptation, Lu Bai regained his previous familiarity, transforming into a blue light and soaring into the sky. Is this what it feels like to fly? So exhilarating. I can feel Stark's joy. The blue line stretched longer and longer, reaching straight from the villa to the sky. Lu Bai felt a surge of pride as he looked at the increasingly large moon above him, adrenaline pumping, causing him to laugh heartily. It was as if a laughter trigger had been activated, uncontrollable. Warning, continuing to ascend may result in freezing. At this moment, Jarvis's voice interrupted, bringing Lu Bai back to reality. Lu Bai regained his rationality and stopped his upward actions. Although the third-generation battlesuit had ice-removing capabilities, he did not intend to take that risk. Help me locate a place with fewer people. I want to test the power of the weapon system. Lu Bai felt a surge of excitement and was eager to investigate immediately. I have located the Seven Islands region for you. Shall we head there now? Jarvis inquired. Lu Bai soared through the sky, clouds rushing past him. Yet, he recalled the situation on Blue Star. Blue Star was divided into three major regions: Qin Province, Mei Province, and the Seven Islands region. Currently, Qin and Mei provinces were completely unified and coexisting peacefully, while the Seven Islands region remained fragmented and turbulent, occasionally experiencing armed conflicts. Lu Bai frequently traveled between the two regions, but was quite unfamiliar with the Seven Islands region, having never been there. Taking this opportunity, he was even more eager to visit. Let's go immediately, Lu Bai stated firmly. With Iron Man at his side, should he be worried about encountering trouble? Chapter 71. If I don't go take a look, how can I live up to the battle suit created by Stark? The strong wind howled, tearing through the clouds. Lu Bai felt no pressure from the fierce winds. However, he still found it unbearable. System, can you mute the sound of the wind? Lu Bai grimaced, as his eardrums were rattled by the loud noise. Received. I have already reduced it to a bearable decibel level. Instantly, Lu Bai felt the world quiet down. It was as if he had returned from a noisy club to a peaceful room, with only the low hum of a fan above him. Increase the propulsion energy to 10%. Lu Bai enjoyed it even more, freely unleashing the Ark's energy. He crossed over mountains, rivers, and vast seas. On the horizon, towering giant trees and high mountains slowly appeared. Is this the Seven Islands region? Lu Bai asked curiously. He did not expect the scenery here to be so primitive. Yes. We are already in the Australian province of the Seven Islands region, Jarvis gently responded. Lu Bai was filled with enthusiasm but did not plan to experiment with weapons in such a primitive and cold environment. After all, Iron Man did not have firefighting capabilities. Minutes passed, and with 10% propulsion energy, Lu Bai crossed hundreds of miles. This speed was far more exaggerated than the fastest stealth fighter jets on Blue Star. And this was not even his maximum speed. Soon, Lu Bai arrived at a desolate mountain range, faintly spotting a village. He chose to land there. In the deep night, lights flickered in the distance. Lu Bai did not intend to disturb the indigenous people. Instead, he raised his palm towards the slope in front of him. Then, with a thought, a strong blue light surged forth, filled with overwhelming energy, bursting from his palm. Boom! The slope erupted in a cloud of dust. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. Lu Bai was thrilled by this. The speed comparable to that of a deity. The power surpassing deities brought by nuclear fusion. This combination made Lu Bai feel bold and exhilarated. This is so joyful. Lu Bai laughed heartily. The surge of energy from his palm excited him immensely. When I was a child, watching Dragon Ball, I always fantasized about being able to unleash the Kamehameha wave with my palms. This is a dream shared by many boys. Long live the system. Attempt to track the bullets. Lu Bai calmed himself and continued experimenting with the weapon. In an instant, numerous red dots appeared in Lu Bai's field of vision. Those were the mice, snakes, lizards, or birds moving at night. But in this moment, all those dynamic life forms were firmly locked onto by Lu Bai. Fire. With a slight movement of his mind, a miniature magazine popped out from his shoulder. Immediately after, bullets shot out. All the locked targets fell lifeless. Lu Bai felt immensely satisfied. Just as he was about to continue testing the incendiary device installed on his calf, he heard intense gunfire coming from a nearby village. The sound shattered the night sky. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire lasted for several seconds before falling silent. It seemed as if nothing had happened. He activated the infrared temperature detector. Lu Bai was astonished, looking towards the direction of the gunfire. On the transparent panel in front of him, the distance to the village was rapidly decreasing. Then, Lu Bai saw red figures falling one by one. Next to the bodies stood living people on patrol, their gun barrels still emanating red heat. A massacre? Lu Bai's expression turned grave. He knew that the region was not yet fully unified and was still in a state of turmoil. But he never expected that a reactionary organization would commit such an atrocity. If this were to spread, even if this organization occupied a province, it would never gain the people's support. Who would dare to admit to slaughtering innocent civilians? Lu Bai stood there in a daze, only seeing the glow from his chest and pupils in the darkness as he gazed fixedly at the distant village. He hesitated internally about whether to intervene in the power struggle and terrorist attack. But soon, he let out a relieved smile. Now that he was in the Iron Man suit, wouldn't it be unfair to Stark if he didn't go take a look? With heavy steps, he stepped into the yellow sand. Lu Bai sought a sense of peace. Chapter 72. A divine being descends, pronouncing life and death at a glance. Move swiftly. Take everything valuable. Damn, those military guys are chasing closely. Don't let any livestock escape. There is hardly anything to eat in these wild mountains. Who knows how long they LL have to hide? Damn it. This village doesn't support our resistance. They don't deserve to live. Why keep such an ugly woman? Isn't she afraid of having nightmares at night? Bang. Amidst the noise, a gunshot rang out. A living life fell down as a result. The women were terrified, screaming in panic. Please don't kill us. We are willing to cooperate. Please spare my child. Woo-woo. The cries and wails filled the air. They were utterly desperate. Seeing no way out, they didn't even know if these bandits would spare them once they got bored. They were trapped in pain and torment over the future. Tell the brothers not to play too long. There will be plenty of time to play later. First, gather what is useful. A burly man with a scar on his face shouted in a rough voice. He was dressed in tattered military uniforms and wore thick-soled boots, with bullet holes and dried bloodstains on his jacket. Upon closer inspection of his team, they were all in dirty, worn-out military attire, likely trophies from their plundering, flaunted to show off their power. Yes, boss. The group of bandits responded loudly, ignoring the weeping woman beside them as they rummaged around. Some, driven by lust, even sought to resolve personal matters on the spot. Is it almost time? Is everyone here? The scarred man asked with a fierce expression. We're all here. Someone replied with a lewd grin, tugging at his belt. Others raised torches and tossed them into the wooden cabin, and soon flames erupted. Bring the women. Get ready to leave. The scarred man sneered and lifted a weapon resembling an AK, firing into the air. The bandits laughed heartily, pulling triggers to celebrate their victory. But just then, they sensed something was off. The gunfire that had been a steady bang 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 turned into a chaotic crackling sound. It was as if bullets were hitting some metal plate. Confused, people looked up and saw, under the moonlight, a golden-red mech radiating a chilling light. The mech's arms and legs emitted a strong blue glow as it slowly descended before them, like a divine being descending from the heavens. The bullets that were meant to celebrate their victory instinctively stopped. In that moment, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. What is that thing? Military technology? Who are you? Get lost, or don't blame us for being rude. It seemed they were in trouble. Do we, a dozen or so, fear just one of you? The bandits shouted wildly, trying to sound tough. The scarred man, however, was drenched in sweat, terrified. Sir, let's talk this out. We're just passing through. Do you have any advice? The scarred man quickly softened, forcing a fearful smile and bending slightly. I'm here to send you on your way. Lu Bai's voice was cold. As soon as he spoke, before the others could react, the mini magazine on his shoulder burst open, piercing the foreheads of all the bandits. They fell lifeless. At that moment, Lu Bai clearly realized how fragile life was. It was as if a single glance from the other party held the power of life and death. However, Lu Bai was not surprised by this outcome. The armor he was wearing far surpassed the technology of the Blue Planet. With invincible defense, terrifying power, and tracking projectiles, there was no back and forth. A mere encounter could result in a death sentence. This was the crushing power of technology. Even the military would have no chance to retaliate. Don't kill us. Help. The women were even more panicked. Some tried to hide their fear, not daring to cry out, fearing to anger the newcomer. Others, overwhelmed by sadness and fear, fainted completely. They all witnessed the ruthless bandits committing murder, but now, those powerful figures they dared not defy were easily erased by the newcomers. The speed of this was akin to harvesting wheat, far more terrifying than the scythe of death, coupled with the battle armor. It made them question if extraterrestrials were attacking their world. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you, Lu Bai spoke softly, fearing to trigger their already fragile nerves, trying to soothe their emotions. The women listened but did not show excitement or relief. Instead, they timidly gazed at the armored figure, afraid to speak, fearing it might bring them harm. Yet, they seemed to feel a bit more at ease. Lu Bai was astonished, not understanding why they reacted this way. Had the people here become so numb that they couldn't even trust the one trying to save them? He looked up at the burning wooden houses and the bodies engulfed in flames, oil splattering everywhere. There were elderly and children among them, without exception. Faced with this situation, Lu Bai could only clench his fists, an indescribable anger boiling within him. What a bunch of beasts. To die like this, it was simply too easy for them. Damn it. Chapter 73. The Entry of Capital, major sci-fi films released simultaneously. Is this the year of science fiction? As dawn broke, a group walked across the grassland. Their faces numb. This group was quite special, composed entirely of women, their moods anxious and confused. Some couldn't help but weep. Yet there was also a glimmer of hope for survival. The town is just ahead. It's up to you from here, Lu Bai, wearing his battle armor, accompanied them through the night, pointing toward the low town ahead. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you for saving our lives. We will take care of ourselves. The women expressed their gratitude profusely. Lu Bai sighed helplessly and then turned to leave. His humanitarian efforts were not meant to support them for a lifetime. Ultimately, they had to fend for themselves. However, under Lu Bai's guidance, they had scavenged the bandits' money and weapons, gaining some initial capital and self-defense capability. It was time for him to go home. An hour later, with 10% energy propulsion, Lu Bai quickly returned to his villa in the suburbs. The only downside to the first Iron Man suit was that it wasn't portable and made even simple tasks like using the restroom troublesome. After a refreshing shower, Lu Bai felt a complex mix of emotions. The events of the night were not particularly convoluted. It was just a test of weapons that led to unfortunate encounters. Nonetheless, this experience gave him new insights into the situation in the region. The unification of their world was a daunting task, but it was not his concern. Lying back in bed, he fell asleep. Upon waking up with nothing to do and no classes at school, he took a taxi to the company. Lu Shidi, you arrived just in time. The editing of Transformers is complete. It's ready to be sent to the outsourced team for special effects. Do you need to review it? Chen Rinchuan asked. Send it to me for review, Lu Bai nodded. Anyway, there wasn't much to do, so I just took a quick look. The plot flowed smoothly. The transitions were not stiff, and there were no significant flaws in the details. It was far superior to the version from another region. However, the actors performing in front of empty space felt quite strange no matter how you looked at it. It's fine now, send it over for rendering, Lu Bai said. The special effects company was outsourced. The local film industry wasn't that large and certainly didn't have many blockbuster films requiring rendering. There was no need to specifically set up a special effects production department. It would only be considered if several special effects films needed to be released in a year. During our shooting, we had already edited and rendered the trailer in advance, so it could be released to the market at any time. The promotional department was also gearing up for the release of a certain film. Chen Rinchuan pondered for a moment and said, secondly, our situation isn't very optimistic. Due to the massive success of a certain film at the end of last year, there are particularly many sci-fi films releasing this year. Many sci-fi films had already begun extensive promotion. Lu Bai was not surprised by this news. He had seen plenty of reports last year. Numerous production teams had initiated projects in the sci-fi genre, aiming to capture the local sci-fi film market. Just from what Lu Bai knew, there was Mecha Overlord, featuring big-name actors and Battlesuit Frenzy, claiming an investment of $200 million with a cast of major stars and fresh faces. There was also Dominion of the Heavens, which focused on sci-fi battles. Various renowned screenwriters and directors were getting involved, and the promotional efforts were comparable to a groundbreaking invention. There was nothing to be done. They were too tempted by the box office of that film, which had a $100 million investment and grossed $3 billion. It was enough to drive them crazy. Capital had no courage to take risks and was even less willing to explore emerging markets. But seizing the pie from the weak was something they were very willing to do. As long as there was a successful case, they would pounce like wolves, using their best resources to snatch the spotlight and then occupy the fruits of the pioneers. Lu Bai was not surprised. There was nothing new under the sun. Don't worry. We won't lose to films that are merely riding the coattails of capital. Lu Bai was quite confident about the quality of the film he was shooting. For instance, the previous film from another region, The Wandering Earth, opened the door to sci-fi. In contrast, the youth-led film Sea Fortress was shut down on the same day it premiered, with a sweet reminder welded to the door. Perhaps there were back-and-forth battles among capital, but when it came to that film, it was a guaranteed loss. Chapter 74. Fearless of Capital. Lu Bai's success has never relied on anyone else. He was completely unafraid of trend-following films. He even had the leisure to ask, how's the situation with the film from Han Moing? The premiere last night went well, and now on the first day of release. He wanted to know how things were going. After all, it was the first film he had invested in. Chen Rinchuan, hearing this, was also full of excitement. The first day box office reached over 70 million. We broke even in half a day. Everything after that is pure profit. Chen Rinchuan was incredibly invested. The film was a company investment, and he had a share in the profits. After finishing the film, all he could do was watch the box office growth of others every day. A wealthy life is so simple and unadorned. As long as you follow the right boss, you just need to wait to be taken to new heights. However, Chen Rinchuan soon frowned slightly. It seems we have encountered some trouble. Lu Bai looked puzzled. What do you mean? Brother Chen said with concern. Our first film was a great success, revealing the terrifying market potential in the sci-fi field to investors. They want to invest in the company, but we have rejected all of them. Lu Bai nodded in agreement. This matter had troubled him for quite some time. Those investors kept calling Lu Bai, wanting to take him out for a meal. Their ambitions were clear. It was evident they were trying to use investment as a pretext to intervene in the company's operations. They would push the company to expand rapidly, leading to a break in the capital chain, and then continue to acquire shares, increasing their stake. Once the company had more and more IPs, they would use that opportunity to replace the core management and eliminate the founder, ultimately controlling all copyrights and patents. This kind of scheme is very profitable, but also very disgusting. Lu Bai refused to give them a chance and had Jarvis block all unknown numbers, rejecting all outsiders. He didn't need social engagements or connections. His success had always relied on himself, not on anyone else. System, agreed. Lu Bai, the system is amazing. Chen Rinchuan took a sip from his cup and continued. Since the capital side couldn't participate in the company's operations and knew we wouldn't lack money to operate, they turned their attention to the film. They even stated they could fully invest in the filming, as long as they could participate in the dividends. But we didn't agree to that either. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai fully understood. Since the company investment fell through, and the film investment also failed, they certainly couldn't stand to see him so comfortable. They must find something for him to do. Moreover, Earth Film Company had already started promoting Transformers, and many companies were getting anxious upon hearing this news. Let us not forget that during this period, many companies were set to release sci-fi films. They were competing for the same time slot. That would reduce box office earnings. the profits would be lower. Currently, Earth Film Company's investment Goodbye X was already performing exceptionally well in theaters, having a budget of $50 million but only spending $30 million on a low-cost production. Now, with Transformers about to be released, it naturally provoked a backlash from investors, intensifying their suppression. Goodbye X had a high starting point, good reputation, and positive market reaction. However, the ratings were visibly dropping. There were also many smear campaigns happening. Liu Bai nodded slowly. He knew this day would come eventually. If you don't abide by the rules set by the old investors, you will face suppression. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He thought he could develop quietly for a while longer. He had underestimated the sensitivity of capital. Liu Bai opened a short video app. The first video was about Goodbye X. It showed people leaving the cinema, with someone still sitting in their seat, crying on the back of the chair in front. The crowd was moving slowly, casting curious glances at the crying woman. The video had garnered 670,000 likes, undoubtedly making it a hit. In the comments section, however, it was filled with insults. Chapter 75, Declaring War on Capital. The trailer for the movie was released online, and the comments were rife with abuse. Crying so much. Did your mom pass away? What a joke. Is there really someone watching this garbage movie? The actors in the video are better than in the film. It's a bit fake. Just another publicity stunt. The person who filmed the video was still refuting the claims in the comments. She is a classmate of ours, not acting. She just happened to be at the same screening and had just broken up. Even the replies were met with accusations of trying to gain fame. There were also trolls attacking the blogger and related personnel, and some specifically targeted the film, leaving a bunch of negative reviews. This movie is great. It cured my insomnia. I watched for half an hour, couldn't help but go to the bathroom, and didn't bother going back to waste my time. This movie is really not good. Just trying to attract attention. I don't understand why anyone would want to watch it. Do ordinary people go out partying after a breakup? Has the director never seen Poor People? Watched it, but it felt like I didn't. Just lost a few bucks. Liu Bai scrolled through the comments for a while, then moved on to another video. After a few rounds, it was again related to Goodbye X. Unsurprisingly to Liu Bai, the comments were just as chaotic. He remained calm, his mood unaffected. The situation was clear. It was indeed trolls causing trouble. Organized, targeted, and with specific rhetoric. Just a few dozen people could turn the comments section upside down. Moreover, many capital players had reached a tacit agreement, greatly increasing the number of trolls. Their goal was to suppress popularity, making those involved in Goodbye X feel scared and hesitant to post any related videos. This was an open conspiracy. Anyone who dared to post would be attacked. They specifically targeted videos with a lot of likes for indiscriminate assaults. That was all they knew how to do. Liu Bai didn't want to scroll anymore, so he exited the platform, his expression flat. Chen Renchuan saw this and could only smile wryly. A small company just starting out didn't have the capacity to silence capital. They could only endure the attacks and the smears, with no way to counter it. The test of establishing a foothold in the film industry had only just begun. I believe in you, and I believe in everyone. As long as we endure, the future will be bright, he encouraged. Liu Bai looked at his senior brother upon hearing this, and then seemed to think of something, suddenly smiling lightly. Chen Renchuan was puzzled. He didn't understand why Liu Bai was laughing. Did I say something wrong? Or was my statement too arrogant? Liu Bai put away his smile and, without answering the confusion on Chen Renchuan's face, asked seriously, "Do you think our company has stirred up trouble?" Chen Renchuan was silent for a moment and replied uncertainly, "To big capital, we seem more like naive newcomers who want to go it alone without collaborating. Based on the results, we have indeed stirred them up." But immediately, he disdainfully spoke up. "However, we are an idealistic film company, dedicated to making movies, not producing low-quality trash. Their defeat is just a matter of time." Liu Bai nodded without commenting further, just muttering to himself, "Did we provoke them? Huh?" When Iron Man was released, it seemed to have indeed provoked a director. I still remember his work The Great Monster, which boasted a $400 million investment and featured top stars, yet it still flopped against us. From that moment on, we became a target. Chen Renchuan fell silent, then asked, "So what shall we do next?" Liu Bai calmly replied, "Since that's the case, let's continue to provoke them." When Chen Renchuan heard this answer, his mind went blank. He initially thought Liu Bai would suggest keeping a low profile to avoid the storm. He never expected this response. But what Liu Bai said next made his heart surge with excitement. As Goodbye X was about to leave theaters, we will seamlessly transition to Transformers. Let us take on the capital. Let us fight against those following the trend. Earth Pictures will not lose to any capital. Liu Bai's eyes were resolute. He feared no one. With a system backing, Iron Man's forceful protection, and Earth culture at our side, who do we need to be afraid of? Let us get to it. Liu Bai opened his computer and released the Transformers trailer, directly declaring war. Chapter 76, Transformers trailer, Autobots transform. Let's go. In the past few days, Lin Ming was very angry. He wanted to find Han Mo-ing during the premiere of her movie, but was turned away. They completely ignored him. He thought nothing of it at first, The next day, he bought many movie tickets and specifically posted on social media, supporting my classmate's great movie. I booked the whole theater. This was to show his financial power, indicating his good intentions, hoping she would notice. Then he called some friends and went to the theater, intending to shoot a video of his attendance. But when he saw Liu Bai's name in the screenwriter section, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He left in a hurry after sitting for just a few minutes. "Liu Bai, is this movie a collaboration between you and Han Moing?" he asked, not hiding his urgency, lacking the decorum expected from someone of his status. It was an accusation, to say the least. At that moment, Liu Bai was thinking about the title for the Transformers trailer. He received the phone call and was baffled. ISNT had already written at the beginning of the movie? He couldn't be bothered to respond and hung up. Damn it. Lin Ming cursed loudly, unable to conceal his anger. He initially thought Liu Bai would retreat and abandon the collaboration. He never expected him to still be involved. Just the thought of them laughing and writing the script together made him feel miserable, as if he had been cheated on. What terrified Lin Ming even more was that he knew the box office for Goodbye X. As of now, it had reached 75 million. He couldn't even dare to think about such a terrifying figure. Han Moing had completely succeeded. Did he still have a chance? With his meager funds, could he still win her over? He felt an inexplicable panic. What frustrated him even more was that Liu Bai had used this opportunity to prove his worth. To Lin Ming, Liu Bai was just an ordinary kid from a modest background, but now he had written a hit titled Goodbye X, and his future achievements were uncertain. His value would only continue to rise, reaching a level that Lin Ming could hardly aspire to. Envy, jealousy, and hatred perfectly encapsulated his mindset. What he thought was a casual presence had overnight become an insurmountable mountain for him. All he could do was rage in his powerlessness. Lin Ming's parents ran a wholesale business, grounded in the real economy, which gave him a sense of confidence. With cash reserves in the hundreds of millions, it was not something that could be easily surpassed. Even top-tier influencers couldn't match that kind of savings. After all, no matter how high one's worth, they would still be exploited by their company. The actual take-home wouldn't be that much. Before the contract ended, having 10 million would be considered good. After a few years when the contract expired, who knows how much it would still be worth. Therefore, for Liu Bai to want to surpass his family's wealth would be quite challenging. Yet, Lin Ming found it difficult to feel superior in front of Liu Bai, a self-made top screenwriter destined to be wealthy in the future, while he was just a rich second generation living off his family's wealth. This comparison made him look down on himself. Oh right, don't I have a big shot acquaintance? For some reason, Lin Ming suddenly thought of this. He knew a real, big director. Not only was he well established, but he likely also had a considerable tech industry. That Iron Man exhibited in the tech museum was no ordinary piece. If he could get in with him, not to mention being valued, just getting a decent position in his production team would be enough, even if it was unpaid. In an instant, Lin Ming felt excited. It seemed he had found a source of superiority to continue overshadowing Liu Bai. Moreover, their relationship was quite good. This favor would surely be no trouble. With that thought, he couldn't wait to open the video platform to message him. Just then, he noticed a friend he followed had posted a new video, a teaser for Transformers. The robots transforming, ready to go? In an instant, Lin Ming's pupils dilated. The title was extraordinarily intriguing, striking his eyes hard. It seemed to hint at something incredible, but he couldn't fully grasp it. The cover featured an old yellow robot. It was none other than Bumblebee. Chapter 77, the best commercial for Lamborghini? But who has ever seen a 2-hour advertisement? The cover showed a giant robot, entirely yellow, yet with a matte, worn texture. The overall design did not seem as seamless as Iron Man's, and looked somewhat clunky. What was this? Lin Ming's gaze trembled slightly, yet his heart was filled with excitement. Was the big shot about to announce a teaser? This looked like science fiction. Finally waiting for it. How impressive. Lin Ming's previous frustration vanished at this moment. Even forgetting to seek help, his eyes only focused on the image brimming with mechanical craftsmanship. If Iron Man represents a powerful and impressive design that he admires, then the Transformers in front of him embody his childhood dream. A true robotic companion. Just at first glance, it took him back to the time he spent with his collectibles. This is what a real robot looks like. But when his gaze lowered, he was even more shocked. Because below the yellow robot's knees, there was a layer showing a vehicle. A gleaming sports car. A Lamborghini. Wow. A Lamborghini is going to appear in this movie. He thought it was just a car commercial. No, wait. Isn't this the best kind of commercial? Lin Ming couldn't hide his excitement. He was speechless. This is true dual fandom joy. The impact is overwhelming. He never imagined he would see a Lamborghini debut in such a way. Lin Ming felt deeply shaken. What left him even more astonished was the ambition of the big shot. An advertisement for a car lasting 2 hours. Who would believe that? He was looking forward to the Lamborghini, even to the point of being fanatical. Who wouldn't want a cool and flashy ride? His rich friends in the group were even crazier. It was as if they had nowhere to spend their money. constantly urging him to ask about the progress. They couldn't wait to pick up the car the same day. While Lin Ming's status increased, he also anticipated that the big shot would release some news. But who would have thought that a cover image would spoil the surprise, and it would even appear in the film, raising the anticipation to the max. Let those kids see the world. This first-hand news made Lin Ming feel secretly pleased, and he immediately clicked on the video, forwarding it to the group without even watching it first. Only then did he focus on watching the video. The video was a full 4 minutes long, and it opened with a planet graphic. Lin Ming recognized it. That was the logo of a well-known production company. In the background, a male voice started a countdown. 7, 6, 5, 4, preparing for launch. Then, a rocket took off. After reaching a certain altitude, it detached, and the angle of the shot came from the rocket's onboard camera, showing a vintage pixelated image. Lin Ming could tell that the backstory was set in a much earlier time. Soon, the detached spacecraft headed straight for an unfamiliar planet. Then, the image became blurry again. As if there was a signal issue, the screen flickered several times. Following that, the picture stabilized, revealing a planetary rover slowly moving through a dry environment. But quickly, the scene captured a sudden shadow on the ground, and as people operated the camera, it turned toward the shadow, only to see, backlit, a huge dark figure casting a shadow, and it crushed the rover. My goodness, Lin Ming was startled. The suspense in this segment was masterfully controlled. It struck right at his heart. In less than a minute, such a huge plot twist was set up. But what shocked Lin Ming even more was the subtitle after the movie went black, narrating the history of the Blue Planet. The rover was sent to the unfamiliar planet, but was tragically damaged. The combination of both elements left Lin Ming feeling electrified. The barrage of comments skyrocketed, and everyone was on the edge of their seats. Chapter 78's trailer reached peak excitement. The wealthy young elites were completely restless. The suspenseful opening was captivating. Using events from the past as a backdrop, it thoroughly grabbed my attention. Could that shadow be the cover image? I'm even more excited to see when this car will go on sale. This car looks expensive at first glance. It's hilarious. I can't afford it at all. I'm looking forward to the subsequent developments. I've watched it 3 times. The comments were ablaze. The shadow that appeared sparked intense discussion. But the trailer wasn't over yet. Lin Ming was also filled with anticipation. I wonder if there will be more reveals later on. Meanwhile, the video continued, showing a spaceship hurtling through the vast universe towards Blue Star, ultimately crashing into the mountains. With thick black smoke billowing, the camera shifted to a television, where news was reporting on a meteorite destroying houses. A man and a woman witnessed the entire fall from the mountains. This led Lin Ming to speculate that they are the main characters. The scene changed, explosions erupted, and tanks were sent flying. Suddenly, the wing of a combat helicopter flipped backward. The sound was sharp and powerful. This change immediately caught Lin Ming's attention. Instantly, he recalled the title, Transforming Vehicles. This aircraft is transforming. Does that mean the car can transform too? Wow, what a creative idea. Lin Ming's mind was racing. The comments were filled with guesses. I get it. The transformation is actually like this. This transformation highlight is absolutely mind-blowing. I can't wait to see it. This is just too cool. I'm really looking forward to the Lamborghini transformation. Please tell me this is real. The scene continued. In the desert, a group of soldiers was on high alert. Suddenly, they saw a barbed tail reaching towards them. In an instant, a dust explosion. A gigantic mechanical scorpion burst through the dust, raising its massive pincers. The soldiers fled in terror. This scene gave viewers a huge shock. But that is not all. A heavy-duty truck transformed into a giant robot in a dark alley. Witnessing this process were the man and woman who appeared earlier. The screen flashed with a golden robot. Its mask lowered from its head, transforming into a wasp-like head. Is this the robot from the cover image? The cover looked worn out. It doesn't seem right. The fleeting robot looked brand new. Its mask design resembled a bee. Could it be the Lamborghini from the cover? Amidst the heated discussions, the trailer was nearing its end. A little girl holding a doll walked towards a swimming pool, but a massive gray-white robot crawled out from the water, wet and looming over the little girl. Then the screen went black. The words Transformers appeared on the screen, followed by a scramble that transformed into several numbers. 41 finally. The numbers rearranged again, forming a rectangular iron mask. In just 4 short minutes, the trailer left viewers exhilarated. Likes and shares surged dramatically. In a very short time, it surged to the top of the trending list. Lin Ming's blood pressure spiked. His heart raced. But even more excited than him were the messages on his social media. The notifications kept popping up nonstop. Wow, Lin Ming, what have you posted? I really don't want to play games anymore. It's overwhelming. Is that a shot from Lubai? It's definitely going to be a blockbuster. I'm betting $100 without thinking. Planes can transform. Scorpions can transform too. That yellow robot on the cover, with tires on it, must be the Autobot mentioned in the title. This movie is so creative. The Lamborghini is just so cool. In the group chat, The messages were flying in joyfully, but there were also serious discussions about the plot. Liu Bai had cultivated a group of sci-fi fans in the chat with Iron Man. Chapter 79. Applying to join the company? Lin Ming's probing left Liu Bai quite disappointed. Is this a robot apocalypse blockbuster? I think it's about an artificial intelligence crisis. Are you all blind? Didn't the opening clearly indicate that these things came from outer space? The 401 means the release time, right? It better not be an April Fool's joke. Lin Ming looked at the heated discussions in the group and didn't he mind the barrage of notifications. Instead, he felt a sense of pride. The video he casually shared sparked a lot of discussions, making him feel validated and full of vanity. He almost forgot his purpose. Suddenly, Lin Ming woke up to the realization. He originally intended to find a big shot to seek a gilded position. How did he end up in the group watching them chat like fools? Without further ado, he re-entered the chat box on the video platform and politely greeted. Is the big shot here? It's me, Xiaoming. I saw the trailer you posted. It's really amazing. I shared the video in my friend group. They are all your fans and are very interested in the Lamborghini you are about to create. I estimate that most people in my group will support your car company. They keep asking me when it will be released, laughs. Lin Ming was very careful with his words. While expressing his admiration, he elevated the other party's status. He also hinted that he belonged to a wealthy circle. To put it plainly, he was showcasing his strength while trying to get closer. Actually, I'm a student at the Qingzhou Film Academy and also the class monitor. I made a film last year and earned some small money. I really want to climb higher and admire your crew very much. I hope to join your team after graduation. I don't need money. I just want an opportunity to work in a major international production and learn. I hope the big shot can consider me. I'm open to any position. After sending the message, Lin Ming read it over again and felt quite satisfied. After showcasing his capabilities, he lowered his status. With the sincerity of a devotee, he was open and honest. The other party might at least consider it, right? Earth Film Company. After Liu Bai posted the trailer, he started browsing through videos. Not only was Goodbye X a mess, but even Iron Man, which had been out for several months, was still causing a stir. He was quite willing to invest some capital. Liu Bai silently commented. But he also knew that the newly released video would soon attract attention and could not escape scrutiny. He just didn't know how long it would take for the other party to realize it. At that moment, he saw a private message from a certain platform, which popped up due to their mutual follow. Lin Ming came to me for an interview? Liu Bai was quite interested. It seemed that this kid would seek validation and comfort on the platform every time he showed his sour face. He really hoped that Lin Ming wouldn't remember this nightmare in the future. After reading the message, Liu Bai humorously replied, not needed for now. Then he added, but you can send your resume to the company first, and if there's a suitable position, we'll let you know. Lin Ming initially felt quite regretful. But seeing the latter part, hope was reignited. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. Lin Ming beamed with joy. However, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Liu Bai's name was indeed too conspicuous. After hesitating for a while, he decided to test the waters a bit. Is Liu Bai your name, big boss? Liu Bai received the message and couldn't help but smile. Couldn't this guy hold back any longer? Wanting to test the waters? Liu Bai sighed, feeling disappointed in this class leader. Chapter 80. The Transformers rendering is complete. Liu Bai's counterattack has begun. The conclusion is quite obvious. If Lin Ming had taken the time to investigate, he could easily find out it was Liu Bai himself. Liu Bai had never deliberately hidden it. Plus, he had invested in Goodbye X, and his name appeared alongside Han Mo-ing in the screenwriter section. The production company was also a well-known entity. Connecting the dots, it was almost certain that they knew each other. This was practically a blatant operation. If Lin Ming couldn't figure this out, he could only blame his own foolishness. Yes, that's my name. So what? Liu Bai replied, wanting to see his reaction. He was indeed curious about Lin Ming's expression when he realized they were the same person. Therefore, revealing it online would be too boring. Let him misunderstand a bit more. Liu Bai had a mischievous side. Although he had a gentle temperament and didn't hold grudges, it didn't mean he was naive. If there was an opportunity to take advantage, he certainly wouldn't hold back. For instance, this time, feeling quite dissatisfied with the capital, he wanted to make them pay a price for their actions. What a coincidence. I have a good friend named Liu Bai, laughing and crying. Lin Ming hypocritically replied. He's studying in Qingzhou and is about to graduate. Liu Bai felt disgusted upon hearing this. With a friend like that, the original owner had nothing to complain about. Fortunately, his spirit was as pure as mine. Liu Bai truthfully replied, I'm not from Qingzhou. Surprised? I'm a lucky earthling. That makes sense. A talent like you is not someone he can mess with. I'll have him change his name when I get back. Lin Ming flattered him. But it only made Liu Bai smile colder. He chose to close the chat window. The trailer was still hot, and within just an hour, the video views reached 1.27 million. The simultaneous viewers hit 100,000, and the likes soared to 830,000. The coin count has reached 1.16 million. The popularity is evident. With such great enthusiasm, it quickly climbed to the top of the site rankings. However, This strong momentum soon attracted unwanted attention. In a certain group, thousands of online influencers were mobilized. The administrators issued a directive. Brothers, it's time to act. The target is the trailer for the Transformers movie. Link sent. Wubazin, each comment still earns 0.5 yuan. Remember to take screenshots after posting comments for later settlement. If you don't know what to say, just copy and paste from the group files, and remember to delete the content in parentheses. Once the mute was lifted, the online influencers, invigorated, started flooding the comments with one. Very quickly, under the organized and disciplined attack, the tide of positive feedback turned. How dare a mediocre movie touch on aviation? Adaptation should not be distortion. The previous probe was a crash, not an encounter with aliens. This is spreading rumors. Disrespecting history is disrespecting the present. It's shameful to alter history. Apologize to the public immediately. After watching this film, children's values will be distorted. As a parent, I am deeply pained. Parents, let us report this together. This movie will harm children. Let us collectively boycott Transformers. A trash movie, it's better not to watch. 0.5 yuan per comment. Remember to delete. The storm continued. Liu Bai was indifferent to the online opinion. He occasionally visited the company to check on things and looked for a new anime girlfriend. Other criticisms were left to the publicity and PR departments to handle. Otherwise, why spend money to support them? Thus, after more than a month of tranquility, Liu Bai finally received definite news from Qinrenxuan. Goodbye. X has broken the 2 billion mark at the box office, igniting the urban emotional market. Meanwhile, the rendering for Transformers was completed, and it could apply for a release number. Liu Bai was thrilled to hear the news. A counterattack was about to officially begin. Chapter 81. Can we directly shoot Avengers 4? I want to play with an Infinity Gauntlet. Liu Bai was quite pleased to hear that the rendering was completed. Just in time for Goodbye, X to wrap up, allowing for a seamless transition. When is the test screening? Liu Bai asked, appearing eager. At 2 in the afternoon. Chen Rinxuan replied enthusiastically. This time, his name would once again be in the director's column. Just thinking about it was exciting. I will arrive on time. Liu Bai nodded, feeling relieved. On Earth, Transformers 1 was released in 2007, 10 months earlier than Iron Man 1. Although its production cost was $10 million higher than Iron Man, its box office exceeded Iron Man by 12.4 billion. But why was Iron Man 1 crowned as a classic commercial film? Mainly because Marvel's IP has a long lifespan. They are already planning to release Avengers 5 in 25 years. Additionally, Iron Man is the hero who saved Marvel, holding significant meaning and is fondly talked about by many Marvel fans. Of course, Iron Man is equally important to Liu Bai. He also relied on Iron Man to firmly establish himself on Blue Planet. But for actor Downey, it was a significant redemption from the abyss. Now he has become a hot male actor in a certain region, and Iron Man played an indispensable role in that. There is still a long way to go. Thinking of this, Liu Bai couldn't help but sigh. He was not entirely satisfied with the current Mark III armor. Its portability was too poor. Although it looked cool to wear and take off, it was too time-consuming. Therefore, he couldn't wait to shoot Iron Man 2 and get a more convenient suitcase-style Mark armor. However, this still had a prerequisite. He needed to complete 3 designated shooting tasks from the system to unlock the optional mall. Now that Transformers was also finished, he still didn't know what the last task was. System, I want to ask, if I unlock the open mall, can I skip Iron Man 2 and go directly to Iron Man 3? Liu Bai was filled with anticipation. After all, in Iron Man 3, Tony Stark created the entire Mark army. There were as many as 33 suits. As long as he could obtain management rights, the changes would be earth-shattering. Among them, there were not only various combat technique improvements, stealth suits that counter radar, engineering suits created from the Hulk's research, deep-sea suits, and disaster relief and crowd control suits. Liu Bai would be completely worry-free. But the system poured cold water on him. No, host. You can only shoot in sequence. Skipping is not allowed. Otherwise, you won't unlock the next script. Liu Bai's fantasies were shattered, and he could only nod helplessly. He had guessed that the system wouldn't leave him this loophole. Otherwise, Liu Bai could just shoot Avengers 4, create an Infinity Gauntlet, or an automatically regenerating nano-level armor, which would be a huge profit. The time came to the afternoon. In the screening room, Liu Bai watched the film with the management team. After 2.5 hours, the film finally ended, and the room erupted into warm applause. Every time he watched his junior brother's movie, it felt incredibly shocking. The creativity behind the transformation of the Autobots was astounding. I originally thought Iron Man was the pinnacle, but I didn't expect there to be an even higher peak. Impressive. The special effects were rendered so well. Old Wong, it seems you really didn't slack off. Come on, I'm just monitoring the outsourcing team every day. They wouldn't dare to be negligent with us. After the film ended, it received unanimous recognition from everyone. Plus, there were people specifically reviewing it, so the outsourced special effects team wouldn't dare to slack off. Moreover, the funding was indeed sufficient. The outsourced team worked hard. staying up late and working overtime, but they earned a lot, and the collaboration was very pleasant. I'm really going to hit the theaters. Among the audience, there was a new actor. He was the male lead of Transformers 1, Shia, and now he was in tears after watching the movie. He could finally tell his parents that their son had made it. Shia was extremely excited, his emotions surging. He wished he could report this good news right away. These past few months had been tough on him. He officially became a part of the studio, the second male actor to sign a contract. After watching the screening, Liu Bai was quite satisfied. With everyone responding enthusiastically, he nodded and said, "Let's do it this way. Send it directly for approval. It will be released on April 1st. Right on schedule. Let's compare it with other trending works." Chapter 82. Contact the distributor and inform them about the global simultaneous release. The approval process will take a few days, so Liu Bai found himself with some free time. It was then that Han Mo-ing reached out to him. In the chairman's office, Han Mo-ing teased, "Boss Liu, I'm here to report on my work." Liu Bai looked at his elegant classmate and smiled. "Congratulations. You're now a female director with a 2 billion box office. Don't just stand there, sit down. No need to be so formal with me. It's quite uncomfortable." Han Mo-ing chuckled silently and took a seat. They then chatted about the past month. Since the premiere, Han Mo-ing had been busy, traveling everywhere for events to gain more attention. While the film was performing well, she also contacted the distributor to expand its reach. In several theaters in the region, they had pilot screenings. Han Mo-ing even went personally, but the final results were disappointing. After 5 days, the screenings were pulled. It could be said that the over 2 billion box office came solely from the Qingzhou area. "You've worked hard, flying around everywhere." Liu Bai poured her a glass of water, feeling a bit envious. Compared to her, he had it easy. No speeches at the premiere. Just showing up and leaving after the screening, without any promotional appearances at the theaters, all handled by the team and distributor. Thinking about it, being a hands-off manager was quite profitable, but the earnings are significant. Han Mo-ing was quite frank, in a great mood. She seemed even more cheerful and lively than before. Liu Bai nodded in agreement and congratulated her. "From now on, you'll be a wealthy woman with a fortune exceeding 100 million. Currently, the box office for Goodbye X stood at 198 billion. And with nearly a week left in theaters, reaching 2 billion seemed secure. Han Mo-ing's share was 10, which after taxes would still amount to around 200 million. Her parents were middle class, with a car, a house, and savings, living comfortably. But now, Han Mo-ing had become the richest in her family. Her status had elevated her to a well-known female director in all of Qingzhou, a significant leap. More importantly, she hadn't even graduated from college yet. Speaking of which, my parents really want to invite you over for dinner. They said they want to thank you in person for taking care of me." Han Mo-ing smiled and asked casually, "How do you feel about that?" "I think, let's wait and see," Liu Bai replied with a forced smile, changing the subject. "What are your plans next?" He was good at socializing, but it didn't mean he enjoyed it, especially going to someone else's home for dinner. Just thinking about it felt awkward. The ideal option was still his fictional wife from the anime world, free from such social intricacies. Seeing his reluctance, Han Mo-ing didn't push further and responded, "Here's what I'm thinking. Once the box office revenue comes in, I'll give bonuses to the team first. You also know that my team is made up of classmates, including quite a few juniors, and we will register as a professional film crew. After that, we plan to take a break for about 1.5 years. Having earned so much money, I intend to travel after graduation and brainstorm some new scripts along the way." Liu Bai nodded. He wasn't surprised by this arrangement. It reminded him of something. So he asked, "Are you interested in joining our film company? Now you're offering me a position as an employee, and the price isn't low." Han Mo-ing said with a smile, "You can invest your skills and become a shareholder, enjoying dividends. The box office revenue from Goodbye X will still be handled by you personally and won't go into the company's dividend pool." Liu Bai said seriously. He alleviated Han Mo-ing's concerns and was also seriously considering the future. Once the content marketplace opens, he would have plenty of scripts to shoot. But with just a few of them, they would never finish. So he was in dire need of someone like Han Mo-ing, who could write, direct, and act, with strong abilities in all aspects. He absolutely did not want to miss this opportunity. After all, in his future plans, he wanted to build his own cinema chain. It was painful to see that theaters take 57% of the box office share just for screening a film. To maximize profits, future cinema chains would definitely prioritize this. Forget about collaborating with other capital. Having more friends in the industry makes things easier. When he eventually makes the movie Myth and acquires the elixir of immortality, colloquially known as the immortality drug, he would let them execute for half an hour first before sending Iron Man to provide service. Han Mo-ing smiled broadly at this statement. She was very pleased with Liu Bai's response. Although she knew that the estimated value of the film company was very high, what she valued more was Liu Bai's potential, which was the most underestimated by the outside world. Han Mo-ing had recognized Liu Bai's talent in her freshman year, and after years of honing, he had already become a shining star in the film industry. She had witnessed all of Liu Bai's growth, which was almost absurdly fast. All right, have a great vacation, Liu Bai said cheerfully. Not only had he recruited talent, but more importantly, they were also good friends. Liu Bai's initial goal was to help his good friends, which is why he brought in his seniors to collaborate. Now that Han Mo-ing had also joined, it was perfect. Liu Bai purely believed that having a few close friends was enough. A few days later, the film company was buzzing. Not only was Han Mo-ing welcomed into the company, but they also received approval from the relevant authorities, permission to release. At this moment, Liu Bai let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they received the approval before the end of March, so there was no need to adjust the schedule. He looked at all the shareholders and solemnly announced, "Contact the distributors for a simultaneous global release." Chapter 83, The Loss of the Public Opinion Battleground. The top AI hacker created by humanity while collaborating with the film company's distributors, other film companies were also in urgent preparation. As the release date drew closer, they were becoming increasingly restless. "There's nothing I can do. The pressure from this project is too immense." The information revealed in the promotional video is shocking, especially when combined with the real events that have occurred on our planet, along with the eye-catching concept of transformation. It's truly a unique presence. Other sci-fi films scheduled to be released around the same time feel anxious and lack confidence in competing directly at the box office. In fact, 2 films have even announced their withdrawal from the April release schedule. What films are still confirmed for April? A film company executive coldly asked. Currently, only the film featuring veteran actors, Mecha Overlord, and our own Battlesuit Maniac are on the list. The sci-fi combat film Heavenly Domination has announced its withdrawal. A subordinate replied. The executive nodded, feeling inexplicably restless. He wasn't worried about Mecha Overlord, as it was practically a rehash from a well-known director. However, its low production cost and the involvement of seasoned actors meant the risk of losing money was minimal. At most, it was a way to ride the coattails of popularity. The only real headache was Transformers. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. I refuse to believe that the market has changed. The executive gritted his teeth. He had invited numerous stars to join this film with high salaries, totaling a budget of $200 million, with actor fees consuming more than half. He even signed a bet agreement with higher management. Breaking even would be a significant loss, so it's no wonder he was feeling so anxious. A subordinate tried to reassure him. "President, you really don't need to worry too much. We're not in the same league as Transformers." The executive looked at his subordinate, curious about what he would say next. The subordinate lowered his head and continued. "Our Battlesuit Maniac focuses on fan and traffic economics. Our basic audience is definitely secured. However, to expand our fan base, we need to continue promoting and keep suppressing Transformers." The executive sighed. He knew this, but the pressure wouldn't just disappear. The only comfort he found was that none of the actors in Transformers had any box office appeal. Even the leads were unknown newcomers. This gave them an advantage in early promotions. So, even if the quality of the films differed significantly, they might not necessarily lose. Increase the efforts to discredit them during this time. After Transformers is released, hire a large number of individuals to post negative reviews. Don't let any promoters of Transformers get away. Whether they were paid or not, he instructed. The subordinate nodded in agreement. Understood. We need to seize the narrative and traffic advantage. In no time, the efforts to undermine Transformers intensified. Even Shinrin Shuin couldn't help but report this to Liu Bai. "I understand," Liu Bai replied calmly, though he felt frustrated inside. The feeling of being slowly worn down was indeed unpleasant. The public opinion battlefield is already difficult to defend, especially since his PR department was small. It was hard to cope. He leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the chandelier on the ceiling, holding an attitude of trying it out. He asked in his heart, "System, can you control the public opinion storm?" "No. I am only responsible for handing over tasks and answering questions simply. I am not set up to solve all the troubles of the host." Liu Bai felt regretful, but not surprised. However, soon, his eyes lit up as he noticed the keyword in the system's words. The system cannot help, but its external manifestation is Jarvis. Officially, it is attached to a certain superhero, independent of the system. Wow. He almost forgot about this top-tier AI hacker created by humans. Chapter 84. Jarvis starts working. All the trolls are completely stunned. Liu Bai left the company and headed straight for his home storage room. "Jarvis. Master, I am here. Can you help me tidy up the intentionally defamatory remarks?" Liu Bai asked eagerly. Soon, he received the answer he wanted. "No problem, Master." Liu Bai felt a surge of joy. His excitement was evident. "What equipment do I need to provide?" But Jarvis's response surprised Liu Bai. "None is needed, Master." Jarvis's magnetic voice said, "You only need to issue the command to assemble the suit." At this moment, Liu Bai completely understood. The suit is originally an extremely precise instrument. With the helmet serving as a display panel, it can handle various complex environments and withstand attacks. Now, using it as a supercomputer is more than sufficient. Moreover, with the mini-arc reactor providing stable energy output, lagging, or overheating is impossible. It's simply a case of overqualification. Assemble Mark III armor. Liu Bei understood Jarvis's meaning and immediately gave the order. Then, the black floor opened up and mechanical arms picked up the components, assembling them into a powerful suit of armor. It shone brilliantly under the lights. Master, shall we start working? In the troll group of thousands, the chat was lively. And in the blink of an eye, they could generate 999 comments. Are we preparing to work today, admin? It's so easy to make money these days. By the way, what's up with the film company? Recently, it's all about targeting him. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, though I quite like the superhero. Don't ask so much. We're just here to do the job. While the group members chatted wildly, the admin came out and directly muted everyone. All members, this task is still targeting Transformers. The official account of Transformers has released the second trailer, which should be the last hype before the premiere. Your goal is to turn the comment section upside down. Anyone who says something nice gets insulted. Some people will act as if they are Transformers fans to provoke others about different films. You have 2 hours, and each comment still pays 5 cents. But anyone who copies comments and does not delete the parentheses, get out of this group. The response is flooded in. After unmuting, the group went crazy with one comments. In recent days, the film company released the second trailer, basically editing some clips from the film to raise audience anticipation. When the time comes, I can watch the entire film. Liu Bei has lost the motivation to share it. Given the current public opinion environment, the level of negativity is evident. Falsifying history. You should apologize quickly. It misleads children and affects social ethics. What kind of trash films are being released nowadays? What happened to the Transformers? I'm a diehard fan. I just want to say that the other 2 sci-fi films released are even worse. Transformers fans are getting anxious. Look, they are anxious. If Transformers are bad, then everything in the entire region is trash. Trash movies, might as well not watch them. Every post is worth 5 cents. Remember to delete the parentheses. The online commenters are posting fervently. It's all about money. This is all money. Even insults come with money. Where can you find such a job? Not only can you vent your dissatisfaction at will, but you can also earn money while lying down. It's a pity that such good fortune doesn't come every day. Earth Films, you have to hold on. You are our biggest provider. I've never fought such a wealthy battle in my life. It feels great to insult. However, that person claiming to be a diehard fan really has good acting skills. I can't tell if they are just pretending. Xiao Wang sighed deeply. Finally, he met a worthy opponent, and he was also going all out, cursing up a storm. As a prominent member of the group, he can post about 10 insulting messages in a minute, making him the highest earner among the commenters. This time, he charged for an hour and a half before feeling tired. He opened his personal page, eagerly wanting to see the results of his efforts during this time. He was still thinking about how much he could earn, but the next second, he was dumbfounded. In his personal center, he couldn't see any of the content he had posted, not even the replies to his messages. The entire interface was completely clean. It was as if no comments had ever been made. Is there a bug? It can't be this unlucky. I can't let my efforts go to waste. Xiao Wang panicked completely. Without screenshot evidence, how would anyone know if he had done any work? They definitely wouldn't pay him. Please, don't mess with me. Xiao Wang frantically refreshed the page, but there was still no display. He had no idea what to do. This hour of intense work was basically gone. He was both anxious and angry, but had no way out, only thinking about going back to the group to complain a bit. But when he opened the group chat, he saw that all the commenters had completely exploded. Chapter 85. From now on, I acknowledge that you are the real system. In an instant, the commenter group was filled with wails. My comments are gone. Why? I cursed for over an hour. Does that mean I can't get paid? I was really working hard. Could it be that Earth Films paid to control the comments? That's basically impossible. Hiring commenters doesn't cost much. But hiring internal staff to clean up comments is expensive. I just want to know if I can still get paid. I haven't even had time to take care of my child. I've just been working. I'm already crying. Not only were the group members in distress, but the administrator was also in a panic. He knew the members were speaking the truth, because he was also involved in the smear campaign, and in the end, there was no screenshot to prove it. All were muted. All members, please don't panic. I'll send out a survey. Just click on it. Is your comment still there? Yes. No. Subsequently, the administrator received accurate data. In a group of 1,300 people, 1,287 participated in the vote. The administrator knew that some might be busy and didn't join in. But what shocked him even more was that the data showed only 2 people clicked that their comments were still there. Everyone else's had disappeared. I see. I'll go ask. The administrator lifted the mute. His mood was heavy, but before he could log out of the account, someone tagged him. Administrator, I accidentally clicked wrong. Actually, I didn't. Yes, I clicked wrong too, damn. At this moment, the administrator was stunned. The entire army was wiped out. Not a single person's comment was still there. This result made his heart race. If we look at this result, the platform must be really ruthless in deleting comments. Did the film industry invest so much? The administrator was puzzled. But he thought this should be a good thing. Hiring trolls and hiring tech staff from big companies. The prices are not the same. If this could drag on, perhaps even the bosses above would laugh themselves awake. They might even offer higher profits to keep the attacks going. It was like killing 1,000 enemies while losing 50 of their own. Although losing money, they still made a big profit. He had to hurry and report this good news. The administrator was overjoyed. But the next second, his smile froze. Your group chat has been dissolved, bang. The administrator slammed his keyboard. He could only say one thing. Damn it. Your account is suspected of violations and has been permanently banned. Thank you for your support. I thank your mother. This smear campaign not only involved trolls, but also media outlets making easy money. Shinjo Film News. Transformers distorts history, causing outrage among netizens. Movie matters. How the most anticipated Transformers fell from grace this year. Film base. Many media outlets favor Battle Suit Madman. They believe Transformers is just a gimmick. Completely out of touch. Movie guide. Every media outlet receiving a commission will write an article and spread it everywhere. Their way of calculating payment is different from trolls. It's based on view counts. Every click counts. But after waiting the whole afternoon, no matter how much he refreshed, not a single person clicked to watch. This result left Xiaojing bewildered. Impossible. This account has 200,000 fans. How could there not be a single click? Xiaojing refreshed again. The interface finally changed. But she wondered if she was seeing things, and even wiped her glasses. Cautiously leaning closer to the screen, she was left in utter confusion. Where's my article? Refreshing again. What the hell? Where's my account? This scene is playing out across major media outlets, sparking a wave of internal public opinion. Leaving everyone in the dark about what is happening. Complaints to the authorities prove futile. And all of this is witnessed by Liu Bai. His retina flashes with massive amounts of information, as Jarvis deletes numerous defamatory comments at lightning speed. Even with the system's help, it's all a blur. Not only did it clear the negative remarks about Transformers, but it also removed the comments on Iron Man and Goodbye X. The scope of removal spans several platforms, including various social media sites. Liu Bai feels a surge of excitement. Jarvis is amazing. From now on, I acknowledge that you are the true system. System, Chapter 86. At the end of March, Transformers is set to premiere, and some are losing sleep over it. In the villa's storage room, Liu Bai is full of surprise. He is very satisfied with Jarvis's capabilities. This means that Liu Bai is now invincible online. He can now easily reach through the internet and take action against anyone. It's simply too enjoyable. With only positive reviews online, it feels great. Liu Bai touches Iron Man's cool surface, showing his high approval. Jarvis, besides blacking out the internet, what other abilities do you have? To be honest, he never really paid attention to Jarvis's capabilities. Originally, Liu Bai thought Iron Man was the ultimate goal, and Jarvis was just a supplementary AI. Now he realizes he was utterly mistaken. Now, Liu Bai can be said to be dominating the internet. After all, it's the most powerful AI created by a human who stands shoulder to shoulder with gods. However, there are even more formidable entities than Jarvis. Their internet capabilities are countless times greater than Jarvis's. That is Transformers. In the film setting, they come from the alien planet Cybertron and possess terrifying computational abilities. It takes less than 2 minutes to breach national security networks. They can deconstruct all components of cars, planes, tanks, etc. in just 1 second, achieving perfect replication. That is a complete transformation, turning the virtual network into reality. This means that all network security on Blue Star will be utterly ineffective against him. Like a thin paper window, it can be pierced with a poke. If Liu Bai wishes, no one online will have any secrets. Taking control of physical objects is a piece of cake. For instance, computers, phones, surveillance cameras, etc. can even be perfectly backed up. If he truly obtains Transformers, it can be said that Jarvis's current advantages will vanish completely. He might end up being reduced to a mere butler or caretaker. Master, if you input the blueprints. I still have manufacturing capabilities. Listening to Jarvis's explanation, Liu Bai has a general understanding. Although Jarvis possesses manufacturing abilities, they are indeed limited. It relies heavily on mechanical arms. And the functions of these arms are singular. They can create simple objects but struggle with larger items. For example, Liu Bai inputted the Lamborghini blueprints into Jarvis. It understood. But without any tools, it was impossible to create anything from scratch. A few robotic arms were at a loss, moving aimlessly, which made Liu Bai unable to suppress a laugh. I want to make it difficult for you, Liu Bai said. By the way, don't call me master anymore. Call me sir. At first, it felt fresh and a bit lofty, but after hearing it too often, it became off-putting. It felt strange. Especially when it was a male voice calling out. It sent chills down his spine. Okay, sir. Hearing Jarvis's greeting, Liu Bai patted Iron Man's torso with satisfaction and went back to his room to rest. As for cybersecurity, it all relied on Jarvis to handle it. At a certain film company, the public relations manager was angrily shouting, "What is going on? I paid so much for the hired commenters. And now not a single comment is left? Are you just sitting around doing nothing? Or did they all drop dead? Can't you handle such a small matter? The manager was infuriated. All the accounts are banned. The comments have been deleted by the platform. The hired commenter administrator looked innocent and said, "It's true that they all dropped dead. A large number of accounts had been banned. It was simply unbelievable." "What do you mean by that?" The public relations manager was extremely frustrated. "Do you think I'm an idiot? The website wouldn't ban accounts just for differing opinions." The hired commenter administrator sighed and replied while typing, "I'm puzzled too, but that's the situation. I asked customer service, and they don't know what's going on either." The public relations manager closed the chat box and called a friend who worked at the platform, receiving the same response. "I see," he replied, looking troubled, before going to report to the company president. "Is there such a thing?" The president frowned, feeling that the situation was too bizarre. Thousands of accounts being banned and tens of thousands of comments deleted seemed surreal. This incident made him increasingly uneasy, silently praying, "Please, don't let anything go wrong with Battlesuit Maniac. If I lose the bet, I'll be out." As he wrestled with his thoughts, March 31st approached relentlessly. Tonight was the premiere of Transformers. The president was completely unable to sleep. Chapter 87, Global Launch of Bumblebee? A new promotional strategy is trending. A friend gave me a movie ticket. Since I was worried, I decided to check out the premiere hall. The president sighed. He drove to the Angel City Cinema. His name was Soo Jeong-ha, the executive president of the Emperor Film Company and an investor in Battlesuit Maniac. The cinema was on the 5th floor. It was large and spacious, but the first thing he saw was a giant robot displayed in the lobby. It was old yellow, looking like a worn-out piece of metal, not appealing at all. Yet, despite this, a group of young men and women were surrounding it, taking photos and recording videos. Just this scene alone filled Soo Jeong-ha with a sense of crisis. Is this also a form of promotion? Soo Jeong-ha frowned. He had never thought there would be such a promotional opportunity. A large figure displayed in the lobby could attract a crowd, and people would spontaneously take photos to promote it. What was even more surprising was that everyone who entered the theater could see this robot. This would definitely pique their curiosity about the film, and they might even buy tickets to watch it. Who came up with this marketing tactic? Soo Jeong-ha felt that something was seriously wrong. Previous films were mostly urban dramas or period pieces, and the usual arrangement was to hang up posters. No one had ever considered a three-dimensional figure. But now, someone had really filled this gap, leaving him greatly shocked, even anxious. Was it still possible to create something similar now? He was becoming increasingly flustered. While waiting for the premiere to start, he took a photo and sent it to the company management group. "What do you all think?" As soon as he sent the message, it attracted a lot of attention. "Is this the Angel City Cinema? Why is there a robot in the lobby? Is this allowed? It must be a collaboration between the distributor and the cinema. Posters used to be the norm. Has this been upgraded directly?" To be honest, it is indeed more eye-catching than posters, especially suitable for science fiction. "I'm the head of the marketing department, and I think this is a great promotional case. I've learned something." Soo Jeong-ha looked at the marketing department with a twitch in his eye. "Don't you know this is a tactic of the enemy? What I meant to ask was what countermeasures we have, yet you are speaking up for the enemy. Do you want to be fired?" Also present at the premiere was Lin Ming. This time, Liu Bai organized another round of likes and shares, which still drew countless enthusiastic participants. However, Lin Ming didn't have the same luck this time. He completely missed out. But there's nothing that money can't solve. He still bought 2 premiere tickets from the lucky winners. As long as she could come, this expense was nothing. Lin Ming smiled confidently. He opened the class group and sent out the movie tickets. The subtle air of showing off immediately garnered praise from the sycophants. "Class leader, awesome. You have premiere tickets again. If you say no one is going, I want to believe it. 2 tickets, this connection is too strong. You can't even watch 2 tickets by yourself. Who is so lucky?" Hearing their flattery, Lin Ming felt elated. These guys really understood him. It was worth taking them to shoot the return of the Dragon King. Seizing the moment, Lin Ming gathered his courage and directly messaged Han Yuying. "Are you free to come over?" He still remembered the first time he flaunted the ticket stub for the premiere of Iron Man. Han Yuying congratulated him in the group. At that time, he boasted that he would get a few premiere tickets. That's why he specifically bought 2, spending nearly 10,000. He felt the chance was slim, but still thought to give it a try. What if Han Yuying really came? Soon, he received a response from her, "Not free." Looking at those cold 2 words, Lin Ming was somewhat prepared but couldn't hide his disappointment. After all, the other party is an excellent director, and his cash reserves have already surpassed those of his parents. In front of Han Mo, he lost all his advantages. What is a little money worth? Who does he look down on, damn it? Soon, the premiere ceremony began, and the crowd started to enter. Liu Bai followed the crew to the Grand Angel Cinema, just in time to see the throngs of people rushing into the screening hall. The model was well done. However, his gaze naturally shifted to the large bumblebee in the center of the auditorium, his expression satisfied. This idea came from him providing the design drawings for Bumblebee, allowing his senior brother to contact a rubber factory for custom production. A total of thousands were custom-made, and discussions were held with the distributor to ensure that any theater screening Transformers would display them. He was determined to make the promotional work as effective as possible. Liu Bei did not forget that the quality of the items drawn is closely related to social attention and box office performance. He still remembers the first time he went to the cinema. The first thing he saw was a giant model, and the novelty was very strong. He wished he could take it home and display it. Especially for those seeing it for the first time, the shock was even more intense. I hope my luck is extraordinary and I can directly draw the Allspark. Liu Bei breathed a sigh of relief, then fell into a beautiful fantasy. If that were the case, he could mass-produce Cybertronians. Just thinking about it was thrilling. However, the probability was almost negligible, so Liu Bei had to keep a calm mindset. The tactics on Earth are indeed clever. Next time, I will bring some local specialties from my hometown for the Blue Planet people to try. Give them a little Earth shock. Liu Bei was in a good mood, playfully making a joke. Then, he resolutely walked into the screening hall with the crew. The premiere of Transformers was about to begin. P.S. The day before yesterday, 7 tickets. Yesterday, 5, and 2 more this morning. I'll continue writing after waking up. Good night, everyone. By the way, I kindly asked the big shots for a 5-star review for this newcomer. Chapter 88. All audiences present. Is self-writing and directing becoming a standard for movie directors? Liu Bei, along with the crew, stepped into the noisy screening hall. Director Liu. Director Chun, your seats are in the 3rd row, a staff member from the distributor respectfully said. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Liu Bei nodded with a smile. Looking at the seats in the 3rd row, they were all vacant. He knew these were the seats arranged by the distributor. Not hard at all. Are you really not going to give an opening speech? The staff member inquired. No need. Liu Bei waved his hand and walked to the 3rd row seats. The crew members he brought could just fit in. Mom and Dad, look. I'm not lying. I really starred in a special effects blockbuster. Shia excitedly shouted into his phone as soon as he sat down. Today, he finally mustered the courage to make a video call. Hey, I see it. My child has made it. His parents were thrilled for him, almost in tears. The female lead was quite reserved, as this was her first time attending a premiere. But she felt a bit regretful deep down. Although she is still a newcomer, she signed a contract while in university. She feels powerless in response to the olive branch extended by Director Chun. The hefty penalty is something she cannot afford. However, thinking positively, she won't remain unknown. She has debuted at the peak. Look, the crew has arrived. This screening room is huge. I can hardly see their faces. Are you here to watch a movie or to chase stars? I'm looking for the renowned influencer Liu Bei. I want his autograph. That content creator? Do you know what he looks like? The premiere ceremony is quite grand. The audience is very excited. Some are taking photos everywhere, while others are whispering to each other. Only 2 people seem disinterested. Shuemei Kai, are you free? Lin Ming, nestled in the back row, is making a phone call. Yes, Senior Lin. Are you asking me out? Lin Ming replies calmly. Yes, at the Angel Cinema. Come over. Shuemei Kai responds with surprise. I'm nearby. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Lin Ming still feels gloomy. The girl he invited is a dance major. She has a great figure and knows how to have fun. He is already a rich 2nd-generation heir, with $1 million in cash on hand. How could he lack for female company? Countless women want to attach themselves to him for a steady source of income. Lin Ming understands their intentions, which makes Han Mo Ying's qualities all the more precious. Yet, no matter what he does, he can't seem to win her over, and his identity and status have drastically changed. He has subtly given up. Why must it be her? Frustrated, he steps out of the screening room and quickly spots Shuemei Kai. In the late March weather, she wears a refreshing knee-length skirt that accentuates her figure. She arrived quickly. Lin Ming pretends to be a gentleman. Shall we go in? Whatever you say. Shuemei Kai lowers her head shyly, but naturally links her arm with Lin Ming's. He smiles, leading her into the screening room. Why is he here again? Liu Bei, sitting in the front row, notices Lin Ming entering with a girl. This time, he is seriously selecting a lucky person and is sure he didn't draw Lin Ming. However, Liu Bei doesn't think too much about it because the lights in the screening room have already dimmed, and the enormous holographic screen emits a gentle glow. Director of Transformers, Liu Bei. Co-director, Chun Rinchuan. Screenwriter, Liu Bei. Producer, Earth Film Company. The audience erupts in excitement once again. When did self-directed and self-written become a standard for films? How are other directors supposed to compete? But they quickly quiet down, focusing intently on the screen. Because the movie everyone has been eagerly anticipating is finally starting. Chapter 89. Is the opening this explosive? The audience is collectively ecstatic. After the director's list flashes on the screen, it dims again. Then, a deep male voice pierces the darkness, resonating in people's ears. A long time ago, there existed the Fire Seed Cube. We don't know where it came from. We only know it possesses the power to create worlds and life. That is how our race was born. At the beginning, we lived in harmony. But like other immense energies, the motivations for their use can be both good and evil, leading to the outbreak of war. It was that war that caused our planet to be destroyed in an instant. The seed cube was also lost in the vast universe. A narrative pulled everyone's expectations in an instant. Presenting the background in this way felt fresh to the audience. What a clever approach. The speculations of netizens were correct. It indeed involved extraterrestrial civilization. The lengthy background was summarized in just one paragraph. The theme of the story is to search for the seed cube, right? The seed cube must be an important artifact, but no one knows what it looks like. As netizens wondered whether the seed cube would remain hidden until the end. The plot development left everyone bewildered, because the images on the screen revealed the vast universe. A square black cube was drifting alone. It then collided with a massive meteor, veered off course, and ultimately crashed onto a bright blue planet. This opening was beyond everyone's expectations. Wow, such an important artifact was revealed so soon? I thought it would be hidden for a long time. Just using a narrative as the opening is already refreshing. Other films would prefer to hide it until the end. But this Transformers film is simply breaking the mold. I'm very curious about what role this object will ultimately play. Amid the surprised gazes of the audience, the narrative continued. We searched the entire galaxy, hoping to find it to rebuild our home. Just as we were losing hope, new clues led us to an unknown planet called Blue Star. As the monologue reached this point, the title of the film floated across the screen, Transformers. But soon, a sudden statement heightened everyone's curiosity, but we arrived too late. The audience anticipated the subsequent plot. Science fiction films in the region still belong to a niche market. Even before the Iron Man film, the market was blank. Every scene sent people's adrenaline soaring. This is the power of science fiction. It gives people limitless imagination. Even professional film critics were quite shocked. It took just 1 minute to clarify the background and main storyline while planting a huge mystery. This opening is more mature than Iron Man. Although I have always believed in the potential of Earth films, they have once again given us a strong sense of novelty. Based solely on this opening, I think it surpasses many other science fiction films. Yes, others may follow the trend of science fiction, but the most critical mistake is daring to compete with Transformers in the same release period. The withdrawal of the film Heavenly Dynamics was very wise, as it not only avoided the major threat of Transformers, but also claimed a market of its own. There wasn't a single science fiction film released in the same period. The critic's words made someone's expression turn sour. The executive president of the film company, Soo Jong-ha, was already looking quite displeased. Just that opening alone far surpassed the youth film he had invested in. This left him feeling a strong sense of crisis, as if sitting on pins and needles. After the narrative ended, people are deeply immersed in the story. Soon, the narrative officially begins. The opening scene features a special operations team on an airplane, chatting and laughing, all looking forward to returning home soon. This sets a clear flag for the audience about their upcoming fate. Before long, an unidentified aircraft invades the military base. The military sends personnel to surround it, only to witness a shocking scene. The airplane's propeller suddenly retracts. The entire fuselage expands instantly, producing a harsh metallic sound, and the tail rolls forward, transforming into a hard chest plate. The morphing body, through a series of adjustments, astonishingly turns from an airplane into a massive robot. In the night, it creates a stunning visual impact. The audience is left in awe at this sight. The special effects meticulously detail every aspect of the transformation, showing no signs of neglect. The metallic thud resonates in the hearts of the viewers, igniting their passion. Is it really this explosive from the start? It's only been 6 minutes. What a way to spend the budget. They truly deserve to make money. The audience is exhilarated. Even professional film critics are left speechless by this scene. Even the frustrated Lin Ming is once again possessed by the spirit of science fiction. Like the rest of the audience, he is filled with excitement. P.S. I originally planned to write 6 chapters today, but I woke up at 7 in the evening, had dinner, and immediately started writing. There will be another update before midnight. Students can check it after waking up. Chapter 90. The crew is running for their lives. Director, are you committing a crime? My goodness, it's really transforming. Seeing this creativity in person is simply mind-blowing. How on earth did they achieve that metallic thud during the transformation? It feels so real. It's only been 6 minutes, and it's already this cool. I have to rave about it in the media. The critics are utterly shocked. Lin Ming has no time to flirt anymore. He leans forward, almost pressing his eyes against the screen. He is overwhelmed with excitement. It's all worth the long wait. It doesn't disappoint at all. Just this opening scene surpasses everything. The special effects are even more detailed and enduring than those in other blockbuster films. I'm absolutely blown away. Even the dance major, who has no particular interest in movies and is simply looking for a date, is captivated by this film. She never imagined that films from Chinzhou could reach such heights. They are even more intricate and moving than those from the more developed film industry in another region. Moreover, she had never heard of such a sci-fi movie from there. She tightly grips Lin Ming's arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. her face flushed. The only one feeling distressed in the entire audience is Soo Jung-ha. Watching this unfold, his expectations for the young stars have plummeted to the lowest point. Impossible. How can a sci-fi film reach this level? Isn't it just about wearing mechs and fighting? Are you seriously cheating? Making a movie should be this thrilling. Soo Jung-ha's mindset is collapsing. He has signed a bet agreement, and at this moment, he sees no glimmer of victory. With the massive presence of a certain blockbuster, can he really rely on fan and traffic economies to overtake the competition? He is furious, wishing he could tear the big screen apart. Gasps of astonishment fill the room. The audience is buzzing with discussions about the details happening in the film. Although Liu Bai has reviewed it once, watching it with so many viewers feels different. Liu Bai enjoys the emotional value they bring. The exclamations of surprise are indeed satisfying to hear. Fortunately, I had the foresight to revise the transformations of the Autobots, making all the transformations more reasonable. Liu Bai can't help but boast a little. In the first installment of the film, the transformations were flawed. Not only were they pointed out by numerous fans, but the directing team also admitted to the mistake. All transformations were based on speculation, done in a way that seemed cool, but when viewed through the lens of special effects, they were completely illogical. In the second film, the crew took this feedback into account, and the transformations became much more systematic. The production of action figures based on the Transformers is a great example. A car can rotate and twist into a robot, unlike the first film, where parts had to be disassembled and additional components added. This progress is truly excellent. Liu Bai, aware of this error, naturally wouldn't fall into the same trap again. He invited professionals to direct the special effects, making the transformations look more logical and even more shocking. He aims to achieve perfection from the first installment, leaving no small flaws behind. The Iron Man figures have already sold out, and surely the Transformers ones will soon follow. The giant Bumblebee in the cinema lobby is a collaboration with the Rubber Factory. The smaller action figures are also managed by them. The owner of the Rubber Factory could hardly contain his joy. Iron Man has already made several major manufacturers a fortune. Now, with a new IP collaboration, the financial reports look stunning. Liu Bai pulled back his thoughts, refocusing on the screen. The military, seeing the towering robot, is also shocked and panicked. Yet they still follow orders and open fire with machine guns, but it has no effect. What's even more terrifying is that the giant robot's hands transform into massive cannons. With a thunderous boom, the plaza floor collapses, glass shatters from the sonic blast, and casualties abound. The robot also destroys the antenna field, cutting off information from spreading. At this moment, the screen shows a wide shot, encompassing a large portion of the military base. Before the audience can process this scene, a skyward explosion roars in their ears. Countless cars are obliterated, buildings are blown away, and dust clouds rise. The actors are fleeing the set in a panic. Behind them, explosions light up the scene. Even more shocking, tanks are directly destroyed. This scene, everyone was completely stunned. People were wide-eyed, trying hard to see if this was special effects. But every physical detail in the scene was telling the audience that this was not CGI. This was real, genuine on-site filming. At this moment, the audience was in a daze. The last time when a character detonated a bomb next to a car, it already left them in shock. But this time, an entire plaza was blown up. Tanks were destroyed as if it were nothing, and cars were bombed without a care. The actors fleeing in the background were not acting in panic. They were truly running for their lives. This was absolutely insane. Is this how movies are made? Director, are you committing a crime here? At this moment, all the viewers couldn't sit still anymore, going completely wild. P.S. Do you guys read novels by urging updates first? Chapter 91. Soo Jung-ha's embarrassing position raises Liu Bai's alertness. Sam's first encounter with Bumblebee. The audience looked at the bombing scenes, utterly thrilled. Real on-site shooting is amazing. It's real explosions. I'm a worker at a chemical plant, and I can tell those are definitely real bombs. Is it necessary to go this far for a movie? Tanks getting blown up is so satisfying to watch. Wow, they even blew up a plane. I'm raving about this movie. The production costs are high, but it's definitely worth the ticket price. The crew members of the local film industry are also in danger. The insurance companies must be laughing crazily. A distant shot encompassed all the explosions, sending chills down the audience's spines. Meanwhile, the special effects robots in the scene, like Steel Reapers, were crazily harvesting lives. The big shots are impressive. Lin Ming was beyond excited. He let out a loud shout. This was the sci-fi blockbuster he wanted to see. Such explosive scenes were simply exhilarating. He was eagerly anticipating when the Lamborghini would make its appearance. His female companion was also overjoyed. Is it really necessary to film like this? President Soo Jung-ha murmured to himself, completely frozen in place. Although he had seen a lot in life, this kind of real bombing left him more shocked. At this moment, he lost all confidence in the film he invested in. It simply couldn't compete. No way. Absolutely cannot admit defeat. If I lose, I'll have to pack up and leave. Soo Jung-ha cursed under his breath. wanting to quickly return to arrange his strategies. But the plot was indeed too captivating for him. He resisted leaving in his heart. What am I even watching? I might lose my job. I need to go back and intensify efforts to seize the promotional window. I must secure more screenings and covers before the Transformers' reputation explodes. Soo Jung-ha stood up, straightened his suit, and walked out of the theater. Most people's attention was on the film, completely oblivious to his departure. However, Liu Bai was curious about this person's sudden exit. This person seemed very anxious. The suit was luxurious. He wasn't someone I know. In his 40s. He had the aura of someone who had held a high position for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Bai thought, "System, help me contact Jarvis and have him monitor the online information. Record everything that poses a threat to the Transformers. The departure of one person does not affect the film screening." The aircraft-shaped Transformer bombed the entire military base, and only a few people managed to escape amidst the chaos. The scene then transitions to Sam promoting his great-great-grandfather's antiques in class, showcasing a pair of round-frame glasses that he claims went to Antarctica with his grandfather. He wants to save money to buy a car and starts promoting it right in class. However, his actions are met with resistance from the teacher. This is not a second-hand market. This is an 11th grade classroom. I doubt your grandfather would be proud of what you are doing. Sam, played by the actor, responds, "I'm sorry. Unfortunately, my great-great-grandfather, despite being a genius, went blind, went mad, and ended up in a mental hospital." He picks up an old newspaper and nervously says, he drew these strange symbols and talked about the giant ice man he discovered. The audience is captivated, drawn into the unfolding story. Meanwhile, the perceptive filmmakers are already contemplating the hidden implications of these words. His grandfather must be related to the Transformers. Yes, otherwise this plot wouldn't have been arranged. It's just unclear how it all connects. Do you remember the opening monologue of the film that mentioned the cube they are looking for seems to have arrived late? There's too little information. Let us see more. The film has only been on for 10 minutes, and critics are already speculating about the plot direction, enjoying themselves. Then the school bell rings, and the students leave one after another. Only Sam lingers, hoping to get a high score from the teacher because if he gets an A, his father promised to buy him a car. In the end, Sam receives an A-. His father, pleased, takes him to the used car market. They spend 3,000 Blue Star coins on an old yellow car. As Sam wipes the dust off the steering wheel logo, he clearly sees a metallic face outline. Just a simple shot sends most of the audience into a frenzy. Chapter 92. The shock isn't from the film's special effects, but from the real military aircraft. Many people have seen the trailer, where this icon appears at the end. The audience, now enlightened, has already guessed the plot development. This car is actually a Transformer. Everyone is stunned. If that's the case, the upcoming plot will be incredibly captivating. Did you see it? The logo on the steering wheel. That's the symbol of the Transformers. This is truly an exhilarating film. Why am I so excited about just a movie? I can't wait to see Sam's expression when he discovers this. The audience, well-versed in film etiquette, controls their excitement and refrains from spoiling anything. They are all silently ecstatic, clenching their fists in celebration of recognizing this element. I am already thrilled. The protagonist is indeed a protagonist. Even the vehicle is extraordinary. Lin Ming is also incredibly excited. This plot direction makes him feel invigorated. He was very curious about how the Lamborghini would make its appearance. Some critics were quite impressed. The connection with the main character was novel and unexpected. Moreover, they were sure that this movie would definitely be a hit. Isn't that car an older model? Yes. My friend has one that he's been driving for many years. Looking at it now, it really is a great value and quite classic. Is this free promotion? I think it's sponsored advertising, as the camera specifically zoomed in on the car's logo. Even so, they must have made a huge profit. The next scene features the first appearance of a character named Shia. He thought the car was stolen and chased it to an old factory, nervously leaving a message. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he was chased away by two dogs. As for Bumblebee, it noticed the broken glasses in Sam's backpack, which had the coordinates of a source of fire. It was sending signals to its companions in the sky. No. As Sam was being chased by the dogs, Bumblebee, transformed back into a car, came to the rescue, but Sam threw the car keys at it, pleading, "Please, don't kill me. Here are the keys. I don't want the car anymore." Sam ran away in a panic, and after escaping, he ran into a police officer who mistakenly thought he was a car thief. The overall pacing was smooth and not dragging. In certain tense moments, it was also incredibly humorous, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Soon, the scene shifted to a dry desert. The Special Forces team at the beginning of the movie ran quickly and managed to survive by chance. However, after they captured photos of the Transformers, danger was upon them. An iron scorpion burst through the sand and suddenly lunged at the Special Forces team. This scene was portrayed in slow motion, with the mechanical sounds of metal grinding and the terrified expressions of people, making it exceptionally shocking. Next, the battle in the desert community began. The special effects of the battle scenes were incredibly detailed. The destructive power of the Iron Scorpion was overwhelming, making it difficult for both soldiers and militia to resist. They could only request support via phone. However, the subsequent developments left all the viewers dumbfounded. One reconnaissance plane and 2 attack planes appeared in coordination. The missiles launched created chaos. The sound of the Gatling gun firing seemed to resonate in every viewer's heart. Once the battle ended, and the Scorpion retreated with a broken tail, people finally snapped back to reality. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "What is shocking is not the film's special effects, but the real active-duty planes. Transformers are amazing." This line unexpectedly reached the audience's ears and instantly gained their approval. Then, everyone fell into a frenzy of excitement. Cheers erupted. P.S. Thanks to Ja Tinbong, John Doe, Arha for the 25 motivation symbols. The boss is generous. Thanks to Juamo Laimub for the explosive updates and flowers. Thank you, boss. I'll continue writing after waking up. Good night. Chapter 93. Sam faces life and death crisis. Is your online name? The shock is not from the special effects, but from the real active aircraft? This phrase is truly resonant. Yes, no matter how realistic the special effects are, nothing compares to the awe-inspiring technology that actually exists. Even more astonishing is that military fighter jets, which were previously kept under wraps, are now featured in films. This experience is unprecedented. What's going on? Didn't the military recently announce the development of a new type of fighter jet? They have never released any videos, yet here they are in a movie. What background does this production company have? Initially, I thought blowing up tanks and passenger planes was already impressive, but now even the latest military aircraft are getting screen time. Transformers are definitely invincible. I just want to say, that's incredible. The audience is shocked. Liu Bai, upon hearing this, feels quite emotional. He originally sought cooperation with the military just to borrow some fighter jets that were already in service. Unexpectedly, it seems the military reached some kind of tacit agreement and directly brought in the latest model. After reflecting, Liu Bai understands. This is the military showing off its strength against the resistance organizations in a certain region. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the capability to borrow such classified fighter jets. It can be said that he was lucky. His Iron Man gained widespread recognition, and now, seeking cooperation again, all the procedures went incredibly smoothly. They were also looking for exposure opportunities, so it was a perfect match. Of course, it all required payment. However, Liu Bai felt it was a great deal. Without this connection, it would have been impossible to film under confidentiality agreements. To achieve this collaboration, the fighter jets aren't even the most shocking part. The real excitement is yet to come. The movie is still playing. Sam is lying at home, feeling lost after losing his car. Just then, his dog starts barking wildly at the window. "Don't start barking so early, okay?" He persuades, glancing out the window. He sees the car that went missing last night returning. He nervously pushes his electric scooter and immediately tries to escape. "Stop. Don't chase me. I don't have any cough syrup." Sam twists the ignition, but the car continues to follow him leisurely. In the end, trying to avoid the crowd, he falls near the school. "Sam, are you okay?" The female lead, Michaela, is having coffee with her friends and recognizes the fallen classmate. "I'm in trouble. My car is chasing me. I have to run." As Sam gets up his scooter to flee, Michaela, puzzled, looks at him. "You guys go ahead. I'll come back for you later," she tells her friends. Sam runs. Bumblebee chases, and Sam finds it hard to escape. Michaela pursues relentlessly, and a police car blares its siren coldly. Sam just wants to shake off the car and runs to a secluded garbage station, only to see a police car roaring nearby. "Officer, listen to me. I need to report an incident." Sam rides closer, but the police car suddenly opens its door, knocking him to the ground. Sam just wants to ask for help and has no time to think about why the door opens suddenly. "Thank you for being here. I've never been this helpless. I was tracked all the way here, and my car is right there." Before he could finish, the police car suddenly roared to life. It knocked him down hard, like a lurking beast revealing its fangs. The roaring engine was powerful, akin to the low growl of a wild animal, cold and deadly. Vroom vroom vroom. The engine roared as it approached. He fell to the ground, his legs pushing against the front of the car, pleading for mercy. But what happened next was beyond his expectations. He saw the police car's headlights suddenly extend. The lights were embedded with sharp blades, like the sharpest surgical knife, pressing tightly against his face. He was terrified, shouting for mercy. "Don't kill me. What do you want?" Upon hearing this, the police car's door burst open, and a pair of metallic arms reached out. The grinding sound of gears was harsh and piercing, yet it provided the audience with the most direct cinematic experience. Under the audience's tense gaze, a giant robot transformed from the car and appeared. The blood-red glow from its pupils left him frozen on the ground. But the intense desire to survive regained control of his body, and he bolted. However, he was soon cornered. The police car's arm slammed down. Questioning, "Is your online name?" Where's my thing? Answer me. The tense atmosphere instantly shattered. When the Transformer asked this question seriously, the entire theater couldn't help but burst into laughter. P.S. This is the third chapter of today. I'll write 3 more before midnight for good reviews. Chapter 94. 50 years later, when you look back on your life, will you regret not having the guts to get in that car? In the cinema, laughter erupted. What a ridiculous online name. My thing, wrapped around my waist. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. How did such a tense plot turn into this? This movie has a style similar to that of a certain superhero, where even serious moments have a humorous side. It's just too funny. How did the actors manage to keep a straight face? The plot was still unfolding. He was stunned by the questions and replied, "It's me." The Transformer questioned, "Where are the glasses you released on that platform?" Seeing the enraged robot, he was terrified and seized the opportunity to flee. When he reached the street, he saw the female lead riding an electric bike towards him. "Get away. Stop." He recognized her and shouted in panic. But she continued heading towards danger. And with no other option, he pulled her down. "Are you crazy, Sam?" She protested angrily. "There's a monster that just attacked me," he explained. She didn't believe him and looked in the direction he pointed, where the giant robot was flipping cars and charging towards them, the ground rumbling beneath. Despairing, they saw a used car drifting into the scene, tripping the rampaging Transformer and taking them away from the chaos. This thrilling and intense sequence had the audience completely absorbed. Even more astonishing was that the rampaging robot transformed back into a police car, turning the plot into an adrenaline-pumping chase scene. Under the stirring background music, the afternoon faded into evening, with dust and smoke swirling in the air. In the end, the vehicle tossed the 2 individuals out and transformed into a giant yellow robot. Its exterior had a worn, matte texture, but standing there, it exuded an incredibly strong sense of safety. Immediately, the 2 robots engaged in a life-and-death battle. This scene sent everyone's blood racing. Isn't this the cover of the first trailer released by the prominent figure? It really is. I thought it was a Lamborghini transforming. The transformation scenes are genuinely cool, and they make perfect sense. There's not a single flaw to be found. What kind of genius screenwriter and special effects team is this? What surprised the audience even more was that the voice system of the robot was damaged, and it actually used a radio as a substitute. This creative idea hit everyone's sweet spot. However, what followed made the audience even more excited. The robot transformed back into a car and automatically opened the door. It invited us to get in. The female lead was scared. "Where to?" But Sam calmly asked, 50 years from now, when you look back on your life, will you regret not having the courage to get into this car?" Hearing this, Michaela resolutely stepped inside. The background music was bright and cheerful. However, a foreshadowing was still laid. A small robot, after being cut in half by Michaela with a chainsaw, still retained considerable vitality. It copied Michaela's phone backup and turned into a small phone, taking its place. Sam, unsure of its authenticity, brought the phone into the car. The car's driving skills were quite impressive. Michaela, sitting on Sam's lap, curiously asked, "I don't understand. If it's such an advanced robot, why does it turn back into this broken-down car?" The scene shifted, and the car made an emergency stop under a tunnel. Sam nervously said, "Don't say that. It'll get angry." But the door still opened automatically, and the radio emitted an angry roar. "Get lost, you jerk." The 2 reluctantly got out, and Sam lamented, "Now the car has run away." It was simply too cool. They watched as the car sped away. Even seeing it tilt its body and drive with 2 wheels, just like a dog lifting its leg to urinate. But soon, the departing robot transformed into another form. A low chassis, a shiny golden exterior, a roaring engine. Even the car's emblem at the front transformed into an angry bull, as if it would charge out at any moment. This very scene left all the audience in shock. Lin Ming even jumped up suddenly. The Lamborghini he had been eagerly awaiting finally made its appearance. Chapter 95. A grand gathering of Qingzhou brand cars. The final battle has begun. The Lamborghini I've been waiting for has finally shown up. Lin Ming stood up excitedly, his eyes filled with desire. But the audience behind him shouted, "Sit down. Don't block my view of the car." Lin Ming obediently sat down, yet his excitement remained overwhelming. He just wanted to rush into mass production, no matter the cost. He would buy it. According to the prices of sports cars on this planet, they generally cost hundreds of thousands. With his current savings, he could easily buy several. The audience at the scene also cheered for this car. The car from the trailer has appeared. The uploader claims it's a Lamborghini. The effect in the movie is even more exaggerated. "My goodness, is this a car? It's really cool. They say this is a sports car? I would believe it if you told me it was an alien vehicle. It's clear that I can't afford it. Damn, I don't care. I'll grit my teeth and buy one too." The appearance of the Lamborghini in the film caught everyone's attention. Countless people are determined to buy one. If it's under 500,000, even those professional film critics would tighten their belts to buy one just to show off. As the scene shifts, the camera pans to the universe. for meteors crashed to the ground, causing wildfires and news reports. They also replicated the vehicle forms, converging in a deserted alley. Those 4 vehicles are a heavy-duty truck, leader Optimus Prime, a convertible EV, Bumblebee, Optimus Prime's lieutenant, a pickup truck, Ironhide, a highly respected weapons expert, and an off-road rescue vehicle named Ambulance, serving as the medic. There is also a private vehicle that transforms into a Lamborghini sports car, Bumblebee, the Scout. This scene amazed the audience. It's all from the Kinza brand. If you say there is no sponsorship, I wouldn't believe it. It's a clever move to directly pull an investment for the film. What I'm most looking forward to is the mass production of the Lamborghini. Amid the audience's discussions, the heavy-duty truck transformed into a giant robot in blue and red. It also explained deeper backgrounds and conflicts. They are the Autobots, who love peace. And they are sworn enemies of the Decepticons, led by Megatron. They came to this planet to stop the Decepticons from finding the Allspark before them. In the past, Cybertron was a powerful empire but was betrayed by Megatron, and those who did not submit to his power were eliminated. The planet was nearly destroyed in the war, and the Allspark vanished in the cosmos. Megatron followed the Allspark cube to this planet, but was trapped in the extreme cold of the Antarctic. Ultimately discovered by the great-grandfather of a certain human during an Antarctic expedition, with the glasses marked with the coordinates of the Allspark. Optimus Prime hopes to obtain the glasses to destroy the Allspark and prevent it from falling into Megatron's hands. The human learns about this situation and is very cooperative. While searching for the glasses at home, he is forcibly taken away by a certain organization. The Autobots intercept to rescue him. But Bumblebee chooses not to resist in order to avoid harming humans, allowing them to freeze him and take him away. The human and his companions still cannot escape and are taken back to the organization. Optimus Prime's goal is the Allspark, and destroying it is the top priority. However, he did not expect that the coordinates on the glasses lead to the organization. The code on the glasses shows that the Allspark is 370 kilometers away from there. Optimus Prime is informed. What about Bumblebee? We can't just watch it being used as a human test subject, Jazz said unhappily. Optimus Prime calmly replied, if we fail, its sacrifice will be in vain. Bumblebee is a brave warrior, and this is what it would want. Ironhide questioned, why are we fighting to save humanity? They are primitive and brutal. Aren't we the same? Optimus Prime retorted, you all know there is only one way to end this war. We must destroy the Allspark. If all other methods fail, I will merge it with the fire within me. We cannot let humanity pay for our mistakes. Optimus Prime spoke firmly, prepared for sacrifice. Then he said, I am honored to fight alongside you. Autobots, transform and roll out. The other members echoed with determined shouts, transform and roll out. The background music was filled with a tragic tone. All the audience understood that the final battle of Transformers was about to begin. Chapter 96, the absolutely shocking final battle. Megatron's death and the special effects cost a fortune. Area 7 was unstable. The Decepticons had launched their attack. Leading the charge was the stealth fighter, Starscream, bombarding the entire Area 7. The laboratory was in chaos. To counterattack, the Special Operations team took the head of Area 7 hostage, rescuing Bumblebee along with Sam and Michaela, and informed them of the Allspark's location. Bumblebee was finally able to retrieve it. If we stay, we're doomed. Megatron is right next door, the team leader said anxiously. With Starscream having destroyed the power supply, Megatron could revive at any moment. He suggested hiding the Allspark elsewhere. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Bumblebee transformed back into a Lamborghini and took Sam and Michaela away. The tension in the story was escalating. The audience was on edge. Only Luby watched silently, even thinking about the logical errors in the original version. In the original Earth version, there was a fatal mistake where the military said they would take the Allspark to other cities for safekeeping. As a soldier, this was absolutely irresponsible. Cities are filled with people. Bringing the war there is a foolish act. Even for the sake of making the plot seem more tragic, such a clumsy plot point should not be used. Moreover, the defense minister strongly agreed, stating this was the hardest to break. In Luby's revision, the plot remained the same, but after Bumblebee joined Optimus Prime's team, they were bombarded by Starscream and chased by other Decepticons, leaving them no choice but to retreat into the city. This arrangement at least made the logic less forced. And so, the war unfolded as expected in the city. Everywhere were the wrecks of bombed cars. People fled in panic, screams filled the air. The ground cracked, and dust billowed. Thanks to the powerful effects, buildings collapsed, making the entire war even more tragic. The flames and thick smoke rising smelled of money being burned. In this war, Bumblebee was injured and lost a leg. And Jazz was killed in pieces. Laser missiles from the Battle of the Autobots are everywhere. The special effects are truly spectacular, leaving the audience exhilarated. This is a real epic battle. The extravagant special effects are a treat to watch. The character driving the car alongside the injured Bumblebee is both cool and beautiful. Who can surpass this scene? Compared to the battles in other films, this one feels even more grand and magnificent. The audience is filled with excitement. Lin Ming's eyes are red with emotion. The crowd is constantly cheering. Everyone is struggling to control their emotions. Under the holographic screen on Blue Planet, every scene feels incredibly immersive. It's hard not to cheer and scream along with the visuals. The plot is racing forward. Sam is instructed to take the Allspark and run up a tall building to escape in a military helicopter. However, he is cornered by a powerful enemy on the rooftop. The helicopter sent to rescue him is also destroyed in an explosion. Is it fear or courage that controls you? The enemy taunts, "Give me the Allspark, and I'll spare your life. You can be my pet." Sam shouts in terror, "I will never hand over the Allspark to you." "What a pity," the enemy responds, swinging a massive chain that sparks and explodes, causing Sam to fall from the rooftop, screaming in panic. But Optimus Prime arrives just in time to catch him. Hold on to the cube. He then jumps from the building, maneuvering between structures, shattering glass and debris, creating a visually stunning spectacle. The enemy also jumps down, crashing into Optimus Prime, with effects that seem to burn money. Protected by Optimus Prime, Sam sustains only minor injuries. He remembers the instructions and clutches the Allspark tightly. Optimus Prime releases Sam, looking at him with admiration and kindness. "You protected the Allspark with your life." But in the next moment, he seems to make a decision. "If I can't defeat the enemy, you must place the Allspark into my chest. I will sacrifice myself to take it with me." This part brings the audience to tears. They fear seeing a sacrifice, especially since Optimus Prime has such strong charisma. It's hard to accept if he were to die at this moment. The plot intensifies. The two leaders engage in a fierce battle. Ultimately, Optimus is overpowered and falls to the ground. Seeing Sam in danger, he urgently shouts, "Sam, quickly put the cube in my chest, now?" Sam is panicking, retreating with the cube in his arms. But in the next moment, he sees the enemy wounded and struggling to stand. Sam seizes the opportunity, mustering his courage to charge at the enemy with the cube. He raises the Allspark towards the enemy's chest. If the Allspark can destroy Optimus, it will surely harm the enemy as well. In the end, Sam's gamble pays off. The enemy's chest shatters, and the Allspark is destroyed too. In that moment, the audience's anxious hearts finally find relief. The entire venue erupts with intense cheers. Everyone is cheering at this moment. Chapter 6 of the 26th installment deserves high praise. Chapter 97 brings the final bombshell. And did the carrier group also make an appearance? We won. A happy ending. Hooray. I was worried it would have a tragic conclusion. Fortunately, Optimus Prime is fine. He truly is a leader. It's a pity that Jazz died, that officer. Yes, the vehicle from the adversary is really cool too. The battle is over, and the theater is filled with thunderous applause. Everyone was emotionally engaged by the plot. Evil has been vanquished, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The pacing was so tight that if it didn't end soon, we would be gasping for air. Lin Ming clenched his fists, filled with inspiration. He got all the satisfaction he wanted. Not only did he see an amazing movie with explosive special effects, but the Lamborghini he anticipated also appeared in the film. What excited him even more were the real military aircraft and tanks. This was beyond what a typical production could compare to. This movie was fantastic. I must take my best friend to watch it again. The dance Major Lin Ming brought along was also sparkling with excitement, her face flushed with exhilaration. She had never watched sci-fi films from Qingzhou, believing they were all subpar, and that only those from another region were the best. If Lin Ming hadn't invited her, she probably wouldn't have gone. But this time, it completely shattered her preconceived notions. "You should also check out Iron Man," Lin Ming seriously recommended. Hearing this, Kai, the girl, suddenly showed a shy expression. "So where do you plan to take me to watch it?" Lin Ming chuckled. "I know a hotel with great screening equipment." Kai feigned modesty but eventually nodded. "You mustn't trick me, or I will get angry." Lin Ming smiled, but his eyes held disdain. "You really know how to put on a show. What a pity, no chance with Han Moang. A goddess who has never been in a relationship truly haunts my dreams. Unable to indulge in a feast, I can only have some dessert for now." Lin Ming thought to himself, but his gaze remained fixed on the big screen. He knew the movie was nearing its end. Indeed, the film was approaching its conclusion. Optimus Prime looked at Sam and said earnestly, "Sam, I owe you a life. We all owe you." Ironhide regretfully added, "Jazz sacrificed himself." Optimus Prime held Jazz's body and addressed the surrounding humans. "We have lost a good comrade, but we have also gained new allies. Thank you all. I admire your bravery." "I have something to say, Commander," Bumblebee in the car spoke up. Everyone was surprised that its vocal mechanism had restored. Bumblebee said seriously, "I want to stay with the boy, if he agrees." Sam smiled brightly. "I agree." The scene shifted to a news broadcast. The president has ordered the disbandment of Sector 7 and the disposal of the alien bodies. In the deepest ocean on Blue Planet, Megatron will be buried. The extreme pressure and low temperature at this depth will crush the body, leaving no trace. As the television host narrated, The scene shifted to the ocean. But as the camera shifted, all the viewers were instantly captivated. On the vast ocean, an aircraft carrier fleet unexpectedly appeared. Countless destroyers, helicopters, and reconnaissance planes soared through the sea and sky. The visual quality was astonishing, all shot in real locations. What an incredible production team. The military fleet of a certain country could even be rented for filming. This movie is unbeatable. Even the sci-fi films that are a point of pride for a certain region can't match such grand scenes. Oh my goodness. Even in documentaries, military fleets are usually captured from a distance. Yet this film managed to get so close. Can it really pass the review? They could even see the soldiers on the deck. Unbelievable. People were in awe, their minds blank. This was a shot never seen before in films from that region. It actually appeared in a movie. The audience's attention was completely scattered. Even the fall of a certain character into the ocean didn't spark any discussion. No matter how good the special effects are, nothing can compare to the shock of that fleet. They initially thought tanks and reconnaissance planes were impressive enough. But they didn't expect heavy bombs to appear at the end of the film. It's completely justified for the ticket prices to be higher. Chapter 98. News media rushed to report, and the film became a sensation online, with everyone eagerly anticipating the sequel. Amid the astonishment of the audience, the movie reached its conclusion. Echoing the beginning was Optimus Prime's deep monologue. The Allspark has been destroyed, and we cannot return to our home planet. As the voiceover continued, the leader of the special operations team completed the mission and returned home to reunite with his wife and children. Fate has played its hand. We now have a new home. Under the sunset, Sam leaned against the front of a Lamborghini, embracing and kissing Michaela. The voiceover continued. We have integrated into the local community, hiding right under their noses. But we are also quietly protecting them. The camera moved through the dim night, capturing a few models on the hillside with a cool close-up shot. Then it focused on Optimus Prime, watching the sunset, waiting, protecting. I have witnessed their courage. And despite being from a different world, they, like us, cannot be judged by appearances. I am Optimus Prime, calling out to all Autobots wandering in the universe. We are here, we are waiting. As soon as the words were spoken, Optimus Prime turned to leave. The background music was filled with hope and passion, stirring everyone's emotions. At that moment, the big screen went dark. A plane soared out of the atmosphere, followed by credits rising, announcing the complete end of the film. The lights in the hall brightened, and discussions grew louder and more chaotic. Did you see the plane at the end? That must be the Red Spider that bombed Zone 7 earlier. That guy is really up to no good. This is definitely a major foreshadowing. The sequel is guaranteed. Calling out to the wandering robots. That was quite straightforward. Do you remember when Optimus found a small piece of the Allspark on Megatron's chest? It will definitely be of great use in the next installment. For the next movie, please let the Earth film industry produce Transformers. I love Iron Man even more. I just want the Lamborghini to be released quickly. This movie is truly worth watching multiple times. It's exhilarating. The media reporters are also waiting to see if there will be a QA session after the screening. But they are soon informed by the distributor that there will be none. The reporters are quite disappointed. However, before leaving, they still received red envelopes as a token of appreciation. They naturally understand this as a request for them to write some good reviews. Of course, even without the envelopes, they would still enthusiastically promote this film. It's just fantastic. Unexpectedly perfect. The combat effects are top-notch, military aircraft make appearances, and that naval aircraft carrier group is simply unprecedentedly shocking. They return to their cars or head to a cafe, reluctant to go home immediately, and start drafting their articles on the spot. They are afraid of missing out on the first-hand trending topics. Collaborating with the military. This is arguably the most astonishing sci-fi movie in the region. Transformers comes highly recommended. It's a movie you will regret not watching. Just how stunning are the effects? Transformers reveals the truth. The most creative car transformations and the most visually shocking aircraft carrier fleet. Is the military flexing its muscles against the resistance organizations in the Seven Islands through the Transformers movie? In no time, numerous film critics and news media are publishing articles. It attracts countless onlookers, and just the headlines are enough to pique everyone's interest. The advance tickets are selling hot, even for morning shows days later. News and information about Transformers are sweeping across the internet. It's absolutely exploded. Chapter 99. Has fan economy come down from its pedestal? Emperor Films fights back fiercely. Online. Discussions about Transformers are everywhere. Is it really that good? Besides the critics, only about 100 lucky viewers got to see the premiere. Who really knows the details? Seeing so many supportive articles online, it feels like it's a sure win. Yes, I watched the previous movie Iron Man, and it was really awesome. I had already booked tickets when this movie started pre-sales. I'll let you know after I watch it tomorrow. Can I transfer my ticket, buddy? Transformers has climbed to the top of trending searches, receiving numerous views and generating curiosity. But soon, the news of it being number one starts to fade. Within less than an hour, it has dropped out of the top 10. How is it going? After leaving the screening room, CEO Su Jianghe has been preparing urgently. He calls an emergency company meeting, asking all departments to come back for overtime. He looks at the head of the PR department with a very serious expression. The trending search for Weibo has dropped down. Our battlesuit maniac has climbed to 8th. The trending search on Bilibili and popular videos on Douyin have also been limited. The PR head respectfully replies. Su Jianghe scrolls through the comments under Transformers on Weibo, feeling very dissatisfied. Didn't I ask you to hire people to stir the pot? Why can't I see a single negative review? And what about the rating on Douban? Why hasn't it dropped yet? The minister was sweating profusely. He didn't know how to explain this. It was simply too bizarre. He had clearly hired many online commenters to flood various platforms with posts. However, the administrator in the group told him that the comments had been deleted and the accounts had been banned. What was going on? He couldn't understand it at all. Negative reviews could also lead to bans. Was there no rule of law left? Speak up. Su Jianghe glared angrily. The minister trembled in fear and replied hesitantly. It seems the other party spent a lot of money to delete the negative reviews. Or perhaps they have significant connections and are cleaning things up for free. Su Jianghe slammed the table and shouted sternly, connections? If there were connections, we wouldn't be unable to suppress their trending topic. The minister lowered his head. At a loss for words, Su Jianghe was even more furious. If he lost this battle, he would be out of a job. But unfortunately, his subordinates were useless. Go invite those big stars to post on social media and promote our movie. Our premiere has ended, right? Get more media coverage for the film, starting tomorrow. Let the director take the stars to various cinemas for promotional events to broaden our reach. The minister didn't dare to breathe. Understood. Su Jianghe coldly looked at his subordinate and asked, have we negotiated favorable terms with the major cinemas? What did they say? The minister replied humbly. They agreed to our conditions. Hearing this, Su Jianghe felt a bit relieved. All departments were operating frantically under his direction. However, he still felt utterly lost. Just thinking about the quality presented by the film made him feel deeply despairing. Was fan economy really going to decline? In his despair, he asked himself. But then he noticed the minister still standing respectfully in place and shouted, what are you still doing? Get out. Lu Bai returned to the villa and immediately headed to the storage room. Jarvis, is there any update? He hadn't forgotten that during the film screening, a man dressed extravagantly had left the cinema, which made Lu Bai cautious. He had instructed Jarvis to keep a close watch on online trends. Mr. Liu, during the film premiere, at least over 4,000 people posted negative comments about Transformers on various platforms, trying to create a negative narrative. My response has been to delete all comments and ban all accounts. Hearing Jarvis's report, Lu Bai smiled with satisfaction. With Jarvis monitoring the internet, it was incredibly reassuring. However, Jarvis's next statement made Lu Bai furrow his brow in unease. However, the trending topics on major platforms have been suppressed by Capital. Chapter 100. Jarvis, what's going on? You can't accomplish any of the 3 targets? Lu Bai asked in confusion. What is the situation? Jarvis explained. For example, on the Weibo platform, it detected a profit-sharing agreement between the platform and the Emperor Film Company, and Weibo intervened to suppress the trending topic about Transformers. Additionally, they limited the reach of this trending topic and promoted Battle Armor Maniac to more users' phones and computers, which caused Transformers to drop significantly in trending rankings. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's frown deepened even further. He naturally pays attention to movies released at the same time. He knows that Battlesuit Madman is produced by a certain film company. It is rumored to have cost $200 million, featuring numerous stars, and has signed a betting agreement with other investors. If they sensed a threat and decided to take action against him, that would be understandable. So, was the person leaving the cinema a high-ranking official from that film company? Lu Bai quickly dismissed this suspicion. It didn't matter who it was anymore. Now that the enemy has made their move, it's all about how to respond. Moreover, this response must be serious. He remembers well that the key to extracting items lies in social attention and box office performance. Everything is closely related to promotion. But now the other party is spending a fortune to block the trending searches for Transformers, and every minute of loss could lead to an unsatisfactory outcome in the end. This is something Lu Bai cannot accept. Lu Bai's gaze turned cold as he looked at the imposing Iron Man on the black iron board. He spoke in a stern tone. Jarvis, let me ask you. You are well-versed in the internet, able to hack into others' networks and ban their accounts. So, can I think in reverse, that you could also act as a hired commenter? Whether to defame others, praise oneself, or search for relevant content? Jarvis responded immediately, yes. Lu Bai cautiously asked, now that all major platforms require real name verification, do you have a way to solve this problem? After asking this, Lu Bai regretted it. As a top-tier AI hacker surpassing the Blue Planet version, combined with Iron Man's supercomputing capabilities, Jarvis could certainly bypass the real name verification process. AI directly registering and posting is even less reasonable than AI-generated art. His inquiry was indeed unnecessary. Jarvis's subsequent response confirmed his suspicion. No problem, sir. There are many ways to circumvent identity verification. First, break the real name verification code and alter the data. Second, retrieve the previous initial code to access segments that do not require real name verification for posting. Listening to Jarvis's report, Liu Bai finally smiled. No need to say more. Get ready to execute. Return Transformers to its original position. Delete all positive reviews of Battlesuit Madman online and leave negative feedback. More is better. Block the topic and traffic for Battlesuit Madman so it doesn't gain exposure. Liu Bai wanted to suggest boosting Transformers with more registered accounts and positive reviews, making it known to everyone. However, after a moment of hesitation, he felt it was not the right time and abandoned the idea. After all, the movie is only officially releasing tomorrow. Even if the word of mouth explodes, it would be too early. Your goals are temporarily only 3. I leave it to you. Iron Man's pupils emitted a blue light, and the mini-arc reactor on his chest shimmered. Understood, sir. Hearing Jarvis's words, Liu Bai felt an immense sense of relief. He even recalled a saying from Earth. I promise, if the enemy does not deploy hired commenters and capital suppression, we will not deploy Jarvis. All of this can only be said to be self-inflicted by the other party. However, an unexpected situation arose. The 3 goals set by Liu Bai were not achieved by Jarvis at all. This was because Weibo faced an overwhelming amount of cyber attacks and information bombardment in an instant, which it simply could not handle. In less than a minute, the entire website crashed. The servers literally blew up. Soon, this news topped the trending lists on various platforms, dominating the top spots. Weibo's interface was paralyzed. The servers exploded. Weibo was under hacker attack. Various messages were being viewed by a large number of netizens, who were all speculating about what exactly was happening. Some users of Weibo were asking for updates. One user said they had Weibo and welcomed others to share their experiences. Suddenly, the page froze. And refreshing didn't help. Weibo's official account announced that it was under a hacker attack. The last time Weibo crashed was when a certain celebrity publicly announced their relationship. Had they offended some internet company? That seemed unlikely. While netizens were busy gossiping, the senior management of Weibo was in a state of panic. Their servers had not only crashed signal-wise, but also physically. Sparks were flying from the servers, and firefighters had to be called in. After the final rescue efforts, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the core user data was not damaged and had been well protected, with no signs of theft. What on earth was going on? Why did it crash so suddenly without any warning? The Minister of Cybersecurity stated that they had suffered a massive information invasion, which led to the servers being overloaded and ultimately collapsing. Who had the capability to do this? Aside from a few major internet companies, no one else could. Strengthening cybersecurity was essential. Such a situation must not happen again. While the senior management of Weibo was holding an emergency meeting, Liu Bai learned about the situation from Jarvis. He had underestimated Jarvis's overwhelming control over Blue Star Network. It was a clear case of a dimensional strike. Next time, he could be a bit gentler. What I want is to elevate the data for Transformers, not to blow up the platform, Liu Bai said with a bitter smile. He could only secretly pray for Weibo to recover soon. Being suppressed and pushed out of the top 10 trending topics was hard to accept. But now he couldn't even see the list. He could only lament Jarvis's incredible destructive power. Understood, sir. Jarvis replied with a hint of grievance. He hadn't expected Weibo to be so fragile. It fell without even putting in much effort. No wonder even a celebrity's public relationship announcement could paralyze it for over an hour. Liu Bai had to put aside the issues of trending topics and Weibo's paralysis and continue to investigate the backup plans of the Emperor Film and Television, Jarvis. Besides limiting traffic and controlling trending topics, what other measures did they prepare? Jarvis responded, Report, sir, they have also signed profit-sharing agreements with major cinema chains. This raised Liu Bai's alarm. What do you mean? The Emperor Film Company increased the screening schedules for Battlesuit Maniac by reducing their own revenue share. Consequently, the screenings for Transformers significantly decreased. Some cinemas even took down Transformers from the schedule on the day of release, citing equipment malfunctions, to replace it with works from Emperor Film. This statement truly made Liu Bai feel the crisis. He understood the terrifying nature of profit-sharing agreements, which would lead cinemas to increase screenings significantly from a profit perspective. Cinemas operate to make money. Moreover, Battlesuit Maniac already had a substantial fan base and featured several top-tier stars, making the fan economy show a frightening trend in the early stages. It was already a highly popular film, and with a higher revenue share offered, how could those cinemas miss the opportunity to cash in on this group of fans? If it weren't for the strict box office reviews, ticket fraud would certainly be rampant. Through profit sharing, Liu Bai deeply realized how passive he would be without his own cinemas. His primary goal was still to extract revenue, but the combination of limiting screenings and profit sharing genuinely made Liu Bai feel threatened. What was even more frustrating was that he currently had no countermeasures. If the other party made less money or no money at all, they would still win against the betting agreement. Lubai felt helpless. He couldn't match the other party's profit sharing. Box office revenue was crucial for him as it determined the level of revenue extraction. He also couldn't pull movies from cinemas to sanction the other party, as the entire Qingzhou cinema chain had reached a collaboration unless Lubai planned to abandon the Qingzhou market. First, note down the cinemas with the most aggressive screening schedules. We will definitely make an example of them in the future. Lubai was silent for a moment, his gaze calm yet cold, and he said softly, Jarvis, help me gather evidence of Emperor Films' misconduct. Infiltrate their financial reporting system, search for hidden contracts, and find evidence of tax evasion, embezzlement, and bribery. Hack into their phones and computers to find chat records, photos, and videos of their artists engaging in illicit activities. We will recover our lost box office from their stock market. Jarvis replied, understood, sir. This will take some time. Lubai nodded with his eyes closed. Go ahead. The next day arrived. Transformers officially premiered. The morning screenings across various locations had a booming start. Every moviegoer entered with anticipation and left satisfied, spontaneously promoting it on various platforms. I watched the movie. It's really amazing. I also watched it, planning to see it again. This is definitely the most shocking sci-fi film I've ever seen. The military support for this film is immense. They even borrowed an aircraft carrier. The box office exploded in the region, and the 7 islands topped the charts. What's going on in Qingzhou? Why is it only second place? What the heck? The first place is actually Battle Suit Maniac. What is happening? This is absolutely a disgrace in Qingzhou's film history. A bunch of celebrity stars doesn't deserve the top spot. When netizens paid attention to the box office rankings, they also discovered that the new film had surpassed a well-known franchise to claim the top spot on its opening day. This news shocked everyone. What on earth is going on? The platform, which had been maintained for several hours, was still not fully functional, but managed to run. Because of this, it became the center of intense criticism. How could this new film deserve the top position? It's outrageous. I watched it, and only managed to sleep for 3 hours. I want to report. My evening screening was supposed to be of the well-known franchise, but the cinema said there was a technical issue and refunded my ticket. Yet I saw it replaced with a new film. What is going on? I'm experiencing the same situation. This is ridiculous. I'm a fan of a certain star, and I feel very ashamed right now. The criticism on the platform intensified. There was no one to support the new film at all. This isn't about poor preparation from the production company. It's just bizarre. They hired so many people to post positive reviews, but they disappeared without a trace. Accounts were banned. It's unbelievable. This led to widespread criticism across the internet and various platforms, making the production company's higher-ups very uncomfortable. Yes, they retaliated by deleting all the positive reviews for the new film. This resulted in a wave of condemnation on all platforms. Under this pressure, most netizens felt no goodwill towards the new film at all. This feud also made many internet users, whether actively or passively, learn more about the well-known franchise and become even more chigai. This situation left the director dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this would be a way to promote the well-known franchise. Criticizing others inadvertently promoted their own film. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Social attention peaked as a result. Of course, netizens not only criticized the production company, but also left insulting comments on the official pages of various cinemas. Some cinemas were so intimidated that they even closed their comment sections. Even fans who went to see it for the star felt ashamed after watching the film, feeling betrayed. I'm very disappointed in you. The soldier in your film reminds me of my father, who is also a soldier, but I can't stand your long hair. You're tarnishing the image of soldiers. Dressed in a sci-fi disguise, it's all pretentious nonsense. I don't even know what I just watched. The situation escalated. Public opinion was fermenting everywhere, while cinemas chose to bury their heads in the sand, quietly making money off fans. But even making money was not easy for them. A large number of netizens reported them for malicious market disruption. The Industry and Commerce Bureau visited the cinemas repeatedly, making it hard for them to cope. If it weren't for the Bureau being short-staffed and having a lot of procedures to go through, they wouldn't dare to be so brazen. This money was earned with great caution and anxiety. The fan economy had started off inflated, with the support of fans and the limitations imposed by the cinema. Battlesuit Madman achieved the highest box office on its opening day and maintained its top position on the second day, although the lead was narrow, with a gap of less than 100 million. The production company proudly promoted it as the best sci-fi film of April, celebrating its 2 consecutive days at the top of the box office. They welcomed everyone to the theater to watch Battlesuit Madman. However, they completely ignored the loss in a certain region and only dared to mention the box office gap in another area, falling into a state of self-delusion. After finishing the edit, inserting images, and clicking send, suddenly everything went blank. What happened? Where's my post? How could it disappear in an instant? Damn it. I edited it again and tried to resend it, but the send failed. What the hell is going on? What are you doing, Weibo? I'm a verified account. The official Weibo of Battlesuit Madman also posted an update, featuring an image stating, cumulative box office, 400 million. It was a way to pander to fans, but was met with ridicule. This is the funniest movie of the year. Do you even have the nerve to post? Don't you have any self-awareness about your own quality? Next door, Transformers had only the worst morning and late-night shows, but was still packed. While Battlesuit Madman occupied the afternoon and evening slots, barely exceeding a few tens of millions in box office. Tickets for Transformers had been sold out for over half a month. What about you? Forget it. They would just keep pretending not to see the overwhelming success of Transformers in other regions. Their perspective is so limited. I went to that region to watch it, and it was incredibly exciting. Although overall, the production company seemed to be thriving, they couldn't celebrate for long as the situation quickly took a downturn. By leveraging discounts and squeezing showtimes, Battlesuit Madman claimed the box office crown for the first 2 days, but by the third day, its potential had clearly hit rock bottom. Fans who specifically went to the cinemas saw a dramatic drop. On the same third day, Transformers, despite various restrictions, surged to claim the day's box office champion. This news naturally drew media attention. Daily Movie News, sharp commentary on Battlesuit Madman losing its box office crown, relying on fan and traffic economy. It topped the box office in the first 2 days. However, due to disrupting the market, it faced public backlash, which diminished its goodwill, ultimately leading to a box office that might not reach 1 billion. Film public account. Exploiting fans and its own profits led to temporary glory, but with poor film quality and reputation, it lacks sustainability. Box office forecast report. The first 2 days were fully booked, creating an illusion of prosperity for investors. But on the third day, Battlesuit Madman still occupied 60 of showtimes, with an attendance rate of less than 40. Transformers reclaimed its rightful honor. The counterattack of Transformers officially begins today. The market will eventually recognize who the true box office king is. Cinemas across various regions are also engaging in intense discussions. They clearly see the current situation. The film Warrior of the Suit has exhausted its fan base, and public sentiment is very negative. By the third day, its box office has already been surpassed, and the attendance rate will be even lower on the fourth day. In contrast, Transformers has shown significant results since its official release, even with limited screenings, achieving nearly full capacity. Although Warrior of the Suit offered substantial discounts, the current situation has led to no one wanting to watch it. Instead, there are more profits from not increasing the screenings of Transformers. The potential of Warrior of the Suit has been depleted, and its profits maximized. I believe it's the right time to reduce its screenings. The boss and the publicity minister claim they want to seize the market. They are increasing the screenings of Transformers and promoting it on official social media to capture the first wave of traffic and goodwill. Major cinemas are urgently making adjustments. More astute companies are leveraging the power of the internet to publicize this matter. Their goal is to encourage more viewers to watch films in their theaters. After seizing profits, they are now targeting real moviegoers. Most netizens have given positive feedback. Support. Adjust the screenings quickly, and I'll buy tickets right away. The adjustments have been made. There are many more evening showings now. I bought 2 tickets. Wow. They disappeared as soon as I refreshed. Is it that popular? What is going on? Many cinemas are declaring on social media that they will increase the screenings of Transformers. Are they in cahoots? Some sharp-eyed netizens, however, dismissively comment, do you think they had a change of heart? It's just that after exhausting the fans of the star, they are now going for the real moviegoers' money, because no one is watching Warrior of the Suit anymore. On the fourth day, the dynamics in the Chinjo market completely shifted. Cinemas, for profit, completely turned their backs on Warrior of the Suit, leading to its screenings being reduced to only morning shows. All other time slots are filled with Transformers. It was on this day that Transformers Advantage fully emerged in Chinjo, officially becoming the most dominant film in April. Just the box office in Chinjo for 1 day has completely crushed Warrior of the Suit. The daily box office was even less than 20 million. It will only decrease from here on. The betting agreement of the production company should have been lost. Liu Bai watched the Chinjo market with indifference. But he also understood that reaching the billion threshold was no longer possible. This result means that the production company's profits will be squeezed again, and they might even have to sell shares to quell the turmoil. This bottoming out rebound can only be said to be self-inflicted. But that doesn't mean Liu Bai intends to let it go. Jarvis, how is the collection of evidence against the production company going? Liu Bai walked into the warehouse and asked indifferently. He wanted the other party to go bankrupt and use the stock market to cover the box office losses from these days. P.S. 3 chapters combined for smoother reading. I'll continue writing after breakfast. Chapter 102. The dust settles on April's films. Is the market potential of Transformers at its bottom? Sir, we have now collected all the chat records of the artists from the production company regarding their transactions. Low-profile artists are contacted by agents, exchanging their bodies for resources. High-profile stars, on the other hand, are contacted personally, even acting as pimps. They lock onto buyers from the artist's contact lists, infiltrating their phones and computers to steal videos and photos of female artists. Jarvis gently asked, "Do we need to expose this now?" Lubai fell silent for a moment and replied, "No rush. Just relying on the obscene materials of the stars under our management is not enough to bring down the Emperor Film Company or cause turmoil in their stock market. Let's continue gathering evidence. The most crucial points are the hidden contracts, tax evasion, corruption, and evidence of coercing female artists. Strong evidence would be best." Jarvis responded, "I will. Sir." Lubai looked at Iron Man, whose eyes were shining, and asked, "Have we tallied which cinema has the lowest screening pressure these days?" "It's already been calculated." "Good." Lubai nodded and said calmly, "Next time, let's not collaborate." Starting from the fourth day, it was a true celebration for film enthusiasts. Transformers began to occupy 80% of the screenings. Not only true sci-fi fans were buying tickets, but also due to the online backlash against Battlesuit Maniac in the previous days, Transformers reached peak attention. Various passersby had impressions of this film and flocked to the theaters to see the sci-fi blockbuster that was being hyped online. However, upon entering the cinema out of curiosity, they left in shock, turning into genuine word-of-mouth promoters, enthusiastically recommending it to those around them. Good sisters, I seriously recommend Transformers. Dads, go watch Transformers. The special effects are off the charts. It's truly amazing. I won't allow anyone to miss Transformers. It's not that great. This is the 7th time a guy has asked me to watch it, and I can't get into it at all. I'm a fan of someone from Battlesuit Maniac, but now I've switched to being a fan of Shia. The acting is fantastic. All newcomers. The director is so bold. The male lead is actually my classmate. Damn. Every day, the cinema was bustling with people. Especially now that Transformers occupied the best time slots. Every screening was packed. It wasn't until half a month later that this situation began to decline, but the occupancy rate remained over 70%. Due to the lack of competitive films in April, the cinema provided high screening volumes for profit. Battlesuit Maniac had completely become a lost cause. Even after half a month's ordeal, its box office had only increased by 300 million. This was far from the box office numbers of the previous days. This situation directly infuriated the higher-ups at Emperor Film Company. "Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? The publicity department, what have you done? You were told to boost the ratings. Where's the effect? And the public relations department, how did you respond to the bottoming out? How did you gather the fans? Market department, did you invite stars to speak positively about it? Why aren't we seeing results?" Executive President Su Jianghe slammed the table in anger, berating his subordinates. He was furious and panicked. The betting agreement requires $1 billion to fulfill, but now the box office is just over 700 million. The screening rate continues to drop. Fans are exhausted. And where can the remaining 300 million come from? If things had progressed gradually, there would have been a chance for broader appeal to fill this gap. However, the previous drastic measures resulted in high screening rates in the first 3 days, but completely drained all the fans, leaving only a bad reputation. The principle of extremes leading to reversals is truly at play here. Su Jianghe has also felt regret, questioning if the decision was wrong, if they hadn't offered discounts. Although the theater wouldn't have had such a large number of screenings initially, it wouldn't have led to widespread online criticism. There would have been passers-by who chose to watch Battlefield after seeing Transformers. If operations had been managed slowly and promoted well, reaching $1 billion wouldn't have been too difficult. But now, he has made the wrong move. Yet he refuses to admit it, shifting all the blame onto his subordinates. The subordinates bow their heads in silence. Who dares to speak? They would just be met with a barrage of insults. They also know that the president's position will likely change soon, and no one wants to take on this bad luck. If they get fired, there won't even be a place to cry. Not saying anything, huh? Su Jianghe glared at the publicity department, pointing. Then you speak. The head of publicity's heart sank, realizing there was no escaping this. Just as he was about to explain, the president cut him off with a single sentence. Su Jianghe said coldly, "Don't tell me it's another excuse about deleted comments and posts by bots. You've used that excuse too many times. Moreover, I specifically called the senior management and was told they didn't do that at all." The publicity chief quickly thought of a good counterpoint and calmly retorted, "Since it wasn't the bots deleting the comments, why can't we break into the top 10 with the trending topics we purchased? This is their responsibility. Can we not accuse them of failing in their duties? We spent money but didn't get the ranking we deserved? I still firmly believe we are being targeted. Otherwise, it's hard to explain our trending topic rankings and the sudden disappearance of the bots controlling the comments. Even the Weibo account has been banned. If it wasn't them, I can't imagine who else would have the authority to do this on Weibo." This statement left Su Jianghe in stunned silence. Indeed, I've purchased trending topics. During the initial release period, I bought several top trending spots. But why, after Weibo crashed, have we never made it into the top 10? If it wasn't them, who could it be? Su Jianghe's expression darkened. But deep down, he felt an overwhelming despair. The theater reduced screenings, Weibo controlled comments, taking money without delivering, online insults, and low-quality films. Even popular stars can't bring in box office revenue anymore. For him, this is true despair. There is no hope for a turnaround. He sat in his seat, blankly watching his subordinates bow their heads in silence, choosing to end the meeting and await the fate that awaits. His position as the CEO was becoming unstable. Another week had passed. It had been over 20 days since the release of a certain blockbuster. The film Battle Suit Madman was quietly taken off the shelves. With a box office of only $740 million, far below expectations, Su Jianghe was dismissed, and a new CEO took over. However, in April, a film was quietly raking in profits. That was Mecha Overlord, directed by a renowned filmmaker from the region, featuring a lineup of veteran actors. The production cost was extremely low, under $40 million. Yet, in just over 20 days, it earned over $300 million at the box office, capturing the market share lost by Battle Suit Madman due to its poor reception. The entire crew was overjoyed, celebrating with one party after another, becoming a refreshing presence in April. As for the blockbuster, its overwhelming influence in April had led to viewer fatigue regarding its news. Every day, there were reports about it, causing everyone to feel weary. The attendance rate in Qin province dropped to 35, nearing its potential low. Just when everyone thought its dominance would decline again, something unexpected happened. It was a sensational announcement from the official account of a certain automobile company. Even the fatigued netizens couldn't help but perk up. The company booked a whole theater. All employees were invited to watch the blockbuster. As for the chapter, this is a combination of 2 parts, along with the 3 parts from this morning, totaling 5 chapters. Since there won't be any more tonight, everyone should rest early. Chapter 103. Military involvement helps the blockbuster become one of Qin province's top 10 box office hits. Once the automobile company's official blog post was released, the waning interest in the blockbuster surged again. The previously fatigued netizens seemed to be instantly rejuvenated, rediscovering their excitement. Oh my, the automobile company is stepping in. That's quite impressive. I almost forgot that they were the sponsors of this film. Thanks to this movie, the company sold 180,000 vehicles this month, making a fortune. Just last month, they only sold over 20,000 vehicles, a 9-fold increase. The company is a well-established player in the industry. Surely they have tens of thousands of employees, right? I just checked. They have 120,000 employees. Wow, what is so surprising? Even if they all went to watch the movie, it would only contribute a few million to the box office. Is it really that shocking? You don't understand. The support from this automobile company is significant. The netizens were buzzing with excitement, and before they could fully digest that news, another automobile company announced their support. A major truck manufacturer, known for its heavy-duty vehicles, also joined the fray, supporting the blockbuster. The company purchased tickets for all employees to watch the film. The netizens' excitement skyrocketed, creating an exhilarating sensation. This feeling of pride made them extremely excited. But soon, another company made a shocking announcement that stunned all the netizens. The EV convertible from another brand played a character in the blockbuster, sacrificing for ideals. With the movie ticket, customers could enjoy a 10% discount on car purchases. And we wish Transformers great success, with all employees supporting the screening. But that's not all. It seems like all major automotive companies have coordinated their efforts. Today, they've all released statements, overwhelming netizens with excitement. The top-selling pickup truck in Qinzhou is the Jiangling JMC pickup. Thanks to Transformers, our sales this month have soared to 90,000 units. With increasing social influence, we will continue to deliver more and better products to give back to everyone. In the movie, our vehicle is called Ironhide, and it truly lives up to its name. Though not flashy, it prioritizes safety and boasts high combat capability. Like the character Ironhide, it is also a highly esteemed weapon expert. All our employees are proud of the film and proud of Jiangling, supporting the screening. Even Beike Off-Road Vehicles released a statement today, causing a sensation online. Known for mountain off-roading and navigating complex terrains, Beike Off-Road Vehicles are the true embodiment of masculine strength. All employees send their blessings, and we are ready to support the screening, wishing for close cooperation in the future. At this moment, the excitement is overwhelming. Major platforms are trending in the top 10. All netizens are buzzing. Previously, theaters in Qinzhou had been increasing their screenings of Transformers in unison. And now the major automotive companies are showing their support. This is an impressive display. Never has a film had such a significant impact. It has truly become a phenomenon. Although the states of Meizhou and Qidao have always ranked first, they cannot compare to the stature of Qinzhou. Seeing this, I am thrilled. I've already bought tickets and am ready for my 4th viewing. Netizens, don't just follow the trend. Originally, the evening screenings were not full. So how did they suddenly become packed? I can't even get a ticket now. It feels like returning to the day of the official premiere. Right now, I just want to poke fun at a certain off-road brand. You won't even mention your character's name is Ambulance. Haha. Amid the playful banter from netizens, there was a joyful atmosphere across platforms. But at this moment, someone reacted and angrily questioned, what about Lamborghini? Other automotive companies are showing their support. And you're hiding like a turtle? Exactly. Why isn't this car coming to lend a hand? That's quite unfair. Hurry up and post something. Come out and support the screening. Other companies don't have as significant a role as you do. I reported it. I'm ready to leave a bad review. Is it possible that Lamborghini hasn't started mass production yet? Perhaps the employees aren't even there. Caught the honest person upstairs. Amid the humor, someone discovered an interesting piece of information. Someone searched for Lamborghini on Weibo and found that Lamborghini registered an account and even got verified. This news quickly topped the trending list. Oh my, there's an official Weibo account. Does this mean a new car is about to be launched? I've been waiting for so long. Even though I don't have money, I followed them and have been a fan for 10 years. Can't wait for your new car to hit the market. I must say, it looks really cool in the movie. The roar of that engine is just like a beast. Other sports car companies seem a bit anxious, as they are all releasing concept models. In the past, you ignored me, but now I'm out of your league. Not really. Other sports cars have a rich history. While this brand lacks any significant technology and poses no threat at all. Just look at that low body. It must be uncomfortable to sit in. This news has sparked quite a discussion among netizens. Lin Ming was also surfing the internet, and the moment he saw the trending topic, he clicked on it immediately. Seeing that verified account symbol, his mind was flooded with excitement, and he felt like he was about to jump up. Wow, this is big news. Is it set to go into mass production? He couldn't wait. He was deeply captivated by the first video. He even fantasized about Han Mo-ing sitting in the passenger seat. Although that opportunity is gone now, it doesn't diminish how cool this car is. Driving this car, who would be afraid that someone else's goddess wouldn't get in? He took a screenshot. Time to show that group of guys. Lin Ming was incredibly excited and wouldn't miss any chance to show off. He immediately shared the screenshot in the group chat. The originally quiet chat exploded instantly. The wealthy kids were all hyped up. It was like a group of perverts spotting a beautiful model. They all rushed out. Is the news reliable? Is it finally going to be launched? I've waited for years. Come on. At most, just a month. It feels like a year. We're all good brothers. If this brand can't produce enough, let me take one. Get lost. Do you think I don't have money? I want this car. No one can say otherwise. Damn it. Lin Ming watched the chaos in the group with immense satisfaction. He wasn't the richest in the group. At best, he was average. And he didn't even qualify to be an admin. However, since he was connected with the big shot Liu Bai, they followed each other and shared inside information, giving him a special status in the group. This made him feel incredibly useful. His vanity was through the roof. Showing off in front of classmates was nothing. Showing off in front of a bunch of rich kids was way more enjoyable. Meanwhile, Liu Bai was at the company, reviewing the daily box office reports. He felt puzzled by the sudden hype online. Do we have any other collaborations with car companies? Liu Bai called over assistant director Chen Renxuan and asked in confusion. Chen Renxuan was equally baffled. No, we don't. This is strange. There's no collaboration, so why the sudden eagerness to please us? Booking a private screening for all employees costs at least a few million. Isn't that a lot of money? Liu Bai then consulted a senior from the marketing department, but received an unexpected answer. The senior, responsible for market relations and editing, said, according to my research, after the release of Transformers, the car companies we are collaborating with have seen an average stock increase of 13%. Not only did the sales of the cars featured in the film surge, but it also boosted the sales of other models from those brands. Although this promotional event cost several million, it essentially served as a large-scale marketing campaign. The brand's influence and recognition have skyrocketed, and it has now topped the trending list in 3 regions. Some automotive companies have opened up markets in certain regions. In summary, showing support at this time is a brilliant move. While gaining higher prestige, they also win over a large number of online users. When considering car purchases in the future, brands with a good reputation will naturally be prioritized. Liu Bai, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. He welcomed such a cooperative approach. Liu Bai gains box office revenue while the other party gains visibility. Moreover, it's a sponsorship relationship. When he films the next installment, it's likely that car companies will be eager to participate. This time, the sponsoring companies have made substantial profits. And one wonders if those who decline to collaborate will regret their decision. Future collaborations will no longer be settled with just a few million. The participation of these car companies was completely unexpected. Not only was Liu Bai taken aback, but the online community was also shocked. They genuinely love this film and feel proud to be associated with it. But this is not the end. As night fell, the real shock completely overwhelmed the internet, triggering a new wave of public opinion. The military in a certain region stated, the military prioritizes people and stands firm on its principles. Those who resist will ultimately face the consequences. The military in another region remarked, the military's tolerance has limits and advises certain extremist groups not to go too far, as it may backfire. The military in yet another region declared, a unified blue star is inevitable. The troops have taken control to let the soldiers feel their own power. The statements from the three military forces shocked the entire internet. By morning, netizens were already buzzing with excitement, and now, in this situation, they seemed at a loss for words. They didn't even dare to joke in the comments section, feeling a chill down their spines. Various group chats were frantically interpreting the military's statements. Did you see that? Such significant news is impossible to miss. What is really going on? The film has absolutely no such appeal. So what could possibly have led the military to support this film? Is it a matter of evidence? I'm really curious. Can anyone explain this? While the entire internet was busy interpreting the situation, Liu Bai's gaze flickered as he seemed to grasp the military's intentions. On the night of the premiere of Han Mo's film, Liu Bai had flown to a certain region to test speed and weapon systems, only to stumble upon a massacre. Liu Bai believed that even if it wasn't a direct relationship, it was at least the spark that ignited the situation. The situation in that region is even more severe than I imagined. Liu Bai furrowed his brows. Following this line of thought felt very reasonable. The terrorists in that region have become lawless and disregard human life. The incident Liu Bai encountered may not have been a coincidence, but rather a norm. This was why the connection between Liu Bai's crew and the military was so smooth, receiving immense support. The military is truly flexing its muscles. It also expresses a determination to suppress the reactionaries in that region. This is a complete deterrent. The massacre touched the military's bottom line. But why are they still willing to act this way? Or rather, those men who refuse to join the resistance will be killed. Is there an attempt to increase the team's expendability with such a notorious name? Liu Bai couldn't figure it out. He left a message for Jarvis, asking it to gather more information from that side. Of course, this is definitely not the most pressing issue. It's just something to pay attention to. Currently, the biggest target remains the Emperor film and television. The business world is like a battlefield, and Liu Bai cannot afford to engage in multi-line operations, as it could delay the opportunity for success. The Transformers movie, boosted by the involvement of the military from a certain region, has revitalized the already sluggish box office market. Those films that were about to be released either became collateral damage or were urgently withdrawn from the schedule, unwilling to compete against such a lucky contender. In the blink of an eye, another half-month has passed. After the second wave of Transformers, it was soon time for it to leave theaters. The total box office across the Blue Star reached 5.3 billion. It made its way into the top 10 of historical box office rankings in Qin province. Such a terrifying achievement is undoubtedly the box office champion of the year. The internet was buzzing, celebrating this historic moment. 5.36 billion. Witnessing a cinematic legend. After 4 years, a film finally entered the top 10. How impressive. I envy the cinemas. Even if they play tricks, they can still share the high box office revenue. The military from that region played a significant role, but don't think too highly of the military. They currently only have 500,000 troops and can't contribute much to the box office. That's true. Mainly they generated a wave of heat that prompted many to watch it again. There must be some factors related to evidence and credibility, right? It's hard to replicate this. While the outside world was abuzz with discussions, Liu Bai at home received a call from Han Moing. She expressed her heartfelt envy and sincere congratulations. Congratulations, Boss Liu. You've entered the top 10 of Qin province's historical box office, and the top 100 in Blue Star. I'm proud of you. Han Moing knew how difficult this achievement was. After 4 years, only now has a new film entered the historical box office top 10. Such competitive pressure is not something an ordinary film can achieve. It requires a perfect combination of timing, location, and people. It was truly a stroke of luck for that period. Not wanting to dwell on this, Liu Bai just smiled and didn't respond. He wasn't particularly interested in rankings. Now he just needs to complete the final filming task designated by the system to access the content selection store. At that point, he could bring the blockbuster films from Earth to Blue Star. Wouldn't the box office rankings be easy to manipulate then? But what if the top 50 historical box office rankings are dominated by Earth films? Wouldn't that seem too ostentatious? However, he was also greatly surprised by the success of Transformers on Blue Star. On Earth, Transformers 1 only outperformed Iron Man 1 by 12.4 billion. But on Blue Star, due to various factors, the gap has widened significantly. This was beyond Liu Bai's expectations. Although he wasn't very interested in rankings, he was very keen on extracting items. Once the box office is settled, he can receive rewards from the system. That was what Liu Bai was truly looking forward to. Perhaps he could anticipate the Allspark? Liu Bai suppressed his excitement and dismissed the fantasy. After letting out a sigh, he asked softly, "You've been out playing for so long. Is your trip over now?" "I suppose so," Han Moing replied lazily. "Mainly because of the school's special arrangements. The time has come." Hearing this, Lu Bai couldn't recall immediately. What special arrangements? You forgot. Han Moying chuckled gently. Last year, the counselor sent a message in the class group. The gist of it was to select outstanding films to be screened at the evening event and invite well-known professionals from the film industry to participate. There would also be excellent graduates from our school attending as guests. Stars, directors, actors, anyone with a certain level of recognition in society was on the invitation list. After a moment of reflection, Han Moying speculated, of course, they probably will only show excerpts from the films. It's essentially an awards ceremony for the outstanding graduates. I suspect the school has intentions to pave the way for this year's graduates. Lu Bai finally remembered. When he first arrived in this world, he had seen that message. He just hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Thinking about it now, graduation was only a month away. Time really flies. Lu Bai couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then feigned seriousness. I understand now, so I need to work hard. I'll strive to win an award at the evening event. Upon hearing this, Han Moying burst into laughter. You still need to work hard? Are you trying to make it impossible for others to live? With your current results, you could directly apply for an associate professor position at the Film Academy. But I guess you wouldn't be interested in that little salary. Lu Bai didn't refute that. Instead, he seriously pondered the school's special arrangements. As far as he knew, the Qingzhou Film Academy had never had such arrangements in the past. It was difficult for students to produce outstanding films while still in school. Even if there were some, they were rare. Any acknowledgement from the school would typically be done privately, without making a big deal out of it. But this year was different. Many talents had emerged among the students. They had gained a large following through their films on various platforms. Some had even made money with online films. Others had gained market recognition in theaters. There were even student works that participated in